Konoha Village. In a classroom of the Ninja Academy, Iruka and Mizuki sat side by side behind their desks, each holding a form. Iruka called out from the list, "Next, Uchiha Sasuke." A boy clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt and white shorts, with raven hair, stepped onto the podium amidst the cheers of the girls. He was none other than the prodigy of the Hokage world, the renowned Uchiha Sasuke, known as the Cool King. Shadow Clone Technique. With a flourish of his hands, a loud bang resonated as a cloud of white smoke erupted, revealing an identical Sasuke. Iruka nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. 98 points, you pass." Next, Haruno Sakura. As the girls gazed at him in admiration, Sasuke, with hands in pockets, returned to his seat with an air of indifference. His excellence, however, had garnered him the envy of many male classmates. Ding. Copy successful. Acquired a small amount of Indra's chakra. Do you wish to fuse it with your Gentle Fist explosive? The system prompt echoed suddenly in Hyuga Chiba's mind. He silently thought, fuse. Fusion successful. Your Gentle Fist explosive has been upgraded to level 5. Chiba was a transmigrator who had arrived in the ninja world 5 years prior, becoming a member of the Hyuga branch family. He was fortunate enough to awaken a copying system, granting him the ability to copy twice a day. The targets for copying could only be individuals with bloodline limits or those possessing unique bloodlines. The copied bloodline limit chakra could either be fused with his mutated Gentle Fist or gradually accumulate within Chiba's body until it became his own ability. Among the various bloodlines, Indra's chakra and Asura's chakra provided the greatest enhancement to Chiba's strength. Over the past 5 years, Chiba had consistently copied Sasuke and Naruto, elevating his mutated Gentle Fist to level 5. According to the system's explanation, with Chiba's current prowess, a single punch could at least shatter mountains, comparable to Tsunade's monstrous strength. Upon reaching the maximum level of 10, he would be capable of effortlessly obliterating tailed beast bombs with a mere swing of his fist. At that point, acquiring the dual abilities of Indra and Asura might elevate Chiba to the heights of the Sage of Six Paths. Throughout these 5 years, Chiba had developed a reasonably good relationship with Naruto and Sasuke, while Sasuke maintained a cool demeanor and avoided excessive interaction with others. Dedicating most of his time to training, Chiba could only consider him an ordinary friend. In contrast, Naruto had always been shunned by others, yearning for acceptance. When Chiba took the initiative to approach him, Naruto was overjoyed, finally making his first friend. As the years went by, the two had become inseparable companions. Next, Hyuga Chiba. Iruka's voice rang out once more, and it was finally Chiba's turn for the Genin graduation examination. "Yes, Iruka-sensei," Chiba responded and stepped confidently onto the podium. Shadow Clone Technique. With a resounding bang, a burst of white smoke erupted, revealing an identical Chiba. 98 points? Excellent, Iruka remarked, nodding with satisfaction. Chiba and Sasuke were both outstanding students, so this result did not surprise him. As Chiba returned to his seat, the classroom erupted with cheers from the infatuated girls. Wow, Chibikin is so handsome and his grades are exceptional. Indeed, it's quite troubling. With two remarkable men like Sasuke and Chibikin, how am I to choose? Sasuke is too aloof. I prefer the gentle warmth of someone like Chibikin. Hey, Chibikin is mine. Don't even think about competing with me. Next, Uzumaki Naruto. Iruka's voice rang out once more. Naruto felt a twinge of insecurity and instinctively glanced at Chiba. Seeing Chiba looking at him with encouraging eyes, he nodded resolutely and walked toward the podium. Ha! It's just a shadow clone technique, nothing impressive, haha. Naruto scratched his head with an awkward smile. Due to the chaotic nature of the Nine Tails chakra, the shadow clone technique was indeed his weakest skill. However, faced with the graduation assessment, he had no choice but to press forward. Shadow clone technique. With a loud bang, white smoke exploded. A clone with crooked eyebrows and an unsteady stance appeared, tumbling to the ground. This scene left everyone agape, and a wave of laughter swept through the classroom. That guy Naruto is indeed a fool. He can't even manage the simplest of techniques. This is hilarious. He must be some kind of idiot. Iruka's mouth twitched as he stood up, bracing himself against the desk, and unleashed a roar. Naruto, you have failed the exam. What on earth are you doing? The surrounding laughter grew more brazen, striking a heavy blow to Naruto. Becoming a ninja, standing out, earning everyone's recognition, this had always been Naruto's dream. Now, having failed the exam and being ridiculed, the facade of strength he usually maintained began to crumble, and he could not help but shed tears. Damn it! What's so impressive about this? I will succeed. I will. In the midst of his lament, Naruto turned and dashed out of the classroom. Sigh. Iruka sighed lightly, feeling a pang of guilt. He did feel some sympathy for Naruto, but the thought of the 9 tails within him, which had caused his parents' deaths, inevitably stirred feelings of aversion. At that moment, Mizuki, who had been silent until now, felt a spark of inspiration. A cunning idea forming in his mind. He knew that Naruto's mental defenses were currently weak, making it the perfect time to coax him into stealing the sealing scroll. If he could acquire the scroll and successfully escape from Konoha, his life would change drastically. Mizuki stood up and patted Iruka's shoulder. Iruka-sensei, Naruto seems to be in distress. I will go check on him. You can handle the rest of the assessment. All right, go ahead. Iruka, already feeling a bit guilty and worried, welcomed Mizuki's offer to intervene. The series of expressions and actions exhibited by Mizuki did not escape the keen observation of Chiba, a time traveler who has perused the original work multiple times. Chiba was acutely aware that Mizuki was preparing to orchestrate a scheme to deceive Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals. The means by which Mizuki acquired this information remained unclear to Chiba. However, he understood that a document as crucial as the Book of Seals would undoubtedly be stored in a highly secretive location. The security measures would be stringent, and it was likely fortified with various seals and restrictions. It was inconceivable that a mere rookie like Naruto, who had yet to graduate, could pilfer it with ease. The third Hokage's arrangement served 2 primary purposes. Firstly, it aimed to unmask Mizuki as a traitor. Secondly, it reflected the third Hokage's newfound conscience, seeking to offer Naruto some form of compensation through the jutsu contained within the Book of Seals. After all, Naruto is the son of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Following the demise of the 4th Hokage, the 3rd Hokage appropriated all his assets, seizing the grand estate and relegating Naruto to a dilapidated little house, indifferent to his well-being, though he harbored a modicum of guilt in his heart. As for the contents of the Book of Seals, how much Naruto could learn depended solely on his own fortunes. Ding! A temporary mission has been triggered. Would you like to accept the task? The system's prompt suddenly echoed in Chiba's mind. Such temporary missions were rare occurrences. The rewards for completing the task would be a doubled acquisition of Bloodline or Kekkei Genkai Chakra copied that day. This was the reason why, in a mere 5 years, Chiba had elevated the mutated soft fist to an impressive level 5, achieving a prowess comparable to Tsunade's. Chiba inwardly inquired, System, what is the mission's content? Ding. Mission details. Assist Uzumaki Naruto in defeating Mizuki without revealing your identity and imprint the Flying Thunder God technique. Assisting Naruto in vanquishing Mizuki? According to the original storyline, after mastering the Shadow Clone technique, Naruto should be able to handle Mizuki with relative ease. It seemed unnecessary for Chiba to intervene. Could there be unforeseen complications? Furthermore, as the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Naruto was always shadowed by Umbu operatives. Chiba had sensed this when he approached Naruto previously, and he had even been subjected to a thorough investigation by the Umbu due to this matter. Once it was revealed that Chiba's parents had perished and his ancestry had never produced a traitor, the investigation was quietly dismissed. Naruto's ability to learn the Shadow Clone technique from the Book of Seals was due to Hiruzen Sarutobi's willingness to allow him to study it, having already coordinated with the Umbu. If it were Chiba attempting to learn from the Book of Seals, the hidden Umbu would undoubtedly act to prevent it. System, are you certain that I can learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Chiba pondered with some trepidation. It would be quite awkward to risk being regarded as a traitor, only to fail to master the technique after an arduous effort to imprint it. In his recollection, the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly challenging. Why didn't Hiruzen learn it? And why didn't Danzo or Orochimaru? It wasn't due to lack of access. Rather, they lacked the requisite ability to master it. Ding. Mastering the Flying Thunder God technique requires 2 conditions. First, formidable perception abilities. Second, astonishing reflexes. After system assessment, the host's reflexes barely met the criteria. The enhancement of perception could be achieved through the system's copying ability, enabling the replication of the abilities of ninjas possessing such bloodline limits. Is it truly possible to do so? Chiba was taken aback. This meant that after copying a ninja with perceptive abilities, he could also acquire their perception capabilities. However, upon realizing the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique, Chiba felt a surge of excitement. After all, it was the Flying Thunder God technique. The risk was absolutely worth taking. Without hesitation, Chiba accepted the mission. Today's assessment concludes here. Everyone may return and await further instructions. The list of those who have passed will be announced tomorrow, and group assignments will commence the day after. Hyuga, gathering his lesson materials, stood up to address the class. The students hurriedly dispersed, rushing out of the classroom towards the school gates. Most of the participants successfully passed the triad of assessments involving shadow clones, transformations, and substitution techniques. However, this does not imply that all successful candidates will become genin. The team synergy assessment conducted by the lead instructor is the true determinant for advancing to genin status. As a time traveler, Chiba was well aware of this information. Yet, he found himself preoccupied with thoughts on how to successfully partake in the theft of the Book of Seals. "Chiba, brother, wait for me." A soft, delicate voice called out. Shortly after, a young girl swiftly caught up, matching Chiba's pace. With pure white eyes, short light blue hair, and a blush adorning her cheeks. She shyly lowered her head. It was Hyuga. "Hinata, I apologize. I was lost in thought and forgot to call you," Chiba said awkwardly, scratching his head. Hinata clasped her hands in front of her, tracing circles with her fingers. "It's all right, Chiba brother. Shall we eat outside first? Or would you prefer to return home for dinner and training?" At the school entrance, Chiba prepared to part ways with Hinata, for he had a mission to complete. He gently patted her shoulder and said, "Hinata, you should head home. I have some matters to attend to today, so I want to accompany you back to train." "Oh." That's fine. Hinata nodded, a hint of disappointment in her expression. She refrained from asking further questions and obediently turned towards the direction of the Hyuga clan. "Be careful on the way." Chiba waved goodbye, watching her retreat until she was out of sight before hurrying towards Hokage Rock. In his recollection, Naruto had once hidden atop Hokage Rock, crying until he was found by Mizuki, who revealed the secret of the Book of Seals. It was then that Naruto was manipulated into attempting to steal that very book. There was still time to reach there. In Hyuga's class, only Chiba and Hinata hailed from the Hyuga clan. The other branch members were in different classes. Over the past 5 years, Chiba had established a strong bond with Hinata. Thanks to his boldness, Hinata, with her timid and shy disposition, struggled to express herself and had few friends. Like Naruto, she was quite lonely. No one wishes to remain solitary for long, and having Chiba, who sought to befriend them, brought them great joy. At first, Hinata might have felt somewhat uncomfortable with this unfamiliar older brother from her clan following her closely every day. However, as time went on, she discovered that Chiba was a remarkable person. Not only was he handsome, but he also selflessly cared for her, guiding her in her training. As their relationship blossomed, they began attending school together, dining together after class, and training together. In short, their bond had grown exceedingly close. Hinata had long grown accustomed to having Chiba by her side, as if it were second nature, just like earlier. When Chiba mentioned he couldn't accompany her home for training due to his own matters, Hinata felt a twinge of disappointment, even without realizing it herself. To outsiders, Chiba and Hinata might merely appear as siblings with a close familial bond. However, Chiba held a different perspective. He had always regarded Hinata as a potential future wife. The notion of nurturing a young girl was something Chiba understood all too well. One should refrain from suggesting that Chiba was undermining the original partner. For nothing is more delightful than dumplings, and nothing is more enjoyable than a sister-in-law. Chiba was merely stepping in for Naruto, providing care and comfort for Hinata's emotions. What fault was there in that? Just a jest. In truth, Chiba contemplated this. Such a wonderful future wife was overlooked by Naruto, who seemed preoccupied with chasing after Sakura like a lovesick puppy. Therefore, Chiba felt compelled to take on the responsibility of caring for Hinata. At worst, he could later assist Naruto in finding a more suitable girl or, if he wished, help him win over Sakura. It was now 4:30 p.m. To avoid revealing his identity, Chiba found a secluded spot and performed the transformation technique. With a puff, white smoke erupted, and the handsome youth Chiba vanished, replaced by a sturdy 30-year-old man clad in coarse garments. This appearance was quite common among the villagers of Konoha, ensuring he would not attract attention. Disguised as a villager, Chiba entered a ninja tool shop and purchased several specialized sealing technique scrolls without raising any suspicions. 10 minutes later, Chiba arrived beneath the Hokage rock, hiding in a narrow alleyway as he activated his Byakugan ability. The veins around his eyes bulged, and his vision transformed into a monochrome panorama, penetrating through the surrounding buildings as he gazed toward the Hokage rock. As anticipated, he observed Mizuki animatedly patting Naruto's shoulder, explaining something with fervor. Naruto, seemingly captivated by extraordinary news, had his eyes gleaming with excitement. He wiped the tears from his face and leaped from the Hokage rock, sprinting towards the Hokage's office area. Mizuki, too, rose, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips as he turned and departed. Here we go, Chiba murmured. He chose not to follow Naruto, but instead trailed Mizuki from a distance. The target of his mission was Mizuki, who sought the sealing book. Thus, shadowing Mizuki was undoubtedly the right course, minimizing the risk of early detection by UMBU personnel. An hour later, in the vicinity of the Hokage's office, shadows flitted across the rooftops. Clad in silver vests and wearing masks, they were unmistakably UMBU operatives. Each time they paused, they anxiously scanned their surroundings, as if searching for something. That rascal Naruto has stolen the sealing book. We must find him quickly. Cursed be it, there is no trace of Naruto. Quickly notify the other ninjas to join in the search for his whereabouts. Naruto, bearing a colossal scroll upon his back, had arrived at the back mountain of the Ninja Academy as per Mizuki's prior instructions. He paused outside a quaint wooden cabin, filled with anticipation as he removed the sealing book and untied its bindings, eager to glimpse its contents. Within lie potent ninjutsu that I must master. Only then can I graduate. Creaked the door of the cabin swung open, revealing Mizuki, a man with flowing silver hair, who had been waiting for some time. The moment his eyes fell upon the sealing book, excitement and greed illuminated his face. He beckoned to Naruto, saying, Naruto, have you brought it back? Quickly. Hand me the sealing book. Absolutely not. I cannot give this to you. Naruto's expression turned wary as he clutched the sealing book tightly to his chest and took a couple of steps back. Although Naruto might have been a bit slow-witted, he soon grasped that Mizuki aimed to seize the sealing book, likely with ill intentions. Furthermore, having yet to learn the ninjutsu contained within, he was even more reluctant to part with it. Naruto, if you wish to live, obediently hand over the sealing book. I have no patience to waste with you. Mizuki's countenance twisted into a terrifying snarl as he drew a kunai and charged directly at Naruto. Mizuki-sensei, you. Naruto was paralyzed by fear at the sight of that dreadful visage, collapsing onto the ground. Instinctively, he sought to rise and flee. However, before he could regain his feet, a figure clad in coarse fabric dashed out from behind the cabin, positioning itself before him. It was a villager dressed as an older man, his face obscured by a black cloth, rendering his features indistinct. Tightly gripping the sealing book, Naruto stood frozen in place, uncertain of what to do. Who are you? The newcomer was none other than Chiba, who had followed Mizuki and had been hiding behind the cabin. Moreover, thanks to Chiba's Byakugan, he observed that Naruto was not alone. He was accompanied by two members of the UMBU, clad in dark attire, lurking not far from a large tree. You bastard! Who are you? Mizuki, consumed by fury and desperate to acquire the sealing book, lunged at Chiba with the kunai aimed at his chest. Stealing the sealing book was Mizuki's only means of escape. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would face death. I am the harbinger of your demise. A deep voice resonated as Chiba evaded the kunai's thrust, seizing Mizuki's wrist with a vice-like grip. Mizuki felt as though his wrist was caught in an iron claw as he struggled in vain to break free. You bastard! Mizuki cursed vehemently, swinging his other fist toward Chiba's face. To challenge me in strength is to seek your own demise. A cold smirk graced Chiba's lips as he retaliated with a punch of his own, unleashing the third level of his soft fist's explosive power. Bang! The sound of a heavy collision echoed, accompanied by the sickening crack of bones. Ah! Mizuki's anguished scream pierced the air as he was sent flying backward. He collided with a large tree, which snapped under the force, rolling several meters across the ground before finally coming to a halt. As Shuemu groaned and cradled his left arm, inspecting his injuries, he was taken aback by the sight. His entire arm had been twisted and deformed, with the latter half of the bone piercing through the skin, protruding grotesquely from his shoulder. You bastard! Who on earth are you? The delayed pain finally surged forth, causing Shuemu to collapse to the ground, emitting a series of anguished wails. More than 10 meters away, behind the dense foliage of a large tree, two members of the UMBU witnessed the entire scene unfold. Who is this person? Why is he aiding Naruto? Never mind that. He is approaching the Book of Seals, and he must have ulterior motives. We must act quickly. From the moment Chiba appeared to the instant he sent Shuemu flying with a single punch, not even 10 seconds had elapsed. The two Umbu, sensing something amiss, leapt from the tree and raced towards the wooden cabin. Typically, their duty was to monitor Naruto. However, today the third Hokage had assigned them an additional task to ensure the safety of the Book of Seals and Naruto himself. Naruto, come with me. The appearance of the two Umbu had been anticipated by Chiba from the very beginning. He had no intention of engaging with them. Having just fought Shuemu without revealing his full strength, he aimed to keep his identity concealed. Chiba swiftly drew a kunai he had prepared earlier, gripping it between his fingers, and hurled it towards the two Umbu. With a resounding boom, the explosive tags attached to the kunai detonated, unleashing a cloud of thick smoke mingled with flames that obstructed the Umbu's advance, sending them flying backward. Seizing the dazed Naruto, Chiba plunged into the wooden cabin. Uncle you. Naruto, still somewhat bewildered, struggled to comprehend the identity of these unfamiliar individuals who seemed to appear one after another. Nevertheless, this particular uncle did not emanate a sense of threat. Rather, there was an inexplicable familiarity about him. Time is of the essence. We can discuss this later. Quickly, Naruto. Hand me the Book of Seals. Chiba snatched the scroll from Naruto's hands and spread it open on the ground. The scroll was large and thick, and merely opening it halfway revealed several ninjutsu training methods and principles, including the Shadow Clone Technique, the Reaper Death Seal, Impure World Reincarnation, and Flying Thunder God Technique. Chiba retrieved a special sealing scroll and swiftly placed it over the section pertaining to the Flying Thunder God Technique. The scroll emitted wisps of blue smoke as it imprinted the characters clearly, completing the task in less than 2 seconds. However, despite Chiba's frantic efforts, the two Umbu were hot on their heels and had already burst through the front door. Chiba and Naruto found themselves in a side room on the left. Following the strategy they had devised, Chiba once again flung two kunai. With a couple of hissing sounds, the kunai embedded themselves into the ground at the entrance. The explosive tags attached to them began to flicker ominously. Not good. Another explosive tag. We must retreat. Upon detecting an anomaly, a member of the Umbu swiftly grasped his companion's arm and rolled backward. The ground shook with 2 resounding explosions, and waves of fire surged forth. A sizable crater formed in the earth, and the wooden cabin's door was blasted open, leaving a gaping hole, while a section of the roof was torn away. Splintered wood scattering chaotically. Due to their proximity to the blasts, both Umbu ninjas suffered numerous splinters lodged in their backs. Chiba quickly retrieved the ink scroll he had prepared, patted Naruto on the shoulder, and advised, Naruto, the Shadow Clone Technique is the key to ensuring your successful graduation. You must learn it promptly. With that, Chiba dashed forth, crashing through the back window of the cabin and swiftly vanishing into the forest. Naruto stood rooted in place, bewildered by Chiba's departure. What on earth was this uncle doing? At that moment, the two Umbu ninjas finally burst into the side room. Ignoring the sealing book on the floor, they seized Naruto's shoulders and demanded loudly, Naruto, where did that person go? Over there. Naruto instinctively pointed towards the shattered window. Without hesitation, the two Umbu leapt out of the window, pursuing Chiba's retreating figure. Regardless of whether that villager was an enemy spy or not, his proximity to the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the sealing book constituted a grave offense that necessitated immediate capture. Chua Chiba sprinted through the forest, leaping over tree branches. Having acquired the Flying Thunder God technique and defeated Mizuki, his mission was nearing completion. All that remained was to evade the Umbu's pursuit and conceal his identity. However, for Chiba, endowed with Byakugan, this task was remarkably simple. Activating his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulged as his vision transformed into a pale gray, expanding outward in a full 360 degrees. He could see everything within a kilometer radius. Two injured Umbu were approximately 500 meters away, following his trail. However, it was apparent they were not adept trackers and were losing ground. Inside the cabin, Naruto, almost miraculously, had mastered the Shadow Clone technique within that brief span of time. He had successfully created 10 clones, who were now joyfully embracing and rolling about in celebration. Several dozen meters outside the cabin, Mizuki, whose arm had been broken by Chiba, had recovered from the pain. He pulled a vial of red potion from his person, bit the cap open, and gulped it down. Instantly, he was engulfed by a surge of chakra, as if he had activated a cheat. However, as Chiba continued to run, his kilometer-wide area of vision also advanced forward, causing him to witness this scene just as Mizuki slipped out of his line of sight. That scoundrel Mizuki must have consumed the potion given by Orochimaru, hadn't he? Has he lost his mind, drinking that at a time like this? Chiba murmured a quick remark before dashing away at the utmost speed. In the woods outside the wooden cabin, Mizuki had indeed lost his sanity. With his left hand rendered completely useless, he was consumed by a desire for revenge against Chiba, prompting him to drink a potion that promised to enhance his strength. In truth, he had no other option. The manipulation of Naruto to steal the seal book had already constituted a grave crime. He had to seize the seal book and escape within the shortest possible time. It was his only opportunity. Crack! In a fit of rage, Mizuki delivered a powerful kick, snapping a tree as thick as a waist in two. At that moment, he stood nearly 2 meters tall, his body adorned with stripes resembling those of a tiger, transformed into a half-human, half-beast monstrosity. Damn it! Where have you taken Naruto? Mizuki surged forward, his form becoming a blur as he raced towards the cabin. At that very moment, another group had already arrived, landing at the cabin's entrance to block Mizuki's path. Leading the trio were Iruka, Might Guy, and Kakashi. Among the dozen or so ninjas behind them were also members of the Hyuga clan, which explained their swift arrival at this location. Kakashi, what kind of monster is this? Might Guy questioned, pointing at the half-human, half-beast Mizuki, confusion evident on his face. Kakashi shook his head. I'm not certain, but judging by his condition, he seems to be a human who has consumed some sort of special drug. It's Mizuki. He must be the one who manipulated Naruto into stealing the seal book, Iruka said solemnly. Having been close friends with Mizuki for many years, he recognized him instantly despite the drastic change in his appearance. Mizuki paused momentarily, then suddenly threw back his head and let out a maniacal laugh. Iruka, you all arrived quite quickly. Good. Since you're all here, I shall eliminate you all at once. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mizuki transformed into a blur, charging straight at Iruka. However, there was someone faster present. Might Guy vanished from his spot, reappearing before Mizuki in an instant, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick. Leaf whirlwind. Bang. Mizuki's head took a severe blow, and with a cry of anguish, he was sent flying backward. He had overestimated the power granted by the potion. In the presence of Might Guy and Kakashi, Mizuki was still somewhat lacking. Might Guy chose not to pursue further, but instead turned back casually and inquired, Mizuki, who is this half-human, half-beast creature? I have no recollection of such a being in Konoha. The others twitched at the corners of their mouths, a bead of cold sweat trickling down the back of their heads. It turned out that Might Guy was still unaware of the situation. Kakashi had to explain once more. Guy, Mizuki is human, but he has consumed a special drug, hence his altered appearance. Oh, I see. Then allow me to defeat him, Might Guy exclaimed, his thumb raised, his pearly white teeth gleaming. He then charged at Mizuki, re-engaging him in battle. Iruka-sensei, I have mastered the shadow clone technique. At that moment, Naruto, brimming with excitement, burst forth from the shattered wooden cabin, closely followed by his 10 shadow clones. Under the astonished gazes of onlookers, the 10 clones encircled Iruka, tugging at his clothing as they inquired, Iruka-sensei, can I graduate now? Iruka-sensei, could I possibly retake the exam? Kakashi, taken aback, silently mused. So this is the child of Minato-sensei, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Has he truly mastered the technique of multiple shadow clones? Remarkable indeed. Iruka, somewhat bewildered by the commotion, felt a wave of relief upon seeing Naruto unharmed. In the next instant, however, Iruka's fury surged as he raised his fist, striking the heads of the surrounding shadow clones, bellowing, Naruto, who allowed you to steal the sealing book? Who caused this chaos? Where's the sealing book now? His whack-a-mole-style attack caused one shadow clone to dissipate into smoke on the spot, leaving a sizable bump on Naruto's head. Clutching his throbbing head, Naruto, with a look of pitiful remorse, replied, Iruka-sensei, I'm sorry, I never anticipated things would unfold this way. It was Mizuki-sensei who said. Naruto recounted the detailed account of how Mizuki had deceived him, including the recent appearance of Chiba. However, since Chiba had disguised himself as a villager and obscured his face, Naruto could only describe him as a masked villager who assisted in injuring Mizuki, providing no further useful information. All right, I understand now, Naruto. Come with me to retrieve the sealing book, Iruka instructed, taking Naruto by the hand as they made their way toward the dilapidated cabin. Naruto nodded vigorously, sensing a newfound tenderness in Iruka-sensei's demeanor. Upon entering the cabin, Iruka spotted the sealing book lying quietly on the ground, which eased his mind. He carefully secured the book, approached Naruto, and, with a look of regret, patted him on the shoulder. Naruto, I apologize for treating you so differently before. It was my mistake. I promise to amend my ways. Through the guidance of the third Hokage, Iruka had learned to embrace Naruto. He removed his ninja headband and placed it in Naruto's hands. Congratulations, You have graduated successfully. Naruto. Iruka-sensei. Tears streamed down Naruto's face, overwhelmed by the heartfelt gesture. Aside from his encounter with Chiba, this marked the second time he felt someone genuinely cared for him. Following the demise of the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan had come to be regarded as the strongest clan in Konoha. Whether this claim held true in terms of strength is a matter for another discussion. However, in terms of ancient lineage and financial prowess, the Hyuga clan was undoubtedly the most formidable. Such a family adhered to exceedingly strict clan rules, with a clear distinction between the main and branch families. Members of the main family received the finest treatment and the best inheritance of jutsu within the clan. The members of the branch family are relegated to reside in the more secluded areas of the estate, relying solely on their own efforts for the cultivation of their ninja skills. Furthermore, the vast Hyuga clan estate has never employed servants to assist with daily tasks. Instead, certain individuals from the branch family are selected to manage the everyday affairs of their kin, which includes serving as bodyguards and attendants for the main family members. Responsibilities such as laundry, cooking, cleaning the grounds, and guarding the premises fall to the branch family members. The nature of the tasks assigned depends on whether the branch members have reached adulthood and the level of their abilities. At the entrance of the Hyuga clan estate, 2 members of the branch family stand sentinel, performing their duties as guardians. They are on the night shift and engage in quiet exchanges from time to time. At this moment, a young man clad in a white kimono with short black hair approaches leisurely from a distance. "Look, it's Chiba, that sycophant, returning," remarked Hyuga, gesturing towards him. Hyuga Kagami smirked disdainfully, nodding in agreement. To seek a protector at such a young age, what a cowardly and timid soul. From afar, Chiba notices the two casting him peculiar glances. Ever since his relationship with Hinata has blossomed and they began spending time together, he has become the subject of much gossip. In the eyes of many branch family members, Chiba is merely an insufferable sycophant, perpetually clinging to Hinata, the esteemed daughter of the main family, in search of her protection. Behind his back, he is criticized harshly, and though he is aware of the unflattering remarks, he chooses to ignore them. After all, it is impractical to confront every branch family member regarding their opinions. Moreover, Chiba understands that the vitriol directed at him largely stems from envy. Rather than detesting his close bond with Hinata, the branch members are envious of his ability to secure the favor of the main family. The branch family members harbor an innate fear of the main family, rooted in the curse of the caged bird. Although they outwardly exhibit obedience, their compliance is often driven by the fear of the consequences that the curse entails. Should any branch member dare to show defiance, the main family can swiftly invoke the curse, subjecting them to unimaginable torment. Chiba's close relationship with Hinata, therefore, provides him with a significant buffer against the afflictions of the caged bird. As Chiba approaches the entrance, Hyuga can no longer contain his derision. "Oh, isn't this Hinata's little follower? How come you aren't shadowing her today?" Hyuga had long held disdain for Chiba. In the past, he refrained from overt mockery while Hinata was by Chiba's side, but with her absence today, he seizes the opportunity to ridicule Chiba thoroughly. Hyuga Kagami, wearing a similar expression of contempt, chimed in. One can only assume he has been discarded by Lady Hinata, no longer deemed worthy of her attention. Chiba came to a halt, feeling a slight irritation brewing within him. In the past, he could tolerate being discussed behind his back, but being openly insulted today ignited his temper. He retorted sharply, "Less talk from the trash. Your incessant chattering only makes you both appear like jesters." With that, he disregarded their grim expressions and strode directly toward the clan's grounds. "Stop right there." Hinata Sho and Hinata Kagami, their faces darkened with anger, reached out to block Chiba's path. Hinata Sho, with a mocking grin, sneered, "Hinata Chiba, what right do you have to be haughty in our presence? You are nothing but a worthless sycophant." Hinata Kagami chimed in, "Indeed, Hinata Chiba, do not forget your place. No matter how much you try to curry favor with Miss Hinata, you remain a mere branch family member, and a parentless bastard at that." With his patience thoroughly exhausted, Chiba struck with lightning speed, delivering 2 resounding slaps to their faces. Sometimes, the more one endures, the more others take advantage. If one does not demonstrate strength, others will perceive them as easy prey. Both Hinata Sho and Hinata Kagami were caught off guard, feeling a tremendous force slam against their cheeks, sending them crashing into the flower bed in the courtyard, clutching their faces and backs in agony. "Do I not possess the right to be proud now? Should you continue to speak recklessly, I would not hesitate to break your limbs." Chiba advanced slowly, his gaze cold and unwavering. Should they dare utter a single word of defiance, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. Hinata cradled his swollen cheek, rage boiling within him as he prepared to hurl insults at Chiba. However, upon meeting Chiba's icy glare and recalling his elusive and formidable tactics, fear gripped him, silencing the curses that had been on the tip of his tongue. What do you intend to do? Hinata Kagami appeared even more cowardly, his eyes wide with terror as he instinctively recoiled. He was genuinely frightened by Chiba. Now you understand fear? If you are afraid, cease your foolish prattle. Next time, I shall not be so lenient, Chiba coldly remarked before turning toward the eastern courtyard. Previously, Chiba could not fathom why Hinata Niji harbored such disdain for the caged bird curse seal imposed upon the branch family. It was only after experiencing the twisted mentality of the branch family members and witnessing their deep-seated fear of being caged that he truly comprehended the abhorrence of such a fate. Fortunately, Chiba had long sought knowledge from the system regarding the means to break free from the caged bird curse. For him, it was a relatively simple matter. By utilizing his duplication ability daily to enhance his mutated soft fist and continuously improve his bodily resilience, he would reach level 6 of the mutated soft fist, at which point the system would assist him in breaking the curse. Only after watching Chiba walk away did Hinata and Hinata Kagami struggle to rise from the ground. Hinata Kagami felt a twinge of fear as he pondered, how could that kid Chiba be so formidable? I didn't even see how he struck. At the tender age of 16, Hinata Kagami had honed his gentle fist technique through relentless practice, excelling to the brink of becoming a chunin. Yet, just moments ago, he had been sent flying by Chiba's single slap, leaving him to question the efficacy of his years of diligent training. How could I possibly know? Hinata's eyes brimmed with resentment. His strength was nearly on par with Kagami's, and he too was bewildered by the sudden defeat. However, the humiliation and threat posed by the younger Chiba ignited within him a sense of shame and displeasure. Just wait, Hinata Chiba, I shall make you regret this. The Hinata clan comprised approximately 300 to 400 members, occupying a substantial area within Konoha. The clan grounds were encircled by walls, with not only the branch family members stationed at the entrance, but also patrolling both inside and outside the walls to safeguard the premises. The houses in the eastern section were generally old and dilapidated, inhabited by branch family members whose parents had perished on the battlefield, thus receiving government subsidies. The Chiba household was relatively well-kept, situated in the eastern courtyard. It was a 2-story standalone building, surrounded by a wooden fence that enclosed a modest yard. To the left of the yard lay a vegetable patch, while a few orange trees flourished on the right. Upon opening the yard gate and retrieving his key, Chiba eagerly dashed inside. He extracted the Flying Thunder God sealing scroll from his system's inventory and spread it out on the table. The content largely aligned with what the system had previously mentioned, outlining 3 primary requirements. 1. Exceptional personal reflexes. 2. Strong sensory abilities. 3. An immense chakra reserve. The remainder detailed the techniques for the Flying Thunder God seal and shared some insights on training. While the material was indeed valuable, Chiba lamented his current inability to study it. His chakra was ample, and his reflexes were barely sufficient. It was the lack of formidable sensory abilities that hindered him. Finding a bloodline limit ninja with sensory capabilities was no easy task. After careful consideration, he could not identify a suitable candidate within Konoha, leading him to temporarily set this endeavor aside. The mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique could wait for a more opportune time. Having completed his tasks, Chiba finally relaxed, only to realize he had yet to have dinner. He ventured into the vegetable garden, gathered a handful of greens, and prepared a simple bowl of vegetable and egg noodles to satisfy his hunger. After a brief wash-up, he retired early for the night. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind his desk, puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed and his expression grim. In the office stood Iruka, Kakashi, Might Guy, and 2 Umbu members assigned to protect Naruto. Hiruzen had originally intended to seize the opportunity presented by the removal of Mizuki to also impart some jutsu from the sealing book to Naruto for his learning. Unexpectedly, the traitor from Shuumu has been uncovered, leading to the emergence of a mysterious villager, likely a spy from an enemy nation. The uncertainty surrounding whether the contents of the Book of Seals have been stolen adds to the gravity of the situation, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen somewhat restless. Holding his pipe, he rapped the table and asked solemnly, Kakashi, Iruka, what are your thoughts on this matter? Iruka replied, Lord Third, based on my inquiries with Naruto, it appears that this mysterious villager has utilized a sealing scroll to replicate the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. Kakashi added, whether this individual is indeed a spy from an enemy nation is currently secondary. Lord Third, We must reinforce the village's defenses and conduct thorough searches of all individuals leaving the village. There is no other course of action. With a heavy sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged that he had considered this approach as well. If the ninjutsu from the Book of Seals had been replicated by a ninja from their own village, it would be unfortunate, but manageable. However, if it were an enemy ninja spy, the implications would be dire. The thought of Konoha's secret techniques being stolen and potentially used against its own people was infuriating. He waved his hand, issuing commands, disseminate orders to bolster patrols and checkpoint inspections. Any suspicious individuals must be apprehended and interrogated immediately. Convene the heads of the major clans for a meeting. The replication of the Book of Seals right under his nose was entirely outside of Sarutobi's plans. Now, all that could be done was to implement these remedial measures and recover losses as best as possible. The meeting with the clan heads was imperative, not for any other reason, but to convey the seriousness of the situation and to ensure that everyone remained vigilant regarding the movements of their clan members. Any suspicious behavior must be investigated thoroughly. This night would surely not be peaceful. Most of the village's ninjas would likely find it difficult to sleep, as they would be dispatched to search for clues about the mysterious villager. Sarutobi Hiruzen could never have imagined that this enigmatic villager was merely a child who had yet to formally graduate from the Ninja Academy. Knock, knock, knock. Chiba, are you awake? The next morning, a series of knocks startled Chiba awake from his dreams. The familiar voice reached his ears, delicate and slightly soft, unmistakably belonging to Hyuga Hinata. After spending several years together, Hinata had become accustomed to rising early each day to summon Chiba for morning practice. Following their training, they would have breakfast together before heading to school. For someone of Hinata's stature in the Hyuga clan, descending to call Chiba from the branch family residence each morning was somewhat beneath her. Yet, Hinata remained unconcerned about such matters. In the vast expanse of the strict Hyuga estate, her presence had always been rather understated. In her early years, her mother had tragically passed away during the difficult birth of her younger sister, Hanabi. Subsequently, after her sister assumed the role of heir to the clan, Hinata's position diminished even further. The affection from her father had dwindled to a mere whisper, often leaving her with days of silence. The title of Miss Hinata, rather than bestowing advantages, only served to create distance, inviting disdainful glances from the branch family members. The intricacies of the feud between the main and branch families eluded her, yet she was acutely aware of the underlying contempt reflected in their eyes. This realization deepened her inherent kindness and timidity, rendering her increasingly reclusive and reluctant to engage with others. However, everything changed with the arrival of Chiba. His unpretentious nature and genuine concern for her profoundly touched her heart, illuminating her colorless existence like a radiant star. At times, she pondered what her life would be like without Chiba by her side, fearing it would revert to a mundane trajectory devoid of joy. Awake, Hinata. Just a moment, Chiba mumbled in response. After a restful night, he stretched and sprang from his bed. Descending the stairs, he was greeted by the sight of Hinata, her cheeks flushed, standing at the door. Today, she had forsaken her signature long attire for a delicate, pale pink floral dress, adorned with a small red flower in her hair. She appeared both charming and somewhat lovely. The previous night, Chiba had unexpectedly chosen not to return home with her, leading the sensitive young girl to misconstrue his intentions. Restless with worry, she had hardly slept, dark circles forming beneath her eyes. Convinced she had displeased him somehow, she had decided to dress up, hoping to bring a fresh spark to his day. As Chiba gazed at her intently, she felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Habitually, she clasped her hands in front of her, her fingers tracing small circles. Chiba, why do you stare at me so? Snapping back to reality, Chiba chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing. You simply look particularly beautiful today. The sight of her bashful demeanor filled him with warmth. Unable to resist, he stepped closer, ruffling her hair gently before ushering her inside. Hinata, come in and sit for a moment while I freshen up. Chiba, her cheeks blushed even deeper, warmth radiating from her face. His compliment brought her immense joy, validating her early morning efforts to beautify herself. This was the first time he had shown such affectionate familiarity, an act that had once nearly caused her to faint from excitement. Although her resilience had grown through their time together, the innate shyness within her remained unaltered. 2 hours later, both Chiba and Hinata were breathless and drenched in sweat. Chiba, I can't go on any longer. I feel I might collapse. Hinata, just a little longer. Let us give it a few more tries. But Chiba, I'm utterly exhausted. My limbs feel so weak. Listening to you is undoubtedly wise. Perseverance is paramount in the pursuit of mastery. Their fists and palms collided incessantly, sending ripples of subtle chakra waves that reverberated through the air. This represents a distinctive training combat method inherent to the Gentle Fist style. Although Chiba is not particularly adept at the Hyuga's Gentle Fist technique, the approach to its cultivation has already undergone a transformation. Nonetheless, Chiba's prowess has surpassed that of a mere genin, making it feasible for him to accompany Hinata in her training and guidance. Reluctantly, Hinata complied with his encouragement, pushing beyond her physical limits. The two engaged in another round of Gentle Fist practice, their palms meeting with a resounding clash. Strictly speaking, this should be categorized as Chiba's training of Hinata, for the conventional Gentle Fist techniques offer little benefit to him. After approximately half an hour of continued practice, Hinata could no longer endure, prompting Chiba to relent and assist her back to the house for some rest. Fortunately, it was a day free from classes. After enjoying lunch, Chiba and Hinata made their way to the Ninja Academy to peruse the list of graduates. As anticipated, both Chiba and Hinata had successfully passed. The other members of Team 9, including Naruto, were also present on the list of those who had passed. Just as they were about to leave the academy, they fortuitously encountered Naruto at the school gate. Having just mastered the shadow clone technique the previous day, Naruto was brimming with confidence and insisted on demonstrating his newfound skill, eager to challenge Chiba in a match to triumph over him using this technique. Despite Naruto's occasional training alongside Chiba and numerous challenges, each encounter had ended in a resounding defeat for him. For Naruto, Chiba represented not only a dear friend, but also a formidable rival that spurred his growth. By the riverside outside the Ninja Academy, Chiba conceded to Naruto's request and agreed to a match. Along the way, they were joined by Ino and Hinata, who stood by as enthusiastic spectators. Multiple shadow clones. Naruto initiated the contest with a flurry of clones, encircling Chiba with 300 to 400 copies. In response, Chiba activated his Byakugan, establishing a flawless defensive formation. As a clone lunged at him, Chiba effortlessly dispelled it with a single strike. After dispatching a wave of clones, Naruto quickly formed new seals to summon another batch, seemingly intent on exhausting Chiba. Given Chiba's capabilities, a mere punch from him could shatter the earth and disperse a multitude of shadow clones. However, he refrained from unleashing his full strength, preferring not to reveal his true prowess too soon. After nearly an hour of relentless combat, Naruto finally depleted his chakra, collapsing to the ground in utter exhaustion and conceding defeat. "Geez, Naruto, you're such a loser. Will you forever rely on that one trick?" Ino exclaimed, playfully gesturing towards him. Turning her gaze to Chiba, her eyes sparkled with admiration as she expressed, "Indeed, Chiba-kun is the most handsome and so incredibly strong. I absolutely adore him." As Hinata's small hands incessantly traced circles, she cast a fleeting glance at Ino, sensing a hint of impending crisis, uncertain of the anxious flutter within her. She hurriedly dashed towards Chiba, positioning herself to shield Ino's line of sight. "Chiba, you must be tired." "Not at all," he replied, instinctively ruffling her little head. Chiba then approached Naruto, assisting him to his feet. "Naruto, your chakra is abundant, yet employing shadow clones merely for brawls is a tremendous waste. You should focus more on the synergy of your shadow clones and the timing of their deployment." Timing. Naruto scratched his head in confusion, struggling to grasp Chiba's words. Nevertheless, Chiba's past guidance during training had always been incisive, earning Naruto's unwavering trust in his advice. He nodded gratefully. "Thank you for teaching me, Chiba." Chiba thought to himself, "No need to thank me. I expect to benefit from you and Sasuke. The power of the Asura and Indra bloodlines is indispensable." "It's all right, Naruto. If you have any questions regarding training, feel free to approach me anytime." He amiably patted Naruto's shoulder. Subsequently, Chiba utilized his replication ability on Naruto once more. Ding. Successfully copied a small amount of Asura chakra. "Would you like to merge it with the Gentle Fist explosive technique?" Chiba silently affirmed, "Merge." The fusion succeeded, resulting in a slight enhancement of the mutated Gentle Fist. He was encouraged to continue his efforts. By this time, the sun had set, ushering in the evening. Chiba suggested they all go out for dinner, to which both Naruto and Ino eagerly agreed. Naruto was thrilled at the prospect of enjoying a decent meal, while Ino relished the opportunity to interact further with a handsome man like Chiba. As for Hinata, she was merely a devoted little follower, willing to accompany Chiba wherever he went. Thus, the group ventured to a nearby barbecue restaurant, indulging in a delightful feast. They ate their fill, and in a display of generosity, Ino insisted on covering the bill. Chiba could only shake his head in resignation. Possessing a handsome visage came with the inherent trait of being somewhat dependent. That said, among the four, the two young women were indeed well off. Ino was the daughter of the esteemed Yamanaka clan, and her father, Yamanaka Inoichi, spared no expense on her. Hinata, as the heiress of the Hyuga clan, though overshadowed by her sister in terms of succession, never lacked in financial means. Thus, it was only Chiba and Naruto who found themselves in a state of financial constraint. Naruto subsisted on welfare, while Chiba relied on the allowances from the Hyuga clan, supplemented by the inheritance left by his parents. The following morning, Chiba and Hinata arrived early at the Ninja Academy. It was the day of class division, and all students who had passed the graduation assessment were present. Lively chatter filled the air, predominantly revolving around aspirations for life as ninjas in the future. Only Chiba knew that most of the people present would be eliminated and would have to return to the Ninja Academy for further studies. The classroom door swung open, and Irika entered, holding his lesson plan. Everyone, please be quiet. He tapped the podium with an eraser, and the students obediently closed their mouths. Irika surveyed the room with a smile, saying, "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the graduation assessment. However, I must remind you not to be complacent. Do not think that becoming a ninja is a trivial matter. You still have a long journey ahead." His words carried a hint of subtlety, reminding everyone that further evaluations awaited them. Yet, Irika could not elaborate too much. He could only imply so much. Everyone was aware that the teams would consist of 3 members each. He continued, "Next, you will be assigned to your groups. Shortly, a team leader will arrive to escort you." Then, flipping through his lesson plan, he began the group assignments for the already prepared teams. Team 7 consists of Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto was nearly leaping with excitement. It was splendid to be in the same class as Sakura. However, upon hearing she was grouped with Naruto, Sakura's expression soured immediately. "What? I'm in the same team as Naruto." He was always trailing behind her, which was becoming rather tiresome. She found him exceedingly annoying. Yet, when she heard that Sasuke was also in Team 7, her spirits lifted, and her mood changed faster than a page could turn. Yay! How wonderful to be in the same team as Sasuke-kun. With this, she provocatively raised her eyebrows at the other girls in the class, her face practically radiating pride. Unfortunately, Sasuke did not even spare her a glance, leaving her puzzled as to what she was so jubilant about. Among those she was challenging was Ino, who rolled her eyes in disdain and scoffed. "Humph, what's so impressive about that?" It was that Ino disliked Sasuke. It was just that both of the 2 handsome boys in the class were the objects of her infatuation. Ino clasped her hands in front of her chest, gazing up at the ceiling in a prayerful manner. "Heavenly deity, please let me be in the same class as Chiba-kun." But the next moment, the class assignments announced by Irika nearly brought her to tears. Team 8 consists of Akimichi Choji, Nara Shikamaru, and Yamanaka Ino. Shikamaru, seated next to Ino, had overheard her mutterings. He cradled his head in his hands and offered her an awkward smile. "Sorry, Ino, it seems your wish cannot be fulfilled." Choji, munching on chips, turned to them with a grin. "Ino, Shikamaru, it seems we 3 are indeed grouped together after all. It appears the current assignments are based on our family's lineage as well." Ino burst into tears. It was too much for her to bear, being placed with a slacker and a chubby boy. Her favorite companions, Chiba and Sasuke, were not assigned to her. Irika paid little mind to the minor commotion among the classmates, continuing with the class assignment report. The trio of Class 9 consisted of Hyuga Chiba, Inuzuka Kiba, and Hyuga Hinata. Chiba was somewhat taken aback to find himself placed in the reconnaissance team. Where would Shino be assigned? "That's wonderful, Chiba-kun." Hinata murmured softly, her cheeks flushing as she shyly glanced at Chiba, her fingers fidgeting together. Deep down, she hoped to be placed alongside Chiba, with whom she felt the most familiarity and trust. Kiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head, turned to glance at Chiba and Hinata, waving a greeting. "Oh, you 2 are siblings? How intriguing." "Woof woof." Akamaru barked twice, expressing friendliness towards Chiba. Akamaru, Kiba, Chiba waved back in acknowledgement. Having spent 5 years together in the same class, they were quite familiar with one another. As one of the notorious truants, Kiba's grades were rather lacking. Yet his family's reconnaissance techniques were impeccable. Class 10 comprised Oil Girl Shino, Shikamaru Nara, and Choji Akimichi. All right, that concludes the class assignments. Please remain in the classroom and wait patiently. A supervising teacher will arrive shortly. Having relayed all necessary information, Iruka closed his lesson plan and departed the classroom. Each class consists of 3 students, with a total of 30 across 10 classes. Different teachers would come to supervise each group. The original narrative primarily focused on the 9 elite students, primarily due to their prestigious backgrounds, marking them as key subjects for training. There were also children from humble origins with commendable talents who would also have teachers assigned to them. Albeit those teachers were not as exceptional as those of the 9 elite. 10 minutes later, the classroom door swung open, and the cacophony within came to an abrupt halt as all eyes turned toward the entrance. A woman clad in a white striped bodycon dress entered, her smile radiant. With long black hair, an oval face, large eyes, and striking red irises. Her fair complexion and prominent bosom marked her as one of the most beautiful women in the Naruto world, skilled in various genjutsu Yuhi Kurenai. Wow, this lady is stunning. If only she were my supervising teacher, I could admire her beauty every day. I've decided. She shall be the object of my fantasies as a reward for myself. Some precocious male classmates whispered among themselves, harboring mature thoughts about Kurenai. Kurenai stood at the front of the classroom, surveying the students with a warm smile. Hyuga Chiba, Hyuga Hinata, Inuzuka Kiba, please step forward. I am your supervising teacher. Yes, I am. Kiba was the first to rise. Chiba and Hinata followed closely, forming a line behind Kurenai as they exited the classroom. Kurenai emanated an aura of gentleness and approachability, especially in her treatment of Hinata. It seemed as though she could instantly perceive the flaws in Hinata's character, taking particular care of her throughout their journey. Before long, the 4 of them arrived at the small riverbank outside the Ninja Academy. Yuhi Kuren turned around and began her formal self-introduction. Hello everyone, I am Yuhi Kuren, but you may call me Teacher Kuren. From today onwards, I shall be your guiding instructor, responsible for leading you in familiarizing yourselves with and completing ninja missions. Now, I would like each of you to provide a brief self-introduction, including your name, age, interests, and dreams, among other things. Chiba felt a twinge of nostalgia. Indeed, there was always such a process during their first meeting. It appeared that these traditions had been passed down from the older generation and were not exclusive to Kakashi. Furthermore, discussing dreams felt somewhat juvenile. Inuzuka Kiba was the first to raise his hand. I'll go first then. My name is Inuzuka Kiba, and I hail from the Inuzuka clan. I am 12 years old. As he spoke, Kiba pointed to the little red companion resting atop his head. This is Akamaru, my most loyal partner. My favorite activities include training in the mountains with Akamaru and taking leisurely walks in the fields to breathe in the fresh air. My dream is to become Hokage. In response to Kiba, Akamaru barked twice. Yuhi Kuren smiled contentedly and turned her gaze toward Hinata. Very well, next. Hinata, feeling somewhat shy, twirled her fingers in circles, a subconscious gesture she exhibited when nervous. I am Hyuga Hinata, from the Hyuga clan, and I am also 12 years old. My favorite food is strawberry cake, and at this point, Hinata's cheeks flushed even deeper. She wanted to express that her happiest moments were those spent training with Chiba, but she hesitated to voice such sentiments. She was uncertain whether Chiba harbored romantic feelings toward her. Yuhi Kuren, being considerate of Hinata's emotions, did not press further. Instead, she looked at Chiba. It's your turn. I am Hyuga Chiba, also from the Hyuga clan, though I belong to the branch family. My interests include indulging in food, fun, and leisure. As for my dream, to spend my life alongside Hinata and to stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world, those should suffice. Hinata felt a surge of joy upon hearing that one of Chiba's aspirations was to be with her for eternity, her face turning as red as a tomato, her eyes swirling as if she might faint. Was Chiba indirectly confessing his feelings for her? Hinata could not help but wonder. Inuzuka Kiba clapped Chiba on the shoulder, feigning maturity as he remarked, Chiba, I've heard about the close bond you share with Hinata, but I didn't realize your relationship was of such depth. You wish to be with her forever? That is quite impressive. Kiba's words doused Hinata's heart with a splash of cold water, bringing her back to reality. The insecurity within her resurfaced, leading her to ponder, is it merely a sibling bond? Perhaps it is just that. Yuhi Kuren appeared slightly taken aback. Chiba's seemingly casual dream, however, appears rather extravagant. To stand at the pinnacle of the ninja world? That ambition is even more unrealistic than becoming Hokage. Achieving such a status necessitates the acknowledgement of the 5 great ninja villages' leaders. Does Chiba truly aspire to unify the ninja realm? Nevertheless, Yuhi Kurenai merely smiled faintly, refraining from offering excessive commentary or discouraging Chiba. It is commendable for the youth to harbor dreams, With time and the trials of society, they will gradually attain composure. Very well, little ones, let us conclude our self-introductions. Today, we have all made each other's acquaintance. From this moment onward, you are tasked with a challenge. Before lunch, you must seize these 2 bells from me. Only those who procure the bells will be deemed to have graduated successfully. Those who fail will be returned to the Ninja Academy for retention. The bell-snatching assessment described by Kurenai mirrors the test faced by Team 7 in the original narrative. The objective is to instill in Chiba and his companions the significance of teamwork. The strength of an individual is limited, yet when united, their collective power is magnified exponentially. Chiba understood this principle from the outset. Thus, he enlisted Hinata and Kiba to devise a strategy to seize the bells together. They successfully navigated this final graduation assessment with great ease. Time swiftly passed, and 3 months elapsed in the blink of an eye. This period served as an acclimatization phase for the newly graduated genin, familiarizing them with the rules of ninja missions, commonly referred to as the novice protection period, during which they undertook only D-rank tasks. It is only after enduring this introductory phase and mastering the ninja task regulations that they may progress to C-rank missions. D-rank tasks encompass activities such as catching cats, walking dogs, weeding, and assisting in agricultural endeavors. Once they transition to C-rank assignments, the nature of their work shifts significantly. C-rank tasks often require leaving the village and typically involve assisting lost owners in locating their precious belongings, driving away or eliminating troublesome bandits, or serving as bodyguards for employers. The first 3 months of the novice period proved to be rather monotonous. It was quite dull for a shinobi of Chiba's caliber to engage in the rudimentary tasks suited for novices. Fortunately, he had Hinata's companionship, and with Kiba's lively spirit, the days passed swiftly. According to Kurenai, upon completing their final task of helping a villager with fertilization, they would officially be eligible to accept C-rank missions starting the following day. As evening approached, shortly after 5 o'clock, Chiba and Hinata returned to their clan's grounds and headed straight home, where Chiba rushed into the bathroom to take a shower. A day spent laboring in the fields and spreading manure left him with an unmistakable odor. He could not help but ponder that the original narrative had only depicted the favorable aspects of their endeavors, neglecting to mention the less glamorous tasks, such as fertilizing the fields. In Kurenai's words, this served to refine a ninja's will and temperament. If one cannot endure even this slight hardship, one will undoubtedly fail to become a competent ninja. After applying body wash 3 times and spending half an hour cleansing himself, Chiba felt that the lingering scent had finally dissipated. Clad in a bathrobe and drying his damp hair, he made his way directly to the vegetable garden. Having engaged in physical labor all day, his stomach was already empty, and hunger was becoming unbearable. Fortunately, having lived alone for 5 years, Chiba had grown accustomed to preparing his own meals. While his culinary skills were not particularly remarkable, they were sufficient to produce an edible dish. After 40 minutes, 2 fragrant side dishes were ready and laid out on the dining table, prompting Chiba to indulge heartily. Less than 30 meters from Chiba's yard lay a vast pond, adorned with sprawling lotus leaves where fish occasionally leapt from the water's surface. This was the private fish pond of the Hyuga family. During his leisure time, Chiba would sometimes go fishing to procure some fish meat to enhance his meals. Between the yard and the pond, a wide concrete road stretched forth. This road served as the essential passage for the members of the branch family to enter and exit the clan's territory. Lining both sides of the road were numerous wooden houses, which served as residences for other branch family members. Within one of these wooden houses, a boy of about 15 or 16 was pacing anxiously, awaiting something. He was Hyuga Q, who had been slapped and threatened by Chiba 3 months prior. Since that day, Q had harbored a deep-seated grudge. However, he was acutely aware of his own inadequacies and knew he posed no threat to Chiba. Nonetheless, Q had a 20-year-old brother, Hyuga Rufufu, a distinguished elite ninja serving as the captain of the guard at the border of the Land of Fire. Border defense duties were predominantly handled by the regular army of the Land of Fire, but some leaf ninjas were also incorporated to prevent surprise attacks from enemy ninjas. On the day Q had been struck, he had written to his brother Rufufu, hoping to enlist his aid in avenging him. Unfortunately, ninjas stationed at the border were required to serve a full 6 months before they could be replaced, having lost their parents at a young age. The brothers shared a deep bond. Although Rufufu was pained to see his younger brother being bullied, he could not easily violate regulations and return abruptly to defend him. Fortunately, the 6-month term was now complete, and today marked Rufufu's return to the Hyuga clan. He was beside himself with excitement. unable to sleep a wink last night at the thought of finally being able to confront Chiba. Knock, knock. Hugh, are you home? I'm back. A familiar, robust voice resonated from outside the door. Brother, Hugh exclaimed, flinging open the door to reveal a tall man with a scar running down his left cheek. Recognizing that familiar face, Hugh rushed forward and embraced him, overwhelmed with emotion and bursting into tears. Brother, at long last, you have returned. My dear brother has endured quite a bit of suffering these past few days. Sob. Hinata Lingfeng tenderly patted his younger brother's back, offering comfort. Xiao, it is entirely my fault for allowing you to be bullied. Please tell me what transpired. Hinata Xiao nodded vigorously. He proceeded to recount in detail the events of that day when he was struck while on guard duty. Hinata Lingfeng was filled with rage. He removed the burden from his shoulder and hurled it to the ground. This is absolutely outrageous. How dare this fellow named Hinata Chiba bully us? Even the clan leader would not treat us so. He actually dared to strike my brother. The brother's father, along with the clan leader Hinata Hisashi, are cousins. Although they belong to a branch family, the respect due to them as the clan leader's relatives garners them a measure of deference among the clan members. Now, witnessing his brother being bullied like this, Hinata Lingfeng could hardly contain his fury. Grabbing his brother, he shouted, Xiao, lead me to that scoundrel Chiba's residence. I shall make him pay dearly. Understood, brother. The brothers' voices were loud, and the nearby branch family members overheard the unfolding events. As a result, the branch family's residence became quite lively. A throng of branch family members rushed out of their homes, flocking behind the Hinata brothers, eager to witness the spectacle. Oh, what has happened? Who has provoked that tempest known as Hinata Lingfeng? Don't you know? A few months ago, that Chiba fellow struck Xiao. Now his brother seeks vengeance. Chiba, that sycophant, dared to strike Xiao? He deserves what he gets today. Indeed, I also have no fondness for that Chiba lad. Were it not for his closeness to Miss Hinata, I would have taken matters into my own hands. As the majority of the branch family members surged away, the door of a wooden house adjacent to Hinata Zhao suddenly swung open. A boy of 13 or 14 emerged, walking slowly from within. Clad in the iconic white kimono of the Hinata clan, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, he was none other than Hinata Niji. Niji's father is Hinata Hisashi. And since Hisashi's brother is the clan leader, Niji is, in fact, a cousin to Hinata Xiao. Did Chiba strike Xiao? Niji pondered, noting the prowess of the newly appointed co-top genius. Indeed, his abilities were formidable. With arms crossed over his chest, he gazed towards the direction of Chiba's home. His eyes narrowing slightly, Niji was well aware of Zhao's capabilities. Assuming he participated in the Chunin exams, his ascension to the rank of Chunin should be a mere formality. Yet, the fact that Chiba could effortlessly defeat Hinata Xiao indicated that Chiba's strength far surpassed that of his cousin. The more he contemplated, the more alarmed Niji became. Could a 12-year-old truly best a near Chunin? He, Hinata Niji, questioned whether he could achieve such a feat thus. He felt compelled to investigate what methods Chiba was employing. Chiba, come out here at once. A boisterous shout echoed outside the Chiba residence. Hinata Lingfeng forcefully kicked the gate, shattering it into splinters. He then seized his younger brother, Hinata Xia, and strode directly towards the Chiba household. A throng of distant relatives had gathered to witness the spectacle, but they refrained from entering the courtyard, choosing instead to encircle the wooden fence, eager for entertainment. Who dares to make such a ruckus in my courtyard? Chiba emerged slowly after opening the door. Having just finished dinner and still occupied with washing the dishes, he was startled by the commotion outside. Upon seeing his gate reduced to mere fragments, he could not help but furrow his brow. With a frosty gaze fixed upon the two standing in the center of the courtyard, he inquired sternly, "Did you break my gate?" Terrified by Chiba's penetrating stare, Hinata Xiao instinctively took a step back, but the presence of his elder brother emboldened him. "Indeed, we broke it. Chiba, today is your last day. My brother will certainly teach you a lesson." "Your brother? Is this brutish figure beside you?" A smirk of disdain curled at Chiba's lips as he scrutinized the man standing next to Hinata Xiao, who was stout and burly, with nostrils nearly as wide as fingers. His agitated demeanor made him resemble a great ape, starkly contrasting with the gentle demeanor typical of the Hinata clan. This remark provoked a wave of laughter from the onlookers. Hinata Lingfeng trembled with rage. Known for his fiery temper, he could scarcely tolerate such indignity. He advanced towards Chiba with heavy strides. "You little brat. It seems you seek your own demise. Have your parents not taught you the value of respect? Allow me to educate you." As he sprinted, Hinata Lingfeng activated his Byakugan. This was the quintessential combat technique of the Hinata clan, combining the Byakugan with Gentle Fist. The primary strategy involved targeting chakra points to seal the opponent's chakra pathways. Despite his hulking appearance, his proficiency in Gentle Fist was notable. Otherwise, he would not have attained the rank of Special Jonin. Teach you how to behave. You are not worthy. Chiba retorted with a cold huff and leaped from beneath the eaves, charging at Hinata Lingfeng. He had no desire to further damage his home during their confrontation. After all, the family fortune left behind by his parents was meager, and a destroyed house would leave him homeless. Gentle Fist, with a distance of less than 2 meters between them. Hinata Lingfeng shouted and struck towards Chiba's chest with an open palm. Chiba did not flinch. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist and retaliated with a powerful blow. The hidden force of the second level of Gentle Fist was unleashed. Bang! As their fists collided, Hinata Lingfeng felt a sharp pain shoot through his hand, followed by an overwhelming force that sent him hurtling backward. After rolling several times on the ground, Hinata Lingfeng finally managed to stabilize himself. Startled, he quickly glanced at his right arm. It was intact. Although waves of excruciating pain coursed through his bones and muscles, fortunately, his arm was not broken. What kind of martial art is this? Rising from the ground, Hinata Lingfeng's eyes widened like two bells, fixated intensely on Chiba. It's the gorilla fist, specifically designed to strike you. The gorilla, Chiba replied with a mocking expression. The onlooking members of the Hinata branch stood agape, gazing at Chiba as if he were a monster. What on earth? What kind of freak is Chiba? Isn't Lingfeng supposed to be a special Jonin? How could he be sent flying by a single punch? They had long sensed that this boy was extraordinary, but they never anticipated his strength to be so outrageous. Is he even human? Due to his shorter stature and late arrival, Hinata Niji found himself perched on a tree to observe the battle. The events of the skirmish, along with the discussions of the crowd, reached his ears. Niji's expression mirrored that of the others, filled with incredulity. Hinata Chiba, could he truly be a monster? Defeating a special Jonin at the tender age of 12. How did he accomplish this? Chiba chose not to further injure Hinata Lingfeng, wishing to keep the matter contained. Lingfeng was not like Mizuki, having committed no grave transgression. Moreover, Chiba himself was a member of the Hinata clan. They would inevitably encounter each other in the future. To escalate the situation unnecessarily would be rather unwise. In Chiba's view, as long as the two brothers acknowledged their fault and compensated for the damage to his courtyard door, the matter would be considered resolved. Big guy, quickly hand over the money to repair my door, or you shall not leave here on your feet today. You scoundrel. Hinata Lingfeng gritted his teeth, refusing to accept Chiba's condescension. Being struck down by a junior left him feeling utterly humiliated, his rugged face flushed with embarrassment. The murmurs of the surrounding branch members only deepened his sense of shame. To him, Chiba's words were nothing short of provocation, making his pride feel severely bruised. Ignoring the persistent pain radiating from his right hand, he sprang up from the ground and charged directly at Chiba. However, this time, Hinata Lingfeng did not recklessly approach Chiba. Within 5 meters of Chiba, he spread his feet apart and extended his arms wide, assuming a peculiar stance. Beneath his feet lay a Bagua diagram, radiating outward in a circular formation from his position. Chiba found himself within the confines of this diagram. The onlookers, all members of the Hinata clan, recognized this initiation stance as the 8 trigrams palm. Instantly, the crowd erupted into excitement, engaging in fervent discussions. Wow, Lingfeng has even resorted to the 8 trigrams palm. He must be genuinely enraged. After all, Chiba is a fellow clansman. Using this technique against him seems somewhat inappropriate. What do you perceive? Does Chiba appear even slightly flustered? He seems utterly unperturbed. Among the crowd, there are individuals astute enough to discern that Chiba remains at ease. The 8 trigrams palm, indeed, presents a splendid opportunity for my study. Standing atop the great tree, Hinata Niji hastily sharpened his focus. In the realm of Gentle Fist, Niji had diligently honed his skills to a commendable level. However, he had yet to master the 8 trigrams palm and heavenly return with proficiency. This was an opportune moment for observation and comparison. With a thunderous shout, Hinata Lingfeng declared, "You brat! You are now within the confines of my 8 trigrams palm. Prepare to meet your end." Within the range of the 8 trigrams palm, his speed would multiply exponentially. With a whoosh, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before Chiba in an instant, both palms poised to strike. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Alas, it seemed Chiba had anticipated his assault. Just as Lingfeng thrust his palms forward, Chiba swiftly swept his hand to the side. He effortlessly lifted a knife-sharpening stone, over a meter in length, and positioned it before him, effectively shielding his petite frame. Rinfeng's palms collided with the weighty stone, producing a dull thud. The rock remained unscathed, yet he felt a sharp pain radiate from his hands. Once initiated, the momentum of the 8 trigrams palm was not easily halted until all 64 palms had been executed. Yet, Chiba denied him the opportunity to complete his barrage. Just before the 4th palm could be unleashed, Chiba gently thrust his palm forward. The hefty sharpening stone immediately soared ahead, striking Rinfeng squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, Rinfeng expelled blood, propelled backwards several meters, the stone pinning him beneath its weight. A searing pain coursed through his right foot. He distinctly heard the crack of bone, as if his right foot had been fractured. This, Chiba is exceedingly formidable, effortlessly countering Rinfeng's 8 trigrams palm. Truly a monster. How does he possess such strength? That stone must weigh at least 100 or 200 pounds. Yet he handled it as if it were a mere toy. The surrounding crowd buzzed with fervor, casting incredulous glances at Chiba, their eyes brimming with a mixture of awe and disbelief. They had long since forgotten their disdain for Chiba, who they considered a sycophant lingering around Lady Hinata. Initially drawn to witness Chiba's humiliation, they now found themselves witnessing his terrifying prowess instead. Brother, are you all right? Hinata Hikari's eyes were wide with terror, nearly rendered speechless by Chiba's display. His elder brother was a seasoned jonin. The scar etched across his face a testament to battles fought against enemy jonin at the borders years prior. For someone of his brother's caliber to find no advantage against Chiba, indeed, to not even graze the hem of Chiba's garment, only deepened the fear that resided within him, worrying that Chiba might approach and effortlessly send him flying with a casual swipe. This was no longer 3 months ago. A multitude of branch family members surrounded them, bearing witness to the unfolding spectacle. The humiliation of being struck and sent flying by another is too great. Henceforth, I fear I shall have no face to show within the clan. I am fine. Hinata Lingfeng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain from his broken leg, as he pushed the grinding stone that lay upon him aside. With his extraordinary resilience, it was hardly possible for a stone weighing over 100 pounds to easily send him flying. The might of the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, could shatter such a stone without significant difficulty. The sole reason for his grievous injury and broken leg was likely due to Chiba's immense strength, which was sufficient to exert such force. Under the evident disparity of power, it was no wonder he suffered such a thorough defeat. Supported by his younger brother, Hinata Xia, Lingfeng struggled to rise, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Chiba. Hinata, Chiba, today I concede that I am inferior to you, but do not think this matter is settled. I shall return to confront you again. Having spoken, he gestured to his brother, indicating it was time to leave. Xia, let us go. Wait, Chiba called out. Halting the two, Lingfeng turned back, furrowing his brow. I have already surrendered. What more do you desire? Chiba replied coldly, your concession matters not to me. But you have damaged my gate and left my courtyard in disarray. You must compensate me. Are you not aware that I am an orphan? My parents left me this house. Do you possess no sense of public morality, coming here to demolish my courtyard? Chiba's grievances left both Hinata brothers momentarily bewildered, yet they understood that he was not jesting. If they did not settle this financial matter today, Chiba might indeed refuse to let them leave. Hand it over, Lingfeng said, producing a pouch of coins and extracting 3,000 taels, which he handed to his brother Xia. Trembling, Xia accepted the pouch, fearful of approaching Chiba, lest he suffer another beating. However, fear notwithstanding, the money had to be delivered. Fortunately, Chiba did not make things difficult for him, counting the coins with indifference after receiving them. Xia, let us depart, Lingfeng signaled to his brother. Deeply intimidated by Chiba, Xia dared not linger, quickly assisting his brother in leaving. Once outside the courtyard, he whispered to Lingfeng, elder brother, that fellow is too formidable, even you are no match for him. Lingfeng replied coldly, he is indeed peculiar. It seems we must seek assistance from the clan leader. Lingfeng recognized that Chiba's prowess was too enigmatic. With his leg broken, recovery would take 3 to 5 months, and any thoughts of confronting Chiba again were futile. Yet, swallowing his pride was beyond Lingfeng's capability. Thus, he resolved to seek the clan leader, Hinata Rizu, to intercede on their behalf. Everyone disperse, return to your homes, and seek your mothers. There is no more entertainment to be had, Chiba announced, pocketing the coins. He then lifted the grinding stone, larger than his own body, returning it to its original place. With no more spectacle to witness, the crowd began to disperse. Amidst fervent discussions, the topic of conversation centers around the peculiar figure of Chiba, whose extraordinary strength leaves many perplexed. Unbeknownst to them, while their disdain for Chiba lingers, it has morphed into a palpable fear, rendering them hesitant to speak ill of him behind his back. After all, they have witnessed the fate that befell the Hyuga brothers, Hinata Yuru and Hinata Lingfeng. Even the notably resilient Hinata Lingfeng found himself powerless against Chiba, and to further malign Chiba would be tantamount to courting trouble. Chiba surveyed the courtyard, relieved to find that the orange trees and vegetable patch remained unscathed. However, the gate had been utterly demolished, splintered wood strewn across the ground. Chiba gathered the fragments, cradling them as he made his way indoors. Since his home relied on firewood for cooking, these remnants would serve as valuable fuel. As for repairing the gate, that could wait for another day. Wait, Chiba, a voice called from outside the courtyard. Turning, Chiba saw Hyuga Niji leaping down from a large tree and jogging towards him. Niji? What brings you here? Surely you're not looking for trouble, Chiba replied, aware that both he and Niji belonged to the branch family and lived in close proximity. Having crossed paths numerous times over the years, they were familiar with one another, yet Chiba understood that Niji had never held him in high regard. Largely due to Chiba's association with Hinata, whom Niji and most branch family members held in disdain. Apologies, Chiba, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to cause any trouble, Niji said, a hint of awkwardness in his tone as he sensed Chiba's impatience. Though they were acquainted, their interactions had been limited. Previously, Niji, like other branch members, viewed Chiba as a timid sycophant trying to curry favor with the main family as heiress. Despite Chiba's excellence as a top student at the Ninja Academy, Niji had never considered him a threat, especially since he himself was a distinguished graduate of the previous class. In Niji's eyes, Chiba was merely of comparable talent, likely inferior in strength. However, witnessing Chiba effortlessly defeat Hyuga Rinfeng had completely altered Niji's perception. He was astonished to discover such a formidable presence lurking among the branch family. The manner in which Chiba dispatched a special jonin was far beyond the realms of mere talent or eccentricity. It was nothing short of monstrous. Chiba set the firewood beneath the eaves and inquired, "What is it you wish to discuss?" I wanted to seek your guidance. Is the technique you just employed the Gentle Fist?" Niji asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. He recognized that prying into another's training methods was rather impolite. Yet his curiosity was overwhelming. The source of Chiba's near-demonic prowess intrigued him immensely. Indeed, I practice the Gentle Fist as well. Though my focus lies primarily on body refinement and explosive power, Chiba replied candidly. He discerned that Niji, the martial arts enthusiast, had approached him solely for insights into his training methods, but felt hesitant to ask outright. However, Chiba's variant of the Gentle Fist was tailored exclusively for his own development. Thanks to the system that replicated bloodline abilities, he had achieved an extraordinary level of strength. Even if he were to share his techniques, others would struggle to replicate them. Body refinement and explosive power? Niji pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully, though the underlying principles eluded him. The Gentle Fist emphasized meticulous control and application of chakra. The application of chakra between one's palms transforms it into a razor-sharp blade, penetrating the enemy's body to seal their vital points, a close combat technique. This stands in stark contrast to what Chiba has elucidated regarding body refinement and explosive power, leading to a complete overturn of Niji's understanding of Gentle Fist. Chiba explained, "Niji, I believe you are aware that the branch family members rely heavily on their own comprehension and insights for the practice of Gentle Fist. Your method of cultivation likely stems from mimicking the techniques employed by the main family. However, my approach is purely derived from my unique understanding. Thus, my method may not be suitable for you." Niji felt a tinge of regret, recognizing that he may have overstepped. Each individual's means of training is their greatest secret, not something one can casually disclose to others. Nevertheless, just because my method does not suit your training does not mean I cannot share my techniques. Perhaps it might prove beneficial to you. Niji's face lit up with delight, gratitude shining in his eyes as he regarded Chiba. He was taken aback by Chiba's generosity in revealing such secrets of cultivation. Chiba, unfazed by Niji's emotional shift, continued, "You could interpret my practice of Gentle Fist as a momentary explosion of power. I suspect your approach involves concentrating chakra in your palms, transforming it into a sharp chakra blade that penetrates the enemy's vital points. This is indeed a method unique to the branch family members, which I perceive during my daily sparring sessions with Hinata. In contrast, my technique compresses the chakra within my body into a single point on my fist, unleashing that force in an instant. The principle of the hidden strength in Gentle Fist explosive is actually quite akin to Tsunade's monstrous strength. The two are remarkably similar. Niji, being inherently intelligent, grasped the underlying principles immediately after Chiba's detailed explanation, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation. However, his demeanor remained cool and aloof, comparable to Sasuke's. Although he felt grateful to Chiba for unveiling a new path of cultivation, he struggled to articulate any heartfelt words. He merely inclined his head toward Chiba, offering a simple thank you. Chiba waved dismissively, no need for thanks. If you wish to attempt my training method, you may do so, but I cannot guarantee its effectiveness for you. Niji nodded appreciatively once more. An awkward silence enveloped them as they stood, uncertain of what to say next. You should head back now. I need to rest and sleep, Chiba eventually suggested, waving Niji off. He then turned to gather firewood, striding toward the kitchen. The following morning, after breakfast with Hinata, Chiba made his way directly to the Hokage office building. Yesterday, Yuhi Kurenai had informed him that Team 10 would potentially undertake C-rank missions starting today. This signaled the end of their novice period, allowing them to leave the Hidden Leaf Village. At 8:20 a.m., with only 10 minutes remaining until assembly, Chiba and Hinata arrived at the base of the building. As the sun began to set, both Yuhi Kurenai and Inuzuka Kiba had already arrived ahead of time. The four exchanged greetings and pleasantries. Kurenai waved her hand and led the way toward the staircase of the office building, proclaiming, "Come along, little ones. It's time to embark on a new day's mission." Kiba, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Indeed, I've been eagerly anticipating this." Akamaru barked twice in agreement. Chiba felt a tinge of excitement about venturing out of the village for a mission. Having lived in Konoha for so many years without ever leaving, he harbored a sense of longing for the outside world. Is it too much to ask Old Man Sandame to assign us a more challenging task? Constantly chasing after cats and dogs is utterly tedious. It hardly befits my stature, he mused as they reached the corridor on the second floor. Just then, they overheard Naruto's disgruntled voice emanating from within. Is that Naruto causing trouble again? Kiba scoffed. Over the past 3 months, Team 9, led by Kurenai, had encountered Team 7, led by Kakashi, in the office more than once. The antics of Naruto had long ceased to astonish them. The door to the office on the second floor was ajar. As Chiba and his companions approached, they caught sight of Naruto sitting on the floor, arms crossed, wearing a defiant expression. Kakashi let out a resigned sigh, putting away his copy of Ica Paradise, and gazed at Naruto's back with exasperation. Sakura, in a fit of rage, delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's head, exclaiming, "Naruto, how dare you speak to Lord Sandame like that?" In truth, she too was looking forward to the challenge of a new mission. However, she had grown accustomed to bullying Naruto. He was her punching bag, and it was perfectly acceptable to vent her frustrations on him. After all, Naruto would always be there, like a devoted puppy, trailing after her. "Why is Sakura-chan hitting me?" Naruto lamented, cradling his swollen head and shedding tears. Witnessing this, Chiba couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was evident that Sakura was treating Naruto as a mere outlet for her frustrations, yet Naruto remained blissfully oblivious. He willingly played the part of a devoted follower, and surprisingly, he seemed quite content with it. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped his pipe, glancing toward the entrance. "Ah, has Kurenai's team arrived? What a fortuitous encounter." He chuckled. "Lord Sandame." Kurenai acknowledged with a nod, leading Chiba and his companions into the room. The 4 members of Kakashi's team turned in unison, directing their gazes toward Kurenai's group, exchanging greetings. "Chiba, it's good to see you again." Naruto's earlier dejection vanished as he rushed over to envelop Chiba in a bear hug. He was genuinely thrilled to see Chiba, for he was his closest friend. In Naruto's heart, the bond he shared with Chiba surpassed even that of his comrades in Team 7. As Chiba was the first to truly penetrate his heart, this friendship even surpassed the connection he had with Irika. "Naruto, there must be limits to your loyalty. Sakura is merely using you as a punching bag. Devotion without boundaries can leave you with nothing." Chiba gently patted Naruto's back, whispering in his ear. Naruto understood the meaning of the term simp. These modern expressions had been previously shared with him by Chiba. Although he recognized that Chiba meant well, he felt a twinge of displeasure at the disrespect directed towards his beloved Sakura. He softly remarked, "Chiba, you are my dearest friend." But I wish you wouldn't speak so ill of Sakura-chan. She merely has a fiery temperament. She does not use me as a punching bag. She is the most adorable girl I have ever encountered, the goddess of my heart. Chiba covered his face, feeling a sense of helplessness. Such simps truly do not turn back until they hit a wall. This is a mindset common to all who are infatuated, believing that sincere devotion will sway their goddess. In reality, most are merely relegated to the status of backups. In Naruto's case, he didn't even qualify as a backup. What more could be said? Let Naruto persist in his infatuation. Like countless others, he would inevitably return after tasting the bitterness of unrequited love. Such a hopeless endeavor. With a sigh of disappointment, Chiba patted Naruto on the shoulder and jogged back to Team Yui. Sasuke, arms crossed and maintaining his aloof demeanor, had remained silent until Chiba's arrival. Suddenly, he spoke. Chiba, it has been a long time since we last sparred. I hope to have the opportunity to do so again. In the past, Chiba and Sasuke had shared the top rank at the Ninja Academy. Given Sasuke's competitive nature, he naturally aspired to be the sole champion. He had issued challenges to Chiba on multiple occasions. However, with Chiba's mastery of the Gentle Fist technique, his overall prowess had long surpassed many ninjas. To Chiba, Sasuke's challenges were merely child's play, akin to an adult indulging a child in a game. To avoid revealing his true strength too early, Chiba never allowed Sasuke to suffer a crushing defeat. He merely prevailed by a slight margin each time. This led Sasuke to mistakenly believe that his abilities were on par with Chiba's, viewing him as a worthy rival. It was precisely for this reason that the aloof Sasuke would consider Chiba a friend. If it were a weaker individual attempting to befriend Sasuke, the latter would hardly waste a moment. Sure, Sasuke, Chiba nodded, almost letting slip a word. Thankfully, no one seemed to know the meaning of B. And no one paid it much mind. Holding a pipe and exhaling smoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen revealed a kind smile, saying, Naruto, stop sulking. Today, both Team 7 and Team 10 will be assigned a task of C rank or higher. Naruto, resting his chin on his hand, replied with an air of arrogance. Is it merely a C rank? Can't there be A rank or S rank super tasks? Only those would be worthy of my esteemed status as Naruto Uzumaki. Duong. Naruto, be quiet. Sakura delivered a heavy punch atop Naruto's head. Sakura-chan, I'm sorry. Woe is me. Naruto activated his charm offensive, determined to plead his case. Sarutobi chuckled. It's good to see youthful exuberance, but one must not aim too high, right? Everyone, please wait a moment. The clients for your missions will be arriving shortly. As he spoke, he cast a glance towards the door. Standing at the entrance were two guards clad in green vests, who immediately nodded in understanding before turning to leave the corridor. Presumably, they were heading downstairs to bring the task's client up. During the wait, Chiba activated his replication ability twice today, focusing on Sasuke and Naruto. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a small amount of Indra's chakra. Congratulations. You have obtained a small amount of Asura's chakra. Would you like to merge them? Chiba silently thought. Merge. The merging was successful. Congratulations. Your Gentle Fist, explosive, level has been elevated to level 6. The system is now prepared to decode the caged bird seal. Would you like to proceed? Finally, level 6 has been achieved. Chiba felt a surge of joy within. To be honest, he had long awaited this moment. The caged bird seal on his forehead was a binding force for branch family members, and naturally, it was for Chiba as well. With the seal in place, any member of the main family could take his life at any moment by invoking the seal's incantation. For a long time, his life had been precariously held in the hands of others, leaving Chiba in a constant state of unease. This was also the reason for his careful and restrained demeanor. Now that the caged bird seal could finally be broken, Chiba decisively chose to do so. Congratulations, you have successfully decoded the caged bird seal. As the system's voice faded, certain special marks within Chiba's mind were completely erased. A warm sensation radiated from his forehead as the green cross mark utterly vanished. From this moment on, Chiba was truly free, no longer bound by any constraints. Until now, Chiba had refrained from utilizing his replication ability to acquire other bloodline limits primarily because he sought to eliminate the caged bird seal. Now that it was gone, he could begin to replicate other bloodline limits, diversifying his offensive capabilities. After all, as Gentle Fist, explosive, continued to upgrade, the number of replication attempts required to obtain energy would proportionately increase. For instance, replicating the Moonlight Gale's shifting bloodline limit, or acquiring Sasuke's Sharingan to create a combination of Byakugan and Sharingan. 10 minutes passed. The corridor on the second floor resonated with a cacophony of footsteps. The two green-vested ninjas led two men into the Hokage's office. Both clients were around 50 years of age, yet their attire exhibited a stark contrast. One individual had graying hair, donned a tattered gray vest, and sported a straw hat around his neck. Most notably, he clutched a bottle of strong liquor, appearing quite inebriated, swaying as he walked. This man was Tazuna, the client for Naruto's Team 7's first mission, the Bridge Builder. As for the other man, he was stout and clad in a black silk kimono, exuding an air of nobility. However, Chiba could not recognize him, as he had not appeared in the original narrative. Lord Third, we have brought them. The two green-vested ninjas bowed in report. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and beckoned the two clients, saying, "Yes, please come in. The ninjas assigned to escort you have already been selected. Kakashi's team will be responsible for escorting Master Tazuna back to the Land of Waves, serving as bodyguards for a fortnight. The Sunset Red team is entrusted with escorting Mr. Kenjiro, ensuring the safety of the gold transport convoy as they make their way to the domain of the Bear Country Lord." Subsequently, Sarutobi Hizashi introduced the members of the two groups to their employers. Upon observing the beauty of Sunset Red, Kenjiro's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he wished to affix his gaze upon her. His joy intensified upon learning that she was a jonin, and he immediately expressed no dissent. As for the trio, Chiba, Hinata, and Kiba, Kenjiro scarcely acknowledged their presence, disregarding them entirely. Kiba tugged at Chiba's arm and whispered, "Chiba, do you think that uncle is a bit lecherous? Isn't he afraid of angering Teacher Red?" Hinata nodded in agreement. Chiba responded softly, "Shoo, let us not let him hear us. After all, he is our employer." The escort mission for the gold convoy is, overall, approaching a B-rank task, as there may be bandits or other rogue ninjas attempting to rob them during the journey. The difficulty level is significantly higher compared to the escort of Tazuna, hence the remuneration is relatively more substantial. After all, who cares about the opinions of an ignorant employer when money is involved? As for his infatuation with Sunset Red, let him indulge, if he truly provokes her. She could easily cast a genjutsu and teach him a lesson. Ugh, what is this? Do these kids even qualify as ninjas? They seem utterly unreliable, Tazuna exclaimed, belching from the alcohol he had consumed. He scrutinized Naruto and the others, displaying his dissatisfaction. Despite appearing inebriated, he was merely bolstering his own courage. He was acutely aware that dealing with the ruthless Kato and his gang would require more than just the few youngsters. The exaggeration of the task's difficulty stemmed from Tazuna's financial constraints. He could only afford C-rank compensation. His reluctance was a ploy to seek stronger ninjas to escort him back. "Hey, old man, who are you calling unreliable?" "Humph," Naruto retorted, his displeasure evident, his expression almost comically exaggerated. "3 generations of old men. I want to change the mission." Escorting a drunken old man is far less challenging than safeguarding a gold transport convoy. Naruto promptly expressed his desire to Sarutobi Hizashi to swap the assignment for the gold transport task. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, yet inwardly concurred with Naruto's sentiments. Indeed, escorting the gold convoy would be far more entertaining than serving as a bodyguard for Tazuna. If Naruto's commotion could indeed lead to a mission change, they would be more than pleased. Ding! A system notification chimed in Chiba's mind. Bai is a bloodline limit ninja of ice release and possesses sensory abilities, qualifying him as a perfect target for mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. The sudden alert brought a spark of joy to Chiba's heart. Was there such a fortunate opportunity? The system seemed to suggest that Chiba should complete the escort of Tazuna before proceeding to replicate the ice release from Bai. Upon contemplating the prospect of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Chiba could hardly contain his excitement. The mission to escort Tazuna presented a valuable opportunity. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently tapped the ash from his cigarette, patiently advising, "Naruto, missions are assigned based on selected personnel. They cannot be changed at will. The red team comprises reconnaissance-type ninjas, which ensures the safe transportation of the gold." Before he could finish, Chiba raised his hand to interject. "Lord Third Hokage, I believe Naruto has a valid point, and I too support the reassignment of the mission." "Oh, do share your thoughts," Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, momentarily taken aback but intrigued by Chiba's assertiveness. He held a favorable impression of Chiba, recognizing his exceptional talent and potential for the future. Previously, when Chiba associated with Naruto, Hiruzen had even dispatched Umbu members to surveil him for several months, ultimately finding Chiba's background unremarkable and his intentions towards Naruto benign. allowing him to relax his vigilance. Chiba continued, "To my knowledge, Kakashi's team is equally formidable. Kakashi possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, which is certainly on par with the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Thus, the assertion that the reconnaissance team has an advantage in escorting the gold transport seems unfounded." Upon hearing this, the reactions in the room varied significantly. Naruto, Sakura, Chiba, and Hinata wore expressions of confusion, lacking an understanding of the significance of the Sharingan. Kakashi, Hyuga, and Sarutobi Hiruzen were somewhat astonished, not expecting Chiba to be aware of such matters. However, it was not a closely guarded secret, so it was unsurprising he had learned of it. Only Sasuke's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped Kakashi's arm, demanding, "Kakashi, what is the meaning of this? Is what he said true? Why do you possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha?" Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Sasuke's shoulder, replying, "Sasuke, do not be anxious. I will explain everything to you. For now, let us focus on the mission arrangement, and we can discuss it on the way." Sarutobi Hiruzen had appointed Kakashi to mentor Team 7 precisely to teach Sasuke the use of the Sharingan, though the timing had not yet been right. Chiba had initially worried that his remarks might reveal his intentions too overtly, but Hiruzen seemed to take no particular note of it. He simply nodded and smiled at Chiba, interpreting his defense of Naruto as an indication of their friendship, without delving into deeper implications. "Thank you, Chiba. You truly are a good brother," Naruto exclaimed, giving a thumbs up in gratitude, an act that conveniently alleviated Chiba's predicament. Clearly, Naruto, like Sarutobi Hiruzen, believed that Chiba's actions were motivated by a desire to support his friend. "You're welcome," Chiba replied with a smile in return. Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned to Kakashi and Hyuga, asking, "What are your opinions? Do you agree to the reassignment of the missions?" "Lord Third, I have no objections," Hyuga nodded in affirmation. Kakashi similarly agreed, indicating his approval. However, at that moment, the employer, Kinjiro, stepped forward, visibly displeased, exclaiming, "What is this? Was it not agreed that this beautiful lady would escort me? Why the sudden change?" The assembly of individuals exchanged exasperated glances, as none could overlook Kinjiro's evident infatuation with Yujito's figure. Sarutobi Hizashi, with a veneer of politeness masking his true sentiments, reminded, "Mr. Kinjiro, the assignment of personnel is determined by Konoha, and you have no standing in this matter. Rest assured, the security of the gold transport team is thoroughly ensured. In the event of mission failure, we will refund the commission and provide compensation." This statement was already delivered with considerable tact, refraining from directly labeling Kinjiro as lecherous. Acknowledging his transgression, Kinjiro opted for silence. In truth, Tazuna harbored similar reservations regarding the escorting ninjas, wishing for a cadre of more proficient protectors. However, mindful of Kinjiro's prior indiscretion, he chose to remain reticent. Following Sarutobi Hizashi's exposition of the mission's particulars, the teams of Yujito and Kakashi bid their farewells and returned home to prepare their belongings. An hour later, the 4 members of Yujito's team convened at the gates of Konoha, where they met Tazuna and commenced their journey towards the Land of Waves. In the Hyuga clan's branch family, Hyuga Lingfeng lay bedridden, his foot encased in plaster. The clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi, entered the room and immediately took note of his nephew's condition. Upon learning of the incident where Hyuga Lingfeng had been assaulted, Hyuga Shao had sought out Hizashi the previous day, but regrettably, he was absent from the clan grounds at that time. Upon receiving the news, Hizashi hurried to the branch family residence to extend his condolences. "Uncle, you must advocate for me." Hyuga Lingfeng's eyes shimmered with genuine tears. The humiliation of being bested by a mere child named Chiba weighed heavily on him, filling him with both shame and indignation. Hyuga Hizashi seated himself beside the bed and inquired, "Pray, recount the events that transpired. What exactly happened?" Subsequently, the brothers recounted the series of events that began on the day Hyuga Shao was assaulted. However, they conveniently omitted any mention of Hyuga Shao's caustic remarks that provoked Chiba. A true display of pettiness, they only highlighted their own virtues while painting others in a negative light. Yet, as the clan leader, Hyuga Hizashi possessed his own discernment and would not be easily misled by their selective narrative. Though preoccupied with clan affairs, he was acutely aware of the burgeoning friendship between Hinata and Chiba. Initially, he had harbored concerns regarding Chiba's intentions towards Hinata. However, as time passed, he observed Hinata's introverted demeanor blossoming into a more vibrant disposition, leading him to permit their continued association without interference. In truth, Hyuga Hisashi devoted most of his attention to cultivating Hanabi's talents, often neglecting his elder daughter Hinata, which left him with a lingering sense of guilt. He was not inherently cruel, nor did he desire to unjustly strip his daughter of her rightful place as an heir. The joy that Chiba brought to Hinata's life alleviated some of his remorse. In essence, while Hyuga Hisashi had yet to engage in formal discourse with Chiba, he had silently come to accept him. Even in the future, should Chiba and Hinata find themselves together, with him becoming her husband, it is not something he would find unacceptable. After hearing the description from Hinata Lingfeng's brother, Hinata Hisashi was most astonished by Chiba's remarkable strength, capable of defeating Lingfeng, a particularly formidable jonin. Well, it seems that I should seek an opportunity to thoroughly test that lad Chiba in the future, haha. The Hinata clan is fortunate to have produced a youthful genius, and naturally, Hinata Hisashi felt immense joy. Moreover, this genius is the future son-in-law he has tacitly acknowledged. Lingfeng, take good care of your injuries and recover swiftly. I will ensure that the compensation is delivered to both you brothers. As for Chiba, do not provoke him any further. He's a rare talent. Patting Hinata Lingfeng on the shoulder, Hinata Hisashi turned and walked away, leaving the two brothers in a state of bewilderment. Hinata Yo asked, "Brother, why is the clan leader so pleased? What did his words mean?" Hinata Lingfeng shook his head. "I do not know either. But it seems he is quite satisfied with Chiba." The brothers were left feeling frustrated. They had approached the clan leader seeking vengeance. Yet now it appeared that their commotion had instead endeared Chiba to him. This narrative was entirely unexpected. In the land of fire, amidst a dense forest, Team Yui, consisting of 4 members, along with Tazuna, had been traveling for nearly 3 hours. There had been no signs of any anomalies along the way. However, Chiba was acutely aware that this path should have encountered 2 rather inept ninja. Kato had indeed hired the rogue ninja group, known as Zabuza, specifically to assassinate Tazuna. Inuzuka Kiba, with Akamaru perched atop his head, casually inquired, "Teacher Yui, doesn't the Land of Waves have its own ninja? Why come to Konoha to hire ninjas?" Yuhi Kakashi nodded, affirming that indeed, the world of ninjas consists of numerous countries of varying sizes, many of which lack their own ninja villages and must hire ninjas from neighboring nations for their missions. Inuzuka Kiba remarked, "So, it could be said that the Land of Waves is a neighboring country to our Land of Fire." Yuhi Kakashi smiled. "That is one way to put it, though it is not entirely accurate." As she spoke, she turned to Hinata. "Hinata, you know the details, don't you?" Yui Kakashi seemed particularly fond of Hinata, often seeking her input. Hinata responded softly, "Kiba, we learned in history class that the Land of Waves is an island nation, surrounded by the sea, and it is closest to the Land of Fire. This geographical isolation has led to its lack of convenient transportation, resulting in some backwardness." "Oh, really?" Inuzuka Kiba's face flushed with embarrassment. He was reluctant to admit that he had been sleeping during class and thus was unaware of such facts. Tazuna, who had been drinking along the way, finally seized the opportunity to interject. He gave Hinata a thumbs up, saying, "Young lady, you certainly know quite a bit, but you are mistaken on one point. The Land of Waves is currently constructing a magnificent bridge to connect with the Land of Fire. Once this bridge is completed, the Land of Waves will be able to open a pathway to the outside world. I have always held an unwavering belief that the Land of Waves will flourish and prosper." Hinata's cheeks flushed slightly as she pondered, "Is that so? The history textbooks do not mention such things, but I sincerely wish for your swift completion of the bridge." Upon hearing Tazuna's words, Chiba could not help but smirk disdainfully. Was the bridge in the Land of Waves truly so easy to construct? Once the bridge is built, it would impact Kato's transportation business, stripping him of his means to exploit the villagers. That bridge has been under construction for nearly several decades, and yet it remains unfinished. The crux of the matter lies in Kato's persistent interference. As long as he is around, the bridge will never see completion. After walking for less than 10 minutes, a large puddle suddenly appeared in the center of the road ahead. A smirk graced Chiba's lips, for it seemed that the 2 incompetent ninjas who had attempted to assassinate Tazuna had set their ambush. Just as Kakashi had warned in the original tale, it had not rained in days, and the sudden appearance of such a large puddle was certainly illogical. The most plausible explanation was that a ninja had employed transformation techniques to create this fade. Hinata, Kurenai remarked, her brow furrowing slightly as she too sensed something amiss. However, she chose not to raise an alarm. First, to avoid alerting the enemy, and second, to assess her student's alertness. Inuzuka Kiba caught a whiff of a peculiar scent in the air. He cautioned, "Kurenai-sensei, Chiba, Hinata, be cautious. There is something unusual here. I can smell an odor that does not belong to any of us. Oh? Kurenai smiled approvingly, then turned her gaze to Chiba and Hinata. Chiba, Hinata, activate your Byakugan. Understanding her intent, Hinata immediately activated her Byakugan. Yet Chiba, skipping even the activation process, pointed to the puddle a few meters ahead. It's right there. Such a disguise is utterly pathetic. The Byakugan possesses the ability of X-ray vision, rendering even the most elaborate disguises futile. Within Hinata's field of vision, the puddle revealed two figures clad in black cloaks and masks. Her expression startled. She nodded. Chiba and I is correct. There are two ninjas over there. Kurenai nodded in satisfaction. You three are doing quite well. Your reconnaissance skills are commendable. Listening to their conversation, the two inept ninjas were drenched in sweat. What were these individuals scheming? They saw through the disguise from the very beginning, yet continued to converse as if nothing were amiss. It was a blatant insult to their abilities, igniting their anger. Akamaru. Kiba signaled his companion to prepare for battle. He then took a few quick steps forward, pointing at the puddle. Hey, stop pretending. Did you not hear Chiba? Your disguise is terrible. Before he could finish, the two cloaked ninjas sprang into action, wielding a chain as thick as an arm, lined with sharp serrated edges, which they swung toward Kiba's face. In that case, we shall have to eliminate you Konoha ninjas, and then dispose of that old man. Akamaru, be careful, Chiba exclaimed in alarm, hastily retrieving a small red pill and tossing it into Akamaru's mouth. He swiftly rolled to the side, narrowly evading the onslaught of iron chains. The diminutive Akamaru remained beyond the reach of the chains, opting not to dodge at all. After consuming a crimson pill, Akamaru's fur transformed into a vibrant red, and his size swelled to that of an adult dog, baring his teeth menacingly at the two inept ninjas. Akamaru, prepare to unleash that technique. Inuzuka Chiba called out. His limbs pressed firmly against the ground. Woof, woof. Akamaru barked twice before leaping gracefully onto Kiba's back. With a resounding boom, white smoke erupted, and Akamaru morphed into a duplicate of Chiba, the two seamlessly merging into one. At that moment, two unidentified objects suddenly soared past Akamaru, crashing heavily against the foreheads of the two inept ninjas. Ah! They cried in unison, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. It was only when the objects ceased rolling that the onlookers discerned they were two black stones. Chiba swiftly turned to face Chiyé, who was still in the act of throwing stones, his expression one of frustration. Hey, Chiyé, that was rather inconsiderate. Couldn't you have let me finish my new technique? Akamaru turned back with a couple of whines, echoing Kiba's displeasure. Chiyé scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. Sorry, Chiba. I just thought it would be more efficient to resolve this quickly. Meanwhile, Yui Kurenai looked on, her face a portrait of astonishment. This kid, Chiyé, seems quite remarkable. Has he been concealing his true abilities all along? She mused to herself. With her keen eye as a Jainin, she could easily discern that the technique of throwing stones was far from ordinary. The precision required to deliver such force was extraordinary. To incapacitate foes with merely two small stones demanded an immense strength, one that she herself could not achieve. Chiyé, you're truly impressive, Hinata remarked, her cheeks flushed with admiration, her eyes sparkling with stars. Habitually ruffling Hinata's hair, Chiyé humbly replied, Don't say that. We all have our individual training paths. I specialize in strength, so naturally, my power is a bit greater. Tazuna, equally astonished by Chiyo's prowess, felt a surge of relief at having such a formidable ninja as protection. Yet, he dared not voice his thoughts too loudly, fearing that the truth about his exaggerated mission difficulty might be uncovered. Well then, since the danger has passed, let us proceed swiftly, he said with a nervous chuckle, attempting to divert everyone's attention as he moved ahead. However, his clumsy attempt to mislead was unlikely to fool a seasoned ninja like Kurenai. Furrowing her brow, she stated firmly, Wait, Mr. Tazuna. Don't you think an explanation is in order? Tazuna continued to feign ignorance. What are you talking about, Miss Kurenai? Kurenai replied coldly. These two ninjas were clearly targeting you, as our team of 4 has been in Konoha recently and has had no prior encounters with them. It is evident that you have misrepresented the difficulty of this task. If ninjas were involved, the challenge would undoubtedly be rated above level B, Mr. Tazuna. You have breached our agreement online, and if you do not clarify everything, we have just cause to abandon you and return to Konoha immediately. The truth has been unveiled. And Tazuna realizes he can no longer maintain his facade. With a sigh, he resorts to feigning helplessness. Miss Kurenai, I acknowledge my wrongdoings, yet I have my own hardships. Subsequently, Tazuna pretends to wipe away tears while recounting the plight of the Land of Waves, oppressed by the unscrupulous traitor, Kato. He expresses his desire to repair the bridge of the Land of Waves, establishing a connection with the outside world, and leading everyone to resist Kato's exploitation. Thus, he had been targeted for assassination by ninjas hired by Kato. His tale, delivered with heartfelt emotion, along with his adept display of sorrow, successfully evokes sympathy. Miss Kurenai, this is the truth. I assure you there is not a hint of falsehood. I recognize my error in misrepresenting the task's difficulty. You all may return. Allowing this pitiful old man to perish at the hands of that unscrupulous traitor, sob Kurenai, being a woman, inevitably feels a twinge of compassion and has been swayed by Kato's manipulations. However, the involvement of ninjas would escalate the mission's difficulty to level B or even higher. Concerned for the safety of her 3 students, she refrains from making unilateral decisions and agrees to Kato's terms. She turns to Chiyé and the others, asking, Chiyé, Hinata, Chiba, what do you think? Should we continue with the mission or return to Konoha directly? In response, Chiba thumped his chest nonchalantly, saying, Teacher Kurenai, Uncle Tazuna seems quite pitiful. Perhaps we should proceed with the escort mission. Although the enemy may also hire ninjas, our team, the Red Squad, is not to be underestimated. There was, however, a thought Chiba did not voice. He wished to express that with Kurenai and Chiyé backing them, their small group would not suffer greatly. Chiba had some understanding of Chiyé's abilities, albeit not comprehensive. Hinata nodded gently. I agree with Chiba. Let us continue to escort Uncle Tazuna. All eyes then turned to Chiyé. I have no objections. I shall defer to your decisions, Chiyé replied, nodding. What objections could he possibly have? His earnest efforts to facilitate this mission were driven by a desire to meet Haku and replicate the ice-release Kekkei Jinkai from him, while also acquiring sensory abilities to lay the groundwork for learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Naturally, with Haku still unseen, Chiyé was reluctant to return so soon. Very well. It is decided. We shall set out shortly, Kurenai said with a satisfied smile. Her inquiry regarding the opinions of Chiyé and the others was also a test of their empathy. As a ninja, adhering strictly to regulations without any semblance of humanity is simply unacceptable. Clearly, Kurenai is quite pleased with the 3 young ones. Tazuna once again buried his face in his hands and wept, repeatedly bowing to the 4 members of Team Red, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you so much. Esteemed Leaf Villagers, you are truly kind-hearted individuals, and I am deeply touched. Chiba, unable to bear the display any longer, remarked disdainfully, Old man, stop pretending. Everyone has already promised to help you. What more is there to act for? Rest assured, we will fulfill our promise to the end. In a similar vein, Inuzuka Chiba couldn't resist teasing, Uncle Tazuna, your tears seem rather insincere. There aren't even any real tears. Tazuna managed an awkward smile. Is that so? My apologies. It appears my acting skills are lacking, ha ha ha. However, if I can deceive such kind-hearted ninjas into continuing their assistance, then I must have succeeded in my performance. His candidness elicited knowing smiles from everyone, as they recognized that Tazuna's antics stemmed from his awareness of their compassionate nature. Chiba silently resolved that this journey to the Land of Waves would not only lay the groundwork for his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, but also serve to amend certain regrets present in the original narrative. The deaths of Haku and Zabuza were indeed tragic. If only they could unravel the emotional turmoil between them and resolve the matter concerning Gato, there would be no need for their demise. Shadow Clone Technique. Waihai Kurenai formed the hand seals for the jutsu. With a resounding pop, a burst of white smoke erupted, revealing an identical clone of Waihai Kurenai. I leave it to you. Escort these 2 back to Konoha for interrogation. She instructed her clone. The clone nodded, retrieving a bundle of ropes from its person to bind the 2 unconscious ninjas before dragging them toward the direction of the Leaf Village. The Shadow Clone technique was a skill possessed by many ninjas. As a descendant of the Waihai clan, Kurenai naturally wielded this ability. However, the technique required a substantial division of chakra, often leading to its infrequent use unless absolutely necessary. Consider a battle where both you and your opponent are evenly matched, each at full strength. If you were to suddenly create a shadow clone, having your chakra would mean a significant reduction in your overall power. Furthermore, the clone might not provide substantial assistance and could easily be overwhelmed by the enemy. Given these considerations, employing shadow clones as a primary combat strategy proved disadvantageous for most ninjas. Only individuals like Naruto, who possessed an abundance of chakra, could afford to utilize shadow clones as a formidable weapon. All right, little ones, let us take a break and have something to eat before we continue our journey. Kurenai commanded once more. Chiba and the others nodded in agreement, settling down under a large tree by the roadside with Tazuna, beginning to consume their rations and drink water. Shortly after noon, the group resumed their travels. By the time they reached the border of the Land of Fire, it was already past 9 in the evening. The sky had descended into complete darkness, and the ferries traveling to and from the Land of Waves had long since ceased operations for the night. This meant that Team Red would have to camp in the woods for the night. In truth, the distance from Konoha to this coastal area is not particularly far. However, due to everyone accommodating Tazuna's pace and accompanying him slowly, an entire day was consumed in transit. Early the next morning, the group boarded a small boat, and as the ferryman paddled while singing folk songs, they set forth towards the Land of Waves. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they successfully landed in a thicket within the Land of Waves. Yamato, Hinata, be cautious. Something feels amiss in this surroundings, Chiba warned his companions. In surprise, Inuzuka sniffed the air but detected nothing unusual. What is the matter, Chiba? Do you sense something? There is no peculiar scent here. Before he could finish his sentence, a massive blade soared out from the thicket ahead. The blade whirled through the air, emitting a menacing hum as it hurtled towards the team. Chiba, Hinata, Kiba, protect Mr. Tazuna. Asuma's expression turned grave. She swiftly retrieved a kunai from her thigh pouch, spinning it deftly on her index finger. With her other hand, she grasped Tazuna by the collar and yanked him backward, forcing him to the ground. This was not an attack on Tazuna, but rather a means to ensure his safety by lowering his profile. After all, with Tazuna's reflexes, he would be unable to evade that enormous blade, resulting in certain death. Understood, Teacher Asuma, Hinata, and Kiba, their faces etched with seriousness, quickly retreated a few steps, positioning themselves defensively on either side of Tazuna while crouching low. Yet, at that moment, Chiba did not comply and instead charged towards the incoming blade. Gentle Fist, Exploding Palm. The 5th level of the Gentle Fist technique was unleashed. Chiba's fists radiated with a golden chakra, colliding forcefully with the descending beheading blade. The resounding clang of metal echoed as the blade hesitated momentarily in the air before snapping in two with a sharp crack. The tremendous force propelled the two severed halves of the blade back towards the thicket at an even greater speed. What? He actually shattered my beheading blade with a single punch. Behind the thicket, Zabuza's pupils dilated in shock. Through the gaps in the foliage, he glimpsed the two halves of his blade rushing towards him and had no time to ponder. He swiftly rolled to the side. The blade sliced through the thick branches, barely grazing Zabuza's clothing, and then cleaved through 2 sturdy trees behind him before finally embedding themselves into the earth. Inuzuka stared in astonishment, unable to fathom the power Chiba had just displayed. What kind of strength does this guy possess? It's utterly terrifying. Tazuna wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, exclaiming, "This little fellow, could he possibly be a prodigy of immense strength?" Hinata, having spent many years with Chiba, was already aware of his formidable capabilities. However, she had not anticipated that he would be so fearfully powerful. This realization filled her with both joy and concern. It is a source of joy that Chiba possesses such remarkable abilities. This is indeed a boon for everyone. However, it saddens me to realize the immense gap between her and Chiba, and the feelings I harbor for him become all the more daunting to express. Chiba, is this truly your full strength? I shall strive diligently to catch up with you. Hinata murmured softly, although she harbored some doubts about her own words. Her determination to match Chiba's pace remained unwavering. That little rascal Chiba, Kurenai furrowed her brow. Despite having long been aware of Chiba's concealed prowess, she had not anticipated it to be so astonishingly vast. The force behind that recent punch was something she had only witnessed in one individual, Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Could it be that Chiba is secretly Tsunade's apprentice? Kurenai couldn't help but feel a twinge of skepticism. It seemed an opportune moment to gauge Chiba's intentions. However, with a formidable adversary at hand, Kurenai refrained from pursuing her inquiries and promptly ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Chiba, Hinata, ascertain the identity of our foe. Understood, Teacher Kurenai. Chiba and Hinata responded in unison. They then activated their Byakugan simultaneously. The veins around their eyes throbbed as their vision transformed into a pale gray. Their sight expanded outward in a 360-degree radius, rendering the trees utterly ineffective as cover. The moment they retrieved the beheading sword, Zabuza, concealed behind a large tree, was swiftly detected by Chiba and Hinata. Teacher Kurenai, the enemy is over there. Hinata pointed towards a large tree situated a dozen meters away, reporting to Kurenai. Meanwhile, Chiba paid no heed to Zabuza, instead scanning the surroundings for the elusive White. White was Chiba's ultimate target. Zabuza's tactics posed little hindrance to the reconnaissance team. At last, he found him. White was indeed quite vigilant. A faint smile curved Chiba's lips. At that moment, White was hiding behind a rock over 100 meters away. Ordinarily, with such a distance and the cover of the trees, it would be impossible for him to see clearly. However, he employed a unique secret technique, manipulating a white rabbit concealed within the thicket to observe the battle unfolding. Through the rabbit's perspective, White monitored the movements of Chiba and his comrades. Suddenly, the bushes rustled, and Zabuza leaped from behind the tree. He rested the broken beheading sword upon his shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at Chiba and Hinata, and let out a derisive chuckle. Humph, so it is the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. I've heard of this ocular technique's ability to see through things. No wonder you were able to locate me so swiftly. With his beheading sword, bare torso, and coffee-colored suspenders, Kurenai's expression shifted to one of surprise as she instantly recognized Zabuza's identity. He fit the description perfectly of the rogue ninja sought after by the Hidden Mist and other villages. She exclaimed, "You are the demon of the bloody mist, Zabuza Momochi?" Upon being recognized, Zabuza felt a surge of pride within his heart. Humph, I never expected that the ninjas of Konoha would know my name. Indeed, I am Zabuza. Inuzuka Chiba swallowed hard. Zabuza's presence instilled a profound sense of pressure upon him. It was a unique aura of lethal intent, characteristic only of a ninja like Zabuza, who had taken countless lives. Stammering, he inquired, Kurenai-sensei, who is Zabuza of the Demon Brothers? I've never heard of him. Kurenai's expression grew serious as she replied. Zabuza of the Demon Brothers is one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. The blade he wields is the decapitating sword, a weapon unique to the 7 ninja swordsmen. The reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen was solidified during the Third Great Ninja War. Although Chiba often dozed off in class, he was aware of such significant historical facts. Scratching his head in confusion, he asked, "The decapitating sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen? But that sword doesn't look particularly formidable. Did it not get shattered by Chiba with a single punch?" A wave of bewilderment swept over the others as they exchanged glances. Indeed, aside from Chiba, they had all been intimidated by Zabuza's oppressive presence, failing to notice that the massive sword had already been broken yet was still cherished by Zabuza as if it were a treasure. Noticing the curious gazes directed at him, Zabuza's forehead twitched in irritation as he retorted, "You little brat, what do you know? Even if the decapitating sword is broken, it can still absorb the blood of enemies to regenerate." As he spoke, Zabuza pointed towards Tizuna, declaring, "Let me be frank with you all. My target is that old man. Hand him over to me, and you may leave unscathed. Otherwise, your blood will be the means to rejuvenate my decapitating sword." "What?" Chiba and Hinata exclaimed in unison, instinctively stepping back. The oppressive aura Zabuza emanated was indeed formidable. However, for Chiba and Kurenai, it held little sway. "I'm afraid we cannot comply." Chiba shook his head, turning to Kurenai. "Am I right, Kurenai-sensei?" Kurenai nodded. "Indeed. I too wish to witness the prowess of Zabuza the demon. Mr. Tizuna will not be handed over to you." Zabuza's expression turned icy as he swung the decapitating sword, directing it at Chiba and his companions. "Then I shall take your lives." With that, he plunged the decapitating sword into the earth. His hands began to move rapidly. Ninjutsu, Hidden Mist technique. As the final hand sign was completed, thick mist enveloped Zabuza, swiftly expanding outward. Within 5 seconds, Chiba and his companions found themselves shrouded in a veil of white fog, visibility reduced to less than 2 meters. "Chiba, Hinata, is your Byakugan affected?" Kurenai, gripping her kunai warily, asked. Caught off guard in the grass, Zabuza realized he had been discovered and had no choice but to reveal himself. Both Chiba and Hinata shook their heads simultaneously, declaring, "No, we can discern his position. The mist concealment technique can even be penetrated by the Sharingan, let alone the Byakugan, which is far more adept at visual assistance. However, there is a slight advantage to Zabuza employing the mist concealment technique, as it at least serves to restrict the movements of Kurenai and Chiba." Zabuza, though somewhat arrogant upon his entrance, was genuinely intimidated by Chiba's formidable power. Refraining from approaching Team Kurenai carelessly, within the grayish-white perspectives of Chiba and Hinata, they observed Zabuza, having completed his mist concealment technique, leap onto a large tree. His hands danced in intricate motions, forming complex seals evidently preparing to unleash a water-release ninjutsu. Tiger, ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster, ox. Hinata's delicate face expressed concern as she hastily warned, "This is bad, Kurenai-sensei. He is forming seals and likely about to release some ninjutsu." The group was taken aback. Kurenai momentarily felt a pang of anxiety, realizing their team lacked long-range attacking ninjas. Chiba and Hinata excelled in close combat with gentle fist techniques, while Chiba specialized in melee attacks. Kurenai herself was adept in genjutsu, but was not well versed in other types of ninjutsu. Nevertheless, as a special jonin, she maintained her composure. Issuing orders with gravity, the target of the enemy's attack is Mr. Tizuna. Hinata, Chiba, and I will form a protective triangle around him, and we will gradually retreat together. Chiba, you are free to act as you see fit and find an opportunity to counterattack Zabuza. Given Chiba's recent display of power, Kurenai had already classified him as an equal among jonin. Furthermore, within their ranks, only Chiba and Hinata could clearly discern Zabuza's location. Allowing Chiba to act freely was indeed the wisest choice. Understood, Kurenai-sensei. Chiba replied resolutely. He then clenched his right fist tightly and struck it forcefully against the trunk of a nearby tree. With a resounding crack, the tree splintered, which he then embraced in his arms. With a sharp exhalation, Chiba hurled the massive tree towards Zabuza. The enormous trunk and branches rustled, dispersing some of the thick fog along its path, propelled by an overwhelming force. The intent behind this maneuver was merely to disrupt Zabuza's seal formation. However, Zabuza had anticipated this response. He sprang into the air, allowing the incoming tree to soar beneath him, his hands never ceasing their intricate movements for the seals. The airborne tree barreled through countless smaller trees, stirring up clouds of dust and a whirlwind. Regrettably, as Zabuza's feet met the ground, he had already completed his ninjutsu seals. With a powerful leap, he positioned himself at the edge of the sea, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he mockingly declared, "Kid, your strength is indeed formidable, but I shall not engage you in close combat easily. Yet, this remains my battlefield. Water release, great waterfall technique." The tumultuous sea surged violently behind them, producing a cacophony of crashing sounds. The water leapt skyward, forming a colossal wave that surged toward Chiba and his companions. "Teacher Hong, prepare to climb the tree," Chiba shouted, bending his knees slightly before leaping onto a nearby sturdy tree. Understood. The members of Team Yuhi, their vision obstructed, could only comply with Chiba and Hinata's directives. Without hesitation, they seized Tizuna's arm and leaped onto the same tree. The roaring waves engulfed the ground, rising 4 to 5 meters high, rushing deep into the forest. Many small trees, insufficiently rooted, were uprooted by the tide, floating and rolling along with the current. Fortunately, the group stood atop a robust tree, safe from the deluge. The thick white mist surrounding them began to thin, stirred by the fierce winds generated by the waves. Their field of vision expanded, and the hidden mist technique employed by Zabuza was dispelled by his own water release technique. However, one must not underestimate Zabuza's cunning. He would not inadvertently sabotage his own jutsu. Each of his attacks was meticulously interconnected. The hidden mist technique was ineffective against the Byakugan and was initially designed to restrain Team Yuhi. The water release, great waterfall technique served merely to buy time for his next water release ninjutsu, capitalizing on the advantageous terrain. Only in the presence of water could the true power of water release be unleashed. Now, with the entire jungle awash in surging water, Zabuza was truly in his element. Ha ha ha. It's over for you, leaf ninjas. Water release, twin water dragons. At some point, Zabuza had closed the distance to within 10 meters of Team Yuhi. He stood atop the undulating waves, his body rising and falling with the swell. Upon completing the final hand sign, 2 enormous swirling water vortices appeared before him. The vortices spun rapidly, unleashing 2 massive 8-meter water dragons that soared through the air, intertwining before charging toward the treetop where Team Yuhi stood. "Teacher Hong, be careful," Hinata quickly warned, but it was too late. Team Yuhi had already sensed the impending danger. As the 2 water dragons drew near, there was no time to flee, and Hong made a self-sacrificial decision. She abruptly turned, placing her palms on Hinata and Chiba's chests, forcefully pushing them backward. They were propelled off the tree, and Tizuna, grasping their arms, was also swept back. The 2 water dragons, infused with violent chakra, crashed heavily into Hong's back. She coughed up blood, propelled forward several meters before finally plunging into the turbulent waters below. Hinata, Chiba, and Tizuna gasped in shock, their backs striking branches as they too fell into the water. Ha ha ha. A bunch of fools. Do you think you can hinder me with such feeble strength? A delusion indeed. Zabuza let out a triumphant chuckle. Water clone technique. He formed seals once more, and torrents of water surged around him, conjuring 3 identical Zabuza figures. Without any command from the original, the 3 water clones raced towards the direction where Kurenai and her team had fallen into the water. Suddenly, Zabuza sensed the sunlight above him dim, as if enveloped by a dark shadow. The shadow beneath him rapidly expanded, prompting him to look up sharply, only to behold a youth in a white kimono plummeting downwards. It was that exceptionally strong boy. Zabuza's pupils dilated in surprise, his face etched with disbelief. Trouble, regret flooded his mind. He had been too caught up in his own arrogance. In his fixation on attacking Kurenai's group, he had entirely overlooked such a formidable opponent as Chiba. Zabuza, you dare to bully Hinata and Kurenai-sensei. You shall pay. Chiba roared, his fist clenched tightly as he hurled it downwards with tremendous force towards Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes widened, and he had no time to evade. Instinctively, he drew his beheading sword from his back and raised it horizontally for defense. With a resounding clang, Chiba's golden glowing fist struck the sword like a hammer, shattering it in an instant. Only a blade of less than 1 meter remained, crashing heavily against Zabuza's chest. Coughing up blood, Zabuza screamed in agony as he transformed into a deep-water projectile, crashing into the depths below. Concerned for the safety of his companions, Chiba refrained from pursuing Zabuza further. Moreover, the underwater realm was Zabuza's domain. It would be foolish to engage him there. The seawater had been summoned ashore by ninjutsu, and after some time, the water level that had once submerged the ground by 5 to 6 meters was now receding rapidly, leaving only 2 to 3 meters of depth. Turning back, Chiba noticed Hinata, Hiba, Akamaru, and Tazuna emerging from the water, coughing and clutching their throats as if they had inhaled a significant amount of water. Kurenai, the elite Jonin, proved her mettle. Despite suffering internal injuries from the impact of the water dragon bullet, she was the first to leap from the surface, charging towards Zabuza's 3 water clones. Armed with kunai, she swiftly dispatched all the clones after a few exchanges. Chiba shouted inquiringly, Kurenai-sensei, Hinata, Hiba, how are you all? Hinata wiped the water from her face and shook her head. I'm fine, Chiba and I. Kurenai wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and replied, I'm all right. Chiba, but where is Zabuza? The seawater receded rapidly beneath their feet. In the brief moment of their conversation, the water level had already diminished to a depth of 1 meter. Just as Kurenai finished speaking, the ground began to emerge gradually. Though he did not turn back, Chiba, with his Byakugan's 359-degree vision, easily spotted Zabuza's location. He lay in a muddy pit, clutching his chest and coughing violently, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. The muddy pit before him was the result of Chiba's recent strike. Even with the water's flow alleviating some of the pressure, it was still remarkable that Zabuza could create such a deep crater beneath the surface. This vividly illustrated the sheer force behind Chiba's blow. Coughing, Zabuza raised his head, gazing at Chiba with a mixture of disbelief and resentment. Although his ninja career had seen defeats, experiencing such a swift and absurd loss was unprecedented. The oppressive sensation he felt just before Chiba unleashed his punch still lingered in his mind, causing him unease. Chiba turned and coldly remarked, You may choose to believe that. Zabuza, I did not intend to injure you so severely. It was your choice to harm my companion. Zabuza's expression turned bitter upon realizing that this youth had never regarded him, the notorious assassin Zabuza, as a serious threat. Yet, he could not shake the frustration swelling within him. What did Chiba mean by claiming he had to attack his companion? They were, after all, adversaries. Was it not natural to injure an opponent? As Hyuga and her companions approached, their eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Zabuza lying in the pit. They had all been submerged in water during Chiba's assault and had missed the entire encounter. Hiba clapped a hand on Chiba's shoulder and asked, Chiba, he is a Jonin. To have been defeated by you alone in such a manner, do you possess the strength of the 3rd Hokage? Though Kiba's tone was somewhat jesting, it sent a shiver through the others. He was correct. Chiba's ability to subdue someone like Zabuza suggested that even if he did not match the 3rd Hokage's prowess, he had certainly surpassed many Jonin. Scratching his head modestly, Chiba replied, No. It was merely that you all drew his attention, allowing me to launch a successful surprise attack. Before he could finish, a figure swiftly descended from a tree nearby. It was a woman clad in a green robe and wearing a distinctive mask. Before anyone could react, she flicked her wrist, sending several senbon flying through her fingers, piercing Zabuza's neck. Who goes there? Hyuga exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of vigilance as she positioned herself protectively behind Hinata and Tizuna, wielding her kunai. Chiba remained unfazed. Despite the mask, he recognized the individual from her attire, Haku, Zabuza's sole companion. Her arrival was undoubtedly aimed at placing Zabuza in a state of false death, facilitating his escape. Finally, I've been waiting for you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Chiba felt a surge of excitement within him as he quickly activated his replication abilities. Ding. Replication successful. Acquired a small amount of ice release bloodline power. Ding. Replication successful. Acquired a small amount of perceptual ability. Two identical notifications echoed in Chiba's mind. Indeed, as the system previously indicated, the ability to replicate perceptual skills is possible. To the esteemed members of Konoha, please remain calm. I am a member of the Umbu from Kirigakure. Bai waved a greeting. Just as Chiba had anticipated, Bai promptly revealed his identity as a member of the Kirigakure Umbu. The Umbu of Kirigakure? Kurenai's brow furrowed slightly. Upon closer inspection of the mask adorning Bai's face, she began to believe it to some extent. However, she maintained her vigilance and inquired, "What is your intention?" Bai gestured towards Zabuza, stating, "That individual is our #1 rogue ninja, wanted by the Hidden Mist. I have just eliminated him and wish to take his corpse back for reporting. Would you be willing to hand him over to me? Is that so?" Kurenai nodded gently and then signaled to Chiba. Understanding her cue, Chiba rushed to Zabuza's side, probing his nose and feeling his neck. The technique was impressive. Not only was there no breath, but even the pulse in his neck had vanished entirely. Although he was aware of the charade of death, Chiba chose not to expose it, for he had two objectives for this visit. One was to replicate Bai's ice release, and the other was to ensure that Bai and Zabuza understood their bond and did not perish here. Given the complexity of the situation, it was not feasible for Chiba to engage in verbal sparring. Rather, it would be a matter of guidance. It was prudent to wait until all members of Team Kurenai were absent to avoid any misconceptions that he had betrayed them. Chiba remarked, "Kurenai-sensei, he is indeed deceased. He has no breath or pulse." Kurenai nodded, finally at ease. She had no particular interest in Zabuza's corpse. Turning to Bai, she said, "You may take him. We will not impede your departure." "Thank you," Bai replied succinctly, leaping down from the tree. He slung Zabuza's arm over his shoulder, grasped the broken executioner's blade in his other hand, and bounded deeper into the forest. Ding. A temporary mission has been triggered. Catch up to Bai and Zabuza. Resolve the emotional ties between them and help them understand their connection. Would you like to accept the mission? The system notification echoed suddenly in Chiba's mind. It had been quite some time since he had received a temporary task. Naturally, he was eager to accept a mission that promised doubled rewards for replication on the same day. Moreover, helping Zabuza and Bai comprehend their bond was tantamount to fostering a relationship with them. Chiba needed more interaction with Bai to successfully replicate the ice release. The power of bloodlines required gradual assimilation, not a swift resolution. From every conceivable angle, this course of action was the optimal choice for Chiba. He silently affirmed, "Accept." As he watched the two depart, Kurenai and the others from Team Kurenai, along with Tizuna, collectively exhaled in relief. It felt as though they had merely awakened from a dream. Tizuna patted his forehead, a look of trepidation etched across his face. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to the group led by Yuhi Kurenai and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you all. Without your presence, I fear I would have met my demise several times over." In response, Inuzuka Kiba remarked, "Uncle Tizuna, you should thank Kiba and Teacher Kurenai instead. I hardly contributed anything." He then turned to Kurenai, asking, "By the way, Teacher Kurenai, how are you feeling after being struck by that person's ninjutsu?" Yuhi Kurenai's complexion appeared somewhat pale. Although the water dragon bullet was not a particularly potent technique, its impact was still considerable. She had sustained significant internal injuries and had been enduring discomfort while engaged in battle. Even then, in an effort to alleviate her students' worries, Kurenai maintained her faade, insisting, "I'm fine. There's no need for concern." However, her students were perceptive and quickly recognized that something was amiss. "Teacher Kurenai, you don't look well. Are you truly all right?" Hinata approached with concern, offering her support. "Rest assured, Hinata, I am perfectly fine," Kurenai replied with a gentle smile, affectionately ruffling Hinata's hair. She then commanded the group, "Everyone, please organize your belongings and tend to your soaked clothing. We shall depart in 10 minutes. "Yes," Teacher Kurenai, Hinata, and Kiba responded in unison. Yet, Chiba was not inclined to linger for such preparations. His mind raced as he contemplated how to concoct a plausible excuse to temporarily extricate himself from the team in order to pursue Haku and Zabuza. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He slapped his thigh and feigned alarm, exclaiming, "Oh no, Teacher Kurenai." The group, startled, halted their activities and turned their attention to Chiba. Kurenai inquired with confusion, "What is it, Chiba?" Chiba replied, "That person from earlier poses a significant threat." "A threat?" The others exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what he meant. Chiba elaborated, "Do you believe that if Konoha's Umbu were dispatched to capture an escaped criminal, they would act alone?" Hinata and Kiba remained bewildered, their expressions reflecting their confusion. However, Kurenai began to grasp the implications. Although she had never been a member of the Umbu, her father, the late Akatsuki, had once served as a squad leader within their ranks, so she possessed some understanding of their operational protocols. It was inconceivable that Konoha's Umbu would dispatch only one individual to apprehend a rogue ninja of Zabuza's caliber. It would require the coordinated efforts of multiple teams. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "Chiba, are you suggesting that person was suspicious? But you claimed Zabuza was already dead. Why would he rescue a corpse?" Chiba shook his head and clarified, "No, Teacher Kurenai, Zabuza is likely not dead. I just recalled a book I read about vital points. There are specific pressure points on the neck that, if struck, can induce a state of apparent death." The group's eyes widened in realization, comprehending Chiba's implication. Kiba exclaimed, "Chiba, are you saying that person was Zabuza's accomplice?" "Precisely," Chiba affirmed. Chiba nodded and gazed toward Red, saying, "I would like you all to escort Mr. Tazuna home while I pursue those two fleeing individuals alone." "That is out of the question, Chiba. You cannot undertake such a perilous venture by yourself," Hinata exclaimed. Her face etched with concern as she grasped his arm. Chiba gently ruffled her hair, offering reassurance. "Hinata, do not worry. Zabuza is already gravely injured and poses no threat to me. I am confident in my ability to deal with that imposter masquerading as a member of the Umbu." Red opened her mouth, initially intending to voice her thoughts, but upon reflecting on Chiba's recent display of power, she swallowed her words. The current Chiba felt somewhat unfamiliar to her, not due to changes in his personality or appearance, but because he consistently exhibited such formidable strength, leaving her with myriad questions. She yearned to understand whether Chiba was truly an anomaly or if he had quietly become a disciple of Tsunade. After all, the ferocity of his attacks bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade's own techniques. Yet, recognizing the urgency of their situation, she decided against raising the matter, simply nodding at Chiba. "Very well, you may proceed, but prioritize your safety and do not overexert yourself." "Understood, Red," Chiba replied, nodding back and giving Hinata's shoulder a comforting pat. Without further ado, he hastened in the direction where White and Zabuza had fled. Swish swish. White, carrying Zabuza on his back, had been fleeing for nearly 10 minutes. Despite his utmost speed, Zabuza's adult physique, compounded by the weight of the decapitation blade, limited their distance. Glancing at the gaping wound on Zabuza's chest, concern etched on his face, he murmured, "This cannot continue. We must administer treatment to Mr. Zabuza without delay." Leaping down from the tree, he selected a rock that stood about a person's height, allowing Zabuza to lean against it. Swiftly, White's fingers danced over Zabuza's neck, puncturing the skin to extract several slender silver needles. "White, you have saved me once more," Zabuza murmured, his voice weak as he slowly opened his eyes just moments after the needles were removed. The severe injury to his chest and excessive blood loss rendered his complexion pale as parchment. "Mr. Zabuza," White said as he retrieved a hemostatic bandage and began to tend to Zabuza's wounds, "you were fortunate this time. Had that boy struck your heart, I fear you would not have survived long enough for my assistance." With a slight cough, Zabuza managed a wry smile. Who could have predicted encountering such a formidable opponent? And one so young at that. His words hinted at a sense of resignation, shaped by the policies of the Hidden Mist Blood Mist and the tyranny of the Fourth Mizuki. In the Hidden Mist, graduates from the Ninja Academy were compelled to eliminate all their comrades to emerge as the sole survivor. Zabuza was indeed the one who had slain all his companions. With his extraordinary talent and prowess, he should undoubtedly be considered quite formidable. However, after years of struggling in the ninja world, he finally ascended to the rank of a feared jonin, only to be bested by a mere child of 10. It leaves one at a loss for words. "You are mistaken. It is not that he is fortunate. I merely held back." A voice resonated from above. Zabuza and Haku exchanged startled glances, instinctively reaching for their weapons as they looked upwards. Perched on a great tree was a youth clad in the distinctive white garb of the Hyuga clan, with short black hair, smiling down at them. "It's you. How did you track us down to this place?" Haku's expression, concealed beneath his mask, was one of astonishment. He never anticipated that his deceit would be uncovered so swiftly. "Indeed, it is I. I saw through your lies long ago. Today, you shall both perish here, with no chance of escape." Leaping down gracefully, Chiba exuded confidence as he approached the duo. Was he truly here to kill them? Certainly not. Chiba merely sought to convey the significance of their bonds in a rather unconventional manner. With someone as cold-hearted as Zabuza, mere words would never suffice to sway him. Why had Zabuza remained so merciless, treating Haku as a mere tool for assassination? It was the environment in which he had been raised that had shaped him into this being, even though Haku had always been by his side. Gradually warming his frigid heart, Zabuza remained oblivious. Only after Haku's death would he come to comprehend the importance of their bond and what Haku truly meant to him. If that were the case, then let Haku experience death before him. The challenge now lay in orchestrating Haku's simulated demise, which would test Chiba's ingenuity. "Kid, it seems our battle is far from over." Zabuza clutched his broken executioner's blade, struggling to rise and continue the fight. Yet, the excruciating pain from his wound caused beads of sweat to form on his forehead, and his body trembled violently. "Mr. Zabuza, allow me to handle this battle. Your current condition is ill-suited for any action." Haku positioned himself protectively in front of Zabuza, his expression grave as he regarded Chiba. "Very well, let it be so." A hint of a smile graced Zabuza's lips. He understood that perhaps Haku's ice release could counteract the Byakugan. With a swift motion, Haku let loose several shuriken from his sleeve, expertly guided by his fingers as they hurtled toward Chiba. Within the purview of the Byakugan, he could accurately assess the distance and trajectory of the enemy's attack. Chiba, calculating with precision, easily evaded their approach. Secret technique: 1,000 water surge. Haku's foot struck the ground, causing a pool of water to splatter upwards, coalescing into a barrage of ice-like shuriken aimed once more at Chiba. "But such an attempt cannot reach me." Chiba's voice dripped with mockery as he deftly darted behind the cover of a large tree. With a resounding thud, a flurry of silver needles pierced the trunk of a great tree. Chiyé unleashed a powerful punch, causing the tree to splinter and crash towards Zabuza and Bai. Secret technique: Ice Rock Hall. Bai declared, forming a hand seal with one hand while raising the other high above his head. From his palm, a substantial mass of ice spread out, coalescing into a sphere with a diameter of 4 meters. The tree struck the icy orb, creating a network of cracks, but failing to shatter it. Bai had expended a significant amount of chakra to conjure this ninjutsu solely to safeguard Zabuza, who was incapacitated behind him. "Mr. Zabuza." He swiftly turned to support Zabuza, leaping to a safer distance. He gently set Zabuza against the tree and, without a moment's pause, dashed towards Chiyé. Yet, after covering a mere 10 meters, confusion clouded Bai's face. Chiyé had vanished from sight. "Above you. Bai, be careful." Zabuza's warning echoed in his ears as Bai looked upwards. Indeed, Chiyé had somehow scaled the tree and was descending upon him. Fist of the Gentle Punch. With a fist gleaming with golden light, Chiyé struck down fiercely. Although Bai desperately attempted to evade, he narrowly escaped the brunt of the blow. However, the sheer force of the punch far exceeded his expectations. Even when it missed and struck the ground, it created a colossal crater, sending dirt and debris flying, leaving Bai with multiple lacerations. He was propelled backward, crashing heavily against another tree. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling a wave of darkness engulf him. When his vision returned, Chiyé was already charging at him, delivering yet another punch. "Damn it! Is there no escape?" Bai's pupils dilated in terror as he sensed the overwhelming pressure of Chiyé's fist. Just as he braced for the impending impact, Chiyé's fist brushed past his face, striking the tree with tremendous force. With a crack, the tree splintered and toppled backward. Simultaneously, Chiyé's other hand shot out like lightning, seizing Bai's face and propelling him forcefully away. Bai barreled through several smaller trees before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Chiyé had calculated the force and trajectory with precision, ensuring that Bai was rendered unconscious without crossing the line into fatality. Bai, how infuriating. To Zabuza, however, the scene unfolded quite differently due to his vantage point. He witnessed Bai being struck squarely in the head by Chiyé's fist, the impact shattering the tree behind him and sending Bai flying over 10 meters away. Zabuza had experienced the terrifying power of Chiyé's punches firsthand. With such a devastating blow, Bai spy's demise seemed inevitable. A profound sense of loss gripped Zabuza, as if a vital part of him had been severed. Sadness and rage overwhelmed his mind. Bastard! Ignoring the excruciating pain seeping from his chest, Zabuza Momochi, with a visage twisted in rage, forcefully rose from the ground. His steps faltering as he charged toward Chiba. Indeed, that was the expression he had aimed for. The objective had been achieved. Chiba snapped his fingers, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. From Zabuza's face, etched with anguish and a profound hatred, Chiba discerned that his goal had been fulfilled. What does this mean? Zabuza came to a halt, gasping for breath, the bandages around his chest soaked in crimson, despite the fury propelling him to stagger over 10 meters. The agony from his wounds gradually rendered him numb. Calm down, Zabuza. He is not dead, but you mustn't let your anger consume you, for that would undo all my carefully laid plans. Chiba waved his hand dismissively, then nimbly leaped to retrieve the unconscious Haku, placing him before Zabuza. Zabuza's eyes brimmed with urgency as he collapsed to the ground, trembling hands reaching out to check for Haku's breath. Upon realizing Haku was truly alive, a wave of relief washed over him, leaving his body weak. Overcome with emotion, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. Yet he was acutely aware of his identity as a cold-blooded killer and wished not to reveal such vulnerability before Chiba. He discreetly wiped away a tear from his arm. See, I told you he wouldn't die. I know how to wield my strength judiciously, Chiba said, arms crossed. Zabuza lifted his gaze, questioning, what exactly is your intention, boy? What do you seek to accomplish? Chiba replied, my aim is simple, to illuminate your heart, to make you cognizant of your feelings for Haku. He is not merely a tool for assassination. He is your most vital ally. What? Though reluctant to admit it, Zabuza comprehended the essence of Chiba's words. Indeed, the moment he believed Haku had perished, the tumultuous emotions of grief and rage were unlike anything he had ever experienced. He understood he should not harbor such feelings for a tool of murder, hence his attempts to conceal them. Yet now, with Chiba's revelation, his mind was besieged by myriad questions, rendering Chiba increasingly inscrutable. How do you know his name is Haku? Why do you want me to confront my inner self? What is it that you truly desire? Zabuza bombarded Chiba with 3 inquiries. Chiba rubbed his forehead, pondering where to begin. Never mind, I shall spare you the lengthy explanations. You need only to grasp that I will not take your life, and that I intend to assist you. That should suffice. Assist me? Zabuza scoffed. A stranger, one whom I have never met, comes forth with peculiar actions, claiming to offer aid. Who would so readily believe such a thing? Chiba, perceiving his skepticism, remained unfazed. He understood Zabuza's presence in the land of waves was driven by necessity, evading the relentless pursuit of the Umbu of the hidden mist and the combined might of various ninja villages. He was confined to this obscure land, undertaking clandestine missions for ill-gotten gains, all in pursuit of amassing strength and returning to the hidden mist village to vindicate his name. After all, the reason why Zabuza became a rogue ninja was due to the assassination of the 4th Mizuki. The 4th Mizuki, known for his tyrannical policies, was universally despised. Throughout his journey, Zabuza maintained that he had done nothing wrong. Chiba laid out all this information before him, leaving Zabuza in a state of bewilderment. However, Chiba refrained from elaborating and posed a question. Zabuza, do you believe that the life you currently lead resembles that of a true ninja? Zabuza was taken aback by the inquiry. For years, he had been evading capture and now found himself at the mercy of the incompetent Kato, a second-rate boss. The formidable reputation he once held as the demon of the hidden mist had faded, leaving him feeling no different from a stray dog. Observing Zabuza's moment of vulnerability, Chiba seized the opportunity. Zabuza, I have a brilliant idea that could help you realize your desire to return to the hidden mist. Would you be willing to consider it? What idea? Zabuza's interest was piqued. Chiba explained, it's quite simple. Eliminate Kato and seize all the assets under his company's name. This would provide you with sufficient capital to embark on your ninja recruitment endeavor. The proposition was indeed tempting for Zabuza. Yet, Kato remained his employer, and to betray and kill him would irreparably tarnish his reputation in the ninja world. Shaking his head, Zabuza replied with resignation, I cannot. Though Kato is no saint, I cannot take his life merely for the allure of his wealth. Chiba sighed in exasperation and asked, are you foolish? I never suggested you kill him openly. Isn't assassination your forte? You could eliminate Kato discreetly and then assume his identity using transformation techniques. Subsequently, transfer all of Kato's assets to a trustworthy individual. Wouldn't that allow you to achieve both objectives? As the realization dawned on him, Zabuza felt a surge of excitement. Chiba's plan was indeed feasible. Killing the tyrant Kato wouldn't evoke any moral qualms. Reflecting on it now, he realized that his previous inability to conceive such a strategy stemmed from his own limitations. Nevertheless, he was still filled with questions about Chiba's seemingly arbitrary assistance. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "I am willing to believe that you are helping me, but I still wish to understand your motives." Chiba responded, "Consider it my way of rectifying certain regrets. Moreover, I am not offering my help without compensation. Remember to share some of Kato's funds with me after you secure them. I, too, am quite impoverished and have lived a rather frugal life these past years." With that, Chiba let out a sigh. Indeed, his own circumstances had not been particularly favorable since his arrival in this world. "Very well, I agree," Zabuza nodded. Since Chiba was intent on concealing the truth, Zabuza refrained from pressing further. However, the notion that Chiba sought a portion of the wealth did bring him some comfort. Being outmaneuvered by a mere boy and receiving unsolicited guidance left Zabuza with a tumultuous mix of emotions. He even felt somewhat indebted to Chiba. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Zabuza, despite his tough exterior, was still amenable to persuasion. "Let us agree on this. I shall reside at Tazuna's home for a while, awaiting your good news." Waving farewell to Zabuza, Chiba turned and departed. Traversing through the forest, he arrived at a village, inquiring the locals for directions. After nearly an hour, he finally arrived outside Tazuna's residence. Chiba surveyed his surroundings. The house was constructed over a pond, entirely made of wood, exuding a sense of warmth and antiquity. Smoke gently wafted from the chimney atop the roof, accompanied by a faint aroma of vegetables. A winding wooden bridge spanned the water, extending from the road to the front of the house, leading to a spacious wooden platform, presumably the area where Tazuna's family engaged in outdoor activities. However, one could not help but wonder if living in such a place year-round might lead to rheumatism. It was now evening. The savory scent of stir-fried meat wafted into Chiba's nostrils, making him involuntarily swallow. He had yet to eat lunch and was indeed feeling somewhat hungry. Crossing the winding wooden bridge, he reached the front door of Tazuna's home. Instantly, he spotted the members of Team 10 in the living room. Chiba Inuzuka sat on the sofa, playfully teasing Akamaru and a small black dog. In the center of the living room was a large dining table, where Hinata and Yuhi Kurenai busily helped serve dishes. "Chiba, are you all right?" Hinata exclaimed joyfully as she spotted him at the door, rushing over. She had been concerned for Chiba's safety. Chiba instinctively patted Hinata's small head, smiling. "What could possibly happen to me? Did I not tell you I would return soon?" "Chiba, we were just talking about you," Chiba said as he rose to greet him with Akamaru. "What about those two?" Kurenai inquired. Entering the house, Chiba plopped down at the dining table. "Kurenai-sensei, everyone, let us sit down and eat while we discuss. I haven't eaten all day, and I am quite famished." "Indeed." Kurenai nodded. The others had no objections, and they all took their seats at the table. The last to emerge from the kitchen was a woman in a light red dress, in her 30s, and strikingly beautiful. Although it was their first meeting, Chiba immediately recognized her as Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami. Following Tsunami was a timid little boy, around 6 or 7 years old, clad in suspenders and a flat cap. Tazuna introduced everyone to one another, and soon they commenced their meal. Chiba's explanation to the group was that he had successfully persuaded Zabuza and White to defect. He believed that in a few days, Kato would face assassination, and his company would be taken over by Zabuza's arrangements. In a moment of silence, Inari suddenly scoffed. "Humph. It's easy to say that. If it were truly as simple as you think, our nation wouldn't have endured years of exploitation by Cardo. And my father wouldn't have been brutally killed by his men." The room fell into an awkward hush as everyone paused their meal. Caught off guard by Inari's words, Hinata, Chiba, and Shino refrained from engaging in the conversation about persuading Zabuza to defect, unsure of how to articulate their thoughts. Tsunami frowned slightly and admonished Inari. "Inari, you must not be so impolite to our guests. These individuals are our saviors. Without their intervention, your grandfather would have perished long ago." Inari lowered the brim of his hat, choking back tears. "So what? They cannot stay here forever. Once they leave, Cardo will send someone to kill us." With that, Inari set down his utensils and strode out of the room. "Such a child," Chiyé chuckled softly, continuing his meal. He understood well the source of Inari's reaction. The boy was terrified of Cardo's oppression, deeply ingrained with fear. He was not alone. Cardo cast a shadow over all the villagers in the Land of Waves, an inescapable specter akin to a demon. In due time, once Zabuza's assassination plan was executed, the truth would reveal itself. There was no need for excessive explanations at present. Tsunami sighed, turning to Chiyé. I apologize. Please do not hold it against him. Inari's faith has crumbled. He was once a brave child, but ever since my husband's death. Her voice faltered, and tears welled in her eyes as memories surfaced. Tazuna interjected, Nami, why dwell on such matters now? Since Chiyo has stated that Cardo will meet his demise soon, I choose to believe in his words. I have witnessed his prowess firsthand, haha. I believe too, Hinata and Chiba chimed in unison. Yuhi Kurenai turned to Chiyo, offering a gentle smile, I believe as well. However, Chiyo, shouldn't you clarify why you have been concealing your true strength? This was a question Kurenai had longed to ask, but circumstances had prevented her until now. Of course. I intended to share that with you, Chiyo nodded. The reason for my considerable strength stems from a book I once read. Chiyo began to weave a tale. Essentially, due to the Hyuga branch family's lack of access to the Gentle Fist training, he had to rely on his own insights. Drawing inspiration from the book, he had developed a unique method of practicing the Gentle Fist, focusing on condensing chakra into a singular point on his fist. Much like the explanation he had previously given to Niji. This was indeed Chiyo's method of attack, and no one would find fault in it. Even if Tsunade were present, she would recognize the parallels between the Gentle Fist and her own monstrous strength. After their meal, the group settled in the living room to watch television for a while. Under the arrangement of Tsunami, they ascended to the second floor, each selecting a room to settle in. After freshening up, Chiba lay on his bed, suddenly struck by a thought. He had neglected to inquire about the residences of Zabuza and Haku. This oversight implied that he would be unable to locate Haku the next day for the purpose of ice-style replication. It appeared he would need to dedicate time to gather information and seek out their dwelling. The more he pondered, the more cumbersome it seemed. The red team's stay in the Land of Waves was limited to a maximum of 2 weeks. Even if Chiba endeavored to locate Haku daily for replication, it was uncertain whether he could complete the ice-style replication within that time frame. He consulted the system. Is there no alternative method for expedited replication? This seems exceedingly tedious. Ding. While no swift methods exist, there are slower alternatives. The host may forfeit one replication opportunity to preserve the ice-style bloodline limit as a sample. Once retained, replication of this sample can be conducted in the system's storage space daily, albeit with a reduction in efficacy by 2/3. Chiba nodded in agreement. This solution is quite acceptable. With such a compromise at hand, there was no urgency to pursue Zabuza and Haku's whereabouts. After all, they had ventured out after a long time. It would be prudent to rest for a couple of days first. Indeed, events unfolded as Chiba anticipated. The red team spent 2 days at the Tazuna household. By the afternoon of the third day, a bustling crowd appeared across the street. Leading the procession was a figure clad in a green kimono, with a fair and beautiful face reminiscent of a woman, none other than Haku, Zabuza's assistant. Following closely behind were over 10 burly men, each pushing a cart laden with an assortment of burlap sacks, the contents of which remained a mystery. Chiba, what are those people up to? Hinata inquired, sunbathing alongside him in the front yard, her eyes reflecting a sense of vigilance. I'm not sure. They must be here to deliver good news, Chiba replied, rising from his reclining chair. At that moment, Haku had reached the entrance of the pond's wooden bridge. However, as the wooden planks could not withstand the strain of the carts, Haku halted at the street corner, waving in greeting. Chiba-kun, we meet again. His face radiated a brilliant smile, his voice possessing a distinctly feminine tone. Had Chiba not been aware of Haku's gender, he might have found himself harboring unexpected thoughts. Haku, how did the task fare? Why have you brought such a large entourage? Chiba waved back, stepping onto the wooden bridge with Hinata as they approached the street. From a distance, Chiba activated his replication ability on Haku. Ding. Replication successful. A small sample of ice-style bloodline power has been acquired and is being stored in your system space. Ding. Replication successful. A small amount of ice-style bloodline limit power has been obtained, along with a slight comprehension of sensory abilities. At that moment, the Tazuna family, along with Kurenai and Chiba, emerged from the house, drawn by the commotion, yet they merely observed from afar without advancing. Chiba-kun, it is truly a delight to see you again. Bai's gaze towards Chiba was imbued with gratitude, revealing his appreciation. It was Mr. Zabuza who sent someone to bring you here. Leaning closer to Chiba, he whispered, the assassination mission has been accomplished. Oh, really? That is splendid news. Chiba's eyes sparkled with understanding. He was well aware that the assassination task Bai referred to was the elimination of Cardo. The reason for not stating it openly was that this information could not yet be made public. Zabuza still needed to impersonate Cardo. gradually transferring all the funds and operations of Cardo's company to trustworthy hands. Undermining Cardo's company would undoubtedly require time. Indeed, Chiba-kun, it is all thanks to your insightful strategies. I nodded in agreement, visibly pleased. He then gestured towards the burly men pushing the carts behind them, stating, Chiba-kun, those sacks are filled with silver. I have roughly counted the amount. It should be 200 million taels in total. This constitutes 2/3 of Cardo's liquid assets, which Mr. Zabuza instructed me to deliver to you. He mentioned that after a while, once Cardo's company has been fully dismantled, he would send you half of the company's silver as well. 200 million taels. How can I possibly accept such a sum? Upon hearing this figure, Chiba couldn't help but rub his hands together in excitement. My goodness. Hinata gasped, seemingly astonished by this incredible revelation. The Hyuga clan is relatively affluent. Yet she recalled hearing from Hyuga Hazashi that their total assets barely amounted to several tens of millions of taels. Now, Chiba had suddenly received 200 million taels. This transformation made him exceedingly wealthy, surpassing the combined wealth of the entire Hyuga clan. I, of course, noticed that Chiba was feigning reluctance. However, he felt a genuine gratitude towards Chiba, smiling as he said, Chiba-kun, you need not decline. This is rightfully yours. Without you, Mr. Zabuza and I would still be under the thumb of that scoundrel Cardo. Cardo was indeed a tyrant, and I felt no burden in having eliminated such a villain. There was, however, one matter I did not explicitly mention. In recent days, Zabuza's attitude towards him had noticeably shifted. Previously, Zabuza regarded him merely as a tool for assassination, his most capable assistant. Now, Zabuza exhibited a newfound gentleness towards him. Although this tenderness was carefully concealed, I could still sense it. The current Mr. Zabuza was indeed different from the one he once knew. I understood that all of this stemmed from the changes Chiba had brought to Zabuza. Thus, he held a deep-seated gratitude and respect for Chiba, despite Chiba being younger than him. Chiba scratched his head, smiling awkwardly. Please do not say such things. It is only natural. However, he then appeared troubled, saying, but bye. You should not have brought the entire 200 million taels in such a conspicuous manner. It is not that Chiba wished to conceal this matter, but the old adage, wealth should not be flaunted, remains true. Moreover, Chiba had originally intended to store the 200 million taels within the system space, in the presence of so many onlookers. He pondered his course of action. I nodded slightly and said, is that so? I apologize, Chiba-kun. It appears I did not consider this thoroughly. Please, tell me what I should do, and I shall comply. Chiba stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before responding. Let us proceed this way. Go to a vacant house near Tezuna's residence and store all these sacks inside. Additionally, assign a few individuals to guard the location until I return this evening. I nodded in understanding. I comprehend, Chiba-kun. With that, he began directing the burly men to push the carts back along their original route. After exchanging a few words with Chiba, he joined the caravan. Hinata inquired, Chiba and I, how do you intend to bring back such a large sum of money? Chiba smiled mysteriously, I have my ways. The two made their way back to the eaves of Tezuna's home, where the others awaited with expressions of anticipation, eager for Chiba to explain the situation. Kato is dead. Chiba felt no need to conceal this truth, and he relayed the information candidly. What? A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Tezuna, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped Chiba's arm and trembled as he asked, Chiba-kun, is this truly the case? You are not deceiving us, are you? The news of Kato's demise was akin to the clouds parting for the villagers of the Land of Waves, allowing them once again to bask in the warmth of the sun. Nothing could bring them greater joy than this revelation. Chiba nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is true. Why would I fabricate such a story? However, the situation is somewhat intricate. Before Chiba could elaborate, Inari scoffed dismissively and turned to walk inside, muttering, how could Kato possibly die so easily? He is the most fearsome tyrant in this world. Hold on, you little brat. Chiba called out to Inari. Inari turned back, a hint of fear in his eyes. What is it? Chiba replied, if the matter is indeed true, you will find out tomorrow when you accompany your grandfather to inspect the bridge construction. The bridge in the Land of Waves had already been completed. Yet a section of the central span had been destroyed by explosives on Kato's orders. Furthermore, he had stationed guards at the broken bridge to prevent any villagers from approaching. I had just informed Chiba that the ruffians guarding the broken bridge had been removed, allowing the repair work to resume. Fine, let us go. Who was afraid? Inari still felt a flicker of trepidation, but Tezuna, upon hearing Chiba's assurance, sensed the truth in his words. Thank you, Chiba-kun, Tazuna expressed, his eyes brimming with gratitude. He then took Inari's small hand and rushed across the wooden bridge. Inari, I am going to gather our old friends so that we can all head to the bridge together. The endeavor to repair the bridge had consumed Tazuna's entire life, and he could not afford to wait any longer. Chiba cautioned, Uncle Tazuna, please refrain from announcing Kato's death just yet. Now is not the appropriate time. Tazuna ran while glancing back and reassured, rest assured, Brother Chiba, I won't breathe a word, not even if it costs me my life. I won't jeopardize your plans. No one found it peculiar that Zabuza would assassinate Kato. Chiba had mentioned this matter to them a few days prior. Yet, no one anticipated the swiftness of Zabuza's actions, and that the wealthiest merchant in the ninja world, Kato, would simply resign himself to death. That very evening, Chiba made his way to a nearby wooden cabin. After signaling to a few bodyguards, he entered the dwelling and stored a staggering 20 trillion ryo in his system space. Half a month swiftly passed. During this time, Chiba visited Kato's company and interacted with Zabuza and Haku on several occasions. Zabuza continued to impersonate Kato, though he was not particularly fond of this ruse and hoped to extricate himself from it soon. However, transferring all of Kato's numerous business dealings was not a simple task and would require at least half a month to accomplish. As the deadline approached and their return to Konoha loomed, Chiba indicated to Zabuza and Haku that the wealth he had acquired could be temporarily stored with them until he had the opportunity to retrieve it later. Zabuza and Haku naturally had no objections, as Chiba had altered their fates. They regarded him as their savior and were inclined to heed his every word. Yukari-sensei, my luggage is ready. We can depart now. Inazuka Kiba, with his belongings slung over his back and Akamaru perched atop his head, jumped down from the second-floor window of Tazuna's home. He was the last to gather his belongings. Chiba, Yui Kurenai, and Hinata had already donned their packs and awaited in the living room on the ground floor. Let us be off, my little companions, back to home, Kurenai commanded, her injuries fully healed as she rose and waved her hand. Indeed, Chiba and Hinata nodded in agreement, rising to head outside. Tazuna's family hurried to the door, watching the departing figures of Chiba and his companions with heavy hearts. Brother Chiba, Miss Kurenai, everyone, take care on your journey. Tazuna called out, waving his hand. Farewell, Uncle Tazuna, Chiba replied with a smile, turning to wave back. Kurenai and the others turned one by one to bid their farewells. Inari's tears brimmed in his eyes as he broke free from Tsunami's comforting hold, dashing to the edge of the wooden bridge while wiping away his tears. Brother Chiba, you must promise to return and visit us. Grandfather and everyone have decided that the bridge in the land of waves will be named the Chiba Bridge. How infuriating. I had sworn to myself not to cry anymore, yet here I am, utterly defeated. Tears streamed down Inari's cheeks as he scolded himself for his weakness. After spending these past weeks together, they had grown quite familiar with one another. Free from Kato's looming shadow, Inari transformed back into a resolute young boy. He vowed to protect his mother, safeguard his grandfather, and defend the land of waves, vowing never to weep frivolously again. Chiba naturally heard Inari's words and waved his hand once more, exclaiming, Inari, it's all right. Joyful tears are perfectly acceptable. As a true man, one should not sweat the small stuff. Inari, nodding vigorously, wept even more fiercely and unabashedly. Tazuna and Tsunami approached with gentle smiles. Tsunami embraced Inari and whispered, Do not worry, Inari. There will be opportunities to meet again in the future. Tazuna gazed at Chiba's retreating figure and remarked, What a remarkable young man capable of miracles. I believe his future accomplishments will be boundless. Tsunami nodded in agreement. Indeed, the issues that have troubled the land of waves for so many years were resolved by him in just a matter of days. Chiba possesses an extraordinary power. As they spoke, Chiba and his companions gradually faded from view, disappearing at a crossroads. 2 afternoons later, Team Red, consisting of 4 members, successfully returned to Konoha. Although the journey was not long, they took their time to enjoy the sights, thus arriving at a leisurely pace. First, they reached the Hokage's office to report the completion of their mission. After receiving their mission fees, the 4 parted ways, heading home. The 3rd Hokage mentioned that Team Yuhi would enjoy a rest period of 2 or 3 days unless an urgent mission arose, which would summon the team. Holding the 200 ryo she had earned, Hinata recalled that Chiba had acquired a staggering 200 million ryo, and she felt her own sum paled in comparison. Chiba, what do you intend to do with such a vast fortune? She inquired curiously, tilting her head, aware that Chiba preferred to keep his affairs private. She hadn't mentioned it to Yuhi or Kiba. Chiba teased, Of course, it's to use as dowry for marrying you someday. Ah, Chiba. You only know how to tease me. Hinata blushed instantly, shyly lowering her gaze. Since their first meeting, Chiba had often made such jokes, leaving her embarrassed each time. Although she had taken his words to heart, she remained uncertain whether he was serious. Where's the teasing, little Hinata? You must promise to be my wife in the future. Chiba grinned mischievously. Teasing the little girl was simply delightful, especially since Hinata was the type to turn shy at such playful banter. Chiba, you are too wicked. Unable to withstand his playful advances, Hinata quickened her pace towards the Hyuga clan's residence, her heart racing uncontrollably. She feared that if she became too excited, she might faint on the spot, which would be exceedingly embarrassing. Hinata, wait. I was just joking, Chiba called out, waving his hand. But the little girl had already dashed away. 10 minutes later, humming a cheerful tune, Chiba leisurely arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga clan. Wait, Chiba. Once again, he was intercepted. The person blocking his path was none other than Hyuga, the same individual he had bested previously. Chiba furrowed his brows and inquired. What's the matter, Hyuga? Aren't you still frightened from the last beating? Do you wish to be punished once more? Hyuga Kagami's eyes widened in terror, and he instinctively took a couple of steps back. He hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, No, no, please don't hit me again. I acknowledge your strength. Chiba pressed further. Then why do you still dare to obstruct me? Hyuga Kagami vigorously shook his head. It is not me who stands in your way. Rather, the clan leader has instructed me to inform you that upon your return, you must visit him without fail. I am merely delivering a message. Chiba's brows knitted slightly as he asked, The clan leader seeks me? Did he mention the reason? Hyuga Hazashi was known for his aloof demeanor, rarely engaging with the clan members. The frequency of clan meetings was lamentably sparse, and Chiba, being a branch family member, had never exchanged a word with him. Of course, it was also plausible that Hyuga Hazashi was simply too occupied, leading Chiba to develop such a rigid impression of him. Nonetheless, Chiba genuinely could not fathom what the clan leader would desire from him. Hyuga Kagami shook his head. No, nothing specific. All right, thank you, Chiba replied, patting Hyuga Kagami on the shoulder as he proceeded towards the branch family residence. This gesture startled Hyuga Kagami, who feared that Chiba intended to strike him once more. Upon reaching the entrance of his courtyard, a black-haired youth approached, revealing himself to be Hyuga Niji. Niji's eyes sparkled with delight, and he seemed genuinely pleased to see Chiba. He jogged forward and greeted, Chiba, it's been a while. Indeed, Chiba replied, somewhat astonished by the significant change in Niji's demeanor. Could it be that progress had been made in his training of the Gentle Fist? Niji's subsequent words confirmed Chiba's suspicions. He exclaimed, Chiba, thank you for your previous guidance. I have managed to cultivate the technique of focusing chakra into a single point for an explosive burst of the Gentle Fist. Is that true? Chiba responded, bewildered. Although he was aware of Niji's prodigious talent, this seemed excessively remarkable. Had Niji truly mastered what had taken Chiba years of systematic practice within a mere 20 days? Indeed. Allow me to demonstrate, Niji said with excitement. He dashed towards a tree, roughly the width of a barrel, eager to showcase his newfound skill. He assumed the starting stance of the Gentle Fist and, with a light shout, struck the tree with his fist. With a resounding thud, Niji's fist sent vibrations through the tree, causing numerous leaves to fall. His entire fist embedded itself into the trunk, creating a small crater. As he withdrew his hand, fragments of wood floated in the air. So that is it, Chiba exclaimed, breathing a sigh of relief. It turned out that Niji's success lay in the increased explosive power of his strikes, rather than mastering the Gentle Fist technique itself. It was clear that such a sophisticated technique could not be easily acquired by an ordinary individual. It was a culmination of bloodline abilities enhanced through systematic training. Nonetheless, Niji's achievement was commendable. The scars and calluses on his fist were testament to his relentless dedication and hard work in his training over the past days. Genius is not merely a product of innate talent. The relentless effort behind their achievements is often beyond imagination. Sensing a hint of dissatisfaction in Chiba's eyes, Niji offered an awkward smile, saying, Chiba, I am aware that my Gentle Fist lacks in comparison to yours. However, achieving such results in such a short time has left me quite content. I am truly grateful for your guidance. It has been immensely helpful. Chiba patted Niji on the shoulder and replied with a smile, Niji, do not be so modest. I merely shared the method. It is your unwavering determination that has truly aided you. Furthermore, I do not consider your Gentle Fist to be lacking. You are already quite remarkable. Encouraged by Chiba's words, Niji felt a surge of happiness. Though he struggled to express himself, he had genuinely begun to regard Chiba as a friend, particularly since the day Chiba had shared the training methods for the Gentle Fist. No thanks necessary, Chiba nodded. The two, both somewhat inept at conversation, fell into an awkward silence. Chiba pointed toward his home and inquired, "Would you like to come in for a while? Or do you have other matters to attend to?" "No, I have no pressing engagements. I was actually planning to train, and since you have returned, I would like to consult you further about some aspects of power application." Niji quickly waved his hand, displaying evident enthusiasm. "Then let us go." The two proceeded into the courtyard. Chiba set down his belongings and invited Niji to sit in the living room. They sipped tea and engaged in conversation for about half an hour, with Niji asking questions and Chiba patiently providing answers. There was nothing to conceal about the variant Gentle Fist, as the true essence could not be replicated by others. If assisting Niji in developing a unique technique could be of help, Chiba was more than willing to lend his support. "Niji, someone mentioned that the clan leader wishes to speak with me. Would you like to accompany me?" Noticing the time, Chiba stood and asked. Though his words bore a hint of dismissal, they were sincerely inviting. Upon hearing the mention of the clan leader, Niji's brow furrowed slightly, and his emotions grew complex. The death of his father, Hisashi Hyuga, was intricately tied to Hyuga, the clan leader. Moreover, the curse mark of the caged bird on his forehead was a lingering pain within him. He harbored a deep disdain for the main family, including the clan leader, Hyuga. Nevertheless, Niji did not decline. He had come to view Chiba as both a mentor and a friend, and Chiba's candidness had thoroughly moved him. "Very well. I will accompany you." Chiba nodded and rose, making his way outside. The branch family members resided in the front courtyard, while the main family occupied the rear. As Chiba traversed through the central courtyard toward the back, numerous members of the branch family pointed and whispered. Although Chiba had previously endured similar scrutiny due to his closeness with Hinata, this time felt distinctly different. The gazes directed at him were tinged with astonishment and envy. Seemingly aware of Chiyé's confusion, Niji explained, "Chiyé, there's no need to feel that everyone is strange. The news of your victory over Hinata Lingfeng has already spread throughout the clan. They are astonished by your talent and envious of your strength." Chiyé nodded in agreement. "I thought so too." Niji found himself at a loss for words, surprised by Chiyé's audacity. Had he known the boy had such a thick skin, he would have refrained from praising him. That smug demeanor was truly deserving of a reprimand. Before they could reach Hinata Hisashi's residence, Chiyé and Niji spotted Hinata Hisashi in an open courtyard, hands clasped behind his back, surveying some of the main family members' training. Approximately 40 to 50 individuals were practicing the Gentle Fist technique, although there were also branch family members coming and going, assisting with cleaning and chores. They showed no fear of having the Gentle Fist technique pilfered. Without being taught the true methods, merely watching would not suffice. One could not grasp the intricacies of chakra control and release. "Patriarch, I heard you were looking for me. I'm here." From a distance, Chiyé waved. Not wishing to approach the courtyard and be accused of attempting to learn the main family's techniques illicitly, despite his efforts, he still attracted the displeasure of the main family members present. They cast disdainful glances in his direction, whispering among themselves, "Look, that's the one who defeated Hinata Lingfeng. How rude to greet the patriarch like that." Many branch family members lacked decorum. Defeating Hinata Lingfeng is nothing remarkable. After all, Lingfeng is also from the branch family and has never practiced the authentic Gentle Fist. If it were me, I could easily knock that Hinata Chiyé down. Just look at Niji. His gaze is downright loathsome, as if the main family owes him something. Hinata Hisashi turned around, surprised to see Chiyé and Niji together. After a brief hesitation, he smiled and beckoned, "Chiyé, Niji, come over here." Although the discussions of the main family members were quiet, Hisashi could still hear them, leaving him feeling helpless. As the patriarch of the Hinata clan, he genuinely wished to avoid conflict between the main and branch families. However, such animosity had been ingrained since ancestral times. Despite being the patriarch, Hisashi could not silence the tongues of others. As long as the curse seal of the caged bird existed, disputes within the family would be inescapable. Chiyé observed the disdain in their eyes. "The main family truly detests us, which is why I prefer not to associate with them," Niji whispered, pulling on Chiyé's arm. Chiyé surveyed the courtyard, and as Niji had said, the expressions of those around were filled with contempt, disdain, and aversion. However, Chiyé paid little heed, as his purpose was to meet Hinata Hisashi, and he saw no need to engage with them. After all, he needed to maintain a favorable impression for his future father-in-law. Let it be, Niji. There is no need to pay them any mind. Let us proceed, Chiyé reassured, making his way toward the center of the courtyard. Niji, feeling helpless, could only follow along. Elder, what do you need from me? Chiyé inquired. Hyuga Hayashi examined Chiyé with a satisfied smile, exclaiming, Ah, Chiyé, the last time we met, you were but a child. Now you've grown into quite the young adult. He then turned his gaze to Niji, remarking, Niji, it has been quite some time since we last saw each other. Niji merely responded with a curt nod, his expression indifferent, unwilling to engage further. This uncle-nephew relationship had not merely been distant. It had been severed entirely since Niji's father passed away, with Niji having never acknowledged his uncle since that fateful day. Were it not for Chiyé's invitation, he would never have set foot in the backyard. In truth, Chiyé felt somewhat uncomfortable with Hyuga Hayashi's enthusiasm. In his recollections, the last meeting Hayashi referred to must have been during the funeral of their parents. Chiyé's memories held the weight of loss. His parents had perished when he was merely 5 years old, having died in battle while on a border mission, posthumously honored as martyrs. Chiyé offered no response, instead managing an awkward smile as he awaited Hayashi's next words. Sensing the tension in the air, Hayashi attempted to lighten the mood before continuing. Well then, I shall not beat around the bush. I have heard of your victory over Hyuga Renfeng. This news has spread throughout the clan. As if fearing that Chiyé might misconstrue his intentions as trouble, Hayashi quickly clarified, Chiyé, I've heard that you have mastered a unique form of Gentle Fist. The reason for my invitation is to allow you to demonstrate your skills in front of everyone. With the clan gathered, I shall be your opponent, showcasing the prowess of your special Gentle Fist to all. Hyuga Hayashi's excitement over Chiyé's triumph over Renfeng stemmed from a desire to illustrate to the main family members that even those from the branch family could achieve remarkable prowess without reliance on traditional Gentle Fist techniques. This would serve to temper the arrogance of the main family, reminding them that the branch family was not without merit, and elevate Chiyé's standing within the clan, laying a stronger foundation for his future with Hinata. I'm to spar with you? Chiyé pointed incredulously at himself. It wasn't that he feared being outmatched by Hayashi, rather. He was perplexed by the reasoning behind such a challenge. Before Chiyé could respond, a boisterous member of the main family stepped forward, declaring, Elder, there is no need for you to engage with a mere child like Chiyé. I, Hyuga-kun, am more than capable. The surrounding members of the main family regarded Chiyé with disdain, echoing their sentiments. Indeed, you are the elder. How can you lower yourself to spar with a mere child? Chiyé is of little consequence. He could hardly contend with Kun. After all, he doesn't even know the authentic Gentle Fist. How formidable could he truly be? Such thoughts permeated the minds of the assembled main family members. Hinata-kun is the strongest among them, having already ascended to the rank of Jonin. Although there is a significant disparity between him and Hinata Hayashi, achieving Jonin status at such a young age is impressive in itself. Upon hearing this, Chiba's expression turned icy. The haughty demeanor of these clan members was truly nauseating. Niji clenched his fists tightly, his shoulders trembling with barely contained rage, on the verge of erupting. He had witnessed Chiba's prowess firsthand and had benefited from his guidance, fully aware of Chiba's formidable strength. Enough, Hinata Hayashi's voice thundered, his gaze sweeping over the clan members with an air of authority. I have stated that I shall compete against Chiba. Do you not comprehend my words? Or do you believe you can defy the words of your clan leader? The clan members were filled with defiance, many casting resentful glances towards Chiba and Niji. They attributed the reason for their reprimand to the two of them. At this moment, however, Chiba stepped forward and addressed Hinata Hayashi, saying, Leader, let us acquiesce to their request. I am willing to face that fellow named Kun. Hinata Hayashi was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, he believed that if Chiba could defeat Hinata Lingfeng, then his strength was only slightly superior to Lingfeng's. Engaging in a match himself with Chiba would allow him to control the situation without inflicting significant harm on Chiba. However, if Chiba were to duel Hinata-kun, it would be an entirely different matter. Hinata-kun frequently clashed with branch family members and harbored a deep disdain for them. He would not hold back against Chiba and would undoubtedly aim to inflict severe punishment. Originally, Hinata Hayashi had intended to use his own status to suppress the clan members, allowing Chiba to showcase his abilities before everyone. Now, it seemed that Chiba had voluntarily requested to compete against Hinata-kun, complicating his efforts to protect Chiba. Well, you said it, Hinata-kun exclaimed with delight, as if he had heard something utterly astonishing. He turned to Hinata Hayashi and said, Leader, since he has made such a request, you should grant it. The other clan members looked at Chiba with mocking expressions. eagerly awaiting the moment when Hinata-kun would mercilessly strike Chiba. They chimed in loudly. Indeed, grant him this chance. We wish to witness Chiba's self-created gentle fist technique. Very well, Hinata Hayashi sighed, reluctantly conceding. Subsequently, the entire central square was cleared. The clan members gathered on the right side alongside Hinata Hayashi, preparing to observe the match. The branch family members gradually assembled on the left, awaiting the spectacle to unfold. In the center of the square, Chiba and Hinata-kun stood face to face, less than 5 meters apart. Noticing everyone had moved back, Hinata-kun smirked coldly and taunted Chiba, "You dare to challenge your brother, Kun? Watch as I break your legs and show you what true gentle fist is." Chiba casually fiddled with his ear, while beckoning Hinata-kun with a finger. "Kunkin, why do you have so much to say? Come at me, and witness how I shall shatter you." "You." Hinata-kun's face flushed with rage as he instinctively covered his groin. However, recalling his status as a jonin, he quickly regained his composure, a confident expression settling on his face. "Humph, you little brat, seeking your own demise." Activating his Byakugan, he spread his legs apart and assumed the opening stance of the gentle fist. With a slight bend at the waist, he charged directly at Chiba. Gentle fist, multi-strike. His palms moved with such swiftness that afterimages appeared, relentlessly striking multiple chakra points on Chiba's body. A single hit would seal one of his chakra points. Nevertheless, Chiba's shadow-level prowess was undeniable, far surpassing Kunkin in all aspects. Without any flashy maneuvers, he unleashed a single, powerful punch. Bang! The fist collided with the palm, and Kunkin let out a harrowing scream as multiple cracks echoed from his arm, sending him crashing backward. "Ah, my hand, my hand." Kunkin gazed at his twisted, broken right arm, eyes filled with terror, as the delayed agony prompted him to wail. The members of the clan, who had been so self-assured moments before, were now frozen in shock. Was Chiba even human? Kunkin was a jonin, yet he had been incapacitated by a single blow? The branch family members were filled with exhilaration, momentarily forgetting about Chiba's entanglement with Hinata. Chiba, as a member of the branch family, had triumphed over Kunkin of the main family, instilling a sense of pride among all branch members. Many who had suffered under Kunkin's bullying felt an immense release of pent-up frustration, a sensation of unparalleled satisfaction. Niji crossed his arms, speaking with quiet confidence. "I anticipated this outcome. Engaging Chiba head-on would only lead to this result." Chiba turned to Hinata Hisashi and inquired, "Clan leader, should we not declare the results?" Returning from his stupor, Hinata Hisashi swallowed hard and announced loudly, "Hinata Chiba is the victor. Someone swiftly escort Kunkin to the medical room for treatment." 2 members of the main family hurriedly approached to lift Kunkin away. Hisashi strolled to the center of the plaza, a smile gracing his features as he regarded Chiba. "Chiba, you have truly astonished me. Could you share how you cultivated such formidable power?" "Of course," Chiba replied. "I have already explained it to Niji and Teacher Hong. I practice a variant of the gentle fist. By the way, according to Teacher Hong, my variant seems somewhat akin to Lady Tsunade's attack style, one of the legendary Sannin." Hisashi nodded, having discerned the similarities himself and sharing the same thoughts as Yuhi Kurenai. Originally, Hisashi had intended to thoroughly test Chiba's strength to see if he was worthy of Hinata. However, after witnessing this display, it was evident that Chiba was more than suitable. Yet, a desire to spar with Chiba stirred within him, and he asked, "Chiba, would you be willing to face me in a match?" "Of course," Chiba replied. Chiba discerned the hint of testing in his eyes. "Very well, let us commence." Hinata Hayashi nodded with satisfaction. Just as the two positioned themselves, ready to engage, 2 girls came running hand in hand towards them. The girl in front was Hinata Hanabi, while the one being pulled along was Hinata Hanabi. Hanabi, around 7 or 8 years old, had long black hair and bore a resemblance to Hinata. Presenting herself as an adorable little girl, she pointed at Chiba and exclaimed, "Sister, look, it's your beloved, and it seems he is about to spar with father." Her daily schedule was tightly constrained. Apart from her training, the scant remaining time was spent dining with her father and sister. Hanabi was quite aware of Hinata's feelings for Chiba. Although she had not interacted much with Chiba, living in the same clan allowed her to catch glimpses of him from afar. "Hanabi, do not speak so recklessly." Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. However, her concern for Chiba's safety swiftly overshadowed her embarrassment. She knew all too well the extent of her father's might, and she feared that Chiba would likely be no match for him. As the 2 girls reached the outskirts of the square, Chiba and Hinata Hayashi had already begun their bout. "Chiba, I am well aware of your formidable explosive power, and I shall not allow you to approach me easily. Be cautious, Hayashi warned as he activated his Byakugan. 8 trigrams air palm. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 transparent air blasts shaped like hands towards Chiba. Byakugan. Chiba likewise activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging. Thanks to his ocular prowess, he was able to predict the trajectory of the air blasts almost instantaneously. With agile somersaults to the side, he deftly evaded the incoming attacks. Clan leader, you must understand that evading such assaults with the Byakugan is child's play, he retorted, a hint of pride in his voice. What a nimble young man, Hayashi chuckled lightly. Prepare yourself for a more powerful 8 trigrams palm. 8 trigrams air split palm. As he warned, Hayashi leapt into the air, his palms moving in quick succession. Each strike summoned a fierce gust of wind that surged toward Chiba, interspersed with air blasts as thick as a water barrel. Goodness, this must be the 8 trigrams palm capable of sending the Ten-Tails hands flying. Chiba recalled fragments of the original narrative, where Hayashi had employed such a technique against the Ten-Tails. Astonished, he continued to dodge left and right, narrowly avoiding the barrage of air blasts. Boom, boom. Each palm strike that landed on the cement ground of the square created a hand-shaped indentation, a testament to the sheer might behind them. As the concrete shattered, clouds of choking dust erupted from the center of the square. Whoosh! Chiba burst forth from the dust, charging towards Hayashi, who had just landed. Sensing that his opponent was about to unleash the 8 trigrams air palm once more, Chiba refused to grant him the opportunity. With a mighty roar, he swung his fist downwards, striking the ground with tremendous force. The earth cracked dramatically, fissures spreading across half the expanse of the square. As the earth trembled, Hinata Hazashi found himself unsteady, unable to execute the Bagua Sky technique smoothly. He could only dodge and leap sideways, searching for a suitable foothold. Seizing this opportunity, Chiba rushed within 3 meters of Hinata Hazashi, launching a punch aimed directly at his face. Chiba, be careful, Hinata Hazashi cautioned before activating the reversal technique. It was evident that his intent was merely to repel Chiba, not to inflict harm upon him. However, Chiba defied expectations, showing no sign of retreat as he intensified the force behind his punch. Soft fist explosion. Reversal. Hinata Hazashi stepped out, his body spinning rapidly, generating a swiftly rotating, massive half-sphere of chakra around him. This technique was renowned for its absolute defense, capable of rendering him invincible for 2 seconds. Anyone struck by the reversal would sustain severe injuries. Soft fist explosion. Chiba shouted, his fist glowing with golden light as he struck the chakra sphere with tremendous force. This attack represented the 6th level of the soft fist explosion, marking Chiba's first use of such power. Boom. The moment Chiba's fist collided with the reversal, a deafening explosion resonated throughout the square, and the winds howled violently. The blue chakra emanating from the reversal twisted and dissipated under the impact of Chiba's punch. How could this be? Hinata Hazashi's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated that the so-called absolute defense of the reversal would falter against a single blow from Chiba. A tremendous feeling of compression enveloped him, forcing his spinning motion to a halt, distorting his features. The raging winds rendered him unable to open his eyes. Just as the reversal shattered, both Hinata Hazashi and Chiba were propelled backward. Blood gushed from Hinata Hazashi's mouth as he tumbled over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. Chiba, caught in the residual force of the reversal, was flung 5 or 6 meters away but emerged relatively unscathed. Silence. An oppressive stillness persisted for a full 5 seconds. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, mouths agape, regarding Chiba as if he were a monster. Was this still a human? That was the reversal, known for its absolute defense. The clan leader's reversal was the strongest of the Hyuga clan, capable of creating a 10-meter diameter area of destruction, annihilating any foes within that range. Yet, what had just transpired? Why had such a formidable reversal succumbed to Chiba's punch? Had Chiba's strength truly surpassed that of the clan leader? Father. Hanabi's face was filled with panic as she rushed forward to check on him. Chiba-kun, are you all right? Hinata hurried to support Chiba, her concern evident. Chiba took a moment to steady his breath and shook his head. I'm fine, Hinata, but it seems I may have hit a bit too hard. I've injured the clan leader. Chiba felt a pang of frustration, surprised by the overwhelming power of the 6th level of the soft fist explosion. Initially, I merely contemplated seizing a rare opportunity to test the prowess of gentle fists, taking advantage of Hinata Hazashi's return to life. Hinata Chiba, how could you lay such a heavy hand upon the clan leader? Scoundrel, look at the state in which you have left the clan leader. Members of the main family began to chastise Chiba, with some hastening to assess Hisashi's injuries. For years, the branch family had endured oppression, and at last, a talent like Chiba had emerged, becoming their beacon of hope. Thus, the branch family members could not remain silent and began to retort against the main family. In the chaos of battle, who could have predicted such a turn of events? Indeed, the clan leader had resorted to the use of the return to heaven technique. Chiba had no choice in the matter. Upon hearing this, members of the main family were immediately incensed. What do you mean? Chiba has assaulted the clan leader, and he still has a justification? In an instant, the two factions were embroiled in a heated argument. Chiba stood beside Hinata and Niji, uncertain of how to mediate the dispute. Father, how are you? Hanabi's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with tears. Coughing violently, Hisashi spat blood, struggling to rise from the ground. Fortunately, his injuries were not severe. The force of the gentle fist had been entirely mitigated by the return to heaven technique. The blood was merely a result of the intense impact and subsequent rolling on the ground that caused internal damage. The clamor around him prompted a frown. Scanning the area, he noted that Hinata, instead of tending to her father's injuries, had rushed to Chiba's side. A wry smile crept onto his face. Truly, a daughter grows up and finds a suitor, neglecting her old father. However, this thought remained unspoken. Over the years, he felt he owed Hinata much. Thus, her reaction did not surprise him. Enough of the noise, Hisashi shouted, wiping the blood from his lips, startling everyone into silence. The bickering between the main and branch families ceased, and all eyes turned to Hisashi. What are you all arguing about? I am still alive, am I not? He shot a glare at the main family. Disperse at once. Go about your business. Recognizing the clan leader's genuine ire, no one dared to utter another word. The members of the main family left in a dejected manner, while the branch family members gradually dispersed to attend to their tasks. Chiba approached Hisashi, offering a slight bow. Clan leader, I apologize for striking with such intensity. Hisashi sighed lightly, filled with a sense of resignation. He thought to himself, fortunately, my strength is sufficient. Had your punch landed squarely, it would have likely turned me into a mere puddle of flesh. Nevertheless, as the clan leader, Hisashi valued his dignity. Even though he was internally subdued, he would not concede verbally. Chiba, your martial arts are commendable. It is not that I have truly lost to you. Merely that I was caught off guard. Indeed, Patriarch, you are correct. Chiba is well aware of what Hyuga Hisashi is contemplating. Were you momentarily careless? I must confess. My previous strike was not delivered with full force. Nonetheless, one must still maintain face for the future father-in-law, so Chiba refrained from exposing the truth at that moment. Hyuga Hisashi smiled, clearly pleased with Chiba's demeanor. He appreciated the humility and the consideration for others' feelings. With such extraordinary strength, having him as a son-in-law would undoubtedly be a boon. Hanabi, Hinata, Niji, you three may return to your respective duties, he instructed. I have some matters to discuss privately with Chiba. Concern etched across Hanabi's face. But, father, do you not need to see a doctor for your injury? Hyuga Hisashi shook his head. No need for concern. I am quite well, my dear. Quickly, return to your sister. Very well. Hanabi remained apprehensive. She waved her small fist at Chiba, threateningly declaring, naughty brother-in-law, you must not strike my father again, or I shall not let you off easily. Chiba scratched his head awkwardly. Being addressed as brother-in-law by Hanabi brought him unexpected joy, yet he found the threat somewhat peculiar, considering they had yet to properly meet. Little did he know, Hanabi had long been acquainted with him through Hinata's influence for several years. Hanabi, do not speak so recklessly. Hinata blushed deeply, glancing between Chiba and Hyuga Hisashi. Unable to withstand such teasing, she shyly covered her cheeks and fled. Sister, wait for me. Hanabi hurried after her. Chiba, I shall take my leave as well. Niji nodded at Hyuga Hisashi, offering no further words, but turning to bid farewell to Chiba. Very well. Chiba remained silent, watching Niji depart until both daughter and nephew had vanished from sight. Only then did Hyuga Hisashi shed his facade, his features contorting in pain as he donned a mask of agony. He clutched his chest, beckoning Chiba closer, whispering, quickly, Chiba, assist me to the Konoha hospital. Chiba, bewildered, asked, Patriarch, did you not claim you were fine? Hyuga Hisashi grimaced, playfully striking Chiba's head. What nonsense. You should try taking that punch yourself. I merely wished to avoid losing face in front of everyone. Ah, very well. Chiba, feeling somewhat helpless, draped his arm over Hisashi's shoulder, supporting him as they made their way outside the clan compound. To his surprise, the usually stern patriarch exhibited such an endearing side. Concern for his reputation and a desire to avoid embarrassment, was it? The more Chiba contemplated, the more he felt a smile creeping onto his lips. Hyuga Hisashi, noticing Chiba's suppressed laughter, sighed. You rascal, if you wish to laugh, then do so. I have no choice in this matter. You cannot fathom the weight of responsibility that comes with being the leader of such a prominent clan. I cannot afford to reveal any weakness in front of my kin. Chiba's smile faded. In just a few simple sentences, he discerned the extent of the patriarch's burdens. Indeed, the conflicts between the main and branch families were already a significant source of distress. Moreover, he must manage the family business, contend with the responsibilities of the ninja department, and oversee Hanabi's training. With so many obligations, it is no wonder that his demeanor is often perceived as stern and humorless. Hyuga Hisashi inquired, why so silent? Young man, you are permitted to laugh. Chiba shook his head, responding, I no longer wish to smile, clan leader. I sense your helplessness and understand your motivations. Sighing, Hisashi patted Chiba's shoulder. No wonder I felt an immediate affinity for you upon our meeting today. Despite the generational gap between us, I believe we share a bond akin to that of camaraderie among men. Sometimes, words are unnecessary to comprehend each other's struggles. After saying this, Hisashi felt a twinge of unease. After all, Chiba was merely 12 years old, yet he exuded an air of maturity. Chiba replied, Clan leader, that is not permissible. I cannot consider you a brother, for I intend to marry Hinata. You can only be my father-in-law. Hisashi chuckled and playfully tapped Chiba on the head. You cheeky lad. You wish to have your cake and eat it too. The two exited the clan grounds, engaging in conversation as they made their way to the Konoha hospital. Eager to learn more about one another, Hisashi posed numerous questions, such as how Chiba practiced the gentle fist and whether he could teach the method to other clan members. He also inquired about Chiba's feelings for Hinata, to which Chiba candidly responded that there was nothing he could not share. The mutated gentle fist could indeed be taught. Much like he had instructed Niji, the extent of mastery depended on individual aptitude. The essence of the mutated gentle fist, however, was something that could not be replicated by others. As for his feelings for Hinata, Chiba immediately vowed his sincerity, even addressing Hisashi as father-in-law. Their conversation flowed with ease, both feeling a strong connection. Chiba, I perceive that your relationship with Niji seems quite amiable. Hisashi inquired while receiving an 4 drip in the hospital's second-floor ward. Chiba nodded. It is satisfactory. I have already taught him the mutated gentle fist, which is what brought us closer. Hisashi nodded in approval. Indeed, you possess considerable talent. However, Chiba, could you persuade Niji to let go of his resentment towards the main family and me? That boy has not spoken to me in many years. Chiba shrugged helplessly. Clan leader, that is beyond my influence. You are his uncle. You should understand his stubborn nature. Hisashi sighed. That is true. Chiba continued, to mend his heart. It must come from you, clan leader. You should reveal the truth of what transpired back then and sincerely apologize to Niji. I believe the misunderstandings between you can be resolved. Hisashi murmured to himself about the past truth, gazing out the window as if recalling memories from years gone by. Indeed, Naruto has already reached the age of 13, and in 3 short years, he will attain adulthood. It is high time to reveal to him the entirety of his father's story. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 months have passed. During this period, the 4 members of Team Kurenai have undertaken several C-rank missions, albeit the standard variety, tasks such as assisting lost individuals and recovering their belongings, apprehending thieves from a nearby village, and rescuing young lords and ladies kidnapped by criminal organizations. Beyond these missions, the replication of the ice release and the perception abilities has been fully accomplished. On occasions when he encounters Naruto, Sasuke, and the other members of Team 9, Chiba has also activated the replication of their bloodline abilities. Currently, Chiba's system storage contains a variety of bloodline samples. Indra's Chakra bloodline sample, Asura's Chakra bloodline sample, Uchiha Sharingan bloodline limit sample, Uzumaki clan bloodline sample, Nara clan bloodline sample, and the Yamaika clan bloodline sample. This comprises the entirety of his collection. As for Choji's Akimichi clan bloodline and Shino's Aburame clan bloodline, Chiba has opted not to replicate them. He has no desire to become overweight or to have insects crawling all over him. In fact, there are other clans within Konoha that possess unique bloodline abilities, but Chiba has yet to make contact with them. Furthermore, the bloodline samples already stored in his system are sufficient for several years of replication, and he currently has no inclination to expend additional effort in pursuit of more. At 7:30 in the morning in the back mountains of the Hyuga clan, Chiba planted a flying thunder god mark on a large tree and then retreated approximately 10 meters away. Activating his sensory perception, he pinpointed the exact location of the mark and focused his intent to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Chiba vanished from his initial location, reappearing beside the tree. He had finally succeeded. Haha. It had been a month since he had successfully replicated the ice release and perception abilities, and during this time, he had diligently practiced the Flying Thunder God technique every day. Even the time he spent training alongside Hinata each day was entirely dedicated to this endeavor. Yet he had not managed to succeed even once until now. The difficulty of mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was exceedingly high, but he had just achieved success. Chiba quickly closed his eyes, striving to retain that feeling in his mind. Chiba-kun, are you up there? A melodious voice rang out from the foot of the mountain. Although he could not see the speaker, Chiba instantly recognized it was Hinata. Hinata, I'm here, he called back, yet he did not rush to open his eyes. Instead, continuing to familiarize himself with the sensation he had just experienced. Moments later, Hinata parted the foliage and appeared a few meters away. What are you doing? She asked, slightly surprised to see Chiba with his eyes closed. In truth, during this past month, Chiba had not accompanied her in trainings, which had left the young girl feeling somewhat disheartened. However, Hinata is a girl who is considerate of others. She rarely expresses her unhappiness. It's nothing. Just practicing a new jutsu, Chiba answered sincerely, stepping forward and habitually ruffling Hinata's hair. Hinata's eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly relishing Chiba's affectionate gesture. It was a manifestation of intimacy, and she cherished that feeling. Although Hinata did not voice her concerns, Chiba could easily discern that the little girl had been feeling down lately. He comforted her. Hinata, you are nearly proficient with the new technique. We can resume our regular dual training. No, I mean our paired training. Hinata's eyes brightened. Really? Chiba nodded. Of course. Would I ever deceive you? Well, I believe you, Hinata replied, nodding vigorously and displaying a charming smile. As he surveyed Hinata, he noticed her recent physical development. From a subtle rise to a noticeable fullness that strained against her clothing, it seemed she was entering her growth phase. Indeed, girls like Hinata had already blossomed early. In the future, during hot springs, she would be able to float gracefully on the surface. In contrast, Ino, though maturing a bit later, still held her own. Only Sakura remained perpetually flat, with little to show even in the hot springs. Chiba-kun, what are you looking at? Noticing Chiba's unabashed gaze, Hinata's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head. Chiba snapped back to reality, clearing his throat awkwardly. It's nothing. I just think you've become more feminine lately. Hinata's face turned even redder. Feminine? Chiba-kun, that must be a compliment, she thought, feeling increasingly bashful and quickly changing the subject. By the way, Chiba-kun, I came to remind you that today, Irika-sensei said we need to gather by 8 o'clock. The time is almost up. Chiba slapped his forehead. I nearly forgot. Let us hurry. The two dashed down the mountain, Chiba neglecting breakfast as he led Hinata towards the woods outside the ninja school. This was the traditional gathering spot for Irika's class. Both Irika and Chiba were never late, often arriving early. When Chiba and Hinata arrived at the meeting point at 7:53, the two had already made it there. Chiba was amusing himself with Akamaru, while Irika was dressed in her signature black and white form-fitting skirt. Although her appearance had become somewhat routine, Irika's long, elegant legs and her ample assets remained captivating. This was the allure of a mature woman, starkly different from Hinata's innocence. Good morning, Irika-sensei, Chiba. Chiba called out from a distance, waving. Irika smiled in response. Good morning, Chiba, Hinata. Inuzuka, Chiba jested. Chiba, you've been acting rather mysteriously lately, arriving late to gatherings and departing in a flash. Honestly, are you preoccupied with pursuing a girl, busy with romance? To seemingly support Chiba's playful banter, Akamaru barked twice. Chiba scoffed. With my looks rivaling the likes of Sasuke, do I really need to chase after girls? There are plenty of girls interested in me. I simply lack the time to entertain them. Before Chiba could elaborate, Hinata interjected. That's not the case, Chiba. You're misunderstanding. Chiba has been diligently training a new technique. Chiba, intrigued, leaned in closer. What new technique? His impression of Chiba was that of brute force, resolving everything with sheer might. He had never witnessed Chiba employing any other ninjutsu. It's a secret. I can't reveal it, Chiba replied, shaking his head. Chiba rolled his eyes. TCH, how stingy. Why Hikarinai waved her hand, saying, all right, you little rascals. Gather around quickly. I have something important to discuss with you. Yes, Kurenai-sensei, the trio replied in unison. Kurenai continued, I don't know if you've heard, but the CH9 exams, held every 3 years, are approaching swiftly. Yesterday, the third Hokage summoned many J-nin to consult whether they would be willing to register their students for the exams. Given your strengths, I have already enrolled you 3. Of course, the final decision on whether to participate lies with you. As she spoke, Kurenai retrieved 3 forms from her ninja tool pouch and presented them to the trio. Chiba accepted the form and nodded. Of course I will participate. Such a splendid opportunity cannot be missed. Chiba grinned. Neither Akamaru nor I have any objections. Hinata added, I want to participate too. I've been training diligently, and won't hold anyone back. Kurenai smiled with satisfaction, having anticipated this outcome and being very pleased with their capabilities. Especially Chiba, who had quietly concealed his true strength until moments of crisis arose, rescuing everyone from peril. She felt genuinely grateful and trusted him immensely. Very well. My little ones, I would like to congratulate you in advance on your journey to becoming CH9, Kurenai said. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. The 3 chorused in gratitude. Kurenai nodded. The CH9 exams will take place in half a month. During this time, you will not be assigned any missions. Make the most of this period to train and enhance your individual strengths. The trio nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent. Kurenai's arrangements were indeed meticulous. Unbeknownst to them, she had set numerous shuriken traps in the large trees of the forest. She instructed Chiba and the others to stand outside the thicket while she leapt onto the tree, severing the ropes to trigger the traps. Suddenly, a barrage of shuriken flew forth, launching an assault on Chiba and his companions. Chiba and his companions each wielded kunai as they commenced their formal training session in the morning. Had the dodging training with kunai concluded? No matter, for there remained the training of evading wooden posts and explosive tags. There exists nothing that you cannot conceive, and nothing that Hinata cannot accomplish. Chiba even began to suspect that Hinata had spent the entire previous night sleepless, devising these traps. With such an exceptional mentor, what excuse could there be for not dedicating oneself to rigorous practice? Of course, the training held little significance for Chiba. He merely accompanied them as a practice partner. However, having trained alongside Hinata for many years, he had long since grown accustomed to it and felt no particular burden. All right, little ones, let us conclude the training for now. You may practice on your own this afternoon. The morning swiftly passed. At midday, Hinata called Chiba and the others out from the woods. Understanding, Hinata and Chiba nodded. Drenched in sweat and utterly fatigued, Chiba appeared much more relaxed, with only a few beads of sweat on his forehead, his clothes scarcely dampened. Such a level of exertion was trivial for Chiba. Dismissed. Hinata, too, was weary and formed a hand seal. With a loud bang, white smoke erupted, and she vanished from sight. Then I shall take my leave as well, Chiba said, limping away with Akamaru. Hurry home, Chiba and I, Hinata said. I wish to shower first. I've sweated so much. Chiba grinned mischievously. Shall we go together? I could help scrub your back. Ah, Chiba and you. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. The teasing was too much for her to bear. Fearing she might faint, she covered her face and hurried away. Hinata, I was merely jesting. I shall forego my shower. Chiba called out, waving. Such an easily embarrassed little girl, he could tease 10 like her in a day. He turned toward the road, feeling quite pleased. Today, he decided against returning home to cook, for he had plenty of money, more than he could ever spend, rendering frugality unnecessary. One must indulge when the occasion calls for it. After some contemplation, Chiba resolved to visit a dango shop for a treat, followed by a stop at a barbecue restaurant to replenish the energy he had expended that morning. Ding! The duplication of the Bloodline limit sample and the power of the Sharingan was completed, granting him a modicum of the Uchiha clan's Bloodline power. Having utilized both opportunities for replication today, it wasn't long before Chiba arrived in a bustling district. As he glanced around, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about Konoha today. The streets were filled with unfamiliar faces, many of whom traveled in groups of 3, each adorned with the ninja headbands of other villages. Chiba realized that the Chunin exams had officially commenced. Apparently, Hinata had notified them a bit later than expected. Is that Naruto? Continuing on his way, Chiba suddenly spotted Naruto and Sakura. Before them were 3 small children, around 6 or 7 years old, engaged in a game of soccer. They were Konohamaru, Moegi, and Udon. Konohamaru kicked the ball away with a powerful strike. The ball rolled a few meters away and collided with a figure clad in a black jumpsuit. The man's face was adorned with peculiar patterns, and he carried an enigmatic object wrapped in cloth on his back, adorned with the forehead protector of the Sand Village. He was none other than Kankuro. "Hey, you little brat. You've soiled my clothes," Kankuro exclaimed, crushing the ball underfoot until it burst. "Scoundrel, give me back my ball." "Give it back," Konohamaru protested, unwilling to yield, as he charged forward, swinging his little legs in a flurry of punches and kicks at Kankuro. Growing increasingly irritated, Kankuro seized Konohamaru by the collar and lifted him off the ground. "Do you wish for death, brat?" Behind Kankuro stood a woman, clad in ninja trousers and a light green vest, with a massive fan slung across her back. She possessed striking beauty, her golden hair tied up in four playful buns. It was Temari. "Oh dear, is Kankuro getting into trouble again?" Temari sighed, exuding exasperation. Konohamaru, a mischievous lad who often hung around Naruto, typically referred to him as Big Brother. Observing Konohamaru being bullied, Naruto could not stand idly by. Pointing at Kankuro, he shouted, "Hey, you with the painted face. Let go of Konohamaru immediately." Kankuro cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, a wicked smirk gracing his lips. "Oh, a little pumpkin. Are you a ninja from the leaf as well? What, do you intend to defend this brat?" Furious, Naruto retorted, "You're the little pumpkin. If you don't release Konohamaru, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, Naruto formed the hand seals for the shadow clone technique. "Little pumpkin, bring it on." Kankuro responded nonchalantly, beckoning with a finger. "Wait, Naruto," Sakura exclaimed urgently, sensing that their opponent was formidable. Just as she intended to advise Naruto against recklessness, he had already unleashed his shadow clone technique, cursing loudly. "Scoundrel! Shadow clone jutsu!" 10 clones burst forth, rushing toward Kankuro. This unexpected combat style momentarily astonished both Kankuro and Temari. However, their surprise stemmed solely from Naruto's abundant chakra, not from fear. "Interesting," Kankuro mused with a smile, still clutching Konohamaru by the collar, seemingly unfazed. As Naruto and his 10 clones approached within 5 meters of Kankuro, he suddenly produced a small bamboo tube from behind and hurled it forward. Crack! The tube exploded midair, unleashing a fan of tiny steel needles that shot outward. The 10 clones were instantly pierced, vanishing into clouds of white smoke. Naruto's original form collapsed onto the ground, shielding his face with his arm, while several needles had embedded themselves into his limbs and body. "Naruto!" Sakura gasped, rooted in place, too fearful to engage in battle. She was acutely aware of her limitations. If she couldn't best Naruto, she certainly stood no chance against the two formidable ninjas before them. What to do? With Sasuke absent, are Naruto and I in danger? Kanjiro scoffed mockingly. "Ah, is this the strength of the leaf ninjas? Truly pathetic, unable to evade even my fishbone needles. Fortunately, I did not poison those needles, otherwise your life would be forfeit. Damn it." Naruto, infuriated, stood up from the ground, prepared to launch another attack. Suddenly, a figure flashed and landed before him, blocking his path. It was Chiba, who had been observing the battle for some time. "Stop, Naruto. You are at a disadvantage against him." Naruto's expression brightened. "Chiba, you arrived just in time. Quickly deal with that strange fellow and save Konohamaru." Chiba nodded. "Leave it to me. You should tend to your wounds for now." "All right." Naruto nodded, glaring at Kanjiro with gritted teeth before retreating. Kanjiro scrutinized Chiba, once again mocking him. "What is the matter? Are you planning a rotational battle? Those eyes of yours must be the legendary Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. I hope you do not disappoint." Chiba's face was filled with disdain. "You may put on a show in front of others, but in my presence, I will end you." 35. Ice release, freezing control. Release Konohamaru at once. As he spoke, Chiba strolled towards Kanjiro with an air of confidence. "TCH. Another pretentious fool," Kanjiro snorted lightly. He resorted to his previous tactic, pulling out a small bamboo tube from behind and throwing it at Chiba. The tube exploded midair, unleashing a flurry of silver needles towards Chiba. Ice release. Without even a moment to evade, Chiba simply raised his left hand slightly. Chakra surged from his palm, rapidly condensing into a tall ice mirror that shielded him. Swoosh! The dense barrage of silver needles struck the sturdy ice mirror, failing to penetrate even a third of its surface. What is this ability? A bloodline limit? Kanjiro's expression shifted to one of shock. This truly seemed to be a capability only achievable through a bloodline limit. Yet, to conjure such a thick block of ice with merely a wave of the hand, without hand seals, was utterly absurd. This guy is quite handsome, and his strength seems formidable. Himawari blushed slightly. From the moment Chiba appeared, her gaze had not strayed from his face. How impressive. Has Chiba acquired a new ability? Both Naruto and Sakura looked on in astonishment. However, Chiba's offensive was far from over. With a gentle flick of his hand, he summoned a gust of wind, propelled by his chakra, towards Kanjiro. Nani! Kanjiro instinctively stepped back, closing his eyes to shield himself from the fierce wind. In the next moment, the wind ceased. Yet, he felt an icy chill emanating from his right arm, the one grasping Konohamaru. Startled, he glanced at his right hand, where a layer of ice had formed. The ice rapidly spread upwards, thickening with alarming speed. If he hesitated for even a moment longer, his right arm would be completely encased in frost. Curses! That scoundrel! Kanjiro was genuinely frightened this time, and immediately released his grip. With a swift motion, he shattered the ice and quickly retreated, distancing himself from Chiba. There was no choice. Chiba exuded an aura of extreme danger. Indeed, this was the ice release that Chiba had replicated. It differed from the ice techniques wielded by Haku. While Haku required various hand seals to assist his ice techniques, Chiba's ice release was devoid of such embellishments. His sole ability was the manipulation of ice. The formation of ice could stem from the moisture in the air or from Chiba's own chakra. The moisture content in the air was insufficient, allowing him to create only a few ice shurikens to launch at his enemies. However, with his chakra, he could conjure an unlimited quantity of ice, as evidenced by the technique that had just frozen Kanjiro's arm. In truth, this method was a modification he devised after consulting Hinata, based on the principles of the 8 trigrams palm technique. The theory behind this technique involves compressing chakra into a sphere and then launching it at the enemy. Similarly, Chiba's long-range freezing technique also involved projecting chakra, utilizing surrounding moisture to create ice. The further he created a large expanse of ice, the greater the consumption of his chakra. Ouch! Konohamaru exclaimed as he landed on his rear, letting out a cry of pain. Thank you, Brother Chiba. He sensed the atmosphere was tense and quickly ran back to Naruto's side after expressing his gratitude. With a hint of disdain, he remarked, Naruto, you were pretty lame just now. Look how cool Brother Chiba is. He scared that masked man off. Sakura was busy extracting the fishbone needles from Naruto. Already wincing in pain, Naruto felt even more embarrassed at Konohamaru's words. However, had Konohamaru praised Sasuke instead, Naruto would have certainly retorted. But since the compliment was directed at Chiba, he merely smiled awkwardly, without much to argue. Well, there is no helping it. Chiba is indeed far stronger than us. Sakura nodded in agreement. Yes, Chiba always gives off an inscrutable vibe. Even Sasuke is no match for him. Under Chiba's control, the ice before them swiftly melted into puddles, soaking the ground. Byakugan, with veins protruding around his eyes, Chiba looked at Kanjiro with evident derision. What's the matter, little chick? Are you scared enough to retreat? Why not bring out that puppet on your back? That must be your marionette, right? Damn it, Kanjiro ground his teeth in frustration. Originally, the crow was not supposed to make an appearance until the Chunin exam, but now it had been exposed by Chiba's Byakugan. He realized that hiding it was futile. Indeed, the Byakugan possessed the ability to see through, proving to be quite a troublesome eye. The sensation is akin to being completely exposed, devoid of any semblance of privacy. With a swift motion, Kanjiro unfastened the raven's bindings. As the layers of bandages unraveled, a humanoid doll was revealed, held aloft in Kanjiro's grasp. Phew, he exhaled. You really are quite unfortunate. Maru sighed, feeling a twinge of regret for the raven's abrupt exposure. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve from her admiration of handsome men, allowing her to console her younger brother. In the next moment, her eyes sparkled with hearts, her hands cradling her chin as she transformed once more into an infatuated maiden. From this angle, the young man truly is striking. Indeed, just as Kanjiro was about to respond, he noticed Maru's enamored expression and, with a sigh of resignation, tapped his forehead. This was Maru's perennial flaw. Her infatuation with handsome men was exacerbated by the lack of such figures in Sunigakure. Kanjiro chuckled lightly, exuding confidence. Kid, now that I've revealed the raven, are you certain you wish to engage me in battle? The terror of the raven is far beyond your imagination. Should you be injured or perish, I bear no responsibility. I have warned you. Do not flaunt your bravado in my presence. Chiba slightly bent forward and charged directly at Kanjiro with astonishing speed, leaving Kanjiro visibly astonished. This rascal. He is indeed quite impetuous. In truth, from their initial encounter, Kanjiro had already begun to harbor a certain trepidation towards Chiba. His earlier remarks were merely an attempt to find an escape from this futile confrontation. Yet his mistake lay in adopting an overly lofty demeanor. Had he offered a sincere apology to Naruto and Konohamaru, Chiba would surely have spared him. However, that was a thought now beyond reach. To flaunt one's prowess invites retribution. Only through submission could he hope to extricate himself from this predicament. Kanjiro, cautious not to underestimate his opponent, swiftly moved his hands, launching 10 strands of chakra that connected to the joints of the raven's body. The raven soared through the air, emitting a series of sharp clicks. Secret technique, shuriken from the mouth. The raven opened its maw, releasing 3 shuriken that shot directly towards Chiba. Chiba dodged to the sides, narrowly avoiding the shuriken that embedded themselves into the earth with a soft thud. Poison needles from the mouth. Following the shuriken, a barrage of densely packed poison needles shot forth without delay, hurtling towards Chiba. He leapt into the air to evade the onslaught of toxic projectiles. A triumphant grin appeared at the corner of Kanjiro's mouth. Ah, this is the moment I've been waiting for. Main body, 6 blades. The raven's abdomen expanded, revealing crescent-shaped blades that extended outward, resembling the legs of a centipede. Blade tips attached to limbs. The raven's limbs and head detached from its torso, showcasing sharp, pointed blades. Each blade's tip dripped with a deep blue liquid, signifying their deadly poison. Each weapon was tethered by a strand of chakra. Under Kanjiro's control, they surged towards Chiba in the air. Ice release. Chiba waved his sleeve as the chakra surged from his palm. Several kunai, formed from blocks of ice, swiftly coalesced before him, hurtling downward. The icy kunai clashed with the raven's bony claws, causing them to ricochet away. Only the raven's head and torso remained, emitting a series of crackling sounds as they continued to advance towards Chiba. Clenching his fist, Chiba delivered a simple yet powerful punch. In the instant his fist, aglow with golden light, collided with the raven's blade, the tip shattered piece by piece. The entire wooden head of the raven was reduced to splinters, and along with its body, was obliterated by the force of his blow. In an instant, fragments of wood rained down from the sky. Kankuro watched in anguish as his raven was destroyed, his features contorted in pain, brows furrowed. Damn it! However, Chiba had no intention of allowing him a moment to grieve. With chakra surging from the soles of his feet, he executed ice release once more. A thick block of ice materialized beneath him, serving as a launching point in midair. With a powerful stamp on the ice, Chiba shot downwards like a cannonball, directly towards Kankuro. Startled, Kankuro was left with no time to evade, as his body could not keep pace with his mind. He watched helplessly as Chiba's fist loomed larger before striking his cheek. With a dull thud, Kankuro was sent flying, crashing into the wooden wall of the alley, leaving a human-shaped hole, before careening over 10 meters away, rolling onto the street opposite. Kankuro. Temari was utterly shocked. She had been engrossed in admiring Chiba's handsome features. And by the time she reacted, her brother had already been sent flying like a punching bag. Swallowing hard, she gazed at Chiba in disbelief. Brother, did you go a bit too far? After all, we are guests of Sunagakure. You wouldn't have seriously injured Kankuro, would you? Although concerned for her brother's safety, Temari understood that she was no match for Chiba. Given Chiba's earlier display, he must surely possess strength at least on par with the Jonin. The young ninjas of Konoha exhibit such varied abilities. Chiba shook his head. Rest assured, he is not dead. He'll just need to stay in the hospital for a couple of days at most. Chiba had exercised restraint, employing only the power of the first level of his mutated gentle fist. Temari swallowed again, relieved. Is that so? That's good to hear. I apologize for Kankuro's earlier behavior. Before she could finish, another voice interrupted. Stop, Temari. The voice, though youthful, was imbued with a chilling coldness, devoid of any emotion. All turned to see a red-haired boy, Gaara, perched atop a tree, hanging upside down with his arms crossed, his icy gaze scrutinizing Chiba intently. Chiba recognized him at once. Gaara, what brings you here? Temari's expression was a mix of emotions. She knew that the moment Gaara approached, a commotion was bound to ensue. Initially, her intention to apologize to Chiba arose from noticing his expression had softened, suggesting the matter might be resolved. However, with Gaara's arrival, it seemed inevitable that deeper conflicts would arise. As anticipated, Gaara provoked Chiba, remarking, Hey, what you just used must be the ice release bloodline limit, right? Does the Hyuga clan from Konoha even have anyone proficient in ice release? It's merely a worthless ability. Chiba's lips twitched in irritation. This red-haired brat had a venomous tongue, belittling such a formidable technique. Was he merely attempting to incite Chiba into a confrontation? Though a flicker of anger surged within him, Chiba swiftly discerned Gaara's intentions. Ice release worthless? Would you care to test that? I can accommodate your request. Gaara flashed a sinister grin and leapt down from the tree. Handy, observing this expression, immediately understood that Gaara was inclined towards violence. She intended to intervene, but was commanded by Gaara. Hurry, Handy. Bring that fool Kankuro back. He's south lying in the street, and with so many pedestrians around, we can't afford to embarrass Sunagakure. Reluctantly, Handy complied, sprinting towards the nearby district. Gaara remained confidently stationed in place, arms crossed, yet the sand before him began to surge and writhe with fervor. You seem quite self-assured, Bloodline Limit Ninja. What an impressive ability. My greatest delight lies in exterminating pretentious individuals like you, relishing the demise of what you hold dear, he cackled maniacally. With a swift motion of his arm, the sand transformed into a colossal hand, reaching out towards Chiba. Chiba stood his ground, silently observing Gaara without uttering a word. To derive pleasure from murder and to deprive others of their cherished possessions reflects a perverse worldview. A manifestation of the twisted psyche cultivated by the ostracism faced by a Jinchuriki. Casting a glance at Naruto, Chiba mused that were it not for the power of Asura's bloodline within Naruto, enabling him to maintain an optimistic outlook on life, the suffering and torment Naruto endured would likely parallel Gaara's plight. With a resounding thud, Chiba unleashed a powerful punch, shattering the massive sandy hand that lunged toward him. Sand particles scattered through the air as Chiba advanced, deliberately approaching Gaara. A distorted being like you deserves to feel the impact of my fists. While I do not expect to awaken you from your delusions, at least it will bring me some satisfaction. Is that so? Bring it on. Gaara's excitement surged. The more formidable Chiba's displayed strength became, the more fervently Gaara's blood boiled within him. Nothing delighted him more than extinguishing the lives of those deemed talented. Raising his right arm, the sand beneath him roiled and surged, manipulated by Gaara, as it encircled Chiba menacingly. In an instant, the light around Chiba dimmed, enveloped by the swirling sands that surged upward. Die, sand coffin, Gaara bellowed, his face twisted in a fierce grimace. With a vigorous clench of his right hand, the sands swiftly coiled tighter, encasing Chiba within. However, the scene Gaara had anticipated, Chiba being crushed by the sands, blood splattering everywhere, failed to materialize. Chiba, with a graceful flick of his wrist, dispersed the surrounding sand effortlessly. In a flash, he burst forth from the sandy confines, charging straight towards Gaara. What? This bastard! Gaara exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment. The only other person who had managed to handle his sand attacks with such ease was his teacher, Maki, a skilled Jonin adept in wind release who could slice through Gaara's sand with finesse. Yet, Chiba, who seemed not to possess wind release abilities, had achieved a similar feat, leaving Gaara utterly astonished. He could not fathom that Chiba's mutated gentle fist could easily breach his so-called absolute defensive sand. Furthermore, with the technique of Flying Thunder God at his disposal, Chiba had merely concealed his true strength without revealing it. Swish Chiba transformed into a fleeting shadow, arriving before Gaara in an instant. Gentle fist, explosive palm. He unleashed a punch, this time infusing it with a second-level hidden energy. Useless, Gaara retorted with disdain, crossing his arms over his chest, not even attempting to assume a defensive posture. His sand required no manipulation, automatically forming an impenetrable barrier. Bang! As expected, the sand formed a protective wall, absorbing the impact of Chiba's strike. In an instant, the sands exploded outward. Gaara's absolute defense was effortlessly shattered. The direct punch pierced through the sand, striking Gaara's cheek with tremendous force. He toppled to the ground, rolling several meters away. When he rose again, his face bore several cracked marks, rendering his already fearsome visage even more terrifying. Even Sakura, Konohamaru, and the others watching from behind gasped in shock, covering their mouths. That guy from Sunagakure is truly terrifying. He gives me an eerie feeling, Sakura remarked. Yes, I also find him frightening. Mei Huang nodded vigorously. Konohamaru reassured them. Don't be afraid. I believe Chiba can defeat him. After all, Chiba is incredibly strong. Naruto added, exactly. If it's Chiba, there's no doubt he can handle this. Chiba examined his fist, inwardly lamenting that he had held back too much, not considering that Gaara was also protected by a layer of sand armor. Despite appearing battered moments ago, the sand armor offered Gaara an additional layer of defense. Chiba's earlier punch had not inflicted any significant damage. Gaara let out a strange chuckle, his eyes bloodshot, glaring at Chiba with an almost predatory intensity. Very well, you have given me quite the surprise. To think you could breach my absolute defensive sand. This only excites me further. Observing this individual with an air of arrogance, it truly provokes one's ire. Chiyé remarked nonchalantly, you should be exhilarated. I can assure you that there is more excitement to come. Should this confrontation persist? Chiyé would not hesitate to unleash the fourth level of his soft fist technique, delivering a blow with such force that it would undoubtedly render Gaara incapacitated for a week or two in the hospital. At that juncture, one could only imagine how he would manage to maintain his bravado or continue to boast. Splendid. Gaara nodded in satisfaction, suddenly crouching down and slapping his palms against the ground, preparing to execute another of his signature jutsu. Just then, a tall figure appeared, swiftly grasping Gaara by the shoulder. Cease this at once. Gaara, do not engage in combat here. Dressed in standard ninja attire with teal pants and a green vest, adorned with the forehead protector of Sunigakure, and a white cloth obscuring half of his face, the figure was none other than Maki, the elite jonin and mentor to Gaara and his siblings. TCH. Gaara felt a twinge of annoyance, but refrained from retorting. His bloodshot eyes regained a semblance of clarity as he rose from the ground, crossing his arms and standing silently to the side. Maki squinted and smiled, addressing Chiyé, my apologies for the inconvenience. They are ninjas from Sunigakure here to participate in the Chunin exams. I am their instructor, and I hope you will not take the earlier incident to heart. The politeness in his tone belied the underlying threat that Chiyé instinctively recognized. Maki was capable of defeating even the likes of Moonlight Gale, and his prowess was certainly formidable. His presence in Konoha was not merely for the Chunin exams, as the collaboration with Orochimaru to dismantle Konoha was likely unfolding in the shadows. No matter. I extend a warm welcome to the ninjas of Sunigakure, Chiyé replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He had no desire to entangle himself in Orochimaru's schemes or the machinations of Sunigakure, as long as those close to him remained safe. Chiyé could continue to live in peace, devoting his days to training with Hinata, replicating various bloodline limits, and enhancing his own abilities. Why wade into such murky waters? Moreover, his perception of Sarutobi Hiruzen was rather indifferent. His fate held little consequence for Chiyé. Teacher, Gaara. A female voice resonated as Temari appeared, supporting Kankuro, who had been flung into another street. The alley and the adjacent street were separated by a substantial greenbelt, preventing them from crossing directly. Is Kankuro all right? Maki inquired with a nod. Temari replied, yes, fine, though he should probably get checked at the hospital. Indeed, Kankuro appeared unscathed, albeit with a distorted and bloodied face. A visit to the hospital for a proper adjustment seemed necessary. As he glanced at the shattered pieces of the crow puppet on the ground, a sense of despair enveloped him. His gaze shifted to Chiyé, and his expression instantly morphed into one of terror. Evidently, the psychological impact that Chiba has inflicted upon him is overwhelmingly profound. Being struck by someone with such force, sending him sprawling from one side of the street to the other, would leave anyone with lingering fears. It's fine, brother, we shall take our leave now. Maki seemed intent on avoiding trouble, choosing not to pursue the matter of Kankuro's assault. With a wave of his hand, he led his companions past Chiba without a second glance. Gaara's gaze remained fixated on Chiba, unwavering. After walking a few meters, he suddenly turned back and inquired, Hey, what is your name? I find you quite intriguing. Hinata Chiba, he replied. Chiba understood that Gaara's interest implied he was being considered as the next target for hunting. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to it, responding briefly before turning his attention towards Naruto. Did Gaara wish to stir trouble? Let him come. The outcome of who would be the hunted was far from certain. Hinata Chiba? Excellent, you are now my prey. Just ensure that you are not eliminated by another before I have the chance to finish you myself, Gaara murmured with a cold smirk, hastening to catch up with Maki and the others. As Chiba approached, he noticed that Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi were gazing at him with admiration, their eyes shimmering with wonder. Chiba, are you all right? Naruto asked as he approached. Chiba nodded. What could possibly be wrong? Those individuals were powerless against me. Before Chiba could finish his sentence, Konohamaru rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Chiba's leg and rubbing his cheek against him incessantly. Big brother Chiba, you are simply amazing. I've made up my mind. I will recognize you as my elder brother from now on and will no longer follow big brother Naruto. This, Chiba replied, exasperated, as he gently pushed Konohamaru's forehead in an attempt to lift him. However, Udon and Moegi soon joined in from the other side, clinging to Chiba's other leg. We want to as well. We want to as well. Chiba, feeling overwhelmed, shouted, Hey, Enough of this. Especially you, Udon. Can you please refrain from wiping your snot on me? Naruto's expression twitched in irritation as he pointed at Konohamaru's back, exclaiming, Konohamaru, you are utterly lacking in loyalty. It's one thing to betray me, but to do it right in front of my eyes. With the power of the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki clan's bloodline, Naruto's injuries from the fishbone needles had completely healed. In just that short span of time, not even a trace of the needle marks remained. Konohamaru turned back, revealing a gap-toothed grin. Hee, Big Brother Naruto, I apologize, but Big Brother Chiba is just too formidable and dashing. Udon and Moegi chimed in, nodding vigorously in agreement. Humph. Naruto crossed his arms, visibly annoyed, pouting and tilting his head to the side. The trio of Konohamaru, Udon, and Moegi clung to Chiba's pants, refusing to let go, insisting that Chiba accept them as his little brothers. Such lively companions, Chiba was reluctant to take in. The thought of them mirroring their daily antics with Naruto, now surrounding him, was already quite bothersome. Furthermore, Chiba must cultivate his feelings with Hinata, leaving no time to entangle himself with the three of them. Ultimately, after Chiba produced 500 Ryo to buy a new ball for Konohamaru, they departed with great enthusiasm. A ball certainly does not cost 500 Ryo at most. It would be a mere 100 Ryo. This meant there was still a surplus of 400 Ryo to pocket, allowing them to leave so decisively. Naruto, Sakura, let us dine together. It is my treat, Chiba called out to the two. Now that he possessed wealth, it was time to be generous. It served as an opportunity for Naruto and Sakura to bond, given Naruto's fondness for her. Naruto nodded. Sounds good, Chiba, it is rare for you to be so generous. Chiba's lips twitched slightly. What did he mean by rarely generous, as if he had been stingy in the past? Of course, Sakura said with a squinting smile. Expressing her agreement. Let us go. Chiba took the lead towards the barbecue restaurant, and the group began to chat as they walked. The next day, after having breakfast, Chiba and Hinata headed towards the woods outside the ninja school. They were not there for any other reason but to meet up with Chiba for training. Today, there was no special training arranged by Hyuga. In fact, they could train at home, but the open space in the woods was far more expansive, and training together provided greater motivation. Chiba, Hinata, good morning. From a distance, Inuzuka Chiba spotted Chiba and Hinata on the wooden bridge and waved excitedly. Akamaru barked joyfully beside him. A few months had passed, and Akamaru had grown slightly larger. It was uncertain whether this was due to being a ninja dog. Typically, regular puppies would grow into larger dogs within 6 months. However, Akamaru's size had only increased marginally. Good morning, Chiba. Chiba and Hinata waved back. As they spoke, they approached Chiba. He inquired, another new day? What kind of training shall we do today? Chiba replied, let us stick to the usual routine. A mixed training session with the three of us, where you two will team up against me. Since Hyuga formed their team, the training methods had varied each time. Chiba needed to develop a rapport with Akamaru, while Hinata had to hone her gentle fist techniques and work on developing new jutsu. The specific training methods were generally arranged by Hyuga. Whenever she was absent, the three of them opted for a straightforward mixed sparring session, where Hinata and Chiba would team up to attack Chiba. This way, both Hinata and Chiba could improve while enhancing their mutual understanding. Sounds good to me, Chiba nodded. I have no objections either, Hinata added. Let us begin. Chiba positioned himself with his legs apart, activated his Byakugan, and prepared to welcome their attacks. Chiba wasted no time. He tossed a small pill into Akamaru's mouth. Akamaru's fur turned red, standing on end. With a loud bang, as the white smoke dissipated, it transformed into another Inuzuka. Its limbs sprawled upon the ground. Yatanya. The two figures whirled rapidly, morphing into a spiraling tempest, diverging to the left and right, charging towards Chiba. Chiba leaped backward. The two spinning tops collided midair, yet their offensive was far from over. The two rotating figures spun around and surged once more towards Chiba. Here they come again. I shall not hold back. Chiba swung a punch, condensing a golden oval shield upon his fist, which crashed forcefully into the two rotating figures. They were struck heavily, their spinning abruptly ceasing as they were sent hurtling backwards, rolling several meters before finally coming to rest. Inuzuka, clutching a swollen head, complained to Chiba, Chiba, that's quite underhanded. What on earth can withstand your punch? The other Inuzuka erupted in white smoke, reverting to its original form of Akamaru, and howled at Chiba, seemingly voicing its discontent. Chiba thought to himself, I hardly exerted much force. That was merely the third level of Gentle Fist's explosive dark energy, calibrated to counter Yatonya's diamond hard strikes. However, Hinata was quite earnest, not allowing Chiba the opportunity to explain as she surged from the side, launching an assault of Gentle Fist. Gentle Fist technique. 8 trigrams, 32 palms. With a delicate shout, an 8 trigrams formation unfurled beneath her feet, flashing into existence. This was a newly mastered technique of Hinata's. Yet, it was not the defensive 8 trigrams from her original portrayal, but rather an offensive variant. How she learned it was beyond Chiba's knowledge. But he had a good rapport with Niji, who had guided her, enabling Hinata to master the 32 palms within months. At that moment, Chiba stood within Hinata's attacking 8 trigrams formation. In a flash, Hinata moved instantaneously 3 meters, arriving before Chiba, both palms poised to strike. 8 trigrams, 2 palms. Bang, bang. 8 trigrams, 4 palms. 8 palms. Each strike bore tremendous force, a stark contrast to the once fragile Hinata. Unfortunately, while Chiba was unfamiliar with the 8 trigrams, he was well-versed in Gentle Fist. As Hinata assumed her starting position, Chiba had already executed ice release. Extending his palm outward, he manifested a thick rectangular block of ice. Each of Hinata's strikes left a profound imprint upon the ice. Alas, the ice was too robust. Only after the 32 palms had been unleashed did it finally shatter. Oh, Chiba, you've finally advanced beyond mere punches, introducing new techniques. Inuzuka approached, astonished. Gazing at the scattered shards of ice, his eyes filled with disbelief. It was the first time he had witnessed Chiba employ ice release. Akamaru barked twice in agreement. Chiba felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What does it mean that I am no longer seen as merely a brute? Is that the impression I leave him with? However, in hindsight, it seems I have indeed lacked other means of combat. I am unfamiliar with both the true Zhongguan and the Bagua Zhang. Chiba, is this your bloodline limit? After exchanging 32 strikes, Hinata breathed heavily, her chest rising and falling rhythmically. It was her first time witnessing Chiba employ ice release, and she was somewhat taken aback. Indeed, this is the bloodline limit. A power I have recently developed, Chiba readily confessed, acknowledging that such abilities cannot be concealed. Once displayed, they are visible to all. At worst, I shall claim to possess various ninjutsu chakra and have whimsically researched this bloodline limit, though this explanation may seem somewhat far-fetched. The nature of a bloodline limit can also arise from a combination of multiple ninjutsu chakras, in addition to one's inherent bloodline. Moreover, Chiba was confident that no one would delve too deeply into the matter. Most would merely express astonishment, much like yesterday's Konohamaru and Naruto, or today's Akamaru and Hinata. In exasperation, Inuzuka shook his head, remarking, "You truly are a freak. With a monster like you, nothing surprises me." "Congratulations, Chiba," Hinata smiled warmly. Chiba nodded, "Yes. Let us continue our training. Unleash more of your potential." Inuzuka and Hinata stepped back, distancing themselves and assuming fighting stances. Everyone seems quite diligent in training. However, before Chiba and the others could commence the next round of combat, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Niji?" Chiba immediately recognized the owner of the voice. Turning around, he indeed saw Hyuga approaching from the wooden bridge, accompanied by a male and a female. The male sported a watermelon-style haircut, with eyebrows as thick as caterpillars. Clad in a tight green outfit, his Konoha ninja forehead protector tied around his waist, it was Rock Lee. The female wore a white martial arts uniform, her shoulders burdened by a large scroll. With big eyes and her black hair styled into a bun, she appeared quite lovely. It was Tintin. "Niji." Hinata greeted timidly, her voice barely above a whisper. She was aware that Niji still held some disdain towards her, although he had reluctantly accepted her due to Chiba's influence. The subtle rejection in his gaze was not lost on her. "Who are these people?" Inuzuka queried, bewildered, standing behind with a head full of questions. Well, Niji first offered a polite nod to Hinata. He then directed his gaze towards Chiba, stating, "Chiba, it has been a while. Have you been busy training new techniques?" Chiba nodded. "Yes. What brings the three of you here?" Before Niji could respond, Rock Lee, ever the extrovert, stepped forward, extending his right hand towards Chiba. "Greetings. I am Rock Lee." Niji has often spoken of a prodigy within the Hyuga clan, even more talented than himself. "I have insisted that Niji bring me to meet you." "Greetings, I am Hinata Chiba." Chiba felt somewhat bewildered and politely shook hands with Lee. What could Lee possibly want from him? Was it merely to meet the prodigy Hinata? Before Chiba could ponder this, Rock Lee was abruptly shoved aside by Tintin, who stumbled slightly to the side. "Hello, I am Tintin, a comrade and partner of Niji." Tenten's eyes sparkled with admiration as she extended her right hand toward Chiba. From the moment she laid eyes on him, her gaze was transfixed. She had never encountered such a handsome man in Konoha before. "Hello, Tenten," Chiba replied as he shook her hand. Tenten nodded vigorously. Gripping Chiba's hand without any intention of letting go, her expression brimming with infatuation as she scrutinized him. Hinata observed this scene with a fleeting expression of displeasure. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Chiba noticed this subtle shift in her demeanor. Though Tenten was indeed beautiful and charming, Chiba was reluctant to see Hinata distressed. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and turned to Niji, asking, "Niji, did you three come here specifically to find me?" Niji nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, more precisely. It is Lee who wishes to see you." "Lee?" Chiba responded, perplexed, turning to Rock Lee. Lee nodded earnestly. "That's correct, Chiba-kun. It was my request to Niji that brought me here to meet you. I heard from Niji that you bested him in a single round, so I wanted to witness your prowess firsthand." With that, Rock Lee bowed deeply, saying, "Chiba-kun, I implore you to agree to a duel with me. I wish to ascertain the extent of the gap between us. It would undoubtedly be resolved with a single punch." In the background, Inuzuka Kiba, watching the spectacle, could not resist a quip. He was all too familiar with Chiba's capabilities. There was nothing that could not be settled with a single blow from him. If there were, it would only suggest that Chiba had intentionally held back and did not fight seriously. Although Hinata and Niji remained silent, their expressions conveyed agreement. Nevertheless, Lee showed no signs of relinquishing his determination. Understanding the disparity between himself and a genius was crucial for him to gauge the level of effort he needed to invest in his training. Lee earnestly pleaded, "Chiba-kun, please grant me this request." Of course, Chiba nodded. He would not refuse a challenger like Lee. However, he also did not intend to feign humility merely to spare Lee's feelings. When the battle commenced, Rock Lee initiated with a leaf hurricane aimed at Chiba's face. Chiba responded with a level 2 gentle fist technique, sending Lee hurtling backward, causing some muscle tears in his foot. Thus, this confrontation concluded rather simply and unremarkably. Though Lee felt a sense of dissatisfaction, he ultimately understood that he was no match for Chiba and reluctantly conceded. In the southwestern region of Konoha village, a series of interconnected lofts stood meticulously constructed. The house, typically devoid of life, has become bustling with activity as the CHNIN exams draw near. Each room is now occupied by ninjas adorned with forehead protectors. Indeed, these individuals are from foreign villages, here to participate in the CHNIN assessments. This distinctive array of buildings was constructed by Sarutobi Hiruzen to impress and accommodate distinguished guests. Within the third-floor hall of a quaint loft, a group of individuals, all wearing the forehead protectors of Sunagakure, sits cross-legged around a tea table, engaged in lively conversation. Among them are familiar faces, including Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, who had clashed with Chiba the previous day. Maki sits alone on the left side of the table. At the head of the table sits a figure clad in a white robe, topped with a conical hat emblazoned with a prominent character for wind. He is none other than the Kazekage Raza. However, this is not the true Raza. Rather, it is Orochimaru, who, after assassinating Raza, has taken on his guise to manipulate the people of Sunagakure in his campaign against Konoha. Raza inquires, "Well, Maki, did we not agree that I would be occupied with pressing matters? Unless it is urgent, do not seek me out." Maki bows respectfully, replying, "I apologize, Lord Kazekage. But there is indeed a matter of great importance that requires your attention." Raza nods, urging him to continue. Maki explains it is as follows. Upon entering the village yesterday, Kankuro and Gaara encountered a peculiar young boy. He proceeds to recount Chiba's use of ice release and the astonishing punch that could shatter Gaara's formidable defense. The crux of his message is that despite Chiba's youth, his strength is formidable and could potentially disrupt their plans to attack Konoha. They have long since devised strategies for the impending assault on Konoha, coordinating responses to notable figures such as the copy ninja Kakashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi, and the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now, Chiba must be included on that list. Upon hearing about the ice release, Orochimaru's eyes gleam with intrigue. Old habits die hard. The mention of a talented child stirs his desire to recruit him. Yet, he remains somewhat skeptical, casting a glance at Gaara and the others for confirmation. Orochimaru is quite knowledgeable about Konoha and is puzzled as to when such an individual emerged from their ranks. Merely a nuisance. If you are concerned, I shall eliminate him tonight, he scoffs. Gaara stands, arms crossed, preparing to leave. Stop, Gaara. Maki reprimands sternly. Wait, Gaara. Kankuro and Temari quickly interject. Temari advises, Gaara, do not jeopardize Lord Kazekage's plans. It is not prudent to reveal ourselves too soon, especially not your abilities. We must not allow outsiders to gain any foreknowledge. I know. You are all so tedious, Gaara retorts impatiently, yet he obediently leans against the doorframe, remaining still. Jiang Jiulong remarked, Father, Master Maki is not mistaken. That boy named Hyuga Chiba possesses formidable strength, having effortlessly shattered my crow with a single punch. Handball nodded in agreement, indeed. That youth is exceptionally powerful and warrants our attention. Orochimaru acknowledged with a nod. I understand. We shall proceed according to our original plan. I will ensure that someone keeps an eye on that boy. You may all tend to your own affairs. I shall step out for a while, he declared, rising and making his way outside. Only after departing the loft did Orochimaru remove the white cloth from his face, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How exhausting it is to continuously play the role of their father. Thankfully, the Chunin exams are approaching. Perhaps it is best to seek out that old fool Danzo for a meeting soon. At the root base, Danzo sat in an opulent hall, savoring a cup of tea. His mood notably buoyant, a rare smile gracing his usually stern countenance. The cause of his good spirits was none other than a recent letter from Orochimaru, announcing plans to attack Konoha during the Chunin exams. An assault on Konoha is indeed advantageous. If Orochimaru can eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo would finally have the opportunity to ascend to the position of Hokage, a day he had awaited for many years. He had made ample preparations. All root operatives on missions had been summoned back. Now, all that remained was to await the external assault on Konoha. However, Danzo was not merely waiting to rescue Konoha. He intended for all root members to remain within the base until Sarutobi Hiruzen was no more. Then, the root members would emerge to take charge. With Danzo steering the entire situation, Mr. Danzo, you seem to be in high spirits today, a raspy voice echoed from outside the room. Startled, Danzo quickly glanced up. Through the paper shoji of the hall, he discerned a figure standing outside. Before Danzo could rise, the individual stepped into the hall, removing the wind shadow had atop his head. It was none other than Orochimaru. Orochimaru? I am surprised to see you in such attire, Danzo remarked, momentarily taken aback. Yet, with his calculating mind, he had already surmised that something must have transpired with the wind shadow. Is it too much to ask for a seat when an old friend comes to visit? Orochimaru inquired with a smile, already taking a seat opposite Danzo. Danzo poured a cup of tea for Orochimaru and asked, What brings you here at this time, Orochimaru? Orochimaru teased, How cold-hearted you are. After all the experiments I conducted for your benefit and the assistance I provided, is it not reasonable for me to sit and chat? The experiments he referred to included the cultivation of Hashirama's cells and the transplantation of the Uchiha Sharingan. Without Orochimaru's assistance, Danzo would never have acquired his formidable abilities. However, Orochimaru seemed to recognize that Danzo was an individual even more ruthless than himself. Thus he refrained from further banter. He directly inquired, I have come to seek information about an individual. Recently, a young boy named Hyuga Chiba has emerged from the Hyuga clan. Do you possess any details about him? Hyuga Chiba, Danzo murmured as he repeated the name. In his mind, thoughts raced. It appeared someone had reported about a new generation of graduating geniuses, among whom was a boy named Hyuga Chiba. However, news of Chiba's significant increase in power had not spread widely. Hyuga was not one to gossip and would not disseminate information indiscriminately. Although the Hyuga clan was well known, no one would specifically broadcast such matters for the sake of boasting. Despite Danzo's extensive network of spies throughout Konoha, he could glean little information, as the Hyuga clan conducted their affairs with great discretion, refusing to even hire servants from outside. Consequently, it was implausible for Danzo to have placed infiltrators within the Hyuga estate. Thus, he was genuinely uninformed regarding Chiba. Danzo shook his head, saying, I have only heard that he is a genius who recently graduated from the Ninja Academy. What of it? Orochimaru replied, It is nothing serious. Merely that those from Sunagakure have reported to me that this Hyuga Chiba is rather remarkable, adept in ice techniques, and possesses extraordinary strength akin to Tsunade's. I merely wish to inquire with you. Upon hearing this, Danzo's interest was piqued. He was quite enthusiastic about recruiting talent into the roots of his organization. However, he did not overtly express his eagerness, instead asking Orochimaru, Do you require my assistance in investigating his background? Orochimaru nodded. Certainly, the sooner, the better. You have far greater convenience in Konoha than I do. This seemingly simple exchange carried an unspoken understanding between the two. as they were longtime collaborators who needed little elaboration. Danzo gave a slight grunt before raising his voice to call out, "Come in." Swish. Two shadowy figures swiftly entered, kneeling before Danzo. In unison, they inquired, "Lord Danzo, what are your orders?" Both individuals wore black masks obscuring the upper halves of their faces. One had short black hair, while the other sported long brown hair, tied into a ponytail. Both appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age. They were Danzo's loyal subordinates from the original story, Aburame Shino and Yamanaka Ino. However, at present, the members of the Roots had no names, only code names, as Danzo had yet to assign them proper identities. In a low voice, Danzo commanded, "A and B. I have heard that a boy named Hyuga Chiba has recently emerged in Konoha. You are to investigate his background for me." "Understood, Lord Danzo." The two replied in unison before vanishing from sight. They were well versed in such tasks, which involved gathering comprehensive information about Hyuga Chiba and keeping him under surveillance. "Goodbye, Chiba-kun." In the evening, a group of friends who had been training together prepared to head home. Tintin blew kisses while bidding farewell to Chiba. Lee, whose injured foot had been taken to the hospital, was absent. Meanwhile, Chiba's trio, accompanied by Niji and Tintin, had spent the day training outside the woods. The life of a ninja is indeed like this. Apart from missions, much of the time is spent in monotonous training. Fortunately, having companions makes it bearable. When fatigued, they can sit together, take a breather, and engage in light conversation, which is quite delightful. On their journey back to the Hyuga clan, Hinata, Chiba, and Niji walked side by side. The night had completely enveloped the land, and the forest path was alive with the chorus of chirping insects. Hinata glanced at Chiba, then turned her head to Niji and spoke softly. Niji brother, thank you for teaching me the Gentle Fist today." The training of the 8 trigrams was something Chiba could not assist Hinata with, so it was Niji who provided guidance. Niji replied, "There's no need for thanks. I am teaching you wholeheartedly only because of Chiba." "Is that so?" Hinata's spirit sank, and she lowered her head. She genuinely desired to improve her relationship with Niji. However, his perpetually cold demeanor left her feeling helpless. Chiba, walking between them, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, wishing he could slap the back of Niji's head. Although everyone recognized that Niji's words held truth, there was no need for such bluntness. How much that must have hurt little Hinata's heart. She merely wished to foster a bond with her cousin. What wrong was there in that? Haha, by the way, Hinata, your Gentle Fist has shown remarkable improvement lately. Chiba exclaimed, wrapping an arm around Hinata's shoulders, intentionally diverting the topic to lift her spirits. "Really? Thank you, Chiba brother." Hinata felt warmth in her heart during her most awkward moments. Chiba was always the first to come to her rescue. Simultaneously, Chiba's affectionate gesture caused Hinata's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Elated yet shy, she buried her little head into her chest. Today, the little one didn't run away? Chiba mused silently. How rare it was for her to appear so adorably bashful. If only Niji weren't present, he would surely lean in to plant a kiss on her cheek. Chiba's brow furrowed slightly as he sensed an unusual presence behind them, as if eyes were watching him. Activating his perception abilities discreetly, he detected 2 figures lurking a few hundred meters behind. Uncertain of their identities, Chiba chose to remain silent and continued walking forward. Upon reaching a bustling street, Chiba waved to Hinata and Niji, saying, "Oh, I just remembered that I have something to attend to. You two can head back first." Hinata and Niji exchanged puzzled glances. Hinata asked, "Chiba brother, is there something I can help with? I'll accompany you." Chiba gently ruffled Hinata's hair and shook his head. "No, you should return with Niji. Come to my house tomorrow morning." The reason for parting ways was to ascertain whether the 2 shadowy figures were indeed following them. Hinata's cheeks flushed, and she nodded. "Okay. Chiba brother, I'll be off then." Niji said nothing further, merely nodding at Chiba before continuing on his way. "Goodbye." Chiba waved farewell, and only after watching the 2 figures depart did he turn away, heading towards a secluded area. Activating his Byakugan discreetly, his vision expanded outward in a 360-degree panorama. With the perspective granted by the Byakugan's 1-kilometer radius, he quickly discerned the appearances of those trailing him. Was that Kamizuki Wind and Y Narutorian? Chiba was momentarily perplexed, unsure why they had taken an interest in him. Had he truly fallen under the watchful gaze of the Root? Should he allow them to continue their surveillance? Or should he confront them and send them packing? After barely half a second of hesitation, Chiba opted for the latter. His current strength was formidable enough. There was no need to live in constant fear or anxiety. In the entirety of Konoha, there was no one who could best him. Why should he endure such indignities? Why should he tolerate being watched wherever he went? It was an exceedingly vexing situation. He would simply drag those two out, give them a sound beating, and then send them on their way. A smirk crept across his lips as he made his way toward a narrow path at the edge of the district. Upon traversing this path, he once again stepped onto a dark, winding trail through the woods. Kamizuki Wind furrowed his brow and asked, why is he heading that way again? Isn't that the road to the Hyuga? Why Naruto shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps he remembered something he needed to attend to. Regardless, given our distance, he can't possibly detect us. They were well aware of the extensive range of the Hyuga's Byakugan. However, they had adeptly controlled their angles and positions of surveillance, confident that they would remain undetected. With a swish, Naruto and Kamizuki Wind leapt into motion, navigating between rooftops as they pursued the direction in which Chiba had departed. After about 10 minutes, Chiba arrived at an abandoned neighborhood. The dilapidated streets were illuminated by the faint glow of street lamps, and he walked forward at a leisurely pace, while Naruto and Kamizuki Wind followed closely behind, increasingly puzzled by his actions. It was strange for Chiba to venture into such a desolate place at this hour. Yet, they dared not be careless, opting to keep their distance. As Chiba slowed his pace, so too did they. Kamizuki Wind whispered, Torian, what on earth is he doing coming to a place like this at night? Naruto shrugged. Maybe he's here to pay respects at a grave. Kamizuki Wind broke into a cold sweat. Don't be ridiculous. Who goes to pay respects at night? Furthermore, this isn't even a burial ground. Naruto scratched his head. I don't know either. In any case, Lord Danzo instructed us to investigate him, so let us just follow him slowly. As the two conversed, Chiba had already come to a stop beneath a street lamp several dozen meters ahead. He stood there, motionless like a wooden post, leaving them filled with confusion. Kamizuki Wind asked, what is that guy up to? He has been standing there for about 5 minutes now. Naruto scratched his head again. Perhaps he is relieving himself? Kamizuki Wind was exasperated. Who takes 5 minutes to do that? It is merely a water buffalo. Even it cannot possess such a vast bladder. However, before Yamashita could voice his sarcasm, a voice suddenly echoed from above. That is merely a decoy to lure you in. You two fools. What? Both individuals displayed expressions of terror. In the next instant, beneath the streetlight, Chiba erupted into a cloud of white smoke. They both looked up simultaneously to see yet another Chiba leaping down from the treetop, swinging a fist aimed directly at Oil Woman's face. This is bad. Quick, retreat. Yamashita reacted swiftly, pulling Oil Woman by the arm and leaping backward. Soft fist explosion. Chiba's fist crashed onto the concrete pavement with a thunderous boom, creating a massive crater. Debris and dust flew outward, blinding Oil Woman and Yamashita, compelling them to curl their legs and shield their heads. They endured the barrage of stones striking their bodies. Ice release. Chiba's assault was far from over. With a flick of his right arm, he conjured 8 kunai made of ice, which floated before him in a horizontal array. Whoosh. Under Chiba's control, the icy kunai shot forward in a straight line towards the duo. Oh no. Just as they prepared to land and extend their limbs, the icy kunai reached them in an instant. There was no time to mount any defense. The kunai pierced into their arms and thighs. The immense force propelled them backward, leaving them pinned against the wall in a starfish position. The duo screamed in agony, but having undergone rigorous training at the roots, their cries lasted less than a second before being forcibly suppressed. Oil Woman turned her pained head towards her companion. Wind, are you all right? I'm fine. Yamashita gritted his teeth. He strained to pull his right arm free from the ice kunai. If he could free one hand, he could rescue himself and his companion. Did you think I would grant you such an opportunity? Chiba, of course, saw through Yamashita's intentions. The ice release was unleashed again, and with a sweep of his sleeve, another 8 ice kunai shot forth. This time, they struck their calves and shoulders. The specially designed long ice kunai embedded deeply into their flesh. The tips firmly pressed against the wall. The piercing pain elicited another scream from them. This time, they could no longer endure. Their suffering vocalized. Do not entertain any thoughts of resistance. If you dare to move again, the next strike will pierce your skull. As he spoke, Chiba stepped forward, scrutinizing the features of the two. Although they wore masks that obscured half their faces, Chiba recognized them instantly due to having read the original work. Indeed, they were Yamashita and Oil Woman. Chiba asked in a deep voice, which village sent you as spies? Why are you wearing the headbands of my Konoha village? Though he posed the question knowing the answer, he still felt the need to adhere to the formalities. It would be too direct to state that he recognized them as operatives from the roots. In the depths of the mountains, Yamanaka Kaze endured excruciating pain as he was confronted. You misunderstand. We are not spies. We are indeed ninjas from Konoha. With a swift motion, Chiba delivered a resounding slap across Kaze's face. Nonsense. Dare you lie again? You are undoubtedly spies. Kaze's lips were split, his face swollen, bearing an expression of profound grievance. Yamanaka Torian interjected. Wait. Do not act rashly. We truly are Konoha ninjas. Chiba scoffed dismissively. Do you expect me to believe you? Then explain why you're following me. Upon this inquiry, both fell silent. It was not that they wished to remain mute, but rather they were bound by the tongue-sealing curse mark, unable to divulge anything pertaining to the root or Danzo. With a series of sharp slaps, Chiba struck their faces again. He was well aware of the implications of the curse mark, yet pretended ignorance. His intent was to teach Danzo a lesson, ensuring that he would think twice before sending anyone to monitor him again. He wanted to convey that he possessed ample means to easily dispose of Danzo's subordinates. Kaze and Toryun's cheeks swelled grotesquely, tears welling in their eyes as they were rendered voiceless. Chiba, stroking his chin in feigned contemplation, suddenly had a bright idea. I know. I shall hand you over to the third Hokage. He will undoubtedly send you to the interrogation room, and then you will certainly speak. Kaze and Toryun vigorously shook their heads, their eyes filled with resistance. As members of Root, failing their tracking mission was already a predicament. If Danzo learned of their failure, at least there would be a chance of survival. However, if they were delivered to the third Hokage, it would surely bring about far greater trouble for Danzo. By that time, even if Danzo managed to rescue them, their fate would be worse than death. Their eyes pleaded with desperation, nearly begging Chiba for mercy. Sighing, Chiba muttered, Fine, taking you two useless fools to the Hokage's office is quite the trek. It would exhaust me. I shall leave you here for now. He grumbled as he turned, feigning a walk toward the Hokage's building. However, he merely concealed himself around the corner, using his Byakugan to keep a watchful eye on them. Kaze spoke nervously. Toryun, we cannot be sent to the interrogation room. That would spell our doom. Toryun nodded emphatically. Indeed, we must find a way to escape. They exchanged determined glances. Having made a resolute decision, gritting their teeth, they forcefully extracted their arms from the ice spikes that had impaled them. Discarding the remnants of the ice that had caused their bleeding wounds, they bolted in a singular direction, fleeing with all their might. Chiba stood in the corner, peering through a pallid perspective, until he watched Oil Woman and the gusts of the mountain fade into the distance. At which point a slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. What folly is that old coot Danzo indulging in? Has he taken to monitoring me? Muttering to himself, Chiba turned and made his way toward his clan. He was convinced that, having learned this lesson, Danzo would refrain from meddling in his affairs again. As it happened, Chiba's anticipation proved accurate. 2 weeks passed without any unusual occurrences. Knock, knock, knock. Chiba and I. It's time to get up. Another morning dawned, and Hinata habitually descended the stairs to knock on his door. The door isn't locked. Just come in, Chiba called from the kitchen. Today. He had risen early and was preparing noodles, which were nearly ready. As the door swung open, Hinata entered, taking in the aroma. It smells wonderful. Chiba and I. You're making noodles again, aren't you? Chiba nodded. Indeed, it's oil-splashed noodles. Come over and serve. It's time to eat. Hinata cheerfully complied, darting into the kitchen to bring the noodles to the table. This was not her first experience with Chiba's culinary skills. She had always found his cooking inexplicably delightful. It wasn't merely the flavor that captivated her, but rather his unique methods of preparation. For instance, oil-splashed noodles were a novel style of noodle making that had never been seen in the ninja world before. They looked intriguing and tasted quite pleasant. Hinata, feel free to dig in, Chiba said, emerging from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles in hand. Hinata nodded in agreement. They sat at the dining table and began to slurp their noodles. As Chiba savored his meal, he embarked on a new round of system replication. Ding. Replication of the Bloodline limit sample. Sharingan Bloodline power completed. A small amount of Uchiha clan Bloodline power acquired. Congratulations. The initial stage of the Uchiha Bloodline power replication is complete, and you have obtained a one-tomo Sharingan. The system notifications chimed in succession, causing Chiba to pause momentarily. One-tomo? What is this about? He opened the system panel to check. To his surprise, behind the one-tomo Sharingan, there appeared an upgrade progress bar. Sharingan. One-tomo, 100 more replications needed for next upgrade. Goodness. Does this mean that to reach the 2-tomo level, he would need to replicate 100 times? And for the subsequent 3-tomo and Meijiki Sharingan, the required replications might only increase. Shinfan inquired, System, is that what you mean? Ding. You are correct. The Sharingan is a high-quality advanced bloodline limit ability. Generally speaking, the more exceptional the ability, the greater the number of replications required. This was quite understandable, much like the increased replication needed to reach level 7 in Gentle Fist. However, the thought of needing hundreds, if not thousands, of replications to reach the Mizuki Sharingan made Chiba contemplate a temporary withdrawal from the endeavor. Why? Because at present, his offensive capabilities were already sufficient. The ability of the eye technique, supplemented by the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, is already more than sufficient. Rather than relying solely on this, it would be more advantageous to replicate a few other abilities for amusement. For instance, the shadow imitation of the Nara clan and the mind-body transmission of the Yamanaka clan are commendable choices. With this thought in mind, Chen Fan accessed the system panel for a closer inspection. To his astonishment, he discovered that the system had undergone yet another upgrade. Each bloodline sample stored in the system's inventory now exhibited an upgrade progress akin to that of the Sharingan. Nara clan bloodline power, 50 copies needed to master this ability. Yamanaka clan bloodline power, 50 copies needed to master this ability. Hyuga variant Gentle Fist, current level 6, 300 copies needed for the next upgrade. Indra bloodline power, 2,000 copies needed to acquire this bloodline power. Asura bloodline power, 2,000 copies needed to acquire this bloodline power. Goodness. The bloodlines of Asura and Indra, as expected from the legacy of the sages, require a staggering 2,000 copies. However, Chiyé was not in a hurry. There was plenty of time to slowly accumulate the necessary copies. At least now he could observe the progress bar. Brother Chiyé, I'd like another bowl, Hinata said. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she raised her half-finished bowl of noodles. With a fond pat on her little head, Chiyé replied, Go help yourself in the kitchen. I saved some for you. He was well aware of Hinata's hearty appetite. A bowl or two of noodles was merely a light snack for her. Given the tight schedule today, as they were soon to depart for the first exam of the Chunin selection, he could only prepare a modest serving for her. Hinata nodded vigorously and hurried back into the kitchen. It was only when dining with Chiyé that she could disregard her image and feel at ease. Dining at home with her father and Hanabi always required a certain decorum, where she had to be mindful of propriety and eat slowly, which made her quite uncomfortable. Thus, she often found herself visiting Chiyé, primarily to share meals. After their meal, the two tidied up the area and proceeded directly downstairs to the first examination venue, where they met with Inuzuka Chiba. The first assessment was rather unremarkable, being merely a written test. Moreover, it was not a straightforward written exam. It aimed to evaluate their investigative skills. The questions would be exceedingly complex, with answers known to very few. Among the candidates, two examiners would masquerade as students, seeking to complete the questions as swiftly as possible. Subsequently, all candidates had to discreetly copy the correct answers under the watchful eyes of a dozen proctors surrounding them. Should their copying methods be deemed subpar and discovered by the examiners, the entire team of 3 would be disqualified. All right, everyone. I trust you have comprehended the rules of the assessment? A tall and robust man with a scarred face surveyed all the candidates with a piercing gaze from the podium in the classroom. He serves as the chief examiner for this written test, as well as the captain of the interrogation department, known as Sanaya Biki. When faced with Ibiki's inquiries, none of the students offered a response. Unperturbed, Ibiki continued, stating that if no one was willing to speak up, the proctors should take their positions as the examination was about to commence. As his words echoed in the room, over 10 proctors who had been waiting outside the classroom entered through the door, taking their places around the perimeter of the room. Their line of sight encompassed nearly every concealed corner, ensuring that any act of cheating would be swiftly discovered. The examination began. All those who received the test papers furrowed their brows. The quick-witted among them realized that the content of this assessment was not straightforward and began to observe their surroundings in search of useful clues. 3 teachers posing as examination personnel swiftly scribbled on their answer sheets. This did not escape the notice of the students, who quickly employed their own unique methods of investigation to facilitate copying. Gar activated his sand eye, a third eye that floated from the ceiling to surreptitiously observe the answers. Completely unnoticed, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, using its replication ability to mimic others' notes for answering the questions. Tintin quietly transported ninja tools to the ceiling, utilizing their reflective surfaces to create a refracted image for copying. Shino employed insects to spy on others, arranging them to form the correct answers. Niji activated his Byakugan, directly perceiving the copying. Candidate 38 is cheating. Disqualified. The other two teammates of Candidate 38, please step forward. Some employed ingenious methods to cheat, while others displayed blatant incompetence. Those whose tactics were immediately apparent were ruthlessly exposed by the proctors and escorted out of the classroom. I refuse to accept this. It's unfair. Others are cheating too. Why am I the only one caught? Upon hearing such protests, Ibiki's lips curled into a cold smile. Everyone. The consequence of cheating is that your teammates will be eliminated alongside you. One must consider the ramifications before acting. What? Naruto was gripped by fear. Hastily averting his gaze from his desk-mate's answer sheet, cold sweat pouring down his face. The examination contained a total of 9 questions, each of considerable difficulty. Aside from top students, the average person would struggle to answer them. Chiyé had no intention of answering the questions himself. He had activated his Byakugan early on. And as the teachers posing as examiners ceased writing, Chiyé completed his answers as well. He raised his head and scanned the room, noticing Naruto's comical expression, which elicited a faint smile from him. Observing the others, most of the 12 ninja were employing their own strategies to tackle the questions. Meanwhile, individuals like Sakura and Hinata, who belonged to the top student category, were diligently working through the problems independently. On the other hand, there were those like Lee and Naruto, utterly lost and unsure of what to do. Ice release. Without hesitation, Chiyé unleashed his ice release, extending a helping hand to Lee and Naruto. Naruto, with his hands clutched over his head, lamented in distress. What should I do? I can't answer a single question. Will I drag Sakura and Sasuke down with me? Lee, equally despondent, tugged at his hair in frustration. How could this happen? I can't seem to solve even one problem. Suddenly, both of them sensed something amiss and glanced down at their desks. A shimmering ice mirror was slowly forming beneath them. The correct answers to the 9 examination questions were being inscribed along with the extending ice. For Chiba, who possessed the ability to manipulate ice, this task was hardly challenging. It merely required a bit more time due to the insufficient moisture in the air. Chiba-kun? Naruto and Lee's faces brightened simultaneously as they turned to look at Chiba. They knew of his capability to use ice release techniques, and naturally, they thought he was discreetly aiding them. You can do it. Chiba encouraged them with a thumbs up and a mouth formation of keep going. Yeah. Naruto nodded vigorously and promptly began to write down the correct answers. Chiba-kun, I am truly grateful. Sob Lee's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. If it weren't for the examination, he would have rushed to embrace Chiba immediately. Noticing that both of them had begun answering, Chiba glanced back at Hinata. She furrowed her brow, her pen halted as she appeared stumped by a particular question. Chiba couldn't help but marvel at how earnest she was. Why not utilize those beautiful eyes of hers? Ice release. He invoked the technique once more, conjuring an ice mirror beneath Hinata's desk. However, this time, it bore not the correct answers, but simply 4 large characters. Use Byakugan. Chiba and I. Upon discovering the ice beneath her desk, Hinata cast a glance at Chiba. Seeing him smile back at her warmed her heart. Yes, she nodded earnestly, obediently activating her Byakugan and began to write according to Chiba's answers. Before long, half an hour had passed. Ibiichi glanced at his pocket watch, lifted his head, and announced the conclusion of the examination time. He surveyed everyone and remarked, "Congratulations, you have not been eliminated. However, do not assume that you have successfully passed the first round. Next, there would be an additional question." The content of the additional question was whether to continue answering. If any one member of the trio answered incorrectly, all 3 would be permanently eliminated, losing the chance to ever take the CHNIN exam again, doomed to remain genin for life. Conversely, if all 3 answered correctly, they would be congratulated for passing. Such a rule was exceedingly harsh. Fearing a wrong answer might jeopardize their prospects of advancing to CHNIN. More than half of the participants chose to forfeit on the spot. Yet Chiba, having read the original story, was well aware of the plot. He understood that the essence of the additional question was simply whether to answer or not. Answering would suffice for passing the first assessment. Failure to answer the questions would result in failing the first assessment. Thus, without hesitation, Chiba activated his ice technique, once again providing a reminder to the members of Team 12. Each student's desk subtly bore an ice block, upon which a single word was inscribed. Answer. Naturally, the reminder from Chiba held no significance for the students. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first assessment, Ibiki announced, a smile curving his lips. He had not anticipated that such a multitude would advance beyond the initial examination this year. He then proceeded to explain the additional questions, which were essentially a reiteration of Chiba's earlier words. At this revelation, Team 12's members could not help but display their astonishment. Their gazes directed at Chiba filled with disbelief. In particular, Ino, Tenten, and Hinata sparkled with admiration. Hinata's cheeks flushed as she murmured, "Chiba-san is indeed the strongest in the world. Following his guidance is never a mistake." Ino was nearly overcome with the urge to leap forward and embrace Chiba, wishing to express her admiration with a gentle back massage. "Chiba-kun is truly remarkable. He is indeed the man I admire." Tenten cradled her chin in her hands, her expression one of infatuation. "Chiba-kun looks so handsome today. How I wish to be his girlfriend." Suddenly, the classroom door was kicked open with a resounding bang. A shuriken flew in, embedding itself into the opposite wall. Attached to the shuriken was a rope, which unfurled a banner that abruptly obscured Ibuki's upper body. The banner boldly proclaimed, "Chief Examiner of the Second CHNEN exam." With a flourish, a woman clad in a yellow cloak burst into the room. Dramatically stepping onto a chair and striking a pose she deemed impressive. "Kids, I am your chief examiner for the second assessment, Mitarashi Anko." Ibuki's expression twitched as he pushed aside the banner with a sigh. "Anko, are you not a bit too hasty? We have not yet formally concluded the first part." "Come now, Ibuki, you are far too slow," Anko waved dismissively. "We cannot let your delays hinder the progress of the entire examination." Without waiting for Ibuki's response, Anko surveyed the classroom and was taken aback to see so many students remaining. "Ibuki, did you intentionally leave so many behind this year?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Ibuki scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. "Well, this year's candidates are a bit special. They seem to be more exceptional than in previous years. So there's nothing we can do." Anko sighed. "Really now, but that's all right. I believe many will be eliminated in the second assessment." As she spoke, a mysterious smile graced her lips, suggesting that the upcoming challenges would be exceedingly arduous. Indeed, some students were intimidated, raising their hands to inquire further from Anko. However, Akkad was in no hurry to elucidate, deliberately leaving an air of suspense, instructing everyone to gather at the outskirts of the Death Forest east of Konoha at 2 p.m. With that, Akkad swept away. The reference personnel from the first round also departed in a bustling throng. "Brother Chiba, shall we head home?" Hinata approached, eager to inquire. Yet, two girls, faster than Hinata, swiftly dashed past her, each taking hold of Chiba's arm, one on the left and one on the right. Who else could they be but Ino and Tenten? It was a surprise to discover that Tenten also possessed such infatuated tendencies. Ino playfully rubbed her chest against Chiba's arm, coyly asking, "Chiba-kun, would you allow me to treat you to lunch today? Please don't refuse." Tenten, while not as aggressively charming, pressed Chiba's arm firmly between her soft curves, saying, "Chiba-kun, I would love to join you for lunch. Shall we go together?" Chiba was utterly taken aback. Indeed, Ino had developed quite a figure, soft and ample, though perhaps slightly less so than Hinata. Tenten also had a commendable physique. Despite her usual practice attire concealing her shape, her form was notably voluptuous. While Chiba did not harbor any aversion towards these two girls, he couldn't ignore Hinata's visibly crestfallen expression nearby, prompting him to extricate his arm from their grasp. "Ahem, well, lunch sounds delightful, but please, refrain from taking such liberties with me. I am rather a conservative man." Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chiba hastily moved forward, guiding Hinata out of the classroom. "Wait for me, Chiba-kun." Tenten and Ino quickly pursued them. They were more than willing to include Hinata in their lunch plans. Back in the classroom, the rest of the 12 little strong had yet to depart. All wore expressions of dismay, watching Chiba lead the three girls away. "Honestly, I was also hoping to give Chiba-kun a loving embrace, but it seems I cannot compete with the fervor of the girls," Lee lamented. Niji, with a wry expression, replied, "A loving embrace? Lee, I suggest you reconsider." "Why?" Lee asked, perplexed, as he spread his arms, a grin on his face as he approached Niji. "Niji, come on. Let us share a loving embrace to celebrate our successful passage through the first assessment." "Get lost," Niji retorted, turning to exit the classroom. "All right." Lee, undeterred, happily followed. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, smirking as he asked, "Hey, Sasuke, you're tied for first in the grade with Chiba. Why aren't you as popular as he is?" Naruto, accustomed to teasing Sasuke, seized every opportunity to provoke him. Sasuke crossed his arms, maintaining his aloof demeanor, and replied nonchalantly, "So what? I have no interest in being surrounded by a horde of girls. It's simply too noisy." Sakura, hearing Naruto's jab at Sasuke, was already clenching her fists, ready to erupt. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, she immediately sidled up to him, wrapping her arms around his, and playfully declared, "Exactly. Sasuke-kun would never fancy Ino. Having me by his side is sufficient, hee. Get away. Sasuke exclaimed, forcefully withdrawing his arm and swiftly making his way towards the exit of the classroom. What? Sakura, visibly disheartened, hung her head low. Naruto hastily approached her, offering words of comfort. Sakura-chan, it's all right. Don't be upset. I will be here for you. Get lost. Before he could finish, Sakura unleashed a fierce roar, spraying Naruto with saliva. Startled, he retreated step by step. And only when he saw Sakura walking away did he burst into tears, lamenting, "Why is it always me who gets hurt?" Shino, entirely concealed in his trench coat, revealed only part of his face. He walked slowly to Naruto and awkwardly offered consolation. "Naruto-kun, do not be disheartened when everyone else shuns you. I shall stand by your side." Shino longed for a close friendship, and Naruto's presence felt promising. Naruto's face twisted in horror, conjuring up certain unsavory images. As he stepped back protectively, "What do you mean by standing behind me?" Realizing his words could be misconstrued, Shino quickly clarified, Naruto-kun, please don't misunderstand. I could also stand in front of you." He then recognized that this too sounded off, hastily adding, "What I meant was, I could be your best friend. Should you lack that form of affection?" Naruto's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, retreating to the corner of the wall in disbelief. "Shino, I never imagined you were this kind of person. You must maintain a distance of at least 3 meters from me and never approach me casually again." With that, Naruto hurriedly fled the classroom. Left behind, Shino appeared bewildered, pondering, what exactly went awry? "I merely wished to befriend Naruto." At that moment, a youth with a slicked-back hairstyle, dressed in a Tai Chi outfit, approached Shino. He was Shino's current teammate, named Shizen Hakuru. Hakuru raised an eyebrow at Shino, his eyes filled with ambiguous intent. "Shino, I never knew you were fond of men. Do not be disheartened. If Naruto does not wish to be your friend, I am willing to be." Shino shivered at Hakuru's gaze, feeling an unsettling chill, and decided it best to retreat. "No thanks, I'm not interested." He swiftly exited the classroom, internally cursing. Shino had long suspected that Shizen Hakuru's glances were peculiar. It was one thing to practice bizarre techniques like the lightning 5-strike whip, but now he had revealed an affinity for men. It seemed prudent to keep a safe distance from that individual. Perhaps it was time to request a change of teams from the teacher, if it weren't too late. Chiba, accompanied by Hinata, Ino, and Tenten, ventured into a ramen shop. Tenten and Ino incessantly bombarded Chiba with questions, leaving him somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, being surrounded by such charming and lovely girls, Chiba refrained from displaying any annoyance and patiently answered their inquiries to the best of his ability. In contrast, upon arriving at the ramen shop, Hinata immersed herself entirely in her meal, seemingly oblivious to the chatter around her. After more than half an hour, while Chiba, Ino, and Tenten had each consumed but a single bowl, Hinata's table was astonishingly stacked with over 10 empty ramen bowls. It appeared that, with the delicious noodles before her, Hinata had momentarily forgotten her competition for Chiba's attention, focusing solely on the enticing meal. This realization left Chiba feeling somewhat disheartened. Had his allure for Hinata diminished so drastically? Or was her craving for ramen simply more compelling? After their meal, the time approached 1 p.m., leaving just over an hour before their afternoon examination assembly. Rather than returning home, the group decided to head directly to the outskirts of the Forest of Death in the eastern part of Konoha. Initially, Tenten and Ino struggled to discern the precise location of the Forest of Death. However, Chiba was well aware that it was also known as Training Ground 44. Inquiring about the Forest of Death could lead to confusion, yet mentioning Training Ground 44 would yield immediate recognition from anyone. "Hey, Ino and Tenten, why don't you two find a spot to rest for a while? We have the assessment this afternoon," Chiba suggested as he settled against a large tree with Hinata, gesturing for the two girls to take a break. Ino pouted, teasingly remarking, "Chiba-kun, you are quite heartless, aren't you? You just want Tenten to keep Hinata company. And now that Chiyé's been here a while, you're already tired of her." With a playful feigned tear, Ino turned and jogged away. Chiba chuckled softly, choosing not to respond further, understanding that Ino was also fatigued and needed to conserve her energy for the upcoming assessment. "See you in the examination hall, Chiba-kun. If we happen to meet your team, do be gentle." Tenten chimed in, her admiration for Chiba evident in her eyes. Chiba nodded affirmatively, assuring her, "Rest assured. If we encounter each other, I will not hesitate to lend a helping hand." With an enthusiastic nod, Tenten skipped away joyfully. Once the two girls had distanced themselves, Chiba nudged Hinata with his shoulder and inquired, "Hinata, why were you so focused on eating ramen today? Ino and Tintin were all over me. I would have thought you might feel upset. Hinata's cheeks flushed, her head lowered modestly as she replied softly, Chiba-kun, it's simply because I was hungry. And I wanted to eat more to replenish my energy. Chiba leaned closer to her, asking, is that truly the only reason? Hinata's cheeks flushed even more intensely, her heart racing wildly. No, it's not that, brother Chiba, because I know you care about me in your heart. So I can rest assured about you interacting with other girls. Hinata is easily shy, yet she is also a girl of delicate sentiments, although she can be somewhat sensitive. Over the past 6 months of companionship, she has come to realize that Chiba, aside from teasing her, also harbors genuine feelings. For instance, yesterday, when Chiba was being pestered by Tintin, he immediately distanced himself upon noticing Hinata's displeasure. And today, when both Ino and Tintin were bothering him, he likewise withdrew when he sensed Hinata's unusual mood. Hinata observed all these moments and gradually confirmed Chiba's feelings for her. To her, as long as Chiba holds her in his heart, she does not mind how many girls may pursue him. In fact, these thoughts only crystallized in her mind just before lunch when she had ramen. Suddenly, everything became clear to her. Is that really what you think? Then how about a kiss? Chiba smirked mischievously, wrapping his arm around Hinata's shoulders. Hinata could hardly withstand such advances, feeling her heart race to its limits. On the verge of fainting. Really, brother Chiba, don't do this. There are so many people here. Hinata hastily broke free from Chiba's grasp and darted to sit beside a large tree, burying her little head in her chest once again. So many people here? Does that mean it's acceptable when no one is around? Chiba could not help but feel a surge of excitement as he glanced around. Indeed. As Hinata mentioned, many familiar faces who had passed the morning's first assessment were arriving, finding places to sit. It seemed everyone shared the sentiment of not wanting to rush in the afternoon and preferred to come early to rest. To the right stood a towering iron fence, enclosing a patch of forest. A short distance from the fence, there were tall watchtowers. Each tower housed 2 leaf ninjas, each sporting a pair of binoculars, lazily leaning against the edge while chatting and laughing. These ninjas likely belonged to the supervising personnel for the afternoon's second assessment. Due to the dense foliage of the death forest, while they could not see the interior clearly through their binoculars, the height of the towers allowed them to observe the situation adequately to make emergency judgments. After a casual glance, Chiba leaned against the tree and closed his eyes to rest. As more and more people arrived, the noise grew increasingly lively. Half asleep and half awake, Chiba suddenly heard a loud, spirited female voice call out, "Everyone, gather around, the second assessment is about to begin, and before that, I need to introduce the rules." Who else could it be but Mitarashi Anko? She always carried such an energetic demeanor, her personality somewhat reminiscent of Naruto's, though that was only if she hadn't encountered Orochimaru. As soon as the name Orochimaru is mentioned, the woman, Hondo, seems to lose her composure. "Chinya, let us proceed. Everyone else has already moved on," calls Inuzuka Kiba, with Hinata trailing closely behind him. Chinya offers no further comment, rising to join Hinata and Kiba as they converge towards the throng of participants. The rules outlined by Hondo are not particularly complex. In essence, the second examination entails a significant risk to life. Prior to entry, all must sign a waiver of mortality, absolving Konoha of any responsibility in the event of death during the second test. Of course, those who value their lives may opt not to sign, but the consequence of such a choice is immediate disqualification. A total of 78 individuals remain after the first examination. To Hondo's surprise, despite her ominous portrayal of the circumstances, not a single person faltered. All 78 opted to sign the mortality waiver and participate in the second examination. The remaining participants then grouped into trios, proceeding to a small dark room to receive their scrolls. The scrolls are categorized into 2 types, heaven and earth. Upon entering the treacherous forest of death, each team must acquire both types of scrolls to reach the central tower, known as the Center Tower. Along the perilous journey, they may encounter various unforeseen dangers, such as ambushes by other teams or assaults from multiple groups. Furthermore, the forest is fraught with venomous creatures and formidable beasts, making it a treacherous endeavor. As Chinya listens to Hondo expound on the rules, he suddenly feels a chilling gaze upon him from behind. Whirling around, he finds a woman adorned with the forehead protector of the grass village, wearing a sly smile. Upon noticing Chinya's gaze, she responds with a playful smirk and licks her lips with an elongated, crimson tongue. Orochimaru's minion? Chinya muses, momentarily taken aback. He cannot fathom why Orochimaru would fixate on him, yet he chooses to dismiss the notion. should that rogue dare to provoke him. Chiyé would not hesitate to retaliate with a flurry of powerful strikes. Once Hongdo concludes her explanation of the second examination's rules, she gestures for everyone to line up and retrieve their scrolls from the adjacent darkroom. Why not distribute the scrolls directly? The rationale is quite straightforward. This is, after all, a contest for the scrolls. The individual to whom a scroll is assigned, and the type of scroll distributed, must remain concealed from other teams. If such information were to be disclosed, some might decide against confronting those possessing the same type of scroll, or alternatively, choose to ally with those holding identical scrolls to launch coordinated attacks against others. The loopholes in these regulations have been meticulously addressed. Truly, this is the Chunin exam, where every detail is carefully considered. Brother Chiyé, it's our turn. Hinata gently tugs at Chiyé's arm, pointing towards the small dark room ahead. All right, let us go. Chiyé replies with a nod, leading Hinata and Chiba towards the darkened space. Upon lifting the black curtain, they find the area rather confined. There was a small shop resembling a newsstand, where two Leaf Village ninjas clad in green vests stood behind a counter. One of them casually selected a scroll and placed it on the counter before them. Ah, it was the heavenly scroll. Inuzuka, Chiba remarked. Hinata took the scroll and handed it to Chiyé. Chiyé, you should keep the scroll. It's safer with you than with us. Chiyé glanced at Inuzuka Chiba, as he felt it necessary to seek the consensus of the entire team. Inuzuka Chiba shrugged, affirming Hinata's sentiment. You're right, Chiyé, it's best with you. With that, Chiyé accepted the scroll without further hesitation and tucked it into the ninja tool pouch at his lower back. Subsequently, the three of them stepped out of the small dark room together. There were a total of 78 participants, divided into merely 26 teams of 3. While the number might seem substantial, the time allocated for collecting the scrolls was rather brief. The second round of the Chunin exam had officially commenced. Approximately 10 minutes later, at the command of Akane, the iron gates at the edge of the Forest of Death were opened by two ninjas in green vests. However, not all candidates entered through this gate simultaneously. The Forest of Death was expansive, with various entrances scattered throughout, to prevent chaos and large-scale conflict upon entry. Only one small team was permitted to pass through each main entrance, led by a designated ninja. Chiyé and his companions advanced to the left, walking for another 10 minutes before finally entering the Forest of Death. They walked side by side, with Inuzuka Chiba cheerfully balancing Akamaru atop his head, casually clasping his hands behind his head. Chiyé, with a freak like you on our team, completing the second round should pose no difficulty, he said. Woof. Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement, glancing up at Chiyé. Chiyé, unfazed, replied nonchalantly. Of course, you can simply stay beneath me. There won't be any surprises in this round. Although this statement was true, it carried a hint of arrogance that felt somewhat discordant. Inuzuka Chiba grimaced and retorted, Hey, Chiyé, could you refrain from being so shameless? Saying we should stay beneath you is just odd. Akamaru bared his teeth in discontent towards Chiyé. Hinata, however, merely chuckled softly, finding the exchange amusing. The trio continued their banter, appearing relaxed and carefree, as if they were merely on a leisurely outing rather than undertaking a ninja mission. For over half an hour, they journeyed in silence, with only the occasional flutter of birds taking flight in the trees and a couple of raccoons crossing their path. Woof. Woof. Akamaru sniffed the air, seemingly detecting something, and quietly barked at Inuzuka Chiba. What's up, Akamaru? Inuzuka Chiba, alerted, sniffed the air as well. His eyes brightened, and he quickly cautioned, Chiyé, Hinata. There's an enemy presence ahead, but their chakra seems rather weak. Byakugan. Hinata activated her Byakugan. The grayish-white perspective expanded outward in a 360-degree arc. She beheld, a mere 10 meters ahead, 3 individuals stealthily setting up a large net among 2 towering trees, seemingly preparing for an ambush. Hinata hastily warned, Chibakuin, Chiba. The enemy is in the trees ahead, 13 meters away. Chiba paid little heed to her warning. If even Chiba could sense that their chakra signatures were feeble, it indicated that the adversaries were undoubtedly inexperienced. He resolved not to engage, stating to his companions, Hinata, Chiba, if the enemy isn't formidable, I shall refrain from intervening for now. Consider this an opportunity for practical training. All right. Hinata nodded affirmatively. No problem. It's just the chance I need to show those guys my prowess. Chiba chuckled lightly, his eagerness palpable. He too wished for the adversaries to endure a bit longer. Rather than being dispatched by Chiba's punches in mere moments, that would be rather dull. They could serve as an amusing diversion for him to hone his skills. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. The enemy was poised to strike. The trio feigned nonchalance as they continued their advance. Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, quietly relayed updates to Chiba and Kiba. Capture them. Seize their scrolls. Indeed, as Hinata's final words echoed, a cacophony erupted from above the trees. The three figures descended, intent on ensnaring Chiba and his companions within the net. Humph. Get ready, Akamaru. Kiba called out. Akamaru nodded, crushing a small pill in his mouth and swallowing it. Instantly, his fur turned a vivid crimson, bristling upward. A burst of white smoke erupted. Akamaru transformed into another Kiba. Kiba to Kiba. The two Kiba whirled into a spinning vortex, surging upward and tearing through the net, creating two gaping holes, while propelling a portly ninja skyward. Hinata's expression was grave, yet her movements were scarcely slower than Kiba's. She leaped nimbly onto the tree trunk, vaulting upward with a series of deft jumps. Gentle Fist. Her palms struck in rapid succession, the tips of her fingers imbued with sharp chakra, slicing through the net with precision. Bang, 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 with a flurry of strikes. She sealed multiple chakra points on one enemy midair. With a thud, the adversary plummeted to the ground. Hinata followed suit, landing squarely on the assailant's chest. With a crack of broken ribs, the man let out a pained cry. Yet Hinata did not pause, darting toward the last remaining foe. Kiba's tactics remained consistent, as always. However, it appeared that Hinata had been diligently training of late, her gentle fist technique showing marked improvement. Chiba, arms crossed, observed the skirmish, providing timely commentary to his teammates. Casting a glance at the trio of adversaries, he noted their ninja headbands adorned with the insignia of the Takigakure village. They appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. Wasn't he Takigakure reputed to be formidable, ranking just behind the 5 great nations in strength? How was it that such inept opponents had emerged in this Chunin exam? In truth, the enemies were not weak at all. The Chiba trio is indeed formidable. As Yuhi Kurenai previously remarked, the advancement of the red team to Chunin is hardly surprising. The prowess of Chiba is well known and requires no further elaboration. However, Hinata and Inuzuka Kiba have also been influenced, diligently striving to keep pace with Chiba, although they lag considerably behind him. This does not prevent them from having quietly distanced themselves from others. At the root base, Tuanzong entered a hospital room, observing Yamashiro Aoi and Yamanaka Ino. Both bandaged and pale, his heart brimmed with indignation. It was not that Tuanzong was particularly concerned for his subordinates. Rather, he was taken aback that a mere newcomer from the Hyuga clan, like Chiba, dared to inflict such damage upon his most capable assistant. One must consider the owner when reprimanding a dog, and Tuanzong could hardly contain his fury. Lord Tuanzong, what brings you here? Ino exclaimed. Attempting to rise to pay his respects, Aoi mirrored his actions. After being injured by Chiba, they had concealed their identities, bleeding profusely until they found a secluded spot to tend to each other's wounds. Upon returning to the root base, they collapsed, nearly losing consciousness, requiring urgent medical attention. There is no need to rise, Ino. Aoi. Tuanzong waved his hand dismissively, feigning concern. He settled onto a nearby sofa and resumed his insincere inquiries. Do not fret. Focus on your recovery. I have already ensured your families are taken care of, although most individuals within Root were marked by the tongue-binding curse seal. They were not perpetually confined to the organization. Much like a regular job, they could return home to their loved ones after hours. Given the severity of Ino and Aoi's injuries, returning home was out of the question, hence Tuanzong's mention of their family's arrangements. Thank you, Lord Tuanzong. They both nodded vigorously, their eyes filled with gratitude. Tuanzong acknowledged them with a nod. At that moment, another Root member, who had been prearranged, rushed in and knelt before Tuanzong, beginning his report. Lord Tuanzong, everything has been arranged as per your instructions. 20 elite members of Root will soon infiltrate the Forest of Death to carry out an assassination on Hyuga Chiba. Tuanzong nodded affirmatively. Good work. Inform them to depart immediately, ensuring their identities remain concealed. There must be no exposure. Yes, Lord Tuanzong, the individual replied, vanishing swiftly. The deployment of 20 elite members from Root was a plan Tuanzong had previously discussed with Orochimaru, aimed at eliminating Chiba during the Chunin exams. Orochimaru's motivation for this was clear. He sought to eliminate Chiba, an unpredictable variable that could jeopardize his plans to assault Konoha. In truth, Orochimaru held little regard for Tuanzong's 20 elite operatives, convinced that Chiba would not prevail against him. Tuanzong's insistence on sending out 20 elite members stemmed from his genuine anger. Challenging the authority of the Roots, Chiba stands as the first. Danzo harbors a certain vengeful mindset. Furthermore, he is reluctant to see Orochimaru's plans thwarted, for such an occurrence would jeopardize his ambition to unify Konoha, which would indeed spell considerable trouble. Therefore, it is prudent to eliminate uncertainties like Chiba at the earliest opportunity. As for why Danzo chose to broach the subject of Chiba's assassination in this infirmary, it is merely a tactic to win the hearts of those around him, ensuring that Toryun and Yamanaka Fu remain steadfastly loyal to him. The root tongue curse seal can bind the members of the roots, preventing betrayal. Yet it cannot compel genuine loyalty and sacrifice for Danzo's cause. Clearly, this method of advocating for his subordinates proves to be remarkably effective. Presently, Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun gaze at Danzo with profound gratitude. Lord Danzo, your kindness to us is truly unparalleled. Chiba, I have located their scrolls. But alas, they are merely the Heaven Scroll. In the Death Forest, the 3 blundering ninjas from Takigakure have already succumbed to unconsciousness. Hinata and Chiba showed restraint, sparing their lives. Chiba refrained from commenting further. While it was permissible to kill during the second test, there was no need for unnecessary slaughter of the innocent. Given that the adversary had ceased to resist, the actions of Hinata and Chiba were justifiable. It's fine, take it. We have no use for it. When we encounter Naruto and Lee later, we can pass it on to them, Chiba remarked. Hinata nodded earnestly, trotting forward to present the scroll to Chiba. It's best if you keep it. All right. Chiba accepted the scroll, stowing it in his ninja tool pouch. Let us move on, Chiba. These 3 are far too weak. Easily defeated, Inuzuka Chiba said, puffing out his chest with pride. Akamaru circled excitedly around Chiba. Let us continue onward. The trio pressed ahead, embarking on an aimless wander once more. However, this time luck seemed to elude them. As evening approached and darkness fell, they had yet to encounter any other groups. They came upon a small stream. Without hesitation, they approached the water's edge to set up camp. Each took on a specific role. Chiba went fishing, Hinata organized the tent, and Chiba sought dry firewood. 40 minutes later, the sky was enveloped in darkness. Beneath the large tree by the stream, a bonfire was blazing. The 3 gathered around the fire, roasting fish impaled on sticks, which emitted a delightful aroma. Chiba, the fish smells amazing. It should be ready to eat now, Chiba said, swallowing hard, his eyes fixed eagerly on the roasted fish. He and Hinata were not skilled in cooking fish, so this task naturally fell to Chiba. Go ahead and eat. Chiba nodded, distributing the 4 fish evenly. Each of the 3, along with Akamaru, enjoyed one. Hinata took a bite, her face lighting up with a satisfied smile. So delicious, Chiba. Your fish roasting skills are improving remarkably. Chiba chuckled lightly. Of course, to cater to your insatiable appetite, I must certainly hone my culinary skills. Upon hearing this, Hinata's delicate face flushed slightly. Prior to the commencement of the Chunin exams, Chiba had anticipated the possibility of a camping scenario. Consequently, he had equipped himself with seasonings such as salt and pepper. The grilled fish proved to be quite delectable. Just as Chiba took a bite of the fish, savoring its flavor, a sudden roar of a beast erupted from the forest, accompanied by a girl's shriek. What is going on? Inuzuka Chiba's expression shifted in alarm. The 3 of them stood up in unison, gazing toward the source of the sound. However, darkness had enveloped the sky entirely. The specifics of the situation in the woods were shrouded in obscurity. They could only hear the thunderous footsteps approaching the stream with increasing urgency, alongside the crescendo of the woman's cries. Byakugan. Chiba activated his Byakugan, allowing his vision to expand in a grayish hue. Even under the cloak of night, with the aid of his ocular prowess, he could discern the surrounding circumstances. Approximately 10 meters ahead, a girl with glasses was running frantically, her screams piercing the night air. Behind her loomed a colossal black bear, towering at 4 to 5 meters, roaring as it relentlessly pursued her. Its massive form barreled through the trees like a bulldozer, uprooting any obstacles in its path. Yet, the trees managed to offer some resistance, slowing the bear's advance and preventing the girl from being torn apart. Is that Chiyé? Chiba's expression shifted with surprise. The girl being chased had vibrant red hair, wore a light purple blouse, and sported shorts, an identical outfit to Chiyé's. Chiba, who is Chiyé? Hinata inquired, her small face reflecting confusion as she too utilized her Byakugan to observe the unfolding scene. As soon as her words left her lips, Chiyé, guided by the flicker of the campfire, dashed towards the stream, her face a mask of terror. Help me. Please, save me. In her panic, Chiyé stumbled over a rock and fell to the ground. Roar. The black bear had caught up, rising on its hind legs and letting out a furious roar, seemingly venting its frustration at having pursued such a diminutive creature for so long. The bear regarded Chiba and his companions with indifference, perhaps already perceiving them as its next meal. Ah! Cheyenne shrieked in fear, watching as the massive maw of the bear descended upon her, paralyzed by terror. Hinata. It seems we shall have a feast tonight. As Chiba's words echoed through the air, he activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Cheyenne, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! His fist collided with the bear's skull, producing a sharp cracking sound as the creature's cranium fractured. Its immense body sent hurtling backward. A deep groove was carved into the ground, and with a resounding thud, it fell silent. Inuzuka Chiba twitched at the corners of his mouth. Chiba was as brutish as ever, a sight that always left one feeling apprehensive. Woof! Akamaru barked twice in agreement. However, it seemed that the dog, still unsated, tugged at Chiba's pant leg, attempting to drag him towards the black bear. Most likely, it sought Chiba's assistance in roasting some bear meat. Are you all right? Chiba inquired, slightly bending forward and extending his right hand toward Shikuro. I'm fine. Shikuro, recovering from her shock, struggled to focus her vision due to her lost eyes. After a frantic search on the ground, she finally found her eyes and grasped Chiba's hand, allowing him to pull her up. Thank you for saving me. That black bear. As she spoke, Shikuro adjusted her glasses, finally able to discern Chiba's features. In the flickering light of the campfire, Chiba's face appeared remarkably handsome and radiant, causing Shikuro's cheeks to flush a deep crimson, rendering her momentarily spellbound. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me? Though Chiba was aware that Shikuro was smitten, he feigned ignorance and asked, You are so handsome, and you were amazing just now. Shikuro stammered. Chiba nodded. Indeed, that is the common sentiment. You have good taste. Inuzuka Chiba rolled his eyes internally, silently critiquing Chiba's shamelessness while he and Akamaru ventured to inspect the bear. Shikuro and Hinata, however, perceived nothing amiss. Hinata was accustomed to Chiba's playful jests, while Shikuro genuinely believed him to be strikingly handsome. Especially with the aura of heroism from rescuing her, he appeared even more dashing, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Hello, I am Chiba. What is your name? He feigned a formal introduction to Shikuro, then warmly invited her to sit by the campfire, taking Hinata with him to prepare the bear meat. If memory served, Shikuro belonged to the Uzumaki clan, known for a unique healing ability. This presented an excellent opportunity for replication. Having exhausted today's replication chances, Chiba decided to have Shikuro stay with their team for the night. By morning, he could activate replication on her, thus acquiring yet another exceptional ability. Chiba-kun, do you know that girl? Hinata inquired curiously while slicing the bear's paw. I suppose I do. I've seen her twice. Though she does not recognize me, Chiba fabricated a response, skillfully evading further questions. Inuzuka Chiba remarked, What a massive bear. Unfortunately, we cannot take all this meat with us. We can only eat a little and leave the rest to waste. Chiba reassured him, Fear not, if we cannot finish it. Other beasts will surely be drawn here by the scent of blood. This bear meat will not go to waste. Together, the three set to work, cutting about 10 pounds of bear meat, washing it by the river, and then skewering it over the campfire to begin roasting. During the barbecue, everyone engaged in a conversation with Xianglin. The information she revealed was sparse. She merely mentioned that she was a perceptive ninja, lacking prowess in combat. In the afternoon, she became separated from the other two members of her team, which led to her unfortunate encounter with a black bear. Thankfully, she was rescued by Chiba, preserving her life. Throughout the conversation, Xianglin subtly inquired about Chiba, sitting beside him and, albeit infatuated, brushing against him with her bosom. Unfortunately, Chiba showed little interest in her. She was too young, far from the voluptuousness of Ino and Tintin, and could not compare to Hinata. Her appearance was rather ordinary, and the only thing Chiba contemplated was acquiring a sample of her bloodline limit the following morning. Chiba-kun, may I share a tent with you? I lost my belongings during the earlier escape. After enjoying a late-night feast of bear meat, the group discussed extinguishing the fire and resting. Chiba was scattering insect-repellent powder nearby when Xianglin approached him, tugging at his arm and shaking it. Just as Chiba prepared to decline her request, Hinata dashed over, arms outstretched to block him. No, you cannot sleep with Chiba-kun. Xianglin pouted, visibly disheartened. Why not? There are only 3 small tents. Do you expect me to sleep outside? Hinata stammered. I didn't say that in any case. You cannot sleep with Chiba-kun. It was evident to Chiba that Hinata was feeling a touch of jealousy. With a mischievous grin, he teased, Indeed, Xianglin, how about this? You sleep in Hinata's tent, and let her stay with me. Seriously? Xianglin was taken aback, feeling even more dejected by Chiba's straightforward rejection. Hinata's face turned crimson as she waved her hands frantically. That one do, Chiba-kun. We cannot sleep together. Without allowing Chiba a chance to respond, she took Xianglin by the hand and led her towards her tent. You can rest with me tonight. The little girl certainly had her guard up. Chiba smiled wickedly at Hinata's retreating figure. He had intended to engage her in conversation, but did not expect her to be so perceptive. As everyone settled into their tents, Chiba left a shadow clone to keep watch while his main body slipped into the tent to sleep. He hadn't mastered any other ninjutsu, but he had diligently learned the shadow clone technique taught by Yuhi Kurenai. Although not particularly strong in combat, the shadow clone was immensely useful for luring enemies and aiding in daily tasks. It could help keep watch, assist in chakra refinement, and even substitute for the main body in classes. The next morning, as dawn broke, the birds in the forest began their morning songs, embarking on their daily foraging. Everyone had gone to bed early the previous night, and no unusual occurrences had arisen, resulting in a restful night's sleep, leading to an early awakening for all. The tent's zipper was pulled open, and Chiba emerged, stretching lazily. Good morning, Chiba, greeted Inuzuka Kiba, the second to rise, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Chiba nodded, casting her gaze toward the two girls. Just then, their tent zipper slowly unzipped from within. Out came Cheyenne, sporting a wild hairstyle, followed by Hinata, who was tidying her clothes, entering Chiba's line of sight. Forgoing any remarks about Cheyenne's untamed locks, Chiba immediately activated her replication ability. Ding! Congratulations! The special mutated bloodline sample of the Uzumaki clan has been successfully replicated. Upon receiving the system's notification, a satisfied smile graced Chiba's lips. She had acquired another valuable asset. With Cheyenne's healing abilities replicated, any future injuries could be tended to without seeking a doctor. Just a bite to herself would suffice. Of course, given Chiba's remarkable skills, the likelihood of being injured by others was less than 1%. Nonetheless, possessing an additional capability was undoubtedly advantageous. The group proceeded to the riverbank for their morning wash, and after tidying up the tent, they began assisting Cheyenne in searching for her teammates. Fortune smiled upon them. Within 5 minutes of departing the creek, two ninjas approached. They had tracked the trail of destruction left by the black bear to this very spot. After reuniting with Cheyenne, they prepared to part ways. The headbands worn by the three members of Cheyenne's team belonged to the Sound Village. Chiba understood that they had undoubtedly accepted some covert mission from Orochimaru that required execution. Otherwise, given Cheyenne's infatuated disposition, she would likely be reluctant to leave Chiba's side. Goodbye, Chiba-kun. You must come find me if the opportunity arises, Cheyenne said, her face a picture of sorrow as she waved, wiping away tears. Farewell. Don't worry, I won't be looking for you, Chiba waved back. What would she seek her for? She had already acquired the only useful bloodline power. Wah! Chiba-kun is truly heartless, treating me so cruelly, Cheyenne lamented, dashing forward while wiping her tears. The way she spoke made it seem as though Chiba had wronged her in some manner. Her two companions exchanged glances, quickly chasing after her. Hey, Cheyenne, wait for us. Kiba teased. Chiba, you really have a way with women. They seem to flock to you wherever you go. Just as he spoke, Kiba quickly covered his mouth. Realizing he had overstepped, Chiba would surely take the opportunity to boast shamelessly. As expected, Chiba nonchalantly remarked, What can I say? It's only natural that women are drawn to a handsome face like mine. Kiba's lips twitched in irritation. If I weren't at such a disadvantage against you, I would genuinely want to punch you right now. Must you be so conceited? Hinata stifled a laugh, enjoying the playful banter without wanting to engage too much herself. Relishing the camaraderie among the three, they continued their leisurely stroll, gradually moving away from the outskirts of the Forest of Death, where signs of battle became increasingly evident along the path. Along the way, two small teams concealed themselves, observing and lying in wait. Naturally, they could not escape the keen eyes of Chiba and his companions. Yet, what struck them as peculiar was the fact that these teams did not initiate an attack. Even when Inuzuka Kiba provoked them with a few taunts, the adversaries remained utterly unresponsive. Chiba, dismissive of opponents lacking in spirit, took hold of Hinata and Kiba, leading them away. It was merely the second day of the second assessment, and there were still ample opportunities to acquire the scrolls. There was no need to seek validation through the week. With Chiba's bold and unabashed approach, it was certain that some individuals would be prompted to attack. Chiba-san, there is movement ahead. It appears to be Naruto-kun. Hinata occasionally activated her Byakugan to survey the terrain around them. On this occasion, she happened to spot Naruto several dozen meters in front. Naruto? Chiba paused, quickly activating his Byakugan as well. His vision expanded outward in a 360-degree arc, taking in everything within a kilometer radius. Just as Hinata had indicated, Naruto was being pursued by a massive python mere 30 meters ahead. Then, Naruto was devoured in one swift gulp by the serpent. How could this be? Hinata gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Chiba, unable to see the unfolding scene, could only fidget anxiously. What is going on? Hinata, don't just gasp like that. Tell me what is happening. Hinata replied, Naruto-kun. He was swallowed by the python. Seriously? Naruto is dead? Chiba exclaimed in shock. As a member of the same quartet of delinquents, he held a relatively favorable impression of Naruto. Although they hadn't formed a deep bond, the thought of losing a fellow classmate from their generation was undeniably distressing. Don't worry, Chiba. Naruto is fine, Chiba reassured, patting Chiba's shoulder. The current events were unfolding just as depicted in the original narrative. Naruto, engulfed by the python, could utilize his shadow clone technique to burst free from the serpent's belly. The true danger, however, lay with Sasuke. Surrounding Naruto were the remnants of battle. Numerous trees lay shattered, toppled to the side. Sasuke was hastily fleeing with the unconscious Sakura cradled in his arms, while Orochimaru, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered through the trees, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Chiba remarked, Hinata, take Chiba and assist Naruto. I shall head towards Sasuke. This arrangement was made with the intention of shielding Hinata and Chiba from peril, as Orochimaru posed a significant threat. Understood, Chiba, Hinata replied, refraining from any objections. All right. Chiba acknowledged, leaping onto a towering tree, swiftly making his way towards Orochimaru. Sasuke and Orochimaru were engaged in a rapid pursuit, having already evaded the range of Byakugan's vision. However, Sasuke still bore the weight of Sakura in his arms, while Orochimaru, with a predatory glint, continued to toy with his prey. Chiba, in full pursuit, quickly closed the gap between them, gaining ground. Orochimaru glanced back over his shoulder, a sinister smirk creeping across his lips. He had noticed Chiba's approach but chose to dismiss it. How delightful. The quarry I have set my sights upon has been lured to me. It is fortuitous that I can dispose of them together, as he spoke. Orochimaru's hands flew through a series of intricate hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. With a mighty intake of breath, he unleashed a ferocious gale, mingled with deadly blades, directed towards Sasuke's trajectory. The wind blades sliced through tree trunks, leaving deep fissures in their wake. Mere meters from Sasuke, the ground was ruptured and splintered. What? Sasuke's expression shifted to one of shock, halting abruptly and casting a glance behind. He beheld Orochimaru, akin to a serpent, coiling around a tree before lunging towards him. Damn it! Sasuke's pupils dilated in alarm, leaving him no time to react. Bang! Orochimaru struck Sasuke's jaw with a devastating blow, distorting his features and sending both him and Sakura tumbling across the ground. The last inheritor of the Uchiha Sharingan, is truly feeble. Such a level falls far short of my expectations. Another bout of eerie laughter echoed as Orochimaru, presently inhabiting a woman's body, spoke in a voice that matched his form. He sauntered closer to Sasuke, his eyes glinting with mockery. Chiba landed with a thud, mere meters behind Orochimaru. His lips curled in irritation as he crossed his arms. Hey, you vile serpent, do you dare to disregard me? Are you truly seeking to endure my combined assault? Orochimaru continued his advance, yet his neck elongated, twisting a full 180 degrees to regard Chiba with a nonchalant smile. Hyuga Chiba, I have heard of you. Possessing powers akin to Tsunade's, you are indeed quite formidable. Alas, the Byakugan of the Hyuga is too weak for my purposes. You do not meet the criteria for my vessel. His words bore a semblance of truth. In his past experiments with Danzo, Orochimaru had conducted extensive research on the Byakugan, ultimately concluding that its combat support capabilities were utterly negligible. Chiba scoffed. You still wish for me to become your vessel? Perhaps you overestimate your own worth. Orochimaru, unfazed, replied coolly, at present, you do not pique my interest. There are others who will assist me in dealing with you. If you possess the capability to eliminate all 20 of those individuals, I shall reconsider the prospect of engaging in battle with you. Ha ha ha. With that, Orochimaru swiftly lunged towards Sasuke. Observing the calm exchange between Chiba and Orochimaru, Sasuke compelled himself to conquer his fear of the latter. He first set Sakura upon a nearby tree, then executed a series of agile leaps to rebound towards Orochimaru. Chiba, thank you for coming to my aid, Sasuke remarked, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on his previous cowardly retreat, he chastised himself for his weakness. As a seeker of vengeance, how could he allow himself to tremble and flee at the sight of his enemy? If he possessed such a feeble resolve, he would never be able to surpass Chiba or triumph over Itachi Uchiha. Fire release. Great fireball technique. In the air, Sasuke's hands moved swiftly, his head tilting back abruptly as a colossal fireball erupted forth, rolling towards Orochimaru. With a whoosh, Orochimaru's speed was so remarkable that he left an afterimage, swiftly altering his trajectory to circumvent the fireball and lunging a punch towards Sasuke from the side. Yet, Sasuke remained unperturbed. Thanks to the insights and foresight granted by his double Tomo Sharingan, he anticipated Orochimaru's attack, executing several backflips to evade the strike, thereby increasing the distance between them. He hurled several shurikens in retaliation. "No need to thank me. I am rather busy at the moment," Chiba replied with a nonchalant shake of his head. Just as Orochimaru had indicated earlier, a multitude of dark figures approached rapidly from behind. Each possessed a formidable aura, surrounding Chiba entirely. Clad in black attire and lacking any visible ninja headbands, some bore ninja swords on their backs while others wielded kunai. "Everyone, you appear well prepared with your appearance. You hardly resemble mere exam candidates. Has that old coot Danzo sent you to eliminate me?" Chiba refrained from initiating an attack, instead seeking to glean information from his foes. Indeed, upon hearing Danzo's name, the advancing 20 hesitated momentarily. Among them, a portly figure instinctively whispered to a nearby companion, "How does he know about Lord Danzo? Have we been compromised?" "Shoo." His companion quickly hushed him. Unfortunately, Chiba had already caught wind of the portly man's words. "Huh. So it truly is Danzo. Then you all must be root ninjas, correct? Stop wasting time with him. Attack with all your might," commanded a tall figure in black, his voice low and commanding. The others nodded in agreement, promptly launching their kunai towards Chiba. Boom, boom. The kunai soared towards Chiba, each bearing explosive tags that detonated with blinding flashes. Ice release. Chiba extended his arms outward, conjuring a circular ice wall of a meter's thickness around him. The rolling waves of heat relentlessly battered against the ice wall, creating a pockmarked surface as shards of ice scattered in all directions. As the 20 detonating talismans continued to explode, the heavy ice wall was finally shattered into pieces. The 20 cloaked figures, forming a circle, charged towards the center of the broken ice. Where did that fellow go? How could he have vanished? Was he reduced to nothingness? The group was filled with questions as the ground was littered with shattered ice, yet there was no trace of Chiba. Not even a drop of blood or a severed limb remained. "Hey, you fools. I'm right here." Chiba's voice rang out from above. The crowd collectively looked up, where Chiba was smiling and waving at them, then leaped down from the tree, throwing a punch at one of the individuals below. He had not disappeared into thin air. Rather, before creating the ice wall, he had tossed a kunai inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique into the sky. He had activated the technique to escape just before the wall shattered completely. "Be careful, everyone. Try not to engage him in close combat. His strength is formidable," the Root Squad leader warned once more. Unfortunately, Chiba descended rapidly. The man below had no time to escape and could only swing his ninja sword upwards in defense. Soft fist explosion. Crack. The golden-hued fist collided with the sharp blade of the ninja's sword, which instantly shattered into two pieces. Chiba's fist, predictably, struck the face of the cloaked man with devastating force. A surge of dark energy coursed through the figure's body, every bone cracking under the pressure, every muscle tearing apart. With a splatter, the cloaked man was reduced to a puddle of flesh, collapsing to the ground in a grotesque display, leaving behind a mix of red and white, completely devoid of any human form. One down, 19 to go, heh. Chiba rubbed his knuckles, his gaze sweeping over the remaining 19 with a relaxed smile. A chorus of nervous gulps echoed around him. Chiba's piercing eyes sent shivers down their spines. A few of the slightly heavier individuals were already drenched in cold sweat, their clothing soaked through. Is this Hinata Chiba truly a monster? The intelligence report only mentioned his great strength, but nothing could prepare them for such an outrageous display. How could he possibly reduce a person to mere mush with a single punch? It was utterly terrifying. Yet, despite their fear, fleeing was not an option. As members of the Root, they were bound to obey orders unconditionally and complete every task assigned from above. The consequences of failing a mission were to return and face the brutal punishments, far more excruciating than death itself. Everyone, proceed according to the original plan. Engage in long-distance combat. The tall squad leader issued the command. They had created a distance of nearly 10 meters from Chiba, still maintaining a circular formation to encircle him. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. One of the water-based ninjas had quietly completed over 40 hand signs for the water release. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and unleashed a torrent of water from his mouth. Swiftly coalescing into a formidable water dragon, it reared high, its head plunging toward Chiba. Earth Style, Earth Flow Bullet. Following the water technique, another figure completed a swift earth transformation. Drawing in a deep breath, his chest expanded dramatically. As he exhaled, a barrage of spherical black mud balls erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Chiba in a dense swarm. Futile. Your ninjutsu holds no power over me. Chiba remained utterly relaxed, standing firm and motionless. Ice Style. He raised his right palm above his head. The crashing water dragon, within mere inches of his hand, rapidly crystallized into blocks of white ice in less than a second. The assault ceased, transforming into a magnificent ice sculpture resembling a dragon, as if Chiba were holding it aloft. With a slight lift of his left hand, a thick ice wall shield coalesced behind him. The black mud balls crashing against the ice wall merely clanked harmlessly, causing no damage whatsoever. What? How is this possible? The Ice Style has frozen the water dragon. This is terrifying. The root ninjas gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Here, take this. Chiba bellowed, swinging his right arm with vigor. The elevated ice dragon was hurled into the air. Wind Style, Wind Cutter. A root ninja adept in wind techniques promptly unleashed his signature ninjutsu. He expelled sharp blades of wind that sliced through the airborne ice, shattering it into countless fragments. Without the massive bulk to contend with, the ice posed no threat to them. Some deftly dodged to the sides, while others wielded their swords to deflect the ice shards. Truly, they were elite ninjas, each seasoned in combat with agile and deft movements. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the head of the ice dragon bore Chiba's flying thunder god mark. Boom. The dragon's head was cleaved in two by a root ninja, crashing heavily at his feet. Whoosh. The flying thunder god technique activated. Chiba vanished from sight, only to reappear beside the ninja. Gentle Fist Strike. A powerful punch was unleashed suddenly. Caught off guard, the ninja instinctively raised his sword to block. The outcome mirrored that of the previous adversary. The blade shattered instantly, and his body was reduced to a gruesome pulp. The second one. Chiba chuckled, his movements unceasing. He bent low and unleashed another punch, striking the ground with tremendous force. A deafening explosion echoed. The earth trembled, fissures spider-webbed across the ground. Trees nearby collapsed as if an earthquake had struck, causing several root ninjas to lose their balance and fall, some tumbling into the crevices. Whoosh. Chiba surged forward, instantly closing the distance to two black-clad figures, delivering a thunderous punch. Gentle Fist Strike. Bang. Bang. This time, he executed a double strike. Initially, one individual was reduced to a mere pulp, and the subsequent victim met the same fate with a mere fraction of a second delay. The surrounding personnel were rendered utterly bewildered, their eyes wide with terror, beads of cold sweat cascading down their foreheads. What manner of monstrous entity were they battling? It was simply too horrifying. For remain, 16 more to go. Chiba scanned the area, counting heads while also observing the battle between Sasuke and Orochimaru. At first, Sasuke managed to hold his ground, driven by sheer determination. However, it appeared that Orochimaru was not inclined to show him any leniency. He unleashed his swiftest strikes, battering Sasuke as if he were a mere punching bag. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Sasuke's face, eliciting a pained cry as he was hurled back against a great tree, slowly sliding down to succumb to unconsciousness. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan indeed had its merits. Yet Sasuke still required further cultivation. Orochimaru mused to himself, abruptly turning to face Chiba. The immediate priority was to eliminate this bothersome brat. If his conjecture was accurate, the technique he had just employed must have been the second Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. Throughout his clash with Sasuke, Orochimaru had been partially distracted, keeping an eye on Chiba's situation. Witnessing Chiba's ability to obliterate a foe with a single punch left him astounded. This was a different caliber of strength compared to Tsunade's brute force, which, while formidable, did not yield such results. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, Orochimaru had toiled for years to master it but had yet to succeed. To his astonishment, he now beheld it in the hands of a mere youth. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Orochimaru vanished from sight, reappearing atop a large tree directly in front of Chiba. A cold smirk graced his lips as he remarked, "Hinata Chiba, you have truly surprised me. You have even mastered the Flying Thunder God. Remarkable indeed. What is this? Not engaging in a game of cat and mouse with Sasuke? Do you find me a formidable opponent?" Chiba responded with a mild smile, unperturbed by Orochimaru's entrance into the fray. He possessed unparalleled offense, the quickest speed of the Flying Thunder God, and the most robust ice release defense. With these three capabilities, Chiba could be deemed invincible. Not even the combined might of Orochimaru and over 10 elite jonin could pose a threat to him. "Everyone, attack," commanded the Root Squad leader. They displayed no surprise at Orochimaru's involvement. The order from Danzo was clear: cooperate with Orochimaru to eliminate Hinata Chiba. Shadow imitation technique. One of the cloaked figures crouched down, clasping his hands together, as the shadow before him twisted and elongated rapidly towards Chiba. "Oh, another from the Naruto clan?" Chiba paused momentarily, bending his knees and leaping high into the air to evade the grasp of the shadow. Shadow sewing technique. The shadows fragmented into several serpentine forms, twisting and writhing as they lunged toward the airborne Chiba with their pointed tips. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Simultaneously, two root ninjas unleashed their own flames. One to the left and one to the right, spewing torrents of fire to envelop the skyward Chiba. They held no illusions about the fire injuring him. Rather, they anticipated that the blaze would expand the shadows, making them broader and longer, thus amplifying their potency several-fold. This was the tactical conclusion they had reached in a fleeting moment. Should Chiba dare to employ ice release for defense, the shadows would undoubtedly penetrate through, inflicting damage upon him from behind. However, Chiba did not adhere to their anticipated strategy. At an unknown moment, he brandished a multitude of specially crafted kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique between his hands, hurling them in all directions. The sound of kunai slicing through the air echoed, but the root ninjas evaded them, each kunai embedding itself into the earth or a tree. "Everyone, be cautious. He intends to use those kunai to approach us," the root team leader warned loudly, though regrettably, his alert came a tad too late. With shadows and flames closing in, the distance between them and Chiba diminished to less than a meter. In a flash, Chiba vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously between the two root ninjas. With a resounding thud, he struck out with two unadorned punches, and despite their seemingly light nature, the blows reduced the two ninjas to mere pulp. 6. Orochimaru, why do you not intervene? Do you intend to watch as I annihilate all your aides? Chiba's voice lingered ominously in the air. Again, he vanished, reappearing 5 meters before another root ninja. Being seasoned jonin, they had swiftly escaped the range of the kunai, following the team leader's warning. Damn it! Earth release, Earth Spear. Faced with Chiba's advance, a stout root ninja nearly lost control of his bladder. Aware of his lack of speed, he resolved to counter with ninjutsu rather than flee. Slamming his palms onto the ground, he summoned sharp earthen pillars that erupted outward from before him. Chiba, bending his knees, leapt gracefully to evade the onslaught of stone spikes. Utilizing his ice release ability, a pale blue chakra emanated from beneath his feet, swiftly crystallizing into a small ice mirror. Leveraging the force of his descent, he surged toward the stout ninja with remarkable speed. "Stay away, you bastard!" The stout ninja, terrified, felt 2 drops of fear escape him. As Chiba loomed like a harbinger of death, instinctively he swung a kunai to defend himself, but it shattered against Chiba's fist like fragile parchment. With a resounding impact, Chiba's fist collided with the stout ninja's face, the hidden force of his soft fist technique obliterating him into a gruesome mess. "You all assist from a distance." At last, Orochimaru took action, no longer dismissing Chiba, but acknowledging him as an equal adversary. With a swift greeting to the root ninjas, he deftly gestured with his hands, demonstrating no intention of engaging in close combat. After all, Chiba's fists were truly fearsome. Soft body technique. Orochimaru elongated his form, resembling a colossal serpent, leaping from the trees and burrowing into the ground. Crack, crack. He rapidly excavated beneath the surface, displacing the soil and forming an elongated mound. The speed of his tunneling accelerated to dizzying proportions, encircling Chiba in a relentless spiral. What was he attempting? Tilling the earth? Chiba crossed his arms, unconcerned, genuinely curious about Orochimaru's intentions. It wasn't until the ground beneath him suddenly sank, plunging several centimeters below the surface, that Chiba sensed something amiss. 10,000 Snakes Formation. With a flourish, Orochimaru ceased his circling and erupted from the earth. With a resounding clap of his hands, he formed a seal. In the next instant, Chiba felt an overwhelming sense of impending danger surging from below. Without hesitation, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! Chiba instantaneously transported himself 8 meters backward. Just as he vanished, a multitude of serpents, each 5 to 6 meters long, emerged from the massive circular hole Orochimaru had created, surging upward into the sky, surpassing the treetops. A dense swarm, the entire 6-meter diameter circle was filled with those dark serpents, evoking a sense of dread. Anyone caught in that torrent of snakes would likely be torn to shreds in an instant. Wind release, wind blade. A root ninja specializing in wind techniques, lurking nearby, seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Tilting his head back, he unleashed a barrage of wind blades from the side. Sizzle. The wind blades sliced through the thick ice barrier. As the blades passed, the ice shield dissolved into nothingness. The wind ninja then caught sight of Chiba. His expression dark as he turned to glare at him. Did I permit you to ambush me? The wind ninja, taken aback by the fierce gaze, instinctively retreated a few steps. He felt troubled. This Hyuga Chiba was terrifying. Being from an opposing faction, wasn't it only natural to launch a surprise attack? Why did it feel as though he had committed some grave offense? Chiba wasted no time on idle chatter, tossing several specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. He activated the technique, closing the distance between them. In mere moments, the wind ninja was reduced to a mere pulp by a single punch. Of the 20 Umbu Jainin, 8 or 9 had already perished, leaving only half remaining. However, after executing one snake formation, Orochimaru swiftly initiated another. 10,000 snakes reverse formation. Gulp. He crouched low, his mouth grotesquely distended, stretching to the point where his cheeks split towards his ears, presenting a nightmarish visage. Countless black snakes slithered forth from his maw, stacking into a mound 2 to 3 meters high, writhing and advancing toward Chiba. Ugh. Orochimaru remained consistently repulsive. Chiba couldn't help but wrinkle his brow in distaste. Before he could make any counterattack, he suddenly felt the light above him dim. Through his 360-degree perspective, he observed the large, serpentine shadows that had ascended into the sky, now coiling and writhing atop the treetops, forming a menacing encirclement around Shinye. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless giant pythons coiled around the trees, lifting their front halves and opening their gaping jaws, hissing and flicking their tongues menacingly at Shinye. Impressive. They are attempting a siege, are they? Do not assume that I am powerless against you. Chiyé smirked. He could certainly employ the Flying Thunder God technique to escape this throng of serpents. Yet he chose not to. He was determined to confront Orochimaru's tactics head-on using his ice release technique. Hiss. The serpents, sensing some form of provocation, abruptly lunged down from the branches, their mouths agape as they aimed to sink their fangs into Chiyé. Ice release. Chiyé sidestepped, lowering himself slightly into a stable stance. As he extended his palms outward, Chakra surged forth, and in an instant, he conjured an elliptical ice shield with a diameter of 3 meters around him. However, he did not intend to use this ice shield merely as a means of defense against the serpentine assault. Such a notion was impractical. Setting aside the biting power of the serpents, merely being engulfed by the dense wave of snakes expelled by Orochimaru would surely prove overwhelming. Thus, this ice shield served not only as a defensive barrier but also as an offensive tool, a strategy he had devised in the past couple of days. Upon the surface of the 3-meter ice shield, a series of wrist-sized oval openings spontaneously emerged. As the outer circles expanded and the inner circles contracted, shurikens formed rapidly within those openings. Then, as Chiyé amplified his chakra release, those shurikens shot forth like bullets through the apertures. The force behind these chakra-compressed projectiles far surpassed that of any human-thrown shuriken. The tips even distorted the air upon contact. Each struck the mouths and bodies of the immense serpents, piercing through without exception. Thud, thud. Each descending serpent was instantly riddled with gaping wounds, crashing to the ground in agony, writhing in pain. Meanwhile, the towering wall of serpents, standing 3 meters high, was met with the piercing sounds of the ice shurikens. Countless black serpents were severed into multiple segments, crushed further by the weight of the advancing serpentine tide. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The serpentine wave found itself unable to advance within 5 meters of the ice shield. The overwhelming lethality of the ice shurikens rendered the serpentine horde incapable of keeping pace with their own movements. The height of the snake tide began to gradually decline. The number of contorted, severed serpent bodies increased, dwindling from 2 meters to 1 meter, then to half a meter. At last, the once mighty wave of black serpents had diminished significantly. Orochimaru relinquished this jutsu, recognizing that persisting further would yield no significance. Rising from the ground, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed towards Chiba, murmuring to himself, to utilize the ice release to such an extent. Discarding the clan's curse seals in the feudal Byakugan, truly, Chiba-kun's physique is nothing short of perfection. Hehehe. Supporting his fractured jaw with his hand, Orochimaru emitted a peculiar laugh. After defecting from Konoha, he had wandered through the ninja world for many years. He had encountered ice release users before. Yet this extraordinary practitioner was a first for him. Moreover, The bizarrely formidable fist attacks were of immense interest to Orochimaru. 20 meters behind the battlefield, 3 small heads concealed themselves within the foliage, their eyes wide in anticipation of the unfolding confrontation. Who else could it be but Naruto? Having escaped from the belly of the serpent using the shadow clone technique, alongside Hinata and Chiba, who had rushed to his aid. However, by the time they arrived, Naruto had already burst forth from the serpent's belly unaided. Subsequently, Hinata led the two to seek out Chiba, utilizing her Byakugan's clarity. She had swiftly discerned that Chiba was facing multiple adversaries alone. Among them, only Naruto, in his typical impulsive manner, insisted on rushing in to assist Chiba. Yet, before he could dash out, Hinata and Chiba pulled him back. The menacing aura emanating from the 20 opponents was palpable to both Hinata and Chiba. It was only Naruto, in his Na-vet, who completely disregarded the oppressive presence of the J-nin. Thus, the current scene unfolded, with the three hiding in the underbrush, secretly observing Chiba's battle against overwhelming odds. Yes, Chiba is undeniably impressive, taking on so many formidable foes single-handedly. And that snake manipulator is terrifying and repulsive. Witnessing Chiba dismantle the serpentine formation, Naruto nearly leaped up in excitement, only to be quickly restrained by Hinata and Chiba. While praising Chiba, he did not forget to make a remark about Orochimaru. Chiba, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, once again gestured for silence towards Naruto, advising, "Shh, Naruto, calm down. We must not reveal our position. If we do, we won't aid Chiba. Instead, we might become a burden, causing him trouble." Hinata, her expression grave, added, "Indeed, Naruto-kun. Please refrain from such behavior, otherwise, I shall not forgive you." The inability to assist Chiba weighed heavily on Hinata's heart, yet Chiba's words were true. This scale of battle was beyond their capabilities, and their presence would only serve as a hindrance. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. "I understand. Sorry. I did get a bit too excited just now, hee." Chiba remarked, "Well, regardless, that guy Chiba is indeed quite formidable. What is it that he cannot accomplish? To confront over 20 elite ninjas single-handedly. Surely, even the third Hokage would find such a feat exceedingly challenging." Naruto remarked, "Chiba, did you not say it yourself? Chiba is indeed an anomaly. We should not regard him as an ordinary person." The trio whispered among themselves, their eyes fixated on the unfolding battle. Are there a few mice lurking there?" Orochimaru glanced back. The commotion caused by Naruto had not eluded his keen perception. However, he paid it no mind, stepping deliberately over the writhing black snakes as he made his way toward Chiba. "Hinata Chiba, I must admit, my interest in you is growing. Would you care to join me? I command many formidable bloodline ninjas akin to your prowess. If you consent to align with my ranks, you might just forge friendships with those peculiar ones." Orochimaru's words, coupled with her beguiling demeanor, elicited a bemused reaction from Chiba. It seemed she was once again indulging in her old habit of enticing others. The prospect of acquiring the abilities of his bloodline limit ninjas, such as Kimimura's Shikatsumiyaku or Yugo's bloodline elimination, was worth contemplating. However, he felt no inclination. With that, Chiba charged toward Orochimaru, hurling 2 shurikens in her direction. "What a pity," Orochimaru chuckled, her strategy evidently clear. She had no intention of allowing Chiba to close the distance. Serpent's hand, with a swift motion, her arm transformed into a massive python, lunging toward Chiba with ferocious intent. The specially crafted kunai was deflected aside by the serpent's force. Yet, at the moment of impact, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he vanished from his original position, reappearing midair. He swiftly reached out, seizing the python, which was as thick as a tree trunk, and yanked it backward with tremendous force. "This is bad." Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of alarm, sensing impending danger. Unfortunately, she was a fraction too late. The serpent, a manifestation of her transformed arm, was caught in Chiba's overwhelming pull, rendering her unable to resist. Without any warning, her feet left the ground, propelling her toward Chiba suspended in the air. However, Orochimaru was not one to surrender easily. With a single hand, she began forming hand seals, completing a series of wind release techniques in an instant. Wind release, great breakthrough. She opened her mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of fierce wind that surged forth, laced with razor-sharp wind blades aimed at Chiba. Chiba's reflexes were equally swift. Unbeknownst to Orochimaru, he left a Flying Thunder God mark on her serpentine arm. In a flash, he vanished from midair, abandoning his assault on Orochimaru. A cold smirk crept across Orochimaru's lips. Indeed, such was the nature of youth, lacking in battle experience. He did not allow his body to continue soaring through the air unchecked. With a deft maneuver, he executed the shadow snake hand technique. His other arm transformed into a serpent, wrapping around a large tree to his left. Utilizing the force of the pull, he propelled himself toward the tree. Once again, he morphed into a cephalopod, his form undulating as he darted among the surrounding trees. Glancing at Chiba in the distance, he sneered. I have already stated that I shall not grant you the opportunity to close in. After all, your strength is even more terrifying than Tsunade's. Swish. Before he could finish his sentence, Chiba vanished from sight. The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Chiba instantaneously appeared before Orochimaru. Gentle Fist Barrage? He unleashed a devastating punch, the golden aura surrounding his fist crashing forcefully against Orochimaru's back. A chilling scream pierced the air. Orochimaru's body, along with the tree entwined by his serpentine form, disintegrated into a pile of mud, scattering across the ground. Not granting me the chance to close in? You must first be capable of such a feat. A cold smile curled at the corners of Chiba's mouth. The legendary Sannin were nothing extraordinary. His gaze shifted toward the remaining 11 root ninjas, who staggered back in fear. What should we do, Captain? Hinata Chiba is terrifying. We are no match for him. Indeed. This man is nothing short of a freak. How are we supposed to fight him? The squad leader clenched his teeth, rallying his comrades. Let us give it our all. If we fail the mission, returning will mean death anyway. It is better to grasp that slim chance of survival. With that, the squad leader charged toward Chiba, hands weaving as he prepared to unleash ninjutsu. The remaining team members exchanged glances, speechless. What slim chance? With Hinata Chiba's monstrous prowess. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance seems overly optimistic. After all, even one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, fell to a single blow. What could this group of mere ninjas possibly do? Aside from the squad leader, who had managed to psych himself up, the other 10 lacked any fighting spirit. However, they understood the truth in their captain's words. Being struck down by Chiba with one punch would at least be a swift end. But returning to the root base to endure inhumane torment was far worse. It would be preferable to perish at Chiba's hand. Let's do this. The 10 members steeled themselves, following the squad leader's lead as they initiated a counterattack. Lightning release, thunderclap, water release, water barrier, earth release, mud flow. A cacophony of chaotic ninjutsu was hurled toward Chiba. Yet he merely utilized the specially marked kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique to evade effortlessly. He deftly dodged their relentless onslaught. One of the ninjas charged forward, brandishing a fist that inspired trepidation, commencing a new wave of slaughter. Meanwhile, over 10 meters away, the remnants of Orochimaru's shattered form suddenly began to bubble, exhibiting a violent up-and-down motion. Emerging from the mound of flesh, a glistening Orochimaru, covered in a white viscous substance, reappeared. His body was slick, with the lower half still manifesting as a long serpent adorned with white scales. With eyes filled with resentment, Hyuga cast a glance towards Chiba, panting heavily. Damn it. I've been forced to resort to the Great Serpent Substitution technique. This little brat has utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to such an extent that he rivals Minato. No, it is unwise to continue battling him here. Some of my techniques create too much commotion and must not be prematurely revealed. Although I harbor a deep-seated hatred for Chiba, employing the Great Serpent Substitution will significantly diminish my strength. Continuing this fight serves no purpose. Resolute, Orochimaru swiftly burrowed underground. The earth trembled momentarily as he vanished behind a thicket of trees. Bang! Chiba unleashed a powerful punch, striking the head of the root team's captain, who fell lifelessly. However, this time, the captain's body remained intact. Not only him, but all 6 individuals who perished in the end were left whole. It was not that Chiba showed mercy, wishing to bury them respectfully. Rather, he needed to leave evidence of the root's ambush to seek retribution from that old coot, Danzo. Casting his gaze towards the direction Orochimaru had fled, a cold smile crept across Chiba's lips, attempting to escape. I shall not grant you that opportunity. Orochimaru's resurrection through the substitution technique did not elude Chiba's keen eye. The reason he did not immediately pursue and eliminate Orochimaru was solely to resolve the nuisance posed by the root first. After all, Orochimaru bore the mark of the Flying Thunder God, an indelible imprint that, should Shinfan desire, would allow him to teleport to Orochimaru's side at any moment. Yet, an unexpected development arose. When Chiba attempted to utilize the Flying Thunder God mark on Orochimaru to sense his presence once more, he found himself unable to establish any connection with the mark. This left Chiba astonished. Such a situation had never occurred before. Only 2 possibilities existed. Either Orochimaru had assumed a new body upon his resurrection, or he had devised a means to obscure or erase the Flying Thunder God mark. Considering the current scenario, the likelihood leaned towards the former. Orochimaru's true form was that of a white phosphorus serpent, and the substitution technique merely allowed him to inhabit another's body forcefully. Thus, it could be argued that the body of that Konoha woman was not Orochimaru's own. Once that body was reduced to mere pulp, the Flying Thunder God mark vanished alongside it. Chiba, are you all right? Hinata emerged from the thicket, hastening towards Chiba. She had been deeply concerned for his safety. Despite knowing Chiba's formidable strength, her heart could not quell its anxiety. Now that the enemies had been defeated or slain, Hinata could no longer contain herself and rushed forward first. "Let me see where you are hurt," she exclaimed, worry etched across her face as she grasped Chiba's arm. Scanning him anxiously. "I'm fine, Hinata," Chiba reassured her. Chiba, without hesitation, pulled the little girl into his embrace. Feeling her warm body and the softness that pressed against his chest, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within. This was indeed the most opportune moment to draw closer to her. Hinata was prone to shyness. Thus, engaging in physical contact would gradually diminish her wariness towards him. Recently, Chiba had been contemplating new strategies to win over the little girl. "Chiba and you." Hinata's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Her blood pressure soaring as she felt faint. Yet, being held by Chiba filled her with an indescribable happiness, prompting her to resist less. In hot pursuit was Inuzuka Chiba, who approached with a quickened pace, exclaiming, "Chiba, you pervert. I find myself at a loss for words to describe you." Having spent considerable time with Chiba, he thought he understood the extent of his eccentricities. However, witnessing Chiba single-handedly face over 20 elite ninja and turn the tide against them today revealed the terrifying depths of his prowess. Comparing oneself to others often leads to discouragement. Thus, Chiba refrained from measuring himself against Chiba. Nonetheless, he felt immensely fortunate to have such a remarkable friend. The feeling of relying on someone so formidable was a rare experience. Chiba replied nonchalantly, "Chiba, there is no need for descriptions. We are still teammates of the Red Team. Nothing has changed." The last to arrive was Naruto, bursting with excitement. "Chiba, you're incredible!" He enthusiastically patted Chiba's shoulder a couple of times. However, his mind was preoccupied with concerns for Sakura and Sasuke's safety. After exchanging a few words with Chiba, he dashed off towards Sakura. "Chiba and please let me go." Hinata finally regained her composure, realizing that she shouldn't maintain such close contact with him. With a swift motion, she slipped from his arms. Her face as red as a ripe persimmon, her little head nearly buried in her chest. Upon seeing her adorable demeanor, Chiba couldn't resist gently ruffling her hair. Then he addressed Chiba and Hinata, "I need your assistance." "What kind of help?" they both asked in unison, somewhat puzzled. Chiba pointed to the bodies of the black-clad figures, saying, "Please search these individuals for any distinctive items, such as ninja headbands or letters, secret orders, and the like." "Understood," Hinata and Chiba nodded, beginning their search without further inquiry. The 20 root ninjas had been defeated, leaving only 6 or 7 intact corpses from which they could seek clues. After giving his instructions, Chiba crouched down, tearing away the black cloth from one of the deceased faces, prying open his mouth to inspect his tongue. No curse mark on the root of the tongue. How could this be? Chiba felt a pang of frustration and promptly moved on to the next body, continuing his examination. Regrettably, the tongue root seal still eluded them. After all 6 had conducted their searches, none had found it. At this juncture, Hinata and Inuzuka Chiba had completed their examination. The items they had uncovered were laid out on the ground before them. Chiba inquired, "Chiba, now that we've searched thoroughly, do you see anything you need?" Chiba surveyed the array of items displayed on the ground, primarily kunai, shurikens, explosive tags, coins, ropes, and various traps. Among them was even a volume of Intimate Paradise. Alas, there was no evidence or clues pertaining to the root organization. Sighing softly, Chiba felt a tinge of helplessness. Capturing a hold over Danzo was indeed no simple task. "Who exactly is Danzo, Chiba? What are you truly searching for?" Hinata asked with genuine concern. Both she and Chiba were perplexed, gazing at Chiba in anticipation of an explanation. Subsequently, Chiba elucidated the existence of the root organization and recounted his recent experience of being followed by its members. Hinata and Chiba exchanged glances, astonished. Chiba remarked, "To evade my keen senses and Hinata's Byakugan, these root members are certainly formidable." Hinata added, "Chiba, why would they follow you? Why send so many jonin to assassinate you? Have you offended them in any way?" "No," Chiba replied, raising his hands in exasperation. I spend every day with you. I hardly have time for such matters. Confounded by Danzo's sudden targeting of him, the trio engaged in further discussion but ultimately arrived at no useful conclusions. However, the Chunin exams were far from over. And with no other Konoha ninjas present in the Forest of Death, Chiba resolved to dig a grave for the corpses of the root ninjas, ensuring they would not be devoured by wild beasts. After all, the bodies themselves were evidence. Even without traces left by the root, their faces remained unchanged. As long as they could investigate the records of these individuals to ascertain whether they had ever joined the root, the truth would soon be revealed. Once the second round of the exam concluded, Chiba planned to discuss the matter with Yuhi Kurenai to gather her insights. Chiba, Hinata, Kiba, come help me. Sakura and Sasuke are unconscious, Naruto called out, waving his hands from ahead. On our way, with the grave digging complete. Chiba tucked the volume of Intimate Paradise into his pack and, accompanied by Hinata and Kiba, hastened toward Naruto. Sakura had fainted from fright, while Sasuke had been knocked unconscious. It would take them a while to regain their senses. Chiba suggested, let us find a quiet spot and wait for them to wake up. There is still plenty of time left in the second exam, so we need not rush. Naruto readily agreed. The group continued onward until they found a sheltered hillside, placing Sakura and Sasuke atop a large rock. By the way, Naruto, what type of scroll do you have? Chiba inquired. With 2 heavenly scrolls in his possession. Naruto thought he could offer one if needed. This. I can't quite recall, he said, scratching his head sheepishly. The trio of Chiba, Sakura, and Sasuke exchanged glances, bemused by Naruto's obliviousness. After all, he had been fully engaged in the scroll competition without even knowing what their own scroll contained. Naruto, you truly are something else. Inazuka Kiba remarked. What? It's perfectly reasonable that I wouldn't know the scroll is with Sasuke, Naruto retorted, though even he found his justification somewhat flimsy. After rummaging through Sasuke's ninja gear, Naruto produced a scroll, its cover marked with the character for heaven. Chiba shrugged, exasperated. Well, it seems we're at an impasse. I have 2 heavenly scrolls, so you'll have to rely on yourselves. Don't worry, we'll manage just fine, Naruto assured, thumping his chest. Sakura woke that afternoon, unscathed but shaken. In contrast, Sasuke had endured numerous blows from Orochimaru, leaving him with internal injuries and the curse mark. He remained in a deep slumber until the following morning, gradually rousing from his sleep. Where am I? He wondered, blinking to find Sakura sleeping atop him. Nearby, Naruto sprawled on the ground, fast asleep. Chiba had just emerged from a small tent, stretching languidly. 2 other tents, clearly belonging to Hinata and Kiba, were also present. Sasuke-kun, you're finally awake. That is wonderful. The movement stirred Sakura, who burst into tears, embracing Sasuke tightly. Her cries roused the others from their slumber. The zipper of the small tent opened, revealing a bleary-eyed Hinata and Kiba. Naruto sprang to his feet, equally delighted at Sasuke's awakening. Chiba turned to Sasuke, inquiring, You're awake, Sasuke. How do you feel? Throughout the previous afternoon and into the early hours, the curse marks on Sasuke had flickered incessantly. However, Chiba and the others could do little but wait for Sasuke to recover on his own. Sakura, let go of me, Sasuke said, gently pushing her away and sitting up. He addressed Chiba, I'm all right. It was you who saved us yesterday, wasn't it? He instinctively touched the back of his neck, feeling the malevolent energy from the bite, as if it awaited his command. Sort of, Chiba replied, nodding without dwelling on it further. He had no intention of engaging in lengthy discussions with Sasuke, nor did he wish to exert effort devising solutions for the curse mark afflicting him. After all, their relationship was merely that of acquaintances. If it were someone like Naruto, Chiba might consider helping without expecting anything in return. But as for Sasuke, he was inherently tainted with a certain darkness. Although Chiba did not harbor animosity towards him, he certainly did not hold any affection either. Hinata, you're awake. Chiba approached Hinata and playfully pinched her slightly bewildered face. Good morning, Chiba and I, she replied. Her cheeks instantly flushed. Being treated so affectionately by Chiba in the early hours of the day brought her great joy. Chiba nodded. Good morning. Quickly get ready. We will be departing shortly. And you too, Kiba. Inazuka Kiba rubbed his face and nodded. Got it. Naruto inquired, Chiba, aren't you joining us? Chiba shook his head. We should proceed separately. None of us have secured a scroll yet, and it is already the 3rd day. If we delay further, other teams will undoubtedly reach the central tower first, diminishing our chances of acquiring the scrolls. The second phase of the examination has a time limit of 7 days. This means that if we cannot obtain both types of scrolls and reach the central tower within this time frame, we will be deemed unsuccessful. Chiba was determined to prevent such an outcome. You have a point, Naruto nodded. Although he wished to continue alongside Chiba, he recognized the wisdom in his words. Traveling together would significantly increase their chances of encountering enemies. Hinata and Chiba emerged from the tent, beginning to pack their belongings. After a brief wash with the clean water from their canteens, Chiba prepared to bid farewell to Naruto and the others. Wait, Chiba, Sasuke suddenly interjected. Chiba looked at him in confusion. What is it? A slight, mischievous smile graced Sasuke's lips as he asked, I feel an overwhelming surge of power within me. Would you be interested in a duel? Chiba was taken aback. Are you sure? Naruto, Hinata, and Chiba stared at Sasuke as if he were foolish. After all, they had witnessed Chiba's single-handedly defeat over 20 elite ninjas just yesterday. The memory of that scene was still vivid in their minds. Naruto replied, Sasuke, I think you should reconsider. We are simply not on the same level as Chiba. I feel he is exponentially stronger than even Kakashi-sensei. Chiba crossed his arms, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. Indeed, Sasuke, it's unnecessary to seek out suffering. Challenging Chiba is simply not warranted. The group's demeanor caused Sasuke's smile to falter. As an Avenger, he had always harbored an obsession with his strength. He could not allow his peers to surpass him. For doing so would shatter his belief in his quest for vengeance. Despite realizing Chiba's terrifying prowess, Sasuke felt emboldened by the power granted to him through the cursed seal. What is with your attitude? He said sternly. I can feel that I am on a different level now. Challenging Chiba is absolutely within my capabilities. Naruto, Chiba, and Hinata continued to look on in disbelief. Only Sakura stepped forward to support Sasuke. Exactly. How can you all underestimate Sasuke-kun? He is the strongest in my eyes. The others said nothing, casting Sakura incredulous glances. Chiba replied, very well. I shall indulge you. However, I must caution you that the power of the cursed seal will alter your very nature, gradually consuming your will. Cursed seal? Sasuke exclaimed in surprise, instinctively reaching for the back of his neck and inquiring, are you referring to the mark left on my shoulder? Chiyé nodded affirmatively, indeed. Do you not sense that your disposition has already been affected? Sasuke furrowed his brow. He did not entirely dismiss Chiyé's words. He could indeed feel the malevolent aura emanating from the cursed seal. Yet, what of it? As long as it granted him strength, allowing him to swiftly attain power and fulfill his family's vengeance, the impact on his nature was of little consequence. Perhaps that repugnant, serpent-like individual from yesterday spoke the truth. To acquire power, one must first pay a price. If the cost were merely a shift in his disposition, it was well within his capacity to endure. I understand your point, but I do not care. Come, Chiyé, let me witness the extent of the gap between us. Sasuke leaped down from the stone, assuming a combat stance. He instinctively summoned the dark power from the cursed seal at the back of his neck. In an instant, black markings spread across his body. Excellent. As I promised, I shall accommodate you. Chiyé nodded, beckoning Sasuke to attack at his leisure. Inuzuka, Chiba, and Naruto gazed at Sasuke with incredulity, having already formed their own conclusions regarding the outcome of this duel. As you wish, Sasuke bellowed, transforming into a shadowy blur, darting behind Chiyé and unleashing a sweeping kick aimed at the back of Chiyé's head. Without turning, Chiyé merely tilted his head aside, evading the strike, and then retaliated with a punch thrown backward. The impact echoed. Sasuke's eyes widened in shock as he felt as though his foot had been struck by a colossal hammer. His body uncontrollably tumbling backward before rolling to a halt over 10 meters away. This is impossible. Sasuke, begrudgingly, disregarded the searing pain in his right foot and rose once more, charging at Chiyé. Another punch was launched from the side aimed at Chiyé. Predictably, he was once again sent flying by Chiyé's counterpunch, crashing heavily against a large tree, blood spilling from his mouth as he slowly slumped to the ground. Sasuke-kun. Sakura rushed over, kneeling beside Sasuke to assess his injuries. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, her furious gaze turned to Chiyé as she exclaimed, Hinata Chiyé, how could you strike my Sasuke-kun so ruthlessly? You are nothing but a brute, using sheer force without any consideration for your comrades. Are you all right? Chiyé's lips twitched. He found this infatuated demeanor quite intolerable. Chiba, unable to stand by idly, interjected defensively, Sakura, don't you think that's a bit excessive? It was Sasuke who issued the challenge. Chiyé merely defended himself. How can you accuse him of being merciless? Hinata too felt a sense of injustice on behalf of Chiyé. If Chiba were to unleash his full strength, Sasuke would have already been reduced to mere pulp. Though she was not particularly articulate, she stood up to defend Chiba, Indeed. Sakura, Chiba saved you yesterday. How can you speak of him like that? Sakura, still seething with anger, was further incensed by this remark and retorted. Did I ask him to save me? His so-called act of heroism is merely his own delusion. Just because he possesses a bit more strength, does that make him remarkable? Does being strong give him the right to strike anyone at will? Naruto was taken aback by Sakura's vitriol. It was the first time he had witnessed her display such a foul temper. Hinata, on the other hand, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment from the rebuttal, pacing in frustration without knowing how to respond. What did you say? Dare to utter another word. Chiba would not tolerate Hinata being bullied. Even if it was Hinata who was being wronged, it was unacceptable. He shot a fierce glare at Sakura, releasing an aura of icy menace that enveloped her. Sakura felt a shiver run down her spine. This was the second time she had experienced such a palpable killing intent. She had felt something similar emanating from that serpentine woman the day before. Her eyes widened in terror, and she dared not meet Chiba's gaze. Deep down, she understood that Chiba, being a fellow leaf ninja, would not truly harm her. Yet, to preserve her pride, she stubbornly continued. So what? I stand by what I said. I'm not wrong. In an instant, Chiba vanished from his spot, reappearing beside Sakura, gripping her collar and lifting her off the ground. My patience has its limits. If you dare to utter another word, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. With that, he hurled Sakura aside. She tumbled like a rolling gourd, landing several meters away, her skin scraped in multiple places before she finally came to a halt. Chiba, please, don't be angry. Sakura is just speaking nonsense. Let us not make things so tense. Naruto quickly interjected, rushing over to check on Sakura's injuries, though he did not receive a warm response. Inuzuka Kiba and Hinata approached slowly, standing behind Chiba, without offering any words of admonition. Clearly, they sided with Chiba. Sakura's previous remarks had been utterly outrageous, and Chiba's response was not unwarranted. Coughing violently, Sasuke felt the cursed seal recede, returning him to a semblance of clarity. It was only now that he comprehended that the power he sought was insignificant in comparison to Chiba's might. With a self-deprecating smile, he looked up at Chiba, his eyes filled with resentment. The thought of enlisting Chiba's aid to confront Itachi Uchiha, the one who had decimated his clan, flickered briefly in his mind. Surely, with Chiba's capabilities, such a feat could be accomplished. However, that notion vanished as swiftly as it appeared. Chiba had no obligation to assist him, and he would not allow such a scenario to unfold. In that moment, Sasuke's yearning for power intensified to an extreme. A round of applause echoed through the air, followed by the emergence of three figures from the nearby thicket. 2 men and 1 woman, all adorned with the forehead protectors of Sand Village, traversed the landscape. The individual at the forefront boasts a striking mane of crimson hair, emblazoned with a prominent character for love upon his forehead, and carries a gourd upon his back. Who else could it be but Gaara? Following closely behind are a man and a woman, undoubtedly Kankuro and Temari. Hinata Chiba, I have searched for you with great difficulty. At last, I see you again, Gaara remarks, a bloodthirsty grin playing upon his lips. With the strength of their small team, they could have secured 2 scrolls from the heaven and earth on the very first day. However, Gaara shows no urgency to make his way to the central tower, instead meandering through the forest of death. His sole aim is to confront Chiba and resume their unfinished battle from that day. Is that you? Chiba inquires, his demeanor remarkably calm. The sight of Gaara's menacing presence makes it evident to all that they have come seeking trouble. Inuzuka Kiba exhales deeply, lamenting, truly, here comes another willing to meet their demise. Hinata, Naruto, and Sasuke cast glances towards Gaara and his companions. Though none utter a word, they collectively agree with Kiba's assertion. To seek out Chiba, a veritable menace, is nothing short of courting death. What did you say? Gaara glares at Kiba with his bloodshot eyes, a palpable aura of malice enveloping the air. Though Gaara's strength may not be overwhelming, the twisted psyche formed by years of violence is unmistakably evident, startling Kiba into retreat. Kankuro, arms crossed, chuckles darkly. It has always been others who meet their end before Gaara. Anyone he deems a target is unlikely to escape with their life. What a pity, Temari muses softly, her expression filled with resignation. Since entering the forest, Gaara has likely slain 5 or 6 already. If these individuals are also to be killed, yet that young man named Chiba is rather handsome, it would be a shame for him to perish. As she speaks, Temari inadvertently catches sight of Sasuke, her cheeks flushing a gentle hue. Chiba, intrigued, gazes at the trio before him and asks, So, are you here to kill me? Gaara dismisses the notion with a wave of his hand. No. To be precise, I am here to kill you. A wicked smile spreads across his face as he lets out a chilling laugh, To personally eliminate those prodigies and strip away their promising futures is quite exhilarating, indeed. Ahaha. Among the group from Konoha, aside from Chiba, the others cannot help but frown. Clearly, Gar's deranged demeanor has cast a shadow of fear over them. Chiba. This person is terrifying. You must be cautious, Hinata warns. Naruto and Chiba did not say much. They were confident that Chiba would manage it. Ruffling Hinata's hair, Chiba reassured her, do not worry. I will not perish before marrying you. Chiba-san. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. How could he say such things in front of so many people? Overwhelmed, she dashed away, hiding behind a large tree and refusing to emerge. Chiba found her bashful reaction utterly delightful. The others were preoccupied with Gaara and his companions, thus missing the conversation between Chiba and Hinata. Hyuga Chiba, come forth. Let me experience the extent of the joy you can bring me. Gaara's visage grew increasingly menacing, and with a sudden pop, the cork of the gourd on his back flew off. Fine sand began to cascade from the gourd's opening, swirling behind him. Chiba gestured for Chiba and Naruto to step back before turning his attention to Gaara. If you desire, I can remain forever devoid of joy. Humph. Gaara scoffed, crossing his arms. The sand beneath him surged violently, enveloping the area as it rushed towards Chiba. Chiba swiftly evaded, creating distance from the swirling sands. In the next moment, as Chiba regained his view of Gaara, he observed Gaara ascending rapidly, standing atop the sand. Kankuro sneered, muttering, Gaara can fight in any environment. He has even devised this strategy specifically to counter Hyuga Chiba. While Chiba can utilize ice release to maneuver in the air, if Gaara's altitude is sufficient, Chiba will be unable to reach him. Even with his ability to traverse the air using ice release, his combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Conversely, manipulating sand from a distance is child's play for Gaara. This was the contingency plan devised by the Sand Village based on the intelligence they had gathered about Chiba. Gaara was aware that Chiba's punches were formidable enough to breach even his absolute defense. Therefore, he opted to avoid close combat, denying Chiba any opportunity to engage him directly. What is he planning? Ascending to the heavens? Chiba gazed up at Gaara, remaining calm and unhurried in his approach. Temari, Kankuro, retreat further. Gaara did not respond, but instead turned to his two companions. Without awaiting their reply, he unleashed his next jutsu. Sand burial. Oh no, Gaara is up to something. Temari and Kankuro's expressions turned to alarm as they hastily retreated. Creak, creak. Just as they began to flee, the ground trembled slightly. The great tree was uprooted by the surging sand from beneath. In a radius of 20 to 30 meters, torrents of yellow sand shot skyward, cascading towards Chiba. This scoundrel. It seems he had set this up while we were conversing. Chiba's brow furrowed as he pieced together the unfolding situation. Such an immense scale of ninjutsu requires meticulous preparation. One must first manipulate the sand below, channeling chakra to unleash the breathtaking spectacle before us. However, Chiba remained unhurried. Hinata and Inuzuka Chiba were within the range of this ninjutsu's assault. Even Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura had become ensnared in the sand, desperately sinking as they cried out for help. Chiba resolved to rescue his comrades first. Both Hinata and Chiba bore Chiba's Flying Thunder God mark, subtly inscribed beforehand. Unbeknownst to them, in a flash, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Chiba appeared beside Chiba. With swift movements, he hurled 3 specially crafted kunai towards Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Yet, as the kunai soared through the air, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, this time materializing beside Hinata, grasping her arm firmly. Once again, the technique whisked the two away from the sandpit. In an instant, Chiba, Hinata, and Chiba found themselves at the site where Chiba had battled Orochimaru the previous day. Hinata and Chiba were momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend their sudden relocation. Before they could gather their thoughts, Chiba vanished again. At that moment, the 3 kunai he had previously thrown embedded themselves into the sand. Meanwhile, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were nearly buried, with only their upper bodies flailing in a desperate attempt to escape. Suddenly, a flash of light signaled Chiba's arrival beside Naruto, brandishing a stick as thick as an arm, which he thrust forward with great force. Naruto's orange tracksuit was penetrated from behind. Subsequently, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God once more, transporting Naruto to Sasuke's side. Employing the same method, he assisted both Sasuke and Sakura, piercing through all 3 of them with a single stick. Chiba once again invoked the Flying Thunder God, bringing the trio back to Hinata and Chiba. What on earth just happened? Naruto's mind was clouded with confusion, still haunted by the fear of being buried alive. Sakura, collapsing onto the ground, patted her flat chest in relief, exclaiming, "I'm saved. I thought I was going to be buried alive." Sasuke, the quickest to react, realized that it was Chiba who had rescued them all. "Thank you, Chiba," he remarked, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of gratitude and awe for Chiba's formidable abilities. Hinata and Kiba, having grasped the situation through their brief exchanges, understood that Chiba was their savior. Hinata jogged forward, grasping Chiba's arm. "Chiba-kun, thank you for saving us." Chiba smiled, gently caressing her cheek. "No need to thank me. It was within my capabilities." Kiba, full of envy, remarked, "Chiba, honestly, what is the name of that jutsu? It's so impressive to see you flying around. I'm envious." Chiba replied, "What? Do you wish to learn it? I can teach you." Inazuka Kiba awkwardly scratched his head and said, "I want to learn, but do you think I have any chance of mastering it?" Upon posing this question, he found himself devoid of confidence. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within him. What if Chiba could indeed teach him? Chiba replied candidly, "Of course, there is no chance. You will never be able to learn." "What? You wretched person. How could you be so cruel?" Kiba's lips twitched in agitation, feeling as though he had been toyed with by Chiba, an overwhelming urge to confront him rising within. Just moments ago, he had harbored a fleeting excitement, imagining how splendid it would be to master the Flying Thunder God technique. However, Chiba had offered a glimmer of hope, only to quench it with a deluge of cold reality, leaving him chilled to the bone. "Chiba, thank you for saving us," Naruto exclaimed, quickly grasping the situation and leaping onto Chiba's back, his face alight with joy. Chiba, momentarily speechless, smacked Naruto lightly on the backside and said, "Get off, and refrain from such casual embraces. I have no interest in men." "Humph, I'm not interested in you either," Naruto retorted, jumping down with a pout, instinctively glancing towards Sakura. The meaning was as clear as day. His affections were solely directed at Sakura. Yet, all he received in return was an eye roll from her. Witnessing Sakura's reaction, Chiba felt a surge of dissatisfaction. What could Naruto possibly see in that woman? Nevertheless, it was Naruto's prerogative, and Chiba refrained from intervening further. He merely issued a warning to Sakura, stating, "Some individuals ought to think before they speak or act. Otherwise, they may become quite intolerable." Afterward, Chiba glanced at the others and instructed, "All right, find a safe place to rest, or wait for me here. I shall deal with that fellow carrying the gourd." In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and Chiba vanished from sight. "Chiba-kun." Hinata wished to say something, but Chiba had already disappeared. The group was left in stunned silence. Inazuka Kiba proposed, "Everyone, it's rather dull staying here. Let us proceed and see how Chiba handles that guy." Hinata nodded, "Yes. I want to go as well. I can reunite with Chiba-kun sooner that way." The two exchanged glances and then dashed forward. "Wait for me." Naruto waved his hand, eager to follow, yet still mindful of his teammates. He asked, "Sasuke, Sakura, shall we go together?" "Sure," Sasuke replied without objection. Meanwhile, in the air, Gaara crossed his arms, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. That scoundrel. How on earth did he manage that? He had observed Chiba's rapid movements as he rescued others, and it had not escaped his notice. Originally, his Sand Tsunami technique was specifically devised to ensnare Chiba, even if Chiba possessed immense strength or could utilize ice release. Gaara had been confident he could entomb him beneath the sands. Yet, the abilities Chiba had unveiled this time were entirely unforeseen. As I gazed at Chiba, dazzling and gallant in his heroic rescue, a moment of dazed admiration washed over Gaara. Such a magnificent ninjutsu, could it truly exist? It was far more intriguing than his own manipulation of sand. Tamari, that young Hyuga Chiba is quite remarkable. He managed to save everyone under such dire circumstances. A few dozen meters away, atop a towering tree, Kankuro wore an expression of disbelief. He and Tamari had escaped the fastest, promptly distancing themselves from danger, and had witnessed Chiba's earlier act of valor. Tamari nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with adoration. "Indeed, Chiba-kun is the man I admire. He is undeniably handsome and powerful." Kankuro, exasperated, retorted, "Enough already, Tamari. Which side are you on? Shouldn't you lament the failure of Gaara's ninjutsu instead?" With her hands clasped over her heart, Tamari swayed slightly. "Of course, I stand by Gaara, but that does not diminish my admiration for Chiba-kun. He is simply too charming." Kankuro could only sigh in response. Suddenly, Chiba appeared, landing atop a large tree at the edge of the sandy expanse, gazing up at Gaara in midair with a look of disdain. "You scoundrel. You pretended to be quite the hero over there, but all the while, you were scheming behind my back." Gaara remained unfazed. "Hinata Chiba, you must understand. Quietly setting up your ninjutsu in advance is not an unreasonable tactic. The essence of ninjutsu is deception. Chiba was well aware of this, yet Gaara's actions irked him. Just moments ago, had Chiba not reacted swiftly, several from Konoha would have surely fallen victim. Thus, Gaara was destined to face a flurry of retribution today. Do you intend to create distance to fight me? Apologies, but to me, distance holds no significance. Chiba cast forth a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, aimed at Gaara suspended in the air. Not on my watch. Gaara waved his hand, summoning a cascade of sand to form a protective barrier in midair, halting the kunai's advance. Yet, Chiba remained unperturbed. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting to the air once more. You must be foolish to think such ninjutsu could affect me, Chiba shouted, hurling another specially crafted kunai. This time, Gaara was caught off guard. As the kunai approached, the sand surrounding him instinctively formed a defensive shield, thwarting the attack. With a swift motion, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique once again. Chiba vanished from his position, only to reappear before Gaara in an instant. With a swift motion, he unleashed a devastating strike. Bang! The chakra-infused active sand coalesced into a formidable wall, yet it proved futile. Under the relentless force of Chiba's punch, the layer of sand exploded outward in an instant. Gaara, caught within, was struck by Chiba's blow. A shriek of agony escaped Gaara's lips as he was sent tumbling backward. Under the pressure of the fourth level of the Gentle Fist, the protective layer of sand armor enveloping him shattered effortlessly. As anticipated, Gaara coughed up blood. His face contorted in pain, and his jaw distorted from the impact. However, Chiba was not yet satisfied. Before his body could descend, he deftly hurled a specially crafted kunai. Whoosh! The kunai zipped past Gaara. Chiba raised his hand and delivered another punch, penetrating the sand's automatic defense to strike Gaara squarely in the abdomen. Another cry of despair echoed as Gaara spewed blood, plummeting like a cannonball to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. His eyes burned with resentment as he gazed at Chiba. Nearby, Temari and Kankuro stood in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. Kankuro wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering, "Could that bastard, Hyuga Chiba, have actually killed Gaara?" Temari quickly reined in her infatuation, expressing her concern. He shouldn't be dead, although his absolute defense was shattered. Let us not forget he still has Shikaku. Kankuro swallowed hard. That may be true, but Chiba is utterly monstrous. He could very well finish Gaara off before he can even summon that beast. They exchanged glances, a shared sense of dread settling between them. Resolute, they bolted toward the battlefield. Kankuro shouted, "Gaara, hold on. We're coming." Temari removed her large fan, pleading, "Chiba, have mercy. Do not kill Gaara." After all, Gaara was their brother. Despite not being regarded as family by him, often treated more like servants, the bond of blood compelled them to fight for Gaara. Chiba landed gracefully on the ground, strolling towards Gaara. He paid little heed to Temari and Kankuro's cries, merely offering a derisive smile. "What is this? Weren't you eager to kill me? You can't rise now?" Coughing violently, Gaara expelled more blood, struggling to catch his breath. He strained to lift his head, glaring at Chiba with bloodshot eyes. "Hyuga Chiba, you are formidable. I will ensure your demise today." Chiba continued his advance, calmly responding, "You said the same earlier. Yet regrettably, you lack the requisite strength." A flicker of sympathy for Gaara's plight crossed Chiba's mind, which was why he had refrained from delivering a lethal blow that would turn him to pulp. However, if such a twisted individual were to be preoccupied with thoughts of his own demise, it would indeed be an unpleasant affair. Thus today, Chiba aims to thoroughly subdue this arrogant fellow, Gaara, making it abundantly clear that he is not the supreme one, but rather a mere second in line. There are countless individuals far more formidable than he. Die! Gaara bellowed once more, his hands sweeping violently. The surrounding sand surged wildly, rushing toward Chiba. "Is that all?" Chiba nonchalantly waved his hand, dispersing the advancing sand effortlessly. Even as the grains were formed into two arms that ensnared his ankles, Chiba remained unfazed, simply shaking his feet to shatter the sand once again. This was the overwhelming display of absolute power. The disparity in strength between Gaara and Chiba was glaringly apparent. Unless he employed a grand sand-based jutsu akin to the one moments ago, there lay only the slightest threat to Chiba. Other tactics seemed merely child's play, utterly inconsequential before him. At that very moment, Kankuro and Temari finally arrived. Black secret technique, Scorpion. Kankuro produced a scroll from his person, unfurling it with a flourish. With a loud bang, white smoke erupted from the scroll, revealing a massive ant-like puppet before him. The crow had been shattered by Chiba and could not be reconstructed in the short term. Thus, Kankuro's only remaining recourse was this scorpion. However, the puppet was not fully operational, and its control proved cumbersome. Yet, with no other option, Kankuro resolved to fight for Gaara's rescue. His fingers deftly shot out threads, connecting to the joints of the scorpion. The puppet emitted a series of clicks as it flew towards Chiba, its feet glinting with sharp blades, and its maw, serrated and menacing, snapped towards him. Without even lifting his gaze, Chiba lightly thrust his fist forward. Bang! The golden glow of his fist collided with the scorpion's gaping mouth. And in an instant, it was obliterated in a thunderous explosion, wooden fragments scattering everywhere. Damn it! My scorpion. Kankuro felt a deep pang of sorrow. This was his last remaining means of attack. To think it had been shattered by a single blow from Chiba. His heart bled. As a puppet master, he had never experienced such defeat. The pride he took in his finest puppets had crumbled into mere splinters at the hands of his adversary. Wind style, dust storm. Temari unfurled her large fan, sweeping it forward with great force. A tempest surged forth, concealing sharp wind blades that hurtled towards Chiba. Temari's mastery over wind techniques had become exceptional, enabling the blades to circumvent Gaara, who lay on the ground, and strike at Chiba. Yet, this too proved futile. Chiba slightly raised his palm, activating his ice release abilities. A thick shield of ice had coalesced before him. Hiss. The sound of slicing echoed continuously as the wind blades cut through the ice, leaving deep grooves. Unfortunately, the C-rank ninjutsu, Scythe Gale, was insufficient to breach Chiba's ice techniques. Even if it could, Chiba could swiftly augment his chakra release, producing even thicker ice for his defense. How infuriating. Our attacks are futile against him. What should we do? Temari gritted her teeth. The only option left was to engage in close combat to buy some time for Gaara. Kankuro clenched his jaw, resolutely charging toward Chiba. In his desperation to protect his younger brother, he had truly lost his composure. A puppet master daring to engage in close quarters, especially against Chiba. An unrivaled master of hand-to-hand combat. Wait, Kankuro. Temari sought to intervene, but it was already too late. She stomped her foot in frustration, compelled to follow Kankuro as they rushed toward Chiba. Hyuga Chiba, do not harm Gaara. Kankuro swung his fist toward Chiba. Fool. Chiba also unleashed a punch. Though Kankuro's strike was slightly delayed, it landed first. Boom. Kankuro heard the sound of his ribs shattering as blood gushed from his mouth, his body hurtling backward. Kankuro. Temari's heart felt like it was tearing apart as she screamed. She feared Kankuro had been killed by Chiba's powerful blow. However, Chiba had not delivered a fatal strike. He continued his assault, swiftly unfurling his large fan, the sharp blades transforming into a long sword aimed at Chiba. Chiba bent his knees slightly, leaping over the incoming fan. His foot lightly grazed the blade, and he instantly descended before Temari, executing a sweeping kick to her chest. With a loud thud, Temari felt her body being compressed painfully, and she was sent flying backward. Do not come any closer. If you dare to approach again, I will show no mercy. Chiba cast a glance toward Temari and Kankuro, both of whom lay on the ground, writhing in agony. Kankuro had been severely injured and lacked the strength to advance. Temari, on the other hand, was relatively unharmed, as Chiba had shown her some restraint. Hyuga Chiba, you bastard! Gaara roared in fury. At that moment, witnessing his comrades risking their lives for him stirred something within his twisted heart. Despite Chiba's formidable strength, he understood the depth of their loyalty. Temari and Kankuro's willingness to rush to his aid was a testament to true love. In the brief moment that Temari and Kankuro had bought him, Gaara attempted to struggle to his feet, yearning to continue the fight. However, he found it impossible. The 2 blows Chiba had dealt him were too heavy. The relentless pain coursing through his body rendered him powerless. The only reason he still held on to his audacity was that he possessed one final trump card. The art of false sleep. Trembling hands formed 2 sets of hand seals before him. Gaara abruptly shut his eyes. After years of never having slept, he was now completely ensnared in slumber. Only in this state of deep sleep could Shikaka seize control of his body and emerge to engage in battle. Damn it. At last, I can come out. A piercing cry reverberated across the sky as a tumult of sand surged upward. Chiyé was forced to leap backward, creating a significant distance. The wild winds howled, making it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. In the next moment, a colossal creature, towering several meters high, manifested in the heart of the forest. It resembled a raccoon, its entire form composed of sand, adorned with vivid black stripes, and boasting a massive tail. This being was Shikaku, akin to the tailed beast sealed within Gaara. Beside them, Kankuro and Temari were momentarily stunned, their pain forgotten. It has appeared. Shikaku has truly emerged. Temari's voice trembled. Kankuro clutched his chest, urgently warning Temari. Temari, we need to get out of here quickly. Staying any longer is perilous. Yes. Temari nodded vigorously, grasping Kankuro's arm to assist him in their escape. 100 meters away, Hinata and Chiba were in hot pursuit, almost reaching their destination. The sudden emergence of Shikaka startled them, causing them to halt and hesitate. What on earth is that? Chiba gulped. Naruto instinctively touched his stomach, noting that creature. It resembles the monster I saw in the sewer. Sasuke quickly inquired. Hinata, can you discern what is happening over there? Is Chiyé battling that creature? Yes. Hinata affirmed with a determined nod. Activating her Byakugan, her vision expanded swiftly, allowing her to perceive the surroundings clearly. Indeed, Chiyé was there, seemingly in a standoff with the monster. As she assessed Shikaku, she found herself momentarily taken aback upon noticing Gaara's half-submerged form, ensnared in sleep. It's the one with the gourd. He must have summoned that creature. Chiba, feeling apprehensive, remarked, so it's really that guy. I sensed something was off about him before. I never imagined he would turn out to be so twisted. It's him. Sasuke's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a formidable adversary following Chiyé, someone whose strength surpassed his by an immeasurable degree. Once again feeling the weight of inadequacy, he grappled with the realization of his own weakness, vulnerable to anyone's triumph over him. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the Death Forest and the Central Tower, all the ninjas of Konoha became aware of the unusual phenomenon in the heart of the forest. After all, the enormity of Shikaku's form was simply too colossal to ignore. So immense that it towered over the treetops by several dozen meters, it was nearly impossible to overlook. On the periphery of the forest, an observer stationed in the watchtower hastily set down his telescope, his face contorted in shock as he leapt down to report to Captain Hongdo. This is dire. Captain Hongdo. A colossal monster has appeared in the heart of the Death Forest. Captain Hongdo, perched upon a stone, leisurely indulged in dumplings while swinging her slender, unencumbered legs. Upon hearing the report, she remained largely unconcerned. What nonsense are you spouting? The Death Forest is currently an examination site, aside from the candidates. What other monster could possibly exist? The green-vested ninja wore a pained expression and quickly clarified. It's true, Captain Hongdo. I would never deceive you. You must see for yourself. With that, he removed the telescope hanging from his chest and handed it to her. Very well, Hongdo began to grasp the gravity of the situation. She accepted the telescope, deftly maneuvered over the wooden blocks of the watchtower, and leapt to the summit. Without even using the telescope, she immediately spotted the colossal creature at the center of the forest. What on earth is that thing? Her expression shifted to one of astonishment as she urgently scrutinized the creature through the telescope. As a seasoned jonin, she possessed some knowledge of tailed beasts. Although she had never encountered Shikaku, she had seen its likeness before and recognized it instantly. Is that a one-tailed Shikaku? This is troublesome. How did things escalate to this point? Lowering the telescope, she forcefully tapped a nearby green-vested ninja on the shoulder and commanded, You. Return immediately to the Hokage's office and inform Lord Third. Tell him that the one-tailed Shikaku has manifested in the Death Forest. He must urgently enhance the security measures of the entire Leaf Village. Additionally, request reinforcements from Lord Third at once. Yes, Captain Hongdo, the green-vested ninja replied, not daring to delay, and sprinted towards the Hokage's office. Furrowing her brow, Hongdo murmured to herself, although I lack the strength to confront Shikaku, I should at least ascertain the situation. With this thought, she leapt down and swiftly entered the depths of the Death Forest. In the heart of the Death Forest, the recently emerged Shikaku remained in a state of extreme exhilaration, having been confined within its seal for far too long. It was bursting with pent-up energy. Let me see. Where is that little brat Gaara who wants to deal with me? Shikaku exclaimed, shading its eyes with a hand as it surveyed the surroundings. Chiba, feeling exasperated, looked up at Shikaku and said, Hey, you big lug, this has to be intentional. I'm right in front of you. Shikaku glanced down at Chiba, clutching its belly as it erupted into laughter. Huh? A little squirt like you is certainly not easy to detect. Humans are truly diminutive. Chiba curled his lip in disdain, remarking, Just because you are large does not equate to greatness. After all, you are still confined within the belly of a human. A prominent character appeared on Shoha's forehead. An anger surged within him. Though his strength paled in comparison to the Ninetales, his temper was equally fierce. You little brat. What do you mean by that? Do you look down upon me? Do you dare to believe that I would swallow you whole? His furious roar generated a tempest, sending dust swirling across the ground, causing the towering trees behind him to lean perilously. Chiba had no choice but to shield his face. Fortunately, Showa's body was composed of compacted sand, thus devoid of any foul breath. Otherwise, the mere force of his roar could drench Chiba in saliva. Chiba shook his head defiantly. I do not believe it. For you lack the capability? You scoundrel. You infuriate me. Showa emitted a piercing roar that echoed through the skies. Without further ado, he lifted one massive foot, akin to a small mountain, and brought it crashing down upon Chiba. With a swift motion, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique, retreating 20 meters, unwilling to endure the impact. Even though Chiba possessed formidable strength, combat demanded strategy, and recklessness was not an option. Boom. Showa's foot struck the ground, causing tremors to ripple through the earth. Wind release, air bullet. His assault showed no signs of abating. With a powerful slap to his belly, he unleashed a gust of wind as wide as a tree trunk, hurtling towards Chiba. Crack. The wind tore through everything in its path, severing countless trees and carving a straight ravine into the ground. Alas, Chiba had merely activated the Flying Thunder God, effortlessly evading the onslaught. You rascal! How can you be as slippery as an eel? I refuse to be thwarted by mere luck. Showa roared in frustration. This time, he opened his massive mouth and inhaled a tremendous gust of air into his belly. Wind release, sand scatter bomb. Showa's limbs pressed against the ground as he unleashed a torrent of basketball-sized sand projectiles from his mouth, akin to a machine gun, relentlessly firing at Chiba. Chiba could only rely on the Flying Thunder God to dodge continuously. Such a formidable assault was ill-suited for ice-based defenses. Evading with the Flying Thunder God was the optimal choice. Boom, boom. The sand projectiles struck the ground in hills, resulting in widespread explosions that reverberated with thunderous roars. In mere moments, the once towering hill behind Chiba had been reduced to a honeycomb-like state, smoke billowing from the remnants. Ugh, I'm exhausted. You scoundrel. Why are you so elusive? Finally, Showa's ammunition was depleted. He panted heavily, ceasing his attack, his raccoon-like face etched with frustration. Yet, Chiba did not relent. Utilizing the minimal chakra expended for the Flying Thunder God technique was trivial for him. He exhibited neither breathlessness nor discomfort. Seizing the opportunity while Shikaku remained inactive, he dashed towards the beast with fervor. Whoosh! He leapt swiftly onto a tree trunk, ascending rapidly and leveraging the height of the tree's apex. He propelled himself into the air, plummeting towards Shikaku. Shikaku, take this punch. Chiba shouted, his fist clenched in preparation for a powerful strike. You are merely courting death. Shikaku, unfazed, swung his massive palm upwards to grasp Chiba mid-air. Soft fist explosion. Boom. The radiant force of Chiba's fist collided with Shikaku's hand, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The enormous palm disintegrated, scattering sand and debris into the air. Undeterred, Chiba's fist continued its descent, cleaving through Shikaku's colossal arm, severing it cleanly in two. Act, that hurts. The two halves of the sandy arm crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, accompanied by Shikaku's piercing, anguished wail. In that fleeting moment, Shikaku comprehended the true terror of Chiba, now hesitant to exhibit arrogance, fearing further assault. As Chiba landed, he struck his chest fiercely, launching a counterattack. The sand on his chest writhed violently, forming multiple sand-like projectiles. In the next instant, hardened grains the size of bullets erupted from Shikaku's chest, relentlessly assaulting Chiba. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sand bullets pounded the earth, creating deep craters of 5 to 6 meters. Chiba, recognizing the danger, opted for caution. After all, Shikaku was a tailed beast. He swiftly retreated. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. Chiba vanished from his position, reappearing 10 meters back. As more projectiles were unleashed by Shikaku, Chiba adeptly evaded them by nimbly shifting from side to side. Shikaku, are you satisfied with my punch? Chiba exclaimed, springing onto the summit of a large rock, gazing down at Shikaku with a smirk. Who? You little brat. Don't get too cocky. That was merely a momentary lapse on my part. Shikaku gasped heavily. Although his form was composed of sand, the impact of Chiba's attack still inflicted pain. Most critically, his left arm was severed, leaving him incapable of regeneration for the time being. This meant he was now at a disadvantage in combat against Chiba, missing an entire limb. That is, and not a Chiba, is he truly a monster? On the outskirts of the Death Forest, Akatsuki was racing towards the center. She leapt from the treetops, peering through her binoculars to monitor the unfolding battle. Though she could not discern every detail of the conflict, she witnessed Chiba's aerial assault, where he severed Shikaku's left arm with a single punch, an image that was indelibly etched in her mind. Previously, she had only heard from Kurenai about a remarkably powerful young individual under her command. At that time, Hongdo was still rather skeptical, dismissing Zairong's claims as mere bravado. Yet, in retrospect, it appears that Zairong's words were indeed understated. Chiyé's prowess is not merely formidable, it borders on the monstrous and the extraordinary. He is capable of engaging in combat single-handedly against tailed beasts. At this moment, Kanjiro and Temari had already made their escape to a safe zone. Concealing themselves amidst the dense foliage of a towering tree, observing the clash between Chiyé and Shikaku. Temari swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Hey, Kanjiro, do you think that guy, Hinata Chiyé, might actually be able to defeat Shikaku?" Kanjiro, pale and exasperated, replied, "Given the current circumstances, it is not entirely impossible. I genuinely suspect that there may be a monster residing within Hinata Chiyé's body. Last time I heard from Teacher Maki, Konoha possesses the Nine Tails. Could it be that the Nine Tails is sealed within Hinata Chiyé?" Temari's eyes suddenly gleamed, as if she had finally grasped why Chiyé could be so extraordinarily powerful. "Yes, I concur with your assessment, Kanjiro. You are quite astute." With the emergence of the colossal Shikaku, the other participants in this examination were hastening toward the heart of the Forest of Death, not to engage in battle, but out of curiosity about the individual daring to confront such a formidable creature. In another location, Inuzuka, Chiba, Hinata, and Naruto had also selected an opportune vantage point to observe the unfolding spectacle. They nestled atop a hill, revealing only half of their heads, thus remaining out of harm's way. Hinata's face radiated joy. "Wonderful. Brother Chiyé is holding his own against that monster." Chiba nodded, seemingly unfazed. "Rest assured, Hinata. Chiyé will be fine. As far as I recall, there has yet to be anything he cannot handle." Sakura scoffed, retorting, "What a boast. That monster is Shikaku, the one tail of Sunagakure. Don't assume that just because Chiyé can damage one of Shikaku's arms, he can actually defeat it." As a top student, she had some knowledge of the tailed beasts, having at least seen images of Shikaku in her studies. Her remarks irked Chiba and Hinata, who detested any disparagement of Chiyé. Hinata opened her mouth, hesitating to speak, ultimately refraining. She was aware of her shortcomings in debate and knew she could not outshine Sakura. However, Chiba had no such reservations. He shot a sidelong glance at Sakura and, with a hint of mockery, said, "Sakura, just watch closely. When Chiyé triumphs over Shikaku, I hope you still retain this confidence." Wind release, sand bullet. Shikaku, with 3 limbs grounded, launched yet another assault. Employing the same tactic, basketball-sized sand orbs erupted from its mouth with a swift whoosh. Boom, boom. Chiyé evaded to the left and right, the cacophony of explosions reverberating around him. Yet, not a single sandball struck Chiba. With the assistance of his Byakugan and the mobility afforded by the Flying Thunder God technique, Shikaku's feeble assaults proved utterly ineffectual. "Shikaku, still relying on the same old tricks. Do you possess no other techniques?" Chiba taunted as he made his escape. Infuriated, Shikaku unleashed a furious roar. "You damn little brat. Don't be so smug. Watch as I swiftly put an end to you." As he slid down, Shikaku raised his head dramatically, his mouth widening to its fullest extent. A tempestuous swirl of red and black chakra rapidly coalesced at the edge of his lips, forming a small black orb that spun incessantly. With an increase in chakra release, the orb swelled in size, soon matching the dimensions of Shikaku's mouth. "Ah, this fellow does possess some skill," Chiba mused. Recognizing that Shikaku's earlier attack was not merely a fruitless endeavor. First and foremost, Shikaku was well aware of the overwhelming potency of Chiba's fist strikes, and thus had no intention of engaging in close combat. Through a relentless barrage of sand bullets, he had compelled Chiba to retreat, creating distance for the purpose of harnessing the tailed beast ball for his most formidable strike. However, Shikaku had miscalculated one critical aspect, Chiba's habit of leaving behind a Flying Thunder God mark wherever he roamed. Just as he had approached Shikaku, he had inscribed a mark on the large tree he had leaped from, which remained intact, its mark still present. In an instant, Chiba vanished from his position, reappearing atop the tree branch. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique straight toward Shikaku's face. "You bastard!" Shikaku hissed, realizing the impending danger. He quickly raised his remaining hand, attempting to swat away the airborne kunai. But just as his massive palm was about to connect with the kunai, Chiba vanished from the tree, reappearing midair to deliver a powerful punch aimed directly at Shikaku's colossal hand. Gentle fist explosion. With a resounding impact, Chiba's fist collided with Shikaku's enormous palm, causing it to shatter and eliciting a pained scream from Shikaku, whose massive form trembled from the force. Yet, Chiba's onslaught did not wane. As he unleashed his punch, a solid ice mirror formed beneath his feet, propelling him forward in a fierce charge toward Shikaku's head. Ha! With a mighty shout, the residual force of Chiba's gentle fist explosion descended heavily upon Shikaku's chin, delivering a devastating blow infused with the full power of his 6th-level dark energy. Despite having diminished half of its force while shattering the colossal palm of Shoha, the remaining strength struck against his jaw, inevitably shattering half of his skull. An excruciatingly sharp and piercing scream erupted from within Shoha's abdomen. The once cunning eyes of the raccoon cat finally revealed an overwhelming terror. He dared not engage in further combat with Chiba, hastily retracting his body and seeking refuge within the seal of Gaara. "You scoundrel, Gaara! How dare you summon such a twisted little demon for battle? I shall surely settle the score with you later." The voice gradually faded, until it vanished entirely. Accompanying this, Shoha's immense form collapsed with a thunderous crash, akin to a great mountain suddenly falling, burying a vast expanse beneath its weight. At that moment, the slumbering Gaara awakened, his entire being rendered feeble, devoid of even the slightest strength to move. He could only gaze in terror at Chiba, who approached him with deliberate steps. "What manner of monster are you? Please, do not come any closer." At last, Gaara was consumed by sheer panic and dread. Although he had just succumbed to slumber, he had witnessed Shoha's fierce battle for control of his body, fully perceiving the horror that was Chiba. Gaara, now akin to Shoha, began to feel a profound fear towards Chiba. This marked the first time he had experienced such terror since the passing of Yashimura years prior. However, this fear stemmed from the dread of death itself, contrasting with the earlier fear which had arisen from the loss of loved ones and comrades. Chiba continued to advance, step by step, his lips curling into a smile as he quietly gazed at Gaara. "Fear, a primal instinct, should be quite foreign to you, isn't it?" Gaara indeed felt fear, a terror that made his muscles tremble uncontrollably. To him, Chiba's smile appeared as terrifying as that of a grim reaper. Chiba slightly bent down, grasping Gaara by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. "Remember this sensation, this feeling of fear, for when you recklessly take another's life, others will experience similar emotions. Gaara, your happiness need not be built upon the suffering of others. Cherish those who treat you kindly." "Gaara!" From a distance, Temari shouted, rushing towards them without regard for her own safety. Chiba chose not to end Gaara's life not out of mercy, but because it was unnecessary. The punishment he had delivered was sufficient. Chiba had already cast a deep shadow over Gaara's psyche. With a casual flick of his wrist, he discarded Gaara, who fell heavily to the ground with a thud. Struggling against his immobilized body and fading consciousness, Gaara fixed his gaze on Chiba, questioning, "Why? Why does he not kill me when the opportunity is so ripe? Cherishing those who are good to me? What does that even mean?" A myriad of questions swirled within Gaara's mind. He turned to see Temari, recklessly rushing towards him, and Kankuro, whose ribs were shattered, staggering forward while coughing blood. It was then that Gaara began to grasp something profound. So, it was true. Chiba was referring to them, the bonds he had always envied. Could he truly possess such connections? Perhaps he had always had them, only to overlook their existence. "Gaara, are you all right?" Temari reached him, casting an incredulous glance at Chiba before rushing to inquire about his condition. "I'm fine, Temari," Gaara weakly replied. "You two can talk. I'll take my leave." Chiba nodded at Temari before activating his Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing beside Hinata. "Wonderful. Chiba, you triumphed over that terrifying monster," Hinata exclaimed. Her Byakugan activated, sensing Chiba's presence immediately. She was elated, throwing her arms around him in an enthusiastic embrace. This was a predictable outcome, after all. Chiba chuckled, wrapping his arms around the little girl. She had finally begun to respond positively, willingly embracing him. It seemed his efforts to win her heart had proven effective. Of course, it was to be expected, Inuzuka Kiba remarked, then cast a mocking glance at Sakura. Some people were so bold as to claim that Chiba would never defeat Shikaku. Isn't this a slap in the face? Humph, what's so great about that? Sakura crossed her arms, her expression one of indignation. Naruto exclaimed, "Chiba, you are truly remarkable. You managed to defeat such a formidable foe." Before Chiba could respond, a figure clad in a light yellow cloak swiftly approached from the thicket behind them. Hinata Chiba. The voice belonged to a woman. Everyone turned in unison to see Mitarashi Anko. Inuzuka Kiba remarked, "Huh? Isn't she the proctor for the second exam? What brings her here?" Naruto scratched his head. "Yeah, She must have been drawn here by that giant. Anko halted at the base of the slope and hurried toward Chiba. She glanced around in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the presence of so many newly participating Leaf Genin in the CHNIN exam. Hinata, at that moment, was still nestled in Chiba's embrace. Realizing this, she flushed crimson and quickly extricated herself from his hold. Chiba gently ruffled Hinata's hair before addressing Anko. Teacher, what brings you here? Anko pouted. How can you even ask? What on earth happened? Why were you fighting Shikaku? Chiba sighed and pointed to Gaara, who was being supported by Temari several dozen meters away. What else could it be? We encountered trouble among the participants in the CHNIN exam. There was a Jinchuriki from Sunagakure, and we had a conflict. I merely forced Shikaka back into its seal. What? Anko's lips twitched. This brat had the audacity to downplay the fact that he repelled Shikaku. During her approach, Anko had been observing the battle through binoculars. She had witnessed the fierce clash between Chiba and Shikaku. The reason she felt compelled to inquire further was that everything seemed so surreal, almost dreamlike. How could one single person shatter Shikaku with just a few blows? Naruto quickly interjected to support Chiba. Teacher, Chiba isn't lying. We all saw it with our own eyes. Inazuka Kiba echoed. That's right. We were all present to witness it. Anko felt a wave of frustration. She thought to herself that she already knew all of this. She merely wished to understand what kind of creature this Hinata Chiba was, to possess such extraordinary strength, before she could voice her questions. Shadows began to dart toward them from the thicket. Anko instinctively remarked, have the Umbu arrived? Their response is remarkably swift. Even the third Hokage is here. Indeed. Among those shadows was an elderly man clad in a white robe and adorned with the Hokage hat, being escorted at the center, making his way toward them. Anko, what exactly transpired? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, frowning as he halted before Chiba and his companions. He had only grasped a vague understanding of the recent battle. Anko replied, Third Hokage, I apologize. The crisis should be considered temporarily averted. Shikaku has been defeated. Sarutobi nodded, awaiting further elaboration from Anko. Hongdo continued. The individual who vanquished the one-tailed Shikaku is a genin by the name of Hyuga Chiba, one of the participants in this Chunin examination. Chiba? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, his gaze shifting towards Chiba. He was familiar with him, as Chiba was a prodigy who ranked alongside Sasuke as the top genius of their generation. However, during subsequent mission handovers, Chiba had shown a reluctance to visit the Hokage office. He consistently left the task to Yuhi Kurini and a few others, choosing instead to avoid the hassle. As their encounters dwindled, the busy Hokage gradually began to forget about Chiba. He had, however, heard from Hongdo about Chiba's formidable strength. Yet he had dismissed it, considering Chiba merely a talented individual worthy of cultivation. Chiba, did you single-handedly defeat Shikaku? Hiruzen stepped forward, grasping Chiba's hand, his voice trembling slightly. Indeed, Lord Third, Chiba nodded. He felt somewhat unaccustomed to Hiruzen's sudden warmth. Excellent, splendid, ha ha ha. Hiruzen laughed heartily, gazing at Chiba as if he were a cherished treasure, which made Chiba even more uncomfortable. He withdrew his arm from Hiruzen's wrinkled hand and waved it dismissively. Lord Third, please refrain from such behavior. I am not inclined that way. What? Hiruzen was taken aback. The others present were equally astonished, not expecting Chiba to make such a jest at that moment. Realizing his own indiscretion, Hiruzen awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem, well, Hongdo. Quickly take a few individuals and intercept the Jinchuriki of Shikaku from Sunagakure. We must seek an explanation from them regarding this matter. Hongdo nodded. Understood, Lord Third. She signaled to several Umbu, leading them towards Gaara and his entourage. At this moment, Chiba sensed the watchful eyes hidden among the nearby trees, undoubtedly belonging to the other participants of the Chunin examination. Hiruzen noticed this too, but paid it no mind, addressing Chiba and the other Leaf Genin. You all have worked hard. Has the examination been proceeding smoothly? Naruto shook his head. Old man Third, we encountered numerous dangers. Just yesterday, we were chased by a snake-like individual, and Sasuke was even bitten by him. What? Hiruzen was startled once more. The mention of a snake instinctively conjured thoughts of Orochimaru. Could it truly be that Orochimaru had arrived? He muttered to himself, then called to Chiba and the others. You youngsters, come over here and recount the events of the past 2 days in detail. Chiba, of course, had no objections and followed behind Hiruzen. The others also remained silent, offering no further comments. Subsequently, Chiba and his companions recounted their recent encounters to Sarutobi Hiruzen, detailing their confrontation with Orochimaru, the pursuit by 20 Leaf Ninjas, and their encounter with Shikaku, the One-Tail. Initially, Chiba intended to discuss the matter of the 20 ninjas with Yuhi Kurenai first. However, with Sarutobi Hiruzen present, there was no longer any necessity for concealment. Thus, he chose to convey everything directly and candidly for the sake of efficiency. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen was already somewhat aware of Chiba's mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, which left him astonished. He even took Chiba aside to inquire if he was the mysterious villager who had appeared when Naruto pilfered the sealing scroll. Chiba did not shy away from the truth and admitted it openly. This revelation did not stem from a reckless desire to expose himself. The fact that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique was witnessed by many, making it impossible to hide. Furthermore, Chiba's strength had reached a formidable level, rendering him unafraid of any repercussions from Sarutobi Hiruzen. Moreover, Chiba was confident that Sarutobi Hiruzen would not resort to confinement or interrogation over the theft of the Flying Thunder God technique. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was not opposed to others learning such a powerful ninjutsu. However, his personal inclinations meant he only allowed those loyal to him to have access to it. Chiba had demonstrated sufficient strength, surpassing even Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading the latter to seek to ally with him rather than eliminate him like Danzo, who acted foolishly by resorting to violence against those who defied him. The question of why Sarutobi Hiruzen had ascended to the position of Hokage while Danzo had not, despite years of scheming, became evident. Sarutobi Hiruzen excelled in strategic thinking and a broader perspective, outmaneuvering Danzo significantly. Reality affirmed Chiba's thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled kindly and asked, "Chiba, I did not anticipate you would encounter so much in the past few days. Have you sustained any injuries?" Chiba shook his head and replied, "No, third Hokage. Do you not hold it against me for stealing the Flying Thunder God technique?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, saying, "How could I? I was indeed upset for a time regarding the sealing of the technique, but that was due to concerns over potential spies from other villages stealing our vital ninjutsu. Now that I know you have learned it, and have quietly grown to this extent, I bear no ill will towards you." With a sigh, he continued, "Since Minato's departure, no one has mastered this technique in over a decade. Your ability to learn it signifies the legacy of the second Hokage has been passed on." Chiba smiled, choosing not to elaborate or comment further, as he remained uncertain of the veracity of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. It appears that the old man is merely attempting to bridge the gap between both parties through his seemingly amiable demeanor. Chiba, strive diligently and mature quickly. Once the Nin exams conclude, I shall consider whether to assign you to the Umbu or transfer you to another significant department. A talent such as yours is indeed rare. Who knows, you may one day assume the mantle of Hokage, ha ha ha. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Chiba on the shoulder, offering words that resembled encouragement and promotion. With his hands clasped behind his back, he departed to assign tasks to the Umbu personnel. "Gather the bodies of those ninjas who ambushed Chiba and bring them back for examination," he commanded. "Yes, Lord Third." Chiba silently observed Sarutobi Hiruzen as he receded from view, remaining taciturn. On the surface, the old man had indeed treated him well, refraining from pursuing the matter of Chiba's theft of the sealing techniques and even suggesting a promotion. However, Chiba understood that the majority of Sarutobi's motives were rooted in the desire to win him over. To take over the position of Hokage, you say? I have no interest in such a role at present. With a sigh, Chiba made his way toward Hinata and the others. Strictly speaking, the words Sarutobi had just spoken might not hold much weight. Chiba was acutely aware that Konoha was on the verge of facing formidable enemies. It was likely that Sarutobi would be slain by his own disciple. Thus, the notion of Chiba joining the Umbu seemed increasingly improbable. "Chiba, what did Lord Third say to you?" Hinata inquired, trotting over. Chiba instinctively ruffled Hinata's hair and smiled. "Nothing much. Lord Third suggested we continue with the exam. How about we leave this place now?" As he spoke, Chiba's gaze became profound, directed toward a cluster of trees behind them. Even now, a few pairs of eyes lingered, quietly observing. Those were the ninjas participating in the Nin exams, some of whom were still reveling in the spectacle. "Hyuga," Chiba called out. "On it." Hyuga responded with a grin, his keen sense having already alerted him to the presence of individuals concealed within the thicket. Consequently, the trio sprinted toward the direction of the trees. They had yet to retrieve the scrolls, and those individuals would serve as a suitable distraction. "Not good. Those individuals are charging toward us. Run," one shouted. "What are you afraid of? This is the Nin exam. Even if they are Konoha ninjas, the Umbu won't intervene." The figures in the thicket, realizing the unusual situation, reacted differently. Some sought to flee while others prepared for battle. "Hyuga, 8 trigrams 32 palms." Chiba did not even have the chance to intervene. In a flash, Inuzuka Chiba, alongside Akamaru, transformed and executed a swift attack, incapacitating one of the attackers on the spot. The remaining two found themselves within Hinata's striking range. A flurry of gentle fist strikes erupted, accompanied by Hinata's commanding voice, as the two men were swiftly subdued. "Let me see what scrolls they possess," Chiba remarked with a faint smile, scanning the three individuals. Their forehead protectors bore the insignia of the Hot Springs village. Clearly, they were three naive youths. After each of them had finished their search, they finally uncovered a scroll of the earth. Chiba raised the scroll triumphantly, exclaiming, "I found it. How wonderful." In great delight, Inuzuka Chiba and Hinata rushed over to Chiba, celebrating by high-fiving him. "Naruto, you'll have to manage on your own. We're heading straight towards the central tower." With a wave of his hand to Naruto, Chiba, accompanied by Hinata and Chiba, dashed away from the scene. "By the way, I haven't utilized today's two copying opportunities yet." It suddenly dawned on Chiba, prompting him to activate the system's copying function. "Congratulations. You have acquired a small amount of Nara clan bloodline power." "Congratulations. The copying of Nara clan bloodline power has been completed." After 2 successful copies, Chiba had effectively mastered the Nara bloodline. Upon sensing his body, he found no peculiar changes. Regarding the usage of the shadow imitation technique, Chiba felt utterly bewildered. Had he perhaps copied a counterfeit? At the very least, there should have been some enhancement to his intelligence. "System, how do I utilize the shadow imitation?" Ding. The shadow imitation differs from ice release. It requires mastering the unique hand seals of the Nara clan's shadow techniques. So that was it. Acquiring the hand seals necessary for the shadow imitation technique would not be difficult. He planned to ask Shikamaru later, confident he would be generous with his knowledge. The trio continued their journey forward and soon encountered Gaara and Temari. They were surrounded by a group of Konoha Anbu, being escorted back towards the outskirts of the forest. This might prove beneficial for Temari and the others. Both Kankuro and Gaara had been rendered incapable of fighting. Their small team would certainly be unable to continue in the competition. With Anbu guiding them away, they would receive the healing they needed. Upon seeing Chiba and his companions, Temari's eyes flickered with a complex expression. She handed the unconscious Gaara to one of the Anbu, giving a few instructions before turning and rushing toward Chiba. "Chiba-kun, thank you." Chiba looked at her in confusion and asked, "For what?" Temari offered a bittersweet smile. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not thanking you for defeating us. I'm not that petty. I genuinely appreciate your mercy in not delivering a fatal blow." Understanding her sentiment, Chiba waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. No need to thank me. In fact, I have a rather favorable impression of the three of you. Be sure to tell Kankuro and Gaara not to act arrogantly in front of me again, or I might just have to teach them a lesson." Temari was left speechless, wondering about the absurdity of it all. Nevertheless, she interpreted Chiba's words as a kindness. "Chiba-kun, can I take that to mean you have some interest in me?" A blush crept across Temari's cheeks as she playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Chiba found himself momentarily at a loss for words. If you choose to interpret it that way, I suppose it's acceptable. Let us go, Hinata, Chiba." With that, Chiba led the two of them forward at a brisk pace. As Shumari gazed longingly at Chiba's retreating figure, a faint smile graced her lips. Did he just tacitly acknowledge my unspoken confession? "Hey, Miss Shumari, it's time to go," urged a member of the Anbu. "I know. I'm coming," she replied. The trio leapt nimbly over the tree trunks in the forest. Inuzuka Chiba glanced at Chiba, teasingly inquired, "Chiba, have you been flirting with that girl again? Don't you think you should give the rest of us guys a chance?" Chiba waved his hand dismissively. "No, I was just joking with her. My interest lies solely with Hinata." Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson. Her earlier feelings of jealousy evaporated instantly. Then, Chiba turned to Chiba, remarking, "Chiba, if you truly wish to pursue a girl, you should first address the odor of dog that clings to you. Otherwise, no girl will want to come near you." "What? It's not that bad," Chiba retorted, his confidence wavering as he sniffed at his sleeve. "Woof." Akamaru barked at Chiba, expressing his discontent. The trio continued their journey in silence, even neglecting to eat lunch. Their path remained unobstructed, and they finally arrived at the outskirts of the central tower by the evening. One cannot deny the vast expanse of this death forest. Chiba and his companions were not the first to arrive. Several groups had already reached the destination ahead of them. Among them was a trio from the Sound Village, Tisu, Saku, and Kin. For reasons unknown, they had not followed the original storyline to carry out Orochimaru's mission of pursuing Sasuke. There was also the rough-browed trio, Niji, Lee, and Tintin, along with 2 other groups of ninjas from neighboring villages, whom Chiba did not recognize apart from their headbands. Chiba, over here. Niji, with his keen eyesight, spotted Chiba and waved enthusiastically. I'm here. Niji, Tintin, Lee, Chiba replied, waving back. The group gathered together for a casual chat, discussing the battles that had taken place in the woods. Chiba learned that Niji's team had actually been among the first to arrive, having reached the location 2 days prior. This meant they had obtained the scrolls on the first day and arrived at the central tower by the second. Under Lee's enthusiastic guidance, the group proceeded to the cafeteria for dinner before the responsible ninjas arranged accommodations for the examination participants. Before long, 2 to 3 days had passed. The 7-day deadline for the second examination had arrived, with only 7 teams successfully passing. The majority of others had perished in the forest, never to emerge again. Some, like Gaara's team, had been severely injured and were hospitalized, temporarily unable to compete. Inside the central tower, on the first floor, a spacious hall was occupied by a ninja clad in a green vest, his head wrapped in a black scarf. Surveying the surroundings as he began to outline the rules for the upcoming examination, he occasionally coughed into his hand, giving the impression of a chronic ailment, exuding an air of frailty, akin to the swift moonlight. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all those who have successfully passed the second assessment. As long as you continue to complete the subsequent 2 evaluations, you shall officially become true nin. The third assessment shall now commence, with the content determined by lottery. Pairing contestants for direct confrontations. The victors will advance to the next round, while those who lose will forfeit their qualifications for nin promotion. On the second floor above the hall, a large circle of ninjas stood behind the railing, quietly listening to the assessment rules. Among them was Chiba, who activated a replication technique directed at the swift moonlight. Ding! Congratulations, you have gathered a sample of the Moonlight Clan's bloodline limit. Congratulations. You have replicated a portion of the Moonlight Clan's bloodline limit power. The Swift Moonlight specialty was the technique of intangibility, a bloodline limit belonging to the Moonlight Clan that could render the body invisible, making it exceptionally suited for ambushes and surprise attacks. However, as the Swift Moonlight was the sole heir of his lineage, the technique of intangibility was lost with his demise in the original narrative. Now, we invite the third Hokage to draw the first pair of competitors. The Swift Moonlight coughed discreetly and gestured toward a high platform on the second floor. The crowd turned their gazes to the platform, where Sarutobi Hiruzen, wearing the Hokage hat, nodded in acknowledgement. He then pressed a remote button. Names began to scroll across the display screen suspended above the second floor, eventually settling on the contestants. Sokka versus Rock Lee. Lee, let us see how you perform. Mike Guy said, giving a thumbs up. Understood, teacher Guy? Rock Lee saluted, his white teeth gleaming with a brilliant light as he leapt directly down from the railing. Sokka said little, jumping down from the second floor to face Lee. The two had already had some friction during the first assessment, but they had not officially clashed. Chiba surveyed his surroundings and made his way toward the trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji nearby. Hey, Chiba-kun, are you here to see me? Ino spotted him from a distance, rushing over to hug one of his arms, her soft, newly developed form rubbing against him. Chiba felt a surge of delight, but shook his head. Ino, I'm here to find Shikamaru. What? Can't you just pretend for a moment? That would make me happy. Ino feigned a pout, yet her affectionate rubbing showed no sign of abating. Oh, Chiba, hello there, Asuma greeted with a smile. He had been pursuing Kurenai Yuhi lately, and often mentioned Chiba in conversation. Hello, teacher Asuma, Chiba responded politely. Shikamaru, cradling the back of his head, asked with mild surprise. Chiba, what brings you to me? Although Chiba was once an exemplary student, he was not as aloof as Sasuke. His interactions with Shikamaru were limited, resulting in a lack of familiarity between them. What else is there to say? I simply wish to inquire about the shadow techniques of your clan. However, in the presence of so many people, Chiba refrained from speaking directly. He said, Shikamaru, I have a favor to ask. Could you come over here for a moment? Sure. Shikamaru replied, hesitating for a few seconds before nodding in agreement. Chiba playfully nudged Ino's forehead and remarked, Ino, could you refrain from being so familiar with me? It creates an uncomfortable atmosphere. Ino pouted, I only do it because I like you. Chiba felt a headache coming on, and the others around them shared a look of bemusement. Nevertheless, they were somewhat accustomed to Ino's bold personality, so it did not strike them as strange. Finally escaping Ino's antics, Chiba led Shikamaru to a secluded corner of the stairwell. Shikamaru inquired, What is it, Chiba? You seem rather mysterious. Chiba smiled and produced a large bundle of scrolls, thrusting them into Shikamaru's arms. I wish to propose a trade. Shikamaru, taken aback, sat down on the stairs and began to examine the scrolls laid out before him. Water release technique, water surge. Earth release technique, earth split. Wind release technique, wind cutter. The scrolls represented 4 distinct types of ninjutsu, with each elemental style containing 2 or 3 variations. Most of these scrolls had been acquired from root ninjas and during previous missions alongside other shinobi. What do you expect me to do with these? Shikamaru asked, puzzled. Chiba replied, it's quite simple. I will give you these scrolls, and in return, I need you to disclose the hand seals for the Nara clan's shadow techniques. Shikamaru, astute and quick-witted, immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Chiba was not a member of the Nara clan. What use would he have for their hand seals? He hesitated, questioning, what do you need the hand seals for? Chiba answered candidly, to practice, of course. Would you believe me if I said I could learn your clan's shadow techniques? Shikamaru chuckled, shaking his head in disbelief. Impossible, don't joke around. Suddenly, Chiba rummaged through his belongings and produced an oversized backpack, presenting it to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, if you tell me all the hand seals, I assure you I will not divulge any information to outsiders. This bag contains 10 million ryo, all of it yours. Observing that Shikamaru was unmoved by the scrolls, Chiba reasoned that money would surely pique his interest. Based on Chiba's observations, the Nara and Akimichi clans were not particularly wealthy. Indeed, when Shikamaru unzipped the backpack, his eyes widened with astonishment. Such a substantial sum, combined with the scrolls, would be hard to resist. With Chiba's promise in mind, Shikamaru felt increasingly at ease. All right, it's a deal, he agreed. Chiba promptly handed him a notebook and a pen, signaling for him to begin writing. Shikamaru did not hesitate and proceeded to document the hand seals for the shadow imitation technique, shadow stitching technique, and shadow strangulation technique, among others that were most frequently used. Handing the notebook to Chiba, Shikamaru reiterated, Chiba, you must ensure that my father remains oblivious to this matter. He has cautioned me countless times that such things should not be disclosed to outsiders. Rest assured, I will, Chiba replied, patting Shikamaru's shoulder. The two then returned to their original positions, with Shikamaru now burdened by a bulging backpack, while Ino and Choji chattered inquisitively nearby. Chiba's smile grew ever more radiant. Although he would not genuinely rely on this shadow technique as a decisive weapon, every jutsu possesses its unique attributes, and when utilized effectively, can yield unexpected outcomes. The third round of the examination proved rather tedious, as Chiba scarcely paid close attention. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of Orochimaru, who, following his defeat and subsequent shedding of skin, likely sought refuge to recuperate. During the first round, Lee was initially subdued by Sokka's formidable palm attacks. However, upon Lee's activation of the 8 gates, Sokka found himself utterly defenseless. In the subsequent second round, Chiba faced Inuzuka Kiba, who conceded defeat without a fight. The remaining competitors advancing included Hinata Hyuga, Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Nichi Hyuga, Toshi, and Kodo, totaling 8 who progressed, 6 of whom hailed from the hidden Leaf village. Originally, Gaara and Temari were expected to advance without issue, yet regrettably, both Gaara and Kankuro were severely injured by Chiba, forcing Temari to withdraw alongside them. Thus, the final outcome unfolded as it did. Sarutobi Hiruzen rose and approached the railing, gesturing to the crowd. Everyone, your efforts over the past days have been commendable. The third round of the examination officially concludes here. We shall anticipate the forthcoming fourth round, where we can witness the performances of this new generation of ninjas. Following Hiruzen's address, Tsukikage Shurden stepped forward to announce the rules for the upcoming examination. The fourth round would commence in 2 weeks' time, allowing participants ample opportunity to recuperate and hone their skills. As Hiruzen concluded his speech, all competitors and their respective instructors dispersed. In truth, the Chunin exams are far more than mere assessments. Each year, the major ninja villages take turns hosting these exams, inviting participants from other villages. The underlying motive is simple: profit. The great ninja villages leverage their reputations and the structured nature of these examinations to attract ninjas from surrounding smaller villages, ultimately aiming to stimulate local economies. With the Chunin exams, it is widely known that the final matches are open to the public. This implies that the final showdown will feature designated spectator seating, with ticket prices typically set at a premium. Due to the possibility of spectating, wealthy merchants and affluent individuals are drawn to the village to partake in its offerings. The allure of a ninja duel is undeniably captivating for the average person. As for the ninjas from the neighboring small villages, why do they willingly allow themselves to be seen as mere tools for exploitation? Within their own villages, they can achieve the rank of chunin as long as they report information upward, which is recognized. Part of the reason is that some smaller villages possess ninjas but lack the infrastructure of a ninja village, as their size is insufficient to support such a system. Another reason is their desire to leverage the platform of larger ninja villages to bolster their own reputation. If they can reach the finals, regardless of the outcome, merely making an appearance will ensure that many will remember them. Chiba, let us go, Hinata urged, tugging at Chiba's arm. Yes, let us head home, Chiba nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the trio followed the main group as they made their way towards the outskirts of the Forest of Death. A 2-week interlude awaited them, during which Chiba could spend quality time with Hinata, indulging in leisurely days together. Simultaneously, a plan began to quietly form in Chiba's mind regarding how to deal with Shimura Danzo. Danzo was no virtuous character, and he had already harbored intentions of harm towards Chiba. From this moment forward, Chiba resolved not to let him off easily. However, he did not intend to recklessly storm into the root headquarters to confront the entire organization, even though he felt no fear. It was prudent to exercise caution, especially considering his ties to the Hyuga clan. Any misstep could endanger the entire clan. Thus, the matter of eliminating Danzo would have to wait until Orochimaru launched his assault on Konoha. Only amidst the chaos of the village would be the opportune moment to strike. 12 days swiftly passed. On this particular afternoon, a sudden notification chimed in Chiba's mind. Ding. A temporary mission has been triggered. Mission details. Rescue Moonlight Gale. Complete the mission to receive double rewards for today's replication. It had been quite some time since a system task had appeared, leaving Chiba momentarily bewildered. If memory served him correctly, Moonlight Gale's demise stemmed from inadvertently eavesdropping on a conversation between Yakushi Kabuto and Maki. Unfortunately, he had been discovered and ultimately killed by Maki of Sunagakure. The system issuing a task indicated that today marked the fateful day of Moonlight Gale. Checking the system panel, Chiba noted, phase shift, 2450. The replication count for phase shift had reached 24. With today's rewards doubled, it could potentially reach 22. In just over 10 days, he would acquire this ninjutsu. Well, since he found himself with idle time, perhaps he would save Gale's life. Chiba mused to himself, having made up his mind. In the southwestern region of Konoha, on a gradually dimming roadway, a ninja clad in a green vest and a scarf was walking slowly forward. Occasionally, he would cough discreetly into his hand. He was none other than Moonlight Gale, the sole inheritor of Phase Shift, having just completed his shift handover with a colleague. This path was essential for his return home. Yueying must have prepared dinner by now. He longed to rush back immediately. The image of her graceful silhouette floated in his mind, and under the moonlight, he could almost see a warm smile gracing her lips. Just as he contemplated leaping to the rooftop and speeding homeward, 2 ninjas unexpectedly emerged from the corner ahead, furtively surveying their surroundings before slipping beneath a dimly lit stone bridge. He recognized both individuals. One, donning a cloth headband that obscured half of his face and clad in the distinctive attire of the Sand Village, was none other than Maki, the leading jonin of the Sand. The other wore the forehead protector of the Leaf Village, sporting glasses and appearing remarkably youthful. Indeed, it was Kabuto Yakushi. As a long-serving proctor, Kaze had a vivid recollection of Kabuto, who had participated in the Chunin exams numerous times, yet had failed each attempt, leaving a lasting impression on Kaze's mind. What could have brought these two together? Sensing something amiss, Kaze acted without hesitation, activating his invisibility technique to stealthily follow them. Mr. Maki, everything should be set on the sand side, correct? Indeed, all our forces are camped 10 kilometers outside of Konoha. Once the moment is ripe, we shall launch a full-scale assault. However, you must honor the rewards and promises made, without any deceit. Rest assured, Mr. Maki, Lord Orochimaru is known for his reliability. He will not go back on his word concealed behind a stone pillar. Kaze absorbed these monumental secrets with astonishment, instinctively taking a step back, only to inadvertently snap a twig beneath his foot. The faint sound, though subtle, reached Kabuto and Maki's ears. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in their eyes as they charged towards the pillar. Yet, only a trail of footprints remained. No trace of Kaze was to be found. I will eliminate him. This person cannot be spared. Maki's gaze was fierce as he darted away in pursuit. Meanwhile, Kaze sprinted with all his might, aware that conveying this critical information to the third Hokage was paramount. Unfortunately, he did not manage to escape far before being overtaken. On a rooftop, they stood in opposition. "Proctor, you have overheard matters that were never meant for your ears," Maki stated coldly. Kaze slowly drew his katana. "You intend to attack Konoha? I will not allow you to succeed." Maki chuckled darkly. "Regrettably, you are incapable of stopping us. The dead cannot reveal the truth." With that, Maki charged at Kaze. Unyielding, Kaze chose to confront him head-on, for his speed was no match for Maki's. Only through battle could he hope to seize a slim chance of survival. Leaf style, Kaze leaped into the air, unleashing a torrent of blade light aimed at Maki. Maki, wielding a kunai, danced it before him in a flurry of movements. The clashing sounds of metal echoed as their strikes met. Their movements were so swift that they left afterimages in their wake, and the battle raged with unparalleled intensity. On the opposite side of the rooftop, atop a grand tree, a figure crouched behind the foliage, quietly observing the unfolding battle. This individual was Chiba. He had stealthily followed Sasuke Uchiha since dawn, yet he refrained from making his move. Why the hesitation? Why not eliminate Maki directly? The answer lay in Chiba's patience. He awaited the opportune moment when Sasuke Uchiha would be severely injured, allowing him to rush forth to save him and fulfill his mission. There were no ulterior motives. Chiba simply wished to prevent the alliance between Tsunagakure and Otogakure from reaching the third Hokage too soon. Firstly, he did not desire to alter the course of events. Secondly, he needed the chaos created by Orochimaru's assault on Konoha to eliminate Danzo. Without such turmoil, it would be exceedingly difficult to dispose of Danzo. Thus, he resolved to wait until Sasuke Uchiha was rendered incapable of speech before stepping in to rescue him, even if it meant merely completing the task. As for the remaining 2 days, the severely wounded Sasuke Uchiha would languish in a state of unconsciousness, even if there was a chance of him awakening. Chiba would administer sedatives to ensure his continued slumber. On the rooftop, the clash between Maki and Sasuke Uchiha persisted. After a fierce exchange, they momentarily separated, retreating a few steps from one another. Sasuke Uchiha stood with his sword drawn, his expression one of vigilance. In stark contrast, Maki wore a smirk of derision, as if he had found the skirmish rather effortless. Maki declared, "Enough of this play. The canola sword technique is commendable, but alas, you are no match for me." With that, Maki's hands moved with blinding speed. Wind release, wind slash. Upon completing the hand seals, Maki's cheeks puffed, and he unleashed a powerful gust. The whirlwind swept up tiles, hurtling them towards Sasuke Uchiha, concealing sharp blades of wind within. Such power. Sasuke Uchiha gasped. Knowing his expertise lay only in the art of stealth and swordplay, faced with the oncoming wind blades, he could rely solely on his katana. With a flurry of movements, he wielded the sword, executing the Konoha sword technique, creating a dense wall of blade shadows before him. The wind blades collided with the sword's projection, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds, yet they failed to inflict harm upon Sasuke Uchiha. However, Maki's assault was far from over. While Uchiha valiantly defended himself, Maki silently darted to his right side. "Mr. Examiner, today you must perish." A glint of cold malice flashed in his eyes as Maki's kunai, enveloped in a layer of transparent wind blades, struck fiercely towards Sasuke Uchiha. With a sharp sound, Sasuke Uchiha could not evade in time, and a long gash was carved into his chest. Blood gushed forth, instantly staining his green vest. He let out a cry of agony, collapsing to the side. To eradicate the roots, one must strike true. Maki understood that such an injury would not kill Sasuke Uchiha immediately, posing a risk of intelligence being leaked. With a swift motion, he pressed forward again, wielding the wind blade aimed at Uchiha's throat. Ice release. However, this time, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. Observing from the sidelines, Chiba sprang into action, leaping onto the rooftop with a swift motion. With a sudden flourish of his right hand, a gust of chakra surged forth. Before the moonlight gale, a block of ice materialized in an instant. With a sharp crack, the keen wind blade of a kunai sliced through the thick ice, cleaving it in two. Yet, the moonlight gale, lying below, remained unharmed. Who dared? Maki growled in fury, turning to glance aside. The only response was a kunai hurtling toward him. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Maki's mouth as he swung his wind blade. With a decisive snap, the incoming kunai was severed midair. However, this was no ordinary kunai. It was a specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai. In an instant, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. Chiba vanished, only to reappear before Maki, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at him. What? Maki's expression shifted to one of alarm as he sensed the shift in circumstances. The dim light around him obscured Chiba's form, but he deduced it was Chiba based on the close quarter approach. A chill ran down his spine. He foresaw his demise that day. Instinctively, he swung his wind blade as he retreated sharply. Soft fist explosion. The golden glowing fist collided with the sharp wind blade. Unsurprisingly, the wind blade twisted and dissipated, while the kunai shattered into fragments. Maki's right arm was obliterated by the force of the punch. Shattered bones and flesh spraying blood into the air. Fortunately, his reflexes were sharp, allowing him to escape in time, resulting in only a severed arm rather than a fatal blow. A piercing scream erupted as Maki clutched his maimed shoulder. His eyes wide with terror as he awaited Chiba's next move. His voice trembled. You are Hyuga Chiba? Indeed, it is I, Chiba affirmed with a nod. You bastard. Maki spat in fury, turning to flee without hesitation. He was no fool. Remaining here for even a second longer posed a grave risk to his life. As for the potential leak of information, that was an unavoidable consequence. With a monster like Hyuga Chiba, capable of slaying the guardian crane with a single blow, there would be no opportunity left to eliminate the Moonlight Gale. Chiba, quickly, pursue him. Do not let him escape. They are from Sunagakure. As the blood rapidly drained from his body, the Moonlight Gale felt his temperature plummet and his consciousness fade. The wound on his chest was too deep, exposing several severed ribs. Do not worry, I will ensure his demise, Chiba replied, crouching to tend briefly to the Moonlight Gale's wound. Once he slipped into unconsciousness, Chiba lifted him and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, the two vanished from the rooftop. The next moment, Chiba found himself back at his home, carrying the Moonlight Gale. Maki was destined to die. Only with his death could all plans remain intact. As for how to pursue him, Chiba had already made up his mind. He had previously marked the area surrounding the direction in which Maki fled with his Flying Thunder God technique. There was no way for Maki to escape Chiba's grasp. Whoosh! The Flying Thunder God activated. Chiba vanished from his spot, only to reappear at a crossroads on a street. Maki, who was sprinting with all his might, suddenly halted, his face a mask of terror as he stared ahead. For Chiba had blocked his path. What do you intend to do? Maki stammered, his voice trembling. Chiba smiled faintly. You are a seasoned jonin from Sunagakure. How is it that you are reduced to such incoherence, asking such trivial questions? What else could I possibly want but to end your life? With that, Chiba flicked his wrist and hurled a shuriken. Whoosh! The shuriken sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. However, Maki, ever on edge, had also made preparations. He too threw a shuriken in response. Clang! The two shurikens collided midair, ricocheting off to the side. At the moment he threw his shuriken, Maki leapt onto the rooftop of a nearby building, attempting to seize the opportunity to escape. Futile. Once I have set my sights on you, death is your only fate. Chiba dashed and leapt onto the rooftops, moving even faster than Maki. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Maki. In the midst of Maki's horrified glance backward, Chiba delivered a powerful punch to his back. There was no scream. Maki's body was obliterated by the blow, reduced to a gruesome puddle of flesh and blood, scattering across the rooftop. Without a moment's pause, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God again, vanishing from sight, only to reappear in his own home. He entered the room where Tsukuyumi awaited, flicking on the wall light to assess his injuries. The bleeding had ceased. His complexion was pale, but it appeared he would not suffer serious harm. With some time to recuperate, he would recover. Yet, to ensure he could sleep soundly for an extended period, Chiba retrieved a syringe he had prepared in advance and injected a potent anesthetic into his system. Given the dosage and his injuries, he should remain unconscious for 2 to 3 days without issue. Knock, knock, knock. Chiba-kun, wake up. The following morning, the door of Chiba's home was rapped upon. A familiar female voice called from outside. In the kitchen, a smile crept across Chiba's lips as he called out, Come in, Hinata. The door is unlocked. As she pushed the door open and bounded into the kitchen, Hinata's face radiated joy. Chiba-kun, are you making breakfast for me again? She asked. Chiba nodded. Indeed. Today, I have prepared 6 bowls of noodles. That should fill your stomach nicely. Thank you, Chiba-kun, Hinata replied, her cheeks flushing as she added. But it's not that I can eat so much. It's just that your noodles are simply too delicious. Watching Hinata's earnest attempt to save face, Chiba couldn't help but find her utterly adorable. He instinctively reached out to touch her small head, reassuring her, no matter whether you can eat or not, I will marry you in the future. Hinata's delicate face flushed crimson. Stammering, she was at a loss for words. Recently, for reasons unknown, Chiyé had taken to teasing her more frequently. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of happiness in her heart. After their meal, Chiyé did not lead Hinata to practice as usual. With the final assessment competition approaching, it was a time for relaxation. and there was little benefit in continuing rigorous training. Curious, Hinata inquired, Chiyé, if we're not training, where shall we go? Chiyé wrapped an arm around her shoulder, suggesting they take a stroll outside, declaring, today is our special date. Hinata blushed once more. Yet she did not shy away or refuse. With her head nestled against his chest, she nodded softly in agreement. Soon, they departed from the Hyuga clan grounds and wandered aimlessly. Due to the recent Chunin exams, Konoha was bustling with visitors, making every street feel crowded. Thus, Chiyé decided to take Hinata into the wilderness for a leisurely outing. Of course, this excursion was simply to enjoy the fresh air. He harbored no nefarious intentions of engaging Hinata in any wild escapades. Look over there. Isn't that Naruto? Hinata suddenly pointed ahead. Chiyé glanced up and indeed spotted Naruto approaching. Beside him was a tall man with long white hair cascading down his back, clad in a loose dark red kimono, with a large scroll slung across his waist. None other than Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. At this moment, Naruto was with Jiraiya. It appeared he was pestering Jiraiya to learn the art of summoning. Hey, Chiyé, Hinata. From a distance, Naruto waved and called out to them. Chiyé responded with a wave, and soon the four met. Jiraiya regarded Chiyé with a hint of surprise. Although he had only just returned to Konoha, he had gleaned some information about the events in the Forest of Death. Inwardly, Jiraiya mused, is this the boy who defeated Orochimaru and single-handedly repelled the Guardian, Tsunade? He certainly possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Naruto gestured towards Jiraiya, introducing him. Chiyé, Hinata, this is the perverted sage. Upon hearing this, both Hinata and Jiraiya wore peculiar expressions. Hinata was taken aback by the odd title, while Jiraiya vehemently opposed such a lewd nickname. He bellowed at Naruto, kid, how many times must I tell you not to call me the perverted sage? Immediately, crossing his arms over his chest, he struck what he believed to be a striking pose and began to formally introduce himself. Indeed, I am the sage of Mount Mayaboko, revered as the Toad Sage. Also known as Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. The others could only stare in disbelief. Chiba was rendered speechless. Jiraiya's self-introduction reeked of youthful arrogance, rivaling even the exuberance of Guy and Lee as champions of youth. Hinata tugged at Chiba's arm, whispering, Chiba, what is his name? Really? Naruto, unimpressed, picked at his nose and retorted, hey, pervy sage, can we stop wasting time and get back to training? With a thud, Jiraiya collapsed to the ground. Despite his grandiose introduction, none of the three youngsters offered a response. A mere pretense of enthusiastic applause would have alleviated Jiraiya's awkwardness. Today's youth truly lacked decorum. Ultimately, Jiraiya could only scratch his head in embarrassment and address Chiba. You must be Hyuga Chiba. I've heard Naruto mention you quite a bit lately. Would you care to join me for a stroll? Sure. Chiba nodded, somewhat surprised that Jiraiya had taken the initiative to invite him, but he did not decline. The four of them ambled forward, engaging in casual conversation. It was during this exchange that Chiba learned that Naruto had yet to fully master the art of summoning. He was still at the stage of summoning tadpoles. Just yesterday, Jiraiya had instructed Naruto to fulfill all his wishes, such as confessing to the girl he liked and indulging in his favorite foods. The aim was to push Naruto to the brink, forcing him to learn how to summon the toad Gamabunta using the chakra of the nine tails. Alright, that should suffice for now. Jiraiya suddenly halted. Naruto looked perplexed, asking, what are we doing here, pervy sage? Without further ado, Jiraiya raised his hand and pressed it against Naruto's chest, gently propelling him backward. Naruto flew through a thicket of trees, halting midair just beyond the edge of a cliff. Panic washed over Naruto as he flailed his limbs. Ultimately, he plummeted downward. Just as Jiraiya had anticipated, in the midst of his fall, Naruto unlocked his potential, harnessing the Nine Tails chakra to summon Gamabunta. However, Gamabunta was not amused, bouncing around and attempting to shake Naruto off his back. Is Naruto really going to be okay? Hinata gasped, covering her mouth. The heart-stopping scene was almost too much for her to bear. Not only her, but Chiba also felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine for Naruto. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. Don't worry, kiddos. I have faith that Naruto can handle it. He turned to Chiba, his expression turning serious. Now, Chiba, let us have a serious discussion. Chiba, bewildered, asked about what? Jiraiya replied, about how you have honed your abilities. And more importantly, what Orochimaru discussed with you in the Forest of Death. Observing Jiraiya's serious demeanor, Chiba understood that his primary concern revolved around Orochimaru. Given Chiba's current level of strength, any potential dealings with Orochimaru would undoubtedly pose a significant threat to Konoha. Ultimately, Jiraiya remained cautious of Chiba while also worrying about the safety of the village. Chiba stated, "I have not engaged in any discussions with Orochimaru. At that time, he collaborated with 20 elite genin from the route to target me, but I merely retaliated successfully." As he spoke, Chiba utilized his replication ability on Jiraiya but received no feedback. Reality confirmed that Jiraiya lacked any bloodline power. Jiraiya was taken aback. The fact that this young boy could so nonchalantly recount the assault by Orochimaru and 20 elite genin was astonishing. It seemed that his victory over Shikaku was indeed true. Jiraiya couldn't help but ponder the odds of his own victory should he engage in battle with this youth. From his current assessment, it appeared he had no chance of winning at all. "You truly are a remarkable little fellow," he sighed. Chiba smiled, "Rest assured. I only act against those I dislike, and I hold you in high regard." Jiraiya paused, then burst into hearty laughter. "You have quite an eye, little one." Chiba nodded. "Indeed, aside from your lecherous tendencies, you are not without merit. You are deeply loyal and treat us juniors with great kindness. Well, upon further reflection, I can't seem to think of anything else to praise." It would be absurd to comment on his looks. Jiraiya did not refute him. Despite the age gap, he found conversing with Chiba effortless. Although it was their first meeting, there was an unmistakable camaraderie between them. "Little Chiba, may I ask you, do you know why Orochimaru infiltrated Konoha?" Jiraiya, unaware of the situation regarding Sasuke, turned to Chiba, the only one who had interacted with Orochimaru. Chiba nodded, "Of course. He seeks to obtain the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan." Jiraiya inquired in surprise, "Are you referring to that last descendant of the Uchiha clan?" "Yes," Chiba confirmed. The two continued their conversation for quite some time. Meanwhile, Hinata quietly clung to Chiba's arm, listening intently without speaking. She was already aware that Chiba concealed many secrets but never pressed him for details, content with knowing just one thing, that Chiba cared for her. That knowledge was sufficient for her. Their discussion primarily revolved around the cursed seal implanted on Sasuke. Additionally, Jiraiya subtly probed into the reasons behind Chiba's astonishing training speed. In Jiraiya's mind, he continually weighed whether Chiba was indeed the prophesied child foretold by the Toad Sage, the one destined to alter the fate of the ninja world. In many respects, Jiraiya felt that the title suited Chiba perfectly, possessing strength surpassing Tsunade, the Flying Thunder God technique, and Ice Release, mastering such a myriad of perverse techniques. The salvation of the ninja world is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, from a character perspective, he does not perceive Chiba as the prophesied child. Chiba strikes him as a youth with little ambition, merely seeking a tranquil existence, seemingly indifferent to the fate of Konoha. Could such a person truly be the prophesied one? "Mr. Jiraiya, we shall take our leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future," Chiba expressed, gently tugging Hinata as they prepared to depart after an engaging conversation. "Until we meet again, Chiba, Hinata," Jiraiya waved goodbye. On their way, Hinata, linking her arm with Chiba's, inquired curiously, "Chiba, that Lord Jiraiya is one of the legendary three. Is it true he is teaching Naruto-kun ninjutsu? Has Naruto-kun become a disciple of the legendary three?" Chiba nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." Hinata, her curiosity piqued once more, asked, "What about that enormous toad? What level of power does it possess?" "Its size resembles that of a small mountain," Chiba replied. "It likely possesses strength at the level of a Kage, though I cannot ascertain specifics. However, strictly speaking, it is certainly not a foe that could be easily dealt with by mere dozens of average genin. Thus, categorizing it as Kage level seems quite reasonable." Yet, Chiba noticed another development. Hinata had been increasingly loquacious, particularly when in his company, speaking without much reservation. 2 days later, within a secluded combat arena in the eastern part of Konoha, a vast circular fighting ground housed 8 ninja. These 8 had successfully passed the 3rd examination of the CH-nin selection, including Chiba and Hinata. They stood in a line, facing a green-vested ninja. Toothpick in mouth, shinobi of the Inuzuka clan, the proctor for the 4th examination, surrounding the circular arena. The stands were filled with spectators who had placed their bets on the ninja they believed would prevail, cheering and waving in excitement. Among the crowd were many familiar faces. Members of various clans and their respective instructors had all gathered. Asuma Saratobi, Kurenai Yuhi, Might Guy, Kakashi Hitaki, Irika Yumino, and others, including Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Kiba Inuzuka, Gaara, Tamari, and Kankuro. At the uppermost central area of the stands were 2 large chairs occupied by individuals clad in flowing white robes. One wore the Hokage's hat and conical hat. The other donned the Kazekage's hat, his face obscured by a white cloth, Orochimaru masquerading as the Kazekage. Ha ha ha, Lord Kazekage. The audience's reaction is quite fervent. This year's shearing exam seems more bustling than ever, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, casting a glance toward the Kazekage. The Kazekage nodded. A flicker of barely perceptible derision in his eyes. Indeed, Hokage-sama, it is nearly time to commence the examination. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment, then smiled. Lord Kazekage is indeed eager. Very well, let us commence the fourth round of the shearing exams. With the command given, the green-vested shinobi stationed beside the Hokage signaled to Nara Shikamaru below. Nara, nodding in acknowledgement of the order, addressed the 8 participants in the arena. All right. The examination is about to begin. We will adopt a lottery system for the matchups. Those who draw the same number will face each other in combat. The numbers 1 through 4 will have 2 pairs each. The matches will proceed in the order from number 1 to number 4. The crowd expressed no dissent as they began to draw lots from Nara's hands. Chiba drew number 4, his opponent being Uchiha Sasuke. The brooding Sasuke regarded Chiba with a complex expression, momentarily engulfed in frustration. Having witnessed Chiba's prowess, he lamented his ill fate for having to contend with such a formidable opponent. Doubts began to creep into his mind, contemplating whether to forfeit altogether. Hinata drew number 3. Facing off against Kodo, the girl adept at weaving illusions with bells and employing needle attacks. The remaining matchups were Lee against Tors and Neji against Naruto. Neji, feeling a wave of relief, patted his chest. Fortunately, he had not drawn Chiba. Naruto, immediately despondent, exclaimed, "Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm strong too." "You know." Neji chuckled lightly. "No matter how strong you are, I could still contend with you, but against Chiba, I stand no chance." Sasuke silently concurred with Neji's sentiment. Though he refrained from voicing it, his pride preventing him from uttering such thoughts aloud. This sentiment resonated with the others as well. Facing someone capable of shattering Shikaku with a mere punch was an unfair contest indeed. Once the draw concluded, Chiba and his companions exited the arena, making their way up the staircase toward the second floor. Meanwhile, the first match between Rock Lee and Tors commenced under Nara's command to begin. "I know you, watermelon peel. Your speed is impressive," Tors remarked, raising his modified left arm. "I look forward to your guidance." Lee, without further ado, darted towards Tors. Tors, wary of the impending assault, focused all his attention on defending against Lee's approach. Konoha Hurricane. Lee leaped, delivering a powerful kick toward Tors. Tors raised his left arm to block the strike, which bore tremendous force, causing him to slide back several meters, leaving deep impressions in the ground. However, as Lee's kick made contact with Tors' arm, Tors unleashed his sonic attack. With a resonant hum, a wave of sound rippled outward, causing Lee to grimace in agony. Clutching his ears, he emitted a pained cry. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lee swiftly executed several backflips to create distance. When he finally looked up again, blood trickled from his ears. "What is happening? Your attack clearly did not hit me." Lee expressed his bewilderment. In the previous encounter, Toth effortlessly vanquished his opponent, revealing little of his true prowess. Consequently, Lee found himself somewhat taken aback. Toth smirked, declaring, "Your speed is commendable. However, it is regrettable that no matter how swift you are, as a close combat ninja, I am virtually invincible against such fighters." "Is that so?" "I refuse to concede to that notion," Lee retorted, the astonishment in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a resolute expression. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, leaving behind an afterimage, and delivered a kick aimed directly at Toth. "Futile," Toth scoffed, raising his left arm to block. Yet, mere inches from contact, Lee abruptly halted his attack mid-air. For a master of taijutsu like him, halting momentum was a trivial task. In a flash, Lee reappeared behind Toth, launching another powerful kick. Bang! Toth was propelled into the air, astonishment etched across his face. How could this be happening? Bang! Lee followed up with another kick, striking Toth squarely in the back, sending him soaring once more, his body rigid and unable to counteract. Crouching low, Lee pressed his hands against the ground and, with a slight exertion, vanished from his original position. When he reemerged, he was behind Toth once again. Unbinding the bandages that restrained his hands, they fluttered gracefully through the air, ensnaring Toth's body tightly. Lotus Blossom. Toth's body was forcefully inverted, his head pointing downward as he spiraled rapidly towards the earth. With a resounding crash, the ground was shattered, creating a substantial crater. Toth's head sank into the soil, his legs collapsing limply, rendered motionless. This breathtaking spectacle incited a fervent cheer from the audience. Inuzuka Gyurin, chewing on a toothpick, leaped down to confirm Toth was unconscious before announcing, in the first match, Rock Lee emerges victorious. Lee, overwhelmed with excitement, bounced jubilantly, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. I have triumphed. Teacher guy, I have won. I can become a CH9 on the spot." On the spectators' platform, Mike Guy stood at the railing, tears streaming down his face. He understood the immense effort Lee had invested to reach this pinnacle. This moment of glory was undoubtedly well-deserved. Chiba and Niji exchanged knowing smiles, sharing in Lee's joy. Soon, the ninjas assigned to clean the battlefield arrived, carrying Toth away. Lee followed suit, exiting the arena. Inuzuka Girin bellowed, "Next, we invite the participants of the second match to the stage. Uzumaki Naruto versus Hyuga Niji." Naruto, brimming with bravado, leaped from the second-floor railing, while Niji remained calm and unhurried, turning to enter the passage and slowly descending from the entrance. The two faced each other in the center of the arena, standing approximately 10 meters apart. The second round of the CH9 exam commenced. Inuzuka Girin waved his hand grandly, as his voice echoed. He leaped onto the elevated platform behind him. Naruto, arms crossed, smugly declared, "Humph. Recently, Naruto has experienced a remarkable surge in strength, and I refuse to be outdone by you." Summoning the Toad Gamabunta has inflated Naruto's confidence somewhat. Niji activated his Byakugan, the veins around his eyes bulging, and gestured to Naruto with a beckoning hand, indicating that he should attack. "Enough with the chatter, come at me quickly." Shadow Clone Technique. Naruto formed hand seals and unleashed a multitude of shadow clones. 30 clones erupted forth, swiftly surrounding Niji. Sigh, this guy Naruto always resorts to the same tactic. Chiba exhaled a resigned sigh, distancing himself from the railing and returning to his seat in the rear. Hinata smiled quietly, saying nothing, and settled beside Chiba. Naruto's battle was exceedingly dull. Chiba, disinterested, turned to scan his surroundings for any unusual activity. Indeed, when Chiba's gaze landed on a particular section of the stands across from him, he noticed a figure clad in a black cloak, slowly emerging from a rear passage. The individual first surveyed the area before beginning to form hand seals. Nirvana Technique. A flurry of feathers formed above the audience, gently cascading downward. The spectators began to lose focus, collapsing into their seats, succumbing to a deep slumber. The once boisterous stands fell silent in an instant. Undoubtedly, this group had been ensnared by an illusion, completely rendered unconscious. The cloaked figure, having cast the illusion, slowly removed the black hood, revealing his true identity. With gray hair tied back and clad in round glasses, it was Kabuto. Chiba mused to himself, "So, Kabuto has indeed begun." As Kabuto's jutsu reached completion, the hidden sand and sound ninja, lying in wait throughout the area, exchanged knowing glances. On the high platform, two guards beside Orochimaru stepped forward, each gripping a black spherical object, which they forcefully hurled to the ground. With two resounding bangs, the spheres exploded, creating a loud noise but causing minimal destruction. Instead, a thick plume of red smoke enveloped the entire platform, rising skyward. "What is happening?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, perplexed. With a swift motion, the wind shadow left his seat. Appearing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, one arm wrapped around his neck. In his other hand, he held a kunai poised against Hiruzen's throat, his intentions unmistakable. "What are you attempting to do, Wind Shadow?" Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a sidelong glance, maintaining his composure, embodying the dignity expected of the Hokage. The Wind Shadow tore away the white cloth covering his face and removed the conical hat symbolizing his position, letting out a chilling laugh. "Hee, Sarutobi-sensei. You truly are getting old. You don't even recognize me anymore." 74. It's time to settle the score with Danzo. Orochimaru. Upon hearing that distinct raspy voice, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately understood it belonged to his former pupil. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Orochimaru, what on earth do you intend to do?" Orochimaru extended his long tongue to lick the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "What are you doing?" "Soon, you shall understand," he chuckled ominously. "How detestable." Lord Third. Not far from Sarutobi Hiruzen's seat, two Umbu guards were taken aback, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, before they could react with an attack. Amidst the crimson fog, Zoken and Jurbi charged forth, piercing through the chests of the two guards. Simultaneously, several kilometers away from the village's protective walls, the sand and sound ninjas, who had long been poised for action, launched their offensive upon witnessing the billowing red mist rising over the central area of Konoha. The red fog served as the signal for their assault. Even the ambush forces surrounding Konoha executed this signal. The sounds of shouting and explosions echoed continuously. With the assistance of the Dragon Cave's summoned beasts, Konoha's defensive walls crumbled like paper, unable to withstand the onslaught of invaders. Within mere moments, the walls were breached, and a multitude of ninjas surged into the village, igniting fierce clashes. In the shearing examination arena, the spectator stands and the central fighting area had transformed into a battlefield for ninjas. Shadows collided repeatedly, with Konoha ninjas and sand ninjas crashing to the ground, lifeless. "Chy, what on earth is happening?" Hinata exclaimed, bewildered. She could not comprehend how a routine shearing exam had devolved into such a fratricidal conflict, or rather, a battle between enemies. Not just Hinata, but Neji, Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, and other spectators were equally bewildered, their eyes reflecting confusion. Chy chose not to explain, for his sole focus was on confronting Danzo at the root. "Hinata, I believe the enemy has invaded Konoha. Shall I escort you home?" he inquired. The confusion in Hinata's eyes dissipated, replaced by a determined gaze. "No, Chy, I wish to stay and protect Konoha, to fight alongside everyone. To protect Konoha." Chy did not refuse. It was indeed a feasible option. With Hinata's significantly enhanced strength and the support of Neji and Shikamaru behind her, she should face minimal danger. However, the battlefield could not be here. "Very well," Chy nodded, gently ruffling Hinata's hair. Neji stepped forward, stating, "Chy, let us descend to confront the enemy together." "Count me in," chimed in Rock Lee, Ino, Inuzuka Chiba, Naruto, and Sasuke, all stepping forward. Only Shikamaru feigned indifference, hiding behind a chair in an attempt to evade the conflict. Chy scanned the surroundings and shook his head. "Take a good look around. The battles here are those of Jonin. Even if you wish to fight, this is not the place for it. To be frank, do not take offense. The scale of your abilities dictates the extent of what you can accomplish. The battles of Jonin are beyond your current capacity." Hiding behind his chair, Shikamaru raised his hand and expressed his agreement with Chiba's assertion that they must not engage in the battle here. Instantly, a wave of dejection swept over the group. While the truth was indeed the truth, it still felt disheartening. Rock Lee inquired, "Chiba-kun, what do you propose we should do?" After a moment of contemplation, Chiba replied, "Here's what we shall do. I will send you in 2 groups to different locations. One group will proceed to the hospital to assist. That area may also become a battlefield, yet it will be safer with other Konoha ninjas present. The other group should head to the Ninja Academy to escort the children and nearby villagers to safety through the designated evacuation routes." Smiles broke out across the faces of the group. This plan was well suited to the current circumstances and allowed everyone to contribute meaningfully. Shikamaru stood up and cheerfully declared, "This is the best course of action. Let us follow Chiba's lead and do our part for Konoha." The others nodded in unison, indicating their agreement. Though Neji and Sasuke exhibited a flicker of battle intent, they voiced no opposition. Chiba nodded, "Very well, I will escort you all now." Consequently, the group divided into 2 circles, awaiting Chiba to initiate the teleportation. He first grasped the arms of Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Sakura, invoking the Flying Thunder God technique to transport them directly beneath the large tree outside Konoha Hospital. The markers had been set there long ago. At this moment, the hospital had yet to be engulfed in chaos, as the battle had only just commenced, leaving many unaware of the situation. "You go and inform the hospital staff of what has transpired," Chiba instructed Shikamaru before vanishing in a flash. In an instant, Chiba returned to the designated observation area. "It is your turn now," he said, seizing Hinata's arm and activating the Flying Thunder God technique once again. With a swift motion, the group vanished from sight. In the next moment, Hinata, Sasuke, Naruto, Chiba, Neji, and Rock Lee all materialized at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. Chiba directed, "You should organize yourselves into groups and inform the teachers, while simultaneously evacuating the surrounding civilians." "Understood," they replied in unison, their expressions solemn as they dispersed. Watching them depart, a smile crept onto Chiba's lips as he murmured to himself, "Now, it is time to settle accounts with that old tortoise, Danzo." Should he dispatch observers? Or mobilize a significant elite force for a surprise attack? Perhaps even collaborate with Orochimaru for a joint strike? There was no doubt that Danzo had already been marked for death. With a swift motion, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more. In a blink, he found himself atop a great tree. Peering through the gaps in the leaves, he scanned the surroundings. Just a few dozen meters below was the entrance to the root base. It must be said that the root base was impressively constructed. Flanking the entrance were 2 majestic stone lions, while the gate itself resembled a fortified city defense. The walls surrounding the base soared 5 to 6 meters high, with numerous root ninjas patrolling in organized squads, their discipline unwavering. Chiba then leaped from the tree. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode towards the entrance of the root base. Halt! This is a restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to approach. The gatekeeping ninja raised a hand to stop him. Yet, Chiba paid no heed, his pace unwavering. Who goes there? Do not come any closer. Advance further, and you will be apprehended. Two gatekeeping ninjas exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with confusion. The guards stationed on either side of the entrance also directed their gazes towards Chiba. Still, he remained silent, continuing his deliberate advance. I'm addressing you. Are you deaf? The gatekeeper's anger flared, and both rushed towards Chiba, intent on confrontation. With a swift motion, Chiba unleashed 2 casual punches. The sound of impact echoed as the 2 gatekeeping ninjas were reduced to mere pulp, collapsing in a heap. The sight left the remaining guards in sheer shock. One rotund figure pointed at Chiba, retreating step by step, stammering, He is Hyuga Chiba. I recognize him. Hyuga Chiba? Isn't he the one who single-handedly defeated the One-Tail, Shikaku? The news within the root was well informed, despite the third Hokage's efforts to suppress it. Nevertheless, every member of the root was already aware of Chiba's terrifying prowess. Yet, bound by the laws of the root, the guards dared not retreat. To do so would spell a more gruesome fate for them. Damn it, do not let him enter. Seize him. 8 of them drew their kunai, charging towards Chiba. Shadow stitching technique. Chiba clasped his hands together to form a seal. The shadow before him rapidly elongated and split into several strands, instantly piercing the throats of the 8 guards. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed in succession. The guards clutched their throats, writhing in agony, their eyes filled with despair. Chiba simply stepped over them, entering the root base. On the walls, patrolling members of the root had undoubtedly heard the commotion below. They leaped down from their posts, positioning themselves in front of Chiba. In an instant, having barely entered the base, Chiba found himself confronted by dozens of ninjas within mere meters. Even more were rushing to their aid. Chiba's gaze remained calm as he coldly declared, "Go summon Danzo, that old turtle, to face his demise. Otherwise, I shall annihilate his root base." This proclamation startled the surrounding ninjas. Yet, none dared to mock, for they recognized Chiba and understood his formidable strength. "You jest. We will not allow you to succeed," a stout captain bellowed, brandishing his katana as he charged forward first. Shadow stitching technique. Chiba swiftly formed the seal again, his shadow extending and splitting into countless strands, piercing the bodies of 10 men. The remaining ninjas surged forward once more, intent on overwhelming Chiba. Ice release. Chiba swept his palm to the left. A multitude of sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, instantly impaling 8 ninjas. They were ensnared by intersecting ice spikes at the center. Those who had not suffered fatal injuries emitted piercing cries of anguish. Thud, thud, thud. From another direction, ninjas advanced, yet Chiba deftly evaded their attacks with graceful movements, effortlessly dispatching them into a pulpy mass with a few light punches. His expression remained serene. The act of taking so few lives weighed not upon his conscience. He continued to stride deeper into the base, stating calmly, "I shall repeat myself. Summon that old turtle, Danzo, or I will lay waste to this place." The surrounding root ninjas were paralyzed with fear, retreating step by step. They raised their weapons defensively, yet found no solace in their presence. This Hyuga Chiba was truly terrifying. Ultimately, a few quick-witted individuals turned and fled, racing deeper into the base to inform Danzo of the dire situation. Deep within the root base, in a colossal tower-like structure, Danzo stood at the center of the hall on the first floor, his eyes narrowed slightly. Before him, a large contingent of elite root ninjas knelt on one knee, awaiting his command. There were approximately 400 to 500 of them. Danzo spoke in a deep voice. "Have all personnel been summoned back?" The oil woman, Tsurugi, replied. "Lord Danzo, all external root personnel have been recalled. Besides those here, the remaining members are poised and ready in other locations." "Very good." Danzo nodded with satisfaction. He had waited too long for this day. For the position of Hokage, he had covertly battled Sarutobi Hiruzen for many years. Yet, his vision had always fallen short of Sarutobi's, preventing him from seizing the title. Today, however, his opportunity had finally arrived. Orochimaru was invading Konoha, and Danzo had over 1,000 root ninjas at the ready. Once the moment was ripe, he could seize control of Konoha in one fell swoop. "Lord Danzo, this is bad." At that moment, A panicked root ninja rushed into the hall, kneeling with a thud. What is the cause of such distress? Danzo squinted, feeling quite displeased. The individual before him was unfamiliar. Despite being a root member, he had not attained a sufficient rank to be worthy of an audience with Danzo. This was akin to the hundreds of elite ninjas in the hall, all meticulously trained by Root, while other members awaited elsewhere. The ninja hastily replied, "Lord Danzo, the situation is urgent. I implore your forgiveness. But that Hyuga Chiba has breached the base." "What?" Danzo exclaimed, startled. The others froze, all gazing at the messenger ninja in shock. Danzo pressed, "What does he intend?" The ninja quickly responded, He said for that old turtle Danzo to come out, or he will slaughter the entire root." "Lord Danzo," those were his exact words. Before he could finish, Danzo transformed into a blur, instantly appearing before the ninja. A kunai slipped from the sleeve, ruthlessly slicing through the ninja's throat. "Danzo, you." The ninja clutched his throat. Disbelief etched across his face as he crumpled to the ground. Danzo's expression was one of malevolence. No wonder this individual was unfit for the elite ranks and higher echelons of the root. He could not even convey a message properly. He was only suitable for a meeting with the king of hell. Hinata Chiba dared to call him an old turtle. Could this messenger ninja not articulate the words in a more palatable manner? If he did not perish, who would? As his anger simmered down slightly, Danzo cast a glance at the other ninjas of the root. He was about to issue a command when he noticed everyone gazing at him with expressions of terror. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Danzo hastily explained, "This individual must be indulging in alarmism. We cannot allow such rumors to disrupt the morale of our troops." With that, he turned to Yamanaka Toryun and instructed, "Toryun, take a team and investigate immediately. The rest of you will lay an ambush within this grand hall, awaiting Hinata Chiba's arrival, so we can capture him in one fell swoop." "Understood, Lord Danzo." Yamanaka Toryun accepted the order and, accompanied by his trusted subordinates, prepared to depart. Just then, a whoosh echoed through the air. A kunai flew in from outside the hall, embedding itself into the ground at the center. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared, none other than Hinata Chiba himself. With a subtle smile, Chiba remarked, "No need for all that, old turtle, I have already arrived." At the very moment the messenger ninja fled, Chiba had activated the Flying Thunder God technique, evading the encirclement and following the messenger ninja from the rooftop. Despite the throngs of root ninjas pursuing him, Chiba's speed was simply too swift for them to catch up. It was only at this juncture that the root ninjas finally reached the exterior of the tower's grand hall. Damn it, that Hinata Chiba managed to enter the tower. What now? Lord Danzo is right inside. A multitude of root ninjas surrounded the entrance, while even more were hastening from a distance. However, they did not rush into the hall immediately, for they lacked the qualifications to enter. Without Danzo's summons, entering the hall casually would result in a death sentence. Danzo fixed his gaze upon Chiba. Though his demeanor appeared calm, the fury burning in his eyes was impossible to suppress. In all these years, no one had dared to insult him like Chiba. As he began to unravel the bandages and seals from his hands, Danzo commanded in a deep voice, "Kappa, Betas. You too shall lead. Exert all efforts to eliminate Hinata Chiba." The youths referred to as Kappa and Beta were none other than Yamanaka Toryun and Yamashiro Kaze. In the root, names were replaced with code names. "Understood, Lord Danzo," Toryun replied. He and Yamashiro Kaze exchanged glances, then swiftly descended to the front of their respective teams, beginning to orchestrate their assault. "Kill him," the two shouted in unison. The elite ninjas of the root surged forward in a frenzy, charging directly at Chiba. Humph. Chiba's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. Was there any utility in numbers? Clearly, it was futile. Ice release. With a forceful push of his palms, an elliptical ice barrier, 2 meters in length, rapidly formed around Chiba. The incoming shuriken and kunai struck against the ice shield, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks as they fell to the ground. In the next moment, a multitude of tiny holes appeared across the surface of the ice barrier. Ice kunai shot forth from these openings with incredible speed. Indeed, this was the very technique Chiba had employed against Orochimaru's serpent wave in the Death Forest. Now, it proved equally effective against the root ninjas. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. Many of the advancing root ninjas collapsed in droves. The ice barrier functioned like an inexhaustible kunai launcher, relentlessly spewing forth a torrent of projectiles. "Everyone, be cautious. Use the corpses as shields," shouted Yama, who still retained his fighting spirit. He charged to the forefront, initially wielding his short blade to parry the attacks. Upon witnessing the excessive loss of his comrades, he unhesitatingly seized a fallen ninja's body to shield himself, using it as a makeshift barrier. In dire circumstances, such tactics proved remarkably effective. After approximately 50 or 60 ninjas had perished, the remaining ones followed suit, grabbing their fallen comrades' bodies to protect themselves. The relentless sound of kunai embedding into flesh continued unabated. Many of the corpses in their hands had been rendered into grotesque heaps of flesh. Yet, swapping out for another body as a shield was a trivial matter for them. What a clever maneuver. Observing that his ice technique had been countered, Chiba decided to abandon this offensive strategy. The ice barrier dissipated, and a multitude of specially crafted kunai from the Flying Thunder God technique emerged from his inventory. With a swift turn, he flung them into the air, scattering them throughout the hall. The clattering of metal resounded as the root ninjas desperately swung their weapons to defend themselves. But in the next instant, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, he vanished from his original position, reappearing amidst the throng of root ninjas, and unleashed a powerful punch. Gentle Fist Explosion. He initiated with the 6th level of the Gentle Fist's hidden energy. A golden oval aura, half a meter wide, enveloped Chiba entirely. Any root ninja that collided with this energy shield was immediately reduced to a pulpy mass. One punch claimed the lives of 8. The surrounding root ninjas were left in shock. What manner of monster was this? He was even more terrifying than a god of slaughter. Danzo's eyes narrowed. He understood that within the confines of this hall, the numerical advantage of the root ninjas could not be realized. The space was too limited for anything but close combat with Chiba. Close quarters meant they would be smashed into oblivion by a single punch. Rather than face such a fate, it would be wiser to lure Chiba out into the expansive courtyard. There, the root ninjas could unleash their jutsu in resistance. Hinata Chiba, if you wish to kill me, come face me outside, Danzo called out as he swiftly dashed out of the hall. At this moment, he was still dismantling the seal on his right hand, a rather troublesome device. Yet, Chiba appeared unhurried in his pursuit of Danzo, for he had already discerned Danzo's intentions. What others could conceive, how could Chiba fail to understand? I am in no rush. You may entertain yourself outside for a while. I shall come to deal with you shortly. As he spoke, Chiba unleashed a fierce punch, the hidden power of his soft fist striking down 10 of the root ninjas. Damn it. Danzo seethed, gritting his teeth. This Hinata Chiba was utterly shameless. With no means to lure Chiba, he commanded the root ninjas, everyone, withdraw from the great hall. Join me outside for battle. With that, Danzo leaped from the hall into the plaza beyond. The remaining ninjas, upon hearing Danzo's orders, immediately abandoned their assault on Chiba and retreated from the hall. They too felt fear, realizing that engaging in close combat within the hall offered no advantages. Had Danzo delayed his command any longer, they might have lost dozens or even hundreds. How dull. Do stay and play with me a while longer. Chiba had no intention of allowing them to escape so easily. The Great Hall was littered with specialized kunai infused with Flying Thunder God techniques. Even at the entrance, they lay in wait. Swish. The Flying Thunder God technique activated. Chiba vanished, only to reappear at the entrance of the Great Hall. Instantly, the fleeing root ninjas halted, wary of getting too close to Chiba. Ninjutsu attack, commanded Oil Girl Torian. The others understood immediately, each beginning to weave hand seals, launching their techniques toward Chiba at the entrance. Torian exchanged glances with Yamanaka F, both nodding in silent agreement. They broke from the group, leaping to the top of the hall's beams, escaping through the ventilation openings above. Water release, water barrier. Lightning release, earth walk. Wind release, wind cutter. In an instant, a torrent of water surged forth, sweeping toward Chiba, crackling with electricity. Above the water, fierce winds roared, carrying with them sharp blades of wind. However, such tactics were evidently ineffective against Chiba. Swish. The Flying Thunder God technique activated once more. Chiba vanished from sight, traversing through the storm of ninjutsu attacks, arriving at the center of the Great Hall once again. Not for any trivial reason. Chiba recognized that most of the ninjas within the hall were elite. To eliminate Danzo, it was imperative to first deal with these nuisances, for they would continually obstruct and complicate matters. Shadow stitching technique. Chiba's shadow began to spread from beneath his feet, resembling countless black serpents that swiftly pierced the throats of over 10 nearby root ninjas. Ice release. Chiba stomped forcefully on the ground, an outpouring of chakra erupting from beneath him. Chakra coalesced into a multitude of sharp ice spikes, emanating outward in a 360-degree radius from the center of Hinata Chiba's form. With a hissing sound, the vast expanse of the hall was swiftly engulfed by a dense array of these formidable ice spikes. The elite root ninjas within the hall found themselves mercilessly impaled, many already lifeless, while the survivors were skewered and rendered utterly incapable of fighting back. Outside the tower, Yuhi Kurenai and Yamanaka F swiftly emerged from the ventilation shaft, promptly organizing their comrades to launch a counterattack. Attack! With a commanding gesture, Yuhi Kurenai rallied the surrounding root ninjas, who surged forward to encircle the tower's outer walls. They raised their hands and struck the walls with force, attaching countless explosive tags. Sparks ignited at the corners, leading to a thunderous explosion that sent flames and black smoke cascading through the air. The first layer of mechanisms within the tower was immediately triggered. These mechanisms were nothing more than specially installed explosives hidden within the walls. As the explosive tags detonated, the interior explosives ignited in a violent eruption, producing an even more deafening roar. The entire tower began to collapse, evidently aimed at entombing the root ninjas inside. Observing this scene, Danzo smirked coldly, thinking to himself that Hinata Chiba must surely be dead now. Yamanaka F remarked, "Lord Danzo, such a surprise attack leaves him no chance of survival." Before he could finish, a voice suddenly called out from the right. "Hey, what are you doing? Is it really necessary to blow up your own building? Are you trying to demolish your own base?" The crowd gasped in shock and turned toward the source of the voice. Hinata Chiba stood atop one of the buildings, waving at Danzo. Chiba was capable of utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique. How could he possibly fall victim to such futile traps? Long before the tower began to tilt and collapse, Chiba had activated his technique to escape. Moreover, he had discreetly left a Flying Thunder God mark on the rooftop during his approach. "Damn it," Danzo cursed in frustration, turning to Yuhi Kurenai, his gaze laden with reproach. Kurenai, realizing his misjudgment in issuing such orders, felt a pang of regret. He had not considered that Chiba could evade capture through the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, to be fair, the Flying Thunder God technique was indeed extraordinarily formidable. How could anyone hope to engage him when he could constantly teleport? Chiba remained atop the roof, choosing not to descend immediately. He cupped his hands around his mouth in a trumpet shape, chakra enveloping his throat as he bellowed toward the entire root base. "Members of the root base, listen. I, Hinata Chiba, have come here today with a singular purpose, to confront Shimura Danzo. Why do I target him? Simply because he is exceedingly treacherous and ruthless. He has committed countless heinous acts. Just days ago, he conspired with the rogue ninja Orochimaru to assassinate me. Therefore, I declare today that he must die. I harbor no animosity towards others, nor do I wish to act with malice against you. However, should you insist on fervently defending that old relic, Danzo, then I shall not be held accountable for the ruthlessness of my actions. Surely you have heard tales of the formidable strength behind my fists." The echo of my voice resounded throughout the vast root base, awakening a realization among its members. It became evident that the one capable of shattering Shikaku with a single blow had come to confront their own Lord Danzo. If the third Hokage's methods relied on disingenuous charm to win hearts, then Shimura Danzo's tactics were rooted in an authoritarian suppression of his subordinates through his position and power. This could be discerned merely from the tongue-binding curse mark he employed. Only those with a twisted mindset or those frequently engaged in unsavory deeds would concoct such a thing. Could the members of Root exhibit absolute loyalty to Danzo? Certainly, some would. Individuals like Aburame Toryun and Yamanaka F, who had been thoroughly indoctrinated from a young age, would undoubtedly remain fiercely loyal. There may be others akin to them, though they would be few. The majority were merely intimidated by Danzo's ruthless tactics and found themselves ensnared by the curse, unable to resist. Now, as Chiba proclaimed his intentions throughout the root base, those ninjas who were not genuinely loyal to Danzo and had not been afflicted by the curse hesitated in their advance. Who is Hyuga Chiba, you may wonder? He is the very embodiment of power capable of extinguishing a tailed beast with a single strike. Could the ninjas of Root possibly thwart his ambition to eliminate Danzo? The answer was evidently clear to all. With the imminent threat of Danzo's demise, why should they risk their lives for a leader they despised? In that moment, many began to reconsider their course of action. "Oh, I just remembered. My mother is gravely ill. I must return home to take her to the hospital." "Me too. My father is suffering from hemorrhoids, and I need to escort him for surgery. I forgot my gear. I have to go back and retrieve it." As the first individual turned to flee, a wave of others soon followed suit. The ninjas marked by the curse stood in bewilderment. "You lot want to escape? At least come up with a more credible excuse. What is this about a father with hemorrhoids or a mother on her deathbed? We are under siege by ninjas from other villages, and you claim you need to return to the hospital? The one who mentioned forgetting his gear was even more absurd. The ninja's tool pouch hung conspicuously from his waist, clearly filled to the brim, yet he had the audacity to claim he had forgotten it. Before long, nearly all the ninjas who had not been cursed had fled the scene. Why would they stay? Hyuga Chiba had declared his intent to slay their leader, and those mere foot soldiers would only be walking to their doom. It was far wiser to retreat to their own homes. The root base, once bustling with over 2,000 members, now found itself reduced to a mere fraction. Those who remained, bound by the tongue root curse seal, stood frozen in a daze, uncertain whether to continue aiding Danzo or to follow the others in retreat. No one could make a decisive choice, for the ramifications of the curse were dire. Should Danzo choose to activate it, their lives would be forfeit. At that very moment of being cursed, their fates had already been ensnared by Danzo's will. Suddenly, a portly figure bellowed, "Fear not, everyone. Even if Lord Danzo intends to unleash the tongue root curse, he cannot activate them all at once. Even if he desires our demise, it must be done one by one. We can escape." After offering this well-meaning advice, the rotund man turned and fled. The tongue root curse does have a limited range. Once outside its influence, Danzo would be powerless to enforce it. Moreover, he was currently preoccupied with Chiba's relentless pursuit. In an instant, news spread like wildfire. One transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, and the root ninjas who had rushed to the base for reinforcements began to scatter. Only 100 or so remained in the plaza outside the tower, loyal confidants of Danzo. Damn it! Why have they all fled? What is happening? Danzo's eyes narrowed as he witnessed the retreating figures of his subordinates, fury making his shoulders tremble. He immediately activated the tongue root curse. One unfortunate soul, unable to escape in time, clutched at his throat, writhing in agony before succumbing to a gruesome death. Yet, that was the extent of it. The portly man's conjecture had proven correct. Danzo could only activate the curse one at a time. Beyond a certain distance, he had no power over them. Chiba leapt down from the rooftop, strolling toward Danzo, unable to suppress a mocking laugh. "TSK, TSK. Danzo, aren't you the leader of the root? With thousands of ninjas at your command, how is it that only this few remain by your side?" Furious, Danzo felt a dizzying anger clouding his mind. In that moment, he comprehended that the members of Root had been frightened away by Chiba. Why, despite the tongue root curse binding them, did they still dare to flee? They had evidently resigned themselves to the belief that Danzo would meet his end. "Seize him!" Danzo barked, his voice low and commanding, despite his rage. The immediate priority was to eliminate Hyuga Chiba. With the seal on his right hand released, Danzo wasted no time unleashing a gust of wind toward Chiba. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A torrent of air was inhaled into his abdomen, causing his chest to swell. As he exhaled, lines of wind-based energy shot forth like bullets toward Chiba. Not only Danzo, but the others, upon receiving the command to attack, also launched their onslaught. Wind release, wind cutter. Fire release, great fireball technique. Earth release, earthquake. Over 100 ninjas simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu, creating an impressive scale and momentum. In Chiba's vicinity, one could see a deluge of attacks surging forth. Yet, Chiba maintained an air of nonchalance, clearly unperturbed by the onslaught. With the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal, he was beyond their reach. In an instant, he activated the Flying Thunder God, propelling himself sideways over 20 meters and appearing at the side of the group. As he sprinted towards the center of the square, his fingers deftly manipulated a multitude of specially crafted kunai, which he flung forward. Wind release, vacuum wave. TZ. Possessing commendable battle awareness, quickly pivoted and unleashed his own wind release. A torrent of sharp wind blades tore through the ground, sending dirt and debris hurtling towards Chiba. The other root ninjas followed suit, releasing an overwhelming barrage of ninjutsu that cascaded toward him. However, this time, Chiba had significantly closed the distance between them. The specially crafted kunai were deflected or blown away in the air, but Chiba remained unfazed. He leaped high into the sky, evading the vast array of ninjutsu. With his arms crossed before him, more specially crafted kunai materialized between his fingers. With a swift motion, he hurled them towards TZ and his comrades. This time, they had no opportunity to cast their ninjutsu. Some, in a flurry of panic, withdrew kunai to throw, attempting to intercept the airborne projectiles. Despite their chaotic efforts, their numbers allowed them to achieve some success. A multitude of kunai soared into the air, clashing with a cacophony of sounds. All of Chiba's thrown kunai were knocked off course. Ice release. With a sudden surge of chakra beneath his feet, an ice mirror emerged. Utilizing it, Chiba propelled himself forward with a whoosh, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he charged toward TZ, armed with a thick ice shield held in front of him. He successfully blocked all incoming kunai from below. This ice shield was robust, serving not only as a defense against kunai, but also as a safeguard against TZ's genjutsu. A crucial condition for casting the Konoha Tsukimi, like all illusions, was maintaining eye contact or remaining within a certain proximity. Without these prerequisites, it could not be easily executed. Otherwise, what would be the point of such an overwhelmingly powerful illusion if it could ensnare anyone merely by being gazed upon? Chiba had dedicated considerable effort over the past few days to strategize against TZ, Gentle Fist, explosive. He descended like a cannonball, delivering a devastating punch that instantly claimed the lives of three. The force of his strike shattered the ground beneath, causing the earth to tremble violently. The remaining root ninjas clustered protectively around TZ, hastily leaping back. With so few left, they dared not engage Chiba in close combat. It is advisable to utilize remote ninjutsu for restraint, as it proves to be a more reliable strategy. With a swift motion, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. A specially crafted kunai, which had previously been dislodged, was embedded in the ground in the direction from which the root ninjas retreated. Unsurprisingly, Chiba materialized amidst the crowd. In a sudden burst of fury, he struck down 6 individuals in an instant. The root ninjas, their faces etched with terror, fled in a panic. Yet, their efforts were futile. Chiba was swifter than they. In a surreal turn of events, Chiba pursued the large group of root ninjas, systematically annihilating them. Each punch he delivered transformed his foes into mere pulp. In less than 3 minutes, over 60 of the 100 elite loyalists of Danzo had perished, including the captain, Yamashiro Kaze, who was felled by a single blow. Yamanaka Torian sought to charge forward, intent on using his microbial bacteria to perish alongside Chiba. However, he was denied this opportunity. A shard of ice coalesced in Chiba's palm, and in an instant, it pierced through Torian's skull. The purple bacteria swiftly spread, corroding the ice shard. With a flick of his wrist, Chiba sent the infected ice shard soaring towards Danzo, who remained hidden behind a loyal but unfortunate soul. The hapless individual met a grim fate as the shard impaled his body, the malevolent bacteria rapidly consuming him entirely. Furious, Danzo seethed with rage. He had been striving to activate the Konoha Tsukimi technique to fully control Chiba. Should he succeed, Danzo would wield an unparalleled weapon against his enemies. Regrettably, Chiba never afforded him that opportunity. During his rampage, Chiba consistently positioned himself behind the root ninjas, ensuring he remained partially concealed from Danzo's line of sight. This left Danzo feeling impotent, unable to execute his plan. Clenching his fist, Danzo commanded, "Scatter. Everyone, disperse. I will confront him myself." The remaining root ninjas paused in confusion. Was their master truly driven to madness? How could he expect to confront Chiba alone when so many had failed? Yet, despite their bewilderment, none dared to defy Danzo's orders. They hastily retreated, scattering in all directions. At that moment, a smile crept across Chiba's lips. He had awaited this opportunity. He had deliberately refrained from approaching Danzo too soon, instead methodically eliminating the root members to provoke Danzo into a desperate state. Shadow stitching technique. Chiba clasped his hands together. As the root ninjas fled, his shadow rapidly extended outward. The instant Danzo caught sight of Chiba's form, he was unable to activate the Konoha Tsukimi. He suddenly felt his body convulse, as countless shadows surged forth, piercing through his form before he could react. The wrist joints, shoulder joints, leg joints, abdomen, heart, and lungs all bore the marks of fatal wounds. Yet, these were not the most critical aspect. The true horror lay in the fact that one of the shadows had penetrated Danzo's right eye, swiftly extracting his eyeball in less than the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. How could this be happening? His face contorted in shock as he immediately activated his left hand's Izanaji. The pierced body transformed into a fleeting illusion, vanishing from sight. When he reappeared 10 meters behind, the wounds inflicted by the shadows had indeed vanished. However, his right eye remained hollow, forever devoid of its eyeball. Izanaji was a formidable technique, allowing the user to restore their body, but it required the foresight of impending harm to activate. Yet, his right eye had been gouged out before he could invoke this technique. Thus, it was not within the scope of restoration. Only the injuries caused by the loss of the eye had been healed, while the eyeball itself had mysteriously disappeared, now resting in the hands of Chiba. Hinata Chiba, do you think you can so easily eliminate me? You must be dreaming. Danzo scoffed. but his words faltered as he sensed something amiss. Why was his right eye shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light? He raised his hand to touch his right eye and was struck dumb. The eyeball was gone. Where's my shearing gone? Are you searching for this? Chiba opened his palm, revealing a crimson-eyed eyeball, quietly resting in his grasp. Scoundrel! Danzo's vision blurred with rage, nearly causing him to faint. How could this Hinata Chiba be so monstrous? How had he managed all of this? How did he seem to know he would invoke Konoha Tsukumi and remain hidden from view? The chilling realization dawned upon Danzo as cold sweat trickled down his back. If he had been evading Konoha Tsukumi all along, it meant Chiba had been aware of his every move. The series of actions that had just transpired were all meticulously calculated by Chiba, aimed solely at gouging out his right eye. Staggering back, Danzo confronted Chiba with his inner turmoil. Chiba nodded. You are absolutely correct. Now, it is time to escort you on your final journey. With that, Chiba lunged forward, unhesitatingly engaging Danzo in close combat. At that moment, Danzo's heart sank. He knew he was done for. A lifetime of scheming to become Hokage seemed utterly futile now, as he faced certain death at the hands of this youth. Izanagi was indeed extraordinary, capable of preserving his life, but the number of his eyes was finite. With only 9 in total after 9 deaths, he would ultimately meet his end. The reality was as Danzo had foreseen. After a moment of fearless resistance, he ultimately succumbed to the might of Chiba's fist, collapsing into a pool of flesh upon the ground. The existence of Shimura Danzo was no more. Could it be true? Lord Danzo is dead. Was this not anticipated? How could Lord Danzo possibly be a match for that perverse Hyuga Chiba? The remaining few dozen root ninjas appeared ashen-faced, each one having relinquished the will to resist, casting aside their kunai and swords, slowly closing their eyes. There was no escape, if Chiba desired their demise. They were powerless to flee. Hey, come over here, Chiba called, gesturing toward the group. The remaining 30 or so root ninjas stood there, bewildered. Come here. Why are you just standing there? Chiba beckoned again. Oh, all right. They exchanged glances and, albeit hesitantly, approached. Though fear gripped their hearts and uncertainty clouded their minds regarding Chiba's intentions, they accepted that death was inevitable and deemed it inconsequential. Chiba surveyed the group and inquired. Among you, who holds the highest rank? A ninja sporting a mustache stepped forward, raising his hand timidly. That would be me. What is your command? Chiba asked. What is your position? The mustache ninja replied, I am a squad leader, ranked just below Mr. Yamashiro. Good, Chiba nodded. He then stepped closer and patted the mustached ninja on the shoulder. Before he could utter a word, the ninja trembled in fear, tightly closing his eyes, convinced he was about to be slain by Chiba's hand. However, in the next instant, he slowly opened his eyes, surprised to find no excruciating pain coursing through him. Chiba wore an expression of disbelief. Why are you so tense? I'm not here to kill you. The mustached ninja chuckled nervously. Despite having displayed cowardice moments earlier, none of his companions mocked him. Why? Because they all understood his sentiment. Hyuga Chiba was terrifying, and the pressure he exuded was overwhelming. This youth before them was akin to a god of death. Chiba asked, What is your name? The mustached ninja stammered. I am Mikawa. Chiba nodded. Ah, Mikawa, do you know why I killed Danzo? Mikawa's eyes darted. I know. It is because Lord Danzo sent someone to assassinate you, and thus you seek vengeance. Before he could finish, Chiba's gaze turned inquisitive, causing Mikawa to promptly silence himself. His mind raced, contemplating how to respond. And soon he arrived at a different conclusion. He chuckled awkwardly. Lord Chiba, I misspoke earlier. It should be that Lord Danzo colluded with the traitorous Orochimaru, intending to subvert Konoha. Thus, in the interest of Konoha's safety, you had no choice but to eliminate Lord Danzo, the traitor. Chiba revealed a smile at the corners of his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Mikawa, you are indeed correct. My considerations are solely for the safety of Konoha. A wave of incredulity washed over the crowd. It turned out that Hyuga Chiba possessed such an unabashed side. Who among them could not see that this individual was clearly venting personal grievances? Yet, he articulately cloaked his intentions in such grandiloquent rhetoric. It was evident that he sought to absolve himself of guilt. However, despite their thoughts, none dared voice dissent, for their lives were perilously held in Chiba's grasp. The atmosphere was palpable. With the demise of Danzo, the cursed seal binding their tongues had been automatically lifted. This signified that they could now aspire to a life of normalcy. In contrast to pledging allegiance to a deceased Danzo, they now cherished their own existence far more. What loyalty could one possibly owe to a corpse? To continue such allegiance would be sheer folly. Those root ninjas who had been subjected to Danzo's curse seal were acutely aware of many of his secrets, such as his attempts to assassinate Chiba and his clandestine dealings with Orochimaru over the years. Their understanding was mutual. Thus, to be precise, Chiba's claim that he had slain Danzo, a traitor colluding with external foes, left no room for reproach. After all, Danzo was indeed in league with Orochimaru. Chiba scanned the assembled individuals, and seeing no objections raised, nodded with satisfaction. Makoa, I need you to inform the escaping root ninjas about the execution of this traitor who conspired with the enemy. Do you comprehend my meaning? Makawa was taken aback momentarily, but quickly focused his mind, deciphering the implications of Chiba's words. Fortunately, he was quite intelligent and soon grasped Chiba's intent. Chiba wanted him to notify the other root ninjas to refrain from speaking carelessly and to keep their lips sealed. Understood, Makawa nodded vigorously. Chiba smiled, pleased. Makawa was indeed astute, requiring little elaboration. Engaging with intelligent individuals was truly gratifying. Excellent, you have performed admirably. Take them now and notify everyone. Afterward, lead them to join the resistance against the invaders, uniting to fend off external threats. Makawa nodded. I understand, Lord Chiba. With that, he turned and gestured grandly, leading his group away. Just as Chiba was about to activate the Flying Thunder God technique to depart, he reconsidered. This visit should not be in vain. The root base, with its profound foundation, had been operational under Danzo's command for many years. It certainly harbored substantial accumulations of wealth and scrolls of ninjutsu. Now that Danzo was dead and the root ninjas had fled, it would not be excessive for Chiba to seize these assets. With this thought in mind, Chiba began to meticulously search the root base. The facility was indeed vast. After nearly half an hour of searching, he had yet to uncover any significant leads. He began to feel a twinge of regret for having sent those fellows from Muku away prematurely. If they had been present, he wouldn't have been so blindly searching in vain. Fortunately, with the assistance of the Byakugan, Chiba swiftly located the primary warehouse. It was a robust structure, reminiscent of a fortress consisting of 3 levels. The first and second floors were lined with rows of shelves, adorned with an array of peculiar scrolls and documents. Among them were numerous ninjutsu scrolls and various special tools. Chiba, lacking curiosity, decided against examining their contents, opting instead to activate the system's absorption capabilities and collect everything into the system's space. He could study them later at his leisure. On the 3rd floor, numerous large machines were present. The centerpiece was a transparent tank filled with a pale green liquid, within which floated several children, aged around 2 or 3. Each child was connected by numerous tubes. That old rascal Danzo was still engaged in such inhumane research. Chiba furrowed his brow. Without a doubt, he was cultivating wood-style ninjas. The children had been injected with Hashirama's cells. Yamato was the sole survivor among countless lost children. Despite the passage of years, Danzo continued his clandestine activities, undoubtedly responsible for the deaths of countless innocent lives. Chiba chose to ignore the children, as he lacked medical knowledge to save them. Furthermore, these items served as evidence of Danzo's crimes, which would be preserved until the Leaf Ninjas arrived for investigation. Eventually, someone would address the situation. After thoroughly exploring the warehouse, Chiba found nothing further of value. With a swift movement, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from his location and reappearing at the entrance of the Ninja Academy. His purpose for coming here was clear: to find Hinata. Previously, she had been sent here to assist in evacuating the crowd. At this moment, the academy was already deserted. The sounds of explosions and distant cries echoed from afar. Yet the flames of war had not yet reached this place. Nevertheless, the surrounding residents had largely been evacuated. The streets were devoid of pedestrians. Once again, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. In the next instant, he found himself in a cavern-like space. This was the secure passage above Hokage Rock, a refuge established during the early days of the village by Hashirama and Madara, intended to safeguard the villagers and provide temporary shelter. Within the passage, villagers were seated along the stone walls, weeping and engaged in hushed discussions. Hinata stood at the edge of the passage, her half-visible face bearing a serious expression as she observed the distant conflict. Chiba-kun. Upon seeing him, Hinata's grave demeanor transformed into one of joy. Is everything all right? Chiba nodded, smiling as he gently ruffled her hair. Hinata shook her head, stating that nothing had transpired. The students of the Ninja Academy and the surrounding crowd had already been evacuated. Chiba inquired about Niji and Kiba, to which Hinata replied that they had decided to head to the hospital to assist the injured, leaving her behind. Chiba nodded. expressing his intention to remain with her to ensure everyone's safety. Hinata agreed, albeit puzzled as to why someone as formidable as Chiba chose not to partake in the battle against the invaders. Nevertheless, she refrained from questioning him further, understanding that Chiba had his own reasons for his actions. The thought of resisting the external foes or aiding the third Hokage in vanquishing Orochimaru had crossed Chiba's mind. Yet he deemed such involvement unnecessary. He believed that events unfolded according to a predetermined cause and effect, and he preferred not to engage excessively unless provoked by someone like Danzo. As for other matters, he decided to let them unfold naturally. With the remnants of the Root organization joining the fight against the invaders, Konoha's already formidable combat strength would only grow stronger. As Chiba had anticipated, the conflict, which was expected to drag on, concluded in merely half a day. Sunagakure retreated under relentless pressure, with countless surrendering individuals captured as prisoners. Following the assassination of his mentor, the third Hokage, Orochimaru was sealed and subsequently fled with the 4 members of the Sound Village. The crisis was thoroughly averted. The remaining 2 highest leaders of Konoha, Tsunade and Midominin, stepped forward to take charge, overseeing the situation, which included managing the Sunagakure prisoners, compelling them to sign treaties, and demanding substantial reparations, as well as organizing the funeral for the third Hokage. These tasks fell to the 2 advisors. As for Chiba's elimination of Danzo, with the testimonies and statements from Mikawa and the remaining Root ninjas, Chiba bore no guilt whatsoever. Instead, he was hailed as a protector of Konoha and a hero for eradicating the traitors. A fortnight passed swiftly. The aftermath of the war in Konoha was largely resolved. Yet the village bore deep scars of destruction. Immediate restoration was evidently unfeasible. As for external ninja missions, those had been temporarily shelved. During this tumultuous period, Konoha was engulfed in chaos. With the third Hokage deceased, no one was inclined to undertake ninja missions. Ninjas who had neither perished nor sustained injuries were primarily assigned by the 2 advisors to organize and repair the damaged areas of Konoha. Chiba, Hinata, Naruto, and their companions remained genin during this time, receiving no missions, and thus found themselves with ample leisure. Ding! Congratulations, the Moonlight Clan's hiding technique has been successfully replicated. Another morning arrived, and Chiba habitually activated his replication ability. At last, the hiding technique was complete. As for that fellow, Moonlight Shippu, on the day of the great battle in Konoha, he had already been silently transported to the Konoha hospital by Chiba. Whether he awakens or not has become inconsequential. He no longer has any ties with Chiba. Knock, knock, knock. The front door downstairs was being rapped upon. The door was unlocked. Come in, Hinata. Chiba instinctively responded, rising to dress himself. Why had Hinata arrived earlier than usual today? A hint of curiosity stirred within him. However, in the next moment, a man's voice echoed from downstairs. Little Chiba, I'm coming in. Chiba was taken aback. That voice, was it not Jiraiya? What could he possibly want here so early in the morning? How did he find the Hyuga clan? Could it be that Jiraiya had uncovered the truth behind his elimination of Danzo? With a sense of unease, Chiba donned his clothes and descended the stairs. To be honest, despite not fearing exposure, one cannot help but feel a pang of guilt when harboring secrets. Upon reaching the first floor, Chiba spotted Jiraiya comfortably seated on the sofa, casually peeling and eating a banana from the table. Chiba, perplexed, inquired, Jiraiya, how did you know where I live? What brings you here? Jiraiya turned back with a hearty laugh, a mischievous and somewhat lewd grin on his face. Little Chiba, we're friends who have had quite a pleasant exchange, so there's no need to be so guarded around me. Chiba was at a loss for words. Given Jiraiya's familiar demeanor, there was no need for formalities. Although he was unsure of what Jiraiya was scheming, it was clear that he had come for a reason. Very well, then, take a seat for a moment, Chiba said as he entered the washroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. Afterward, Chiba proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Jiraiya, have you had breakfast yet? Would you like to eat something? Jiraiya nodded vigorously. Of course. I love sushi and soy milk, and a few deep-fried dough sticks would be splendid. Chiba couldn't help but frown at Jiraiya's high demands. No, all I have is noodles. Do you want some? Jiraiya, undeterred, continued to smile and nodded. Yes, I'll have some. Chiba then began to prepare the ingredients and boiled a large pot of noodles. Why a large pot, you ask? Because Hinata was coming for breakfast, and her appetite was considerable. She would surely eat 10 or 8 bowls. Before long, Hinata indeed arrived at the courtyard. Seeing that the front door was ajar, she simply walked in. Upon discovering Jiraiya seated in the living room, Hinata expressed her surprise. Lord Jiraiya, What brings you here? Jiraiya paused, looking at Hinata. And after a moment, he finally recognized her. Oh, you are Hinata, right? It was understandable. Hinata was quite reserved around unfamiliar faces. Moreover, during their previous encounter in the wild, it had primarily been Chiba conversing with Jiraiya, leaving Hinata to merely listen, thus not leaving a strong impression on Jiraiya. Hinata nodded. Yes, I am Hinata Hyuga. Jiraiya gazed at Hinata, then glanced towards Chiba in the kitchen, suddenly breaking into a mischievous grin. He brought his fingers together and gestured playfully. Inquiring of Hinata, "Little Hinata, are you and little Chiba in a romantic relationship?" Hinata's petite face instantly flushed crimson. How could this Lord Jiraiya be so blunt in his speech? How was she to respond? Fortunately, at that moment, Chiba's voice rang out from the kitchen, providing Hinata with a timely reprieve. "Hinata, come in and serve the noodles." "Oh," Hinata replied, turning and dashing into the kitchen. Soon after, the three of them sat together at the table to enjoy their meal. Jiraiya was taken aback by Hinata's appetite. He had never imagined that. Even with himself and Chiba present, they would struggle to match her consumption, as she devoured 8 bowls while he and Chiba were both satisfied with just one. Phew. Little Chiba, your culinary skills are truly commendable, nearly rivaling those of a restaurant chef, Jiraiya remarked, patting his belly contentedly. Chiba replied, "All right, enough with the flattery. You've eaten. Now let us discuss why you sought me out." Jiraiya nodded, suppressing his smile and adopting a serious demeanor. "I am aware of your involvement in the demise of Danzo from the Root organization." Chiba was taken aback. Indeed, was this the reason for his visit? Had the 2 advisors sent him? He cautiously asked, and then? Jiraiya continued, "There is no and then. I recognize your formidable strength. You are now among Konoha's elite. Therefore, I have a request. I need you to assist me in ensuring Naruto's safety." Chiba was somewhat astonished. He had expected a confrontation, not a plea for protection. Surely, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, could manage alone. Why summon him? Before Chiba could voice his thoughts, Jiraiya pressed on. "Little Chiba, you are aware that Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, correct?" Chiba nodded. Currently, a mysterious organization has assembled a cadre of exceptionally powerful individuals, intent on targeting the tailed beasts of the major shinobi villages. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, Naruto has now attracted their attention. Jiraiya proceeded to elaborate on the entire situation, revealing that the organization he spoke of was none other than the Akatsuki. As for why he insisted on involving Chiba in the protection of Naruto, Jiraiya's own words suggested that he feared the enemy's strength and wished for Chiba's assistance to mitigate any potential mishaps. However, from Jiraiya's eyes, Chiba discerned a different sentiment. When the Akatsuki was mentioned, Jiraiya exhibited no fear. Rather, there was a hint of pride in his demeanor. Thus, the true reason for bringing Chiba along must be something else. Chiba speculated that perhaps the 2 advisors had gleaned some vital information from the Root ninjas, prompting them to advise Jiraiya to keep a close watch on him. Due to Chiba's formidable strength, he is an exceedingly dangerous individual. Killing Danzo? On the surface, Chiba has exposed Danzo as a traitor colluding with Orochimaru. However, in reality, the 2 advisors are unlikely to accept this outcome. After all, they have shared a long history with Danzo, and there remains some emotional connection. As for Jiraiya, he does not entirely trust the words of the 2 advisors. In Chiba's own estimation, he likely harbors his own considerations. Nevertheless, Jiraiya is not well acquainted with Chiba. This is why he contemplated enlisting Chiba's help to protect Naruto, desiring more interaction with him. Very well, I agree to assist. With this thought, Chiba ceased his refusal. After all, it is merely a matter of safeguarding Naruto. Chiba is indeed Naruto's friend, and protecting him is a matter of course. Jiraiya grinned. That's splendid. In 2 days, I will take Naruto out to seek the 5th Hokage to assume the position. Chiba, would you accompany me? Chiba nodded. Hinata, perplexed, inquired, the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya-sama. Has the candidate for the 5th Hokage already been decided? Jiraiya nodded, gazing out towards the distance. Certainly, if that woman returns, she would undoubtedly be the most suitable candidate for the 5th Hokage. Chiba understood. The woman Jiraiya referred to is Tsunade. Jiraiya, accustomed to his carefree demeanor, finds the constraints of being Hokage unbearable, which is why he hopes Tsunade will return to shoulder this responsibility. Hinata tugged at Chiba's arm. Chiba and I. Are you leaving Konoha village in 2 days? May I accompany you? Chiba glanced at Jiraiya. Jiraiya subtly shook his head, evidently reluctant to bring Hinata along, harboring certain reservations. Reluctantly, Chiba patted Hinata's small head, reassuring her, Hinata, focus on your training at home. I will return swiftly. Do not worry too much about me. Hinata's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly gathered a large stack of bowls from the table, scurrying towards the kitchen. I will wash the dishes first. You two continue your conversation. 2 days later, after having breakfast with Hinata, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his location. In the next instant, he found himself beneath a large tree outside the gates of Konoha village. Hey, Chiba, good morning. Jiraiya had arrived early, clad in his iconic loose red robe. He leaned casually against the tree and greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Chiba nodded, glancing around before asking, where is your apprentice? Jiraiya paused, and upon recalling Naruto's clumsiness, he sighed in resignation. Strictly speaking, I have not yet officially taken Naruto as my apprentice. It is not that he dislikes Naruto. Naruto's tenacity and unyielding spirit mirror Jiraiya's own character. This is also why he is willing to teach Naruto ninjutsu. However, Naruto can be somewhat unreliable at times, and his thoughts can be quite rigid. Thus, the decision to take him on as a pupil remains under consideration. As he spoke, as Naruto appeared at the entrance of Konoha village, he waved enthusiastically, calling out, Hey, perverted sage. Chiba, I'm here, clad in his signature orange tracksuit. He bore an oversized mountaineering backpack that seemed to bulge with unknown contents. Chiba and Jiraiya exchanged glances, both bemused. Chiba inquired, Naruto, are you moving house? Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. I couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of the perverted sage taking me on a trip. So I brought along extra food and supplies. Jiraiya shook his head in resignation. All right, let's set off while the sun is still mild. Sure, Naruto nodded. Thus, the trio embarked on their journey to the next town. Nearby Konoha village, atop a mountain peak. 2 men clad in loose black cloaks stood overlooking the path where Chiba and the others walked, scrutinizing them intently. The black cloaks adorned with red clouds marked them as members of the Akatsuki organization. One had blood-red eyes, while the other bore a massive blade wrapped in white cloth on his back. They were none other than Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki, dispatched to capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kisame, revealing a grin that showcased his sharp shark-like teeth, remarked, Itachi, our target has appeared. When shall we make our move? Uchiha Itachi replied with calm detachment. Patience, Kisame. Do you know who that white-haired man below is? Kisame, puzzled, asked, Who? Itachi stated, he is Jiraiya. Kisame's expression shifted to one of surprise, the Jiraiya. One of the legendary Sannin? However, he quickly regained his composure, smirking disdainfully. So what? While the legendary Sannin's reputation is indeed formidable against you, I doubt he would fare well. Itachi shook his head, cautioning, do not underestimate him, Kisame. That individual is undoubtedly formidable. His strength surpasses ours. Upon hearing this, Kisame suppressed his disdain and reassessed the white-haired man below. Acknowledging Itachi's affirmation, he realized that this man was not to be taken lightly. I see, he conceded. But that kid in the white robe must belong to the Hyuga clan. Why is he accompanying the Jinchuriki? Itachi replied, I'm uncertain. But that individual gives off an aura that suggests he is also quite extraordinary. Kisame chuckled, remaining silent. He suddenly felt that his exceptionally powerful partner might have become overly cautious lately, even wary of a mere child. He posed the question, what should we do next? Itachi responded, everyone has weaknesses, and Jiraiya has a fatal flaw, his lecherous nature. Let us follow them. I will devise a way to distract Jiraiya. And then we shall capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With that, the two vanished from sight. On the streets of the small town, Chiba, Jiraiya, and Naruto strolled leisurely. A day has elapsed since departing from Konoha, and now dusk has descended. This is the nearest town to Konoha, bustling with activity and the incessant calls of vendors. Growl Naruto's stomach emitted a rumble, and he patted his belly, turning to Jiraiya. Hey, pervy sage, I'm famished. Let us find a place to dine. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Indeed, I am hungry as well. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the entrance of an inn. Just then, a stunning beauty with an alluring figure passed by, deliberately casting a flirtatious glance at Jiraiya. This nearly overwhelmed him, as he almost erupted with nosebleed. It wasn't just Jiraiya. Even Chiba and Naruto found themselves powerless against such a captivating lady. Her snow-white thighs, the deep curve of her cleavage, and her breathtaking beauty were simply unbeatable. It wasn't until she had walked far away that the three finally averted their gazes. Jiraiya cleared his throat awkwardly and said, Well, Chiba, Naruto, you two go ahead and eat first. I have some matters to attend to and shall return shortly. Hey, pervy sage. You clearly intend to flirt with that gorgeous sister. Naruto retorted, unrelentingly exposing Jiraiya's intentions. Jiraiya paid him no mind. Hastening after the woman and waving, "You children hurry and eat. I must gather some vital information." Chiba furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling the plot of the original story, which seemed to mirror the present situation perfectly. Jiraiya was lured away by a woman, leaving Naruto to dine and lodge alone. Was it not the case that Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hoshigaki were to make their appearance soon? However, he kept his thoughts to himself. After a long day of travel, he was genuinely hungry. If they were to come, so be it. After all, those two could not possibly take Naruto from Chiba. "Let us go, Naruto, to our meal." Chiba patted Naruto's shoulder and led the way into the inn. "All right," Naruto nodded, excitement bubbling at the thought of food. Upon entering, they ordered an extravagant spread and began to feast heartily. The inn also offered accommodations, and it was no surprise that they secured a room on the second floor. Naruto and Chiba's rooms were adjacent. "Naruto, rest well." Chiba smiled at him, offering a brief admonition. As he spoke, Chiba casually patted Naruto's back beneath the collar of his orange tracksuit. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a unique mark silently appeared, a seal of the Flying Thunder God. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement. The two returned to their respective rooms. However, Chiba did not rush to meditate or rest. Instead, he opened the system panel to examine the bloodline power he possessed. Possessing the bloodline powers of Ice Release, the Sharingan, One Tomo, Byakugan, Phasing Technique, and Shadow Mimicry, the protagonist is now intent on replicating additional bloodline abilities. Among these are the bloodline powers of the Mountain Clan, the pure bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, which Naruto has replicated, and the special bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, which Xiangling has replicated, as well as the bloodlines of Indra and Asura. The phasing technique has just been successfully replicated. After careful contemplation, Chiba resolves to begin the process of duplicating Naruto's unique Uzumaki bloodline. Naruto's Uzumaki bloodline is exceptional, endowed with remarkable regenerative abilities and formidable chakra production capabilities. While Chiba does not place much value on the regenerative aspect, the ability to produce chakra at Naruto's level is undeniably enticing. Should he be able to amass chakra of such magnitude, it would elevate his ice release techniques to unprecedented heights, allowing for extensive ice encasement with but a gesture, an exhilarating prospect indeed. Chiba's subsequent plan involves acquiring an even broader array of bloodline abilities, prioritizing those of Shugo's Kekkei Genkai, Kimimaro-s Shikatsumiyaku, and the unique bloodline of Suigetsu, along with Terumi Mei's Kekkei Genkai. He acknowledges that he is still not sufficiently powerful and must grow stronger. For the future heralds an invasion from the Otsutsuki clan, monstrously formidable beings against whom few can contend. It is imperative that someone rises to the occasion. If Chiba can attain formidable strength in advance, it may well be possible to crush the Otsutsuki clan. Resolute in his decision, Chiba feels compelled to visit the Sound Village. If all goes according to plan, Kimimaro will be gravely ill at this time. Any delay could result in his demise, and with it, the loss of that coveted bloodline power. At that moment, footsteps echo from the corridor, drawing nearer until they halt before the door to Chiba and Naruto's room. Has someone arrived? Chiba furrows his brow, having already risen from his bed. Knock, knock, knock. As anticipated, someone raps on Naruto's door. Due to the wooden construction of the inn, every sound from the neighboring rooms is distinctly audible to Chiba. Who is it? Naruto, seated cross-legged in meditation, opens his eyes and impatiently inquires, "Is it the pervy sage or Chiba?" Receiving no response from the outside, he reluctantly rises and strides toward the door. Creak. As the door swings open, Naruto is taken aback by the sight before him. Standing at the threshold are two imposing figures clad in black cloaks, their eyes filled with disdain, sending a shiver down Naruto's spine. Instinctively, he steps back, questioning, "Who are you?" Silence ensues. The towering figure wielding a massive sword, Kisame Hoshigaki, turns to Itachi Uchiha and remarks, "Itachi-san, is this the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails?" He seems rather weak. Itachi nods in agreement. That is to be expected. His strength lies within the Nine Tails sealed inside him. As its host, he currently lacks the ability to harness the power of the beast. Naruto's expression turned to one of alarm, as the oppressive aura exuded by the two individuals left him feeling somewhat suffocated. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Naruto with an air of calmness and remarked, "Naruto-kun, please accompany us. If you wish to avoid suffering, do not resist." Naruto remained silent, instead calling out loudly, "Chiba, Chiba, if there's trouble, I need backup." With the lecher sage absent, He hoped that Chiba would be there to aid him. The two individuals before him radiated strength, and he feared that only Chiba could handle the situation. Suddenly, Chiba's voice resonated from the adjacent room. The door slowly creaked open, and he stepped out. Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi turned their gazes toward Chiba in unison. Chiba met their eyes but refrained from speaking immediately. Kisame grinned and said, "Itachi, this kid seems rather ordinary. He doesn't appear to be as formidable as you suggested." Itachi shook his head, cautioning Kisame, "Be careful. Do not underestimate him." Chiba beckoned to Naruto, urging, "Come over here." Naruto nodded, ready to move. But Kisame abruptly swung his large blade, obstructing Naruto's path. "You are our prey. Where do you think you're going?" he declared. With that, Kisame lifted his foot and aimed a swift kick at Naruto's abdomen. The speed of the kick was astounding, leaving Naruto frozen in shock. Chiba swiftly waved his right hand, causing the temperature at the doorway to plummet, and an ice shield surged up to protect Naruto. A muffled thud echoed as Kisame's foot collided with the ice shield, which remained unscathed. Both he and Itachi were taken aback, simultaneously exclaiming, "Ice release? Bloodline limit?" The fact that the Hyuga clan possessed ice release was quite surprising. However, Itachi, ever the cautious strategist, had already deduced from their brief skirmish that Chiba was not to be trifled with. "Kisame, quickly, capture the nine tails. I will hold him off," Itachi commanded, swiftly forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. With a deep breath, he unleashed a torrent of flames from his mouth, coalescing into a massive fireball that hurtled toward Chiba. At such close range, being struck would be devastating. Understood. Meanwhile, Kisame, in tandem with Itachi's assault, swung his Samahata blade towards Naruto within the room. The sound of shattering ice resonated as the blade cleaved through the ice shield, continuing its relentless trajectory toward Naruto. In an instant, Chiba activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from his original position and evading the oncoming fireball. The next moment, he reappeared beside Naruto. His fist clenched tightly as he delivered a powerful strike. Gentle Fist, exploding palm. The impact resonated with a thunderous crash, as his glowing golden fist collided forcefully with the approaching Samahata blade. "What?" Kisame exclaimed in shock, feeling his wrist and palm shatter under the force, as if his blade had been struck by a colossal hammer. Then, the great sword of the shark skin, which was originally swung outward, was instead violently repelled, crashing forcefully against his chest. "Ah!" The ghostly shark let out a wretched scream, his entire chest shattered by the impact of the sword, blood gushing forth. Yet, this was not the end. The force was overwhelming, sending his body flying backward, smashing through the corridor wall. He was propelled out of the inn and fell heavily onto the street, causing a commotion. This fellow. Uchiha Itachi's expression turned grave, and he dared not be careless. He quickly retreated several steps, creating distance between himself and Chiba. His combat awareness was keen. He had already discerned the technique by which Chiba had instantaneously appeared beside Naruto, a feat quite extraordinary, coupled with such terrifying strength. He was practically an invincible force in close combat. "Who are you? Konoha has not heard of your existence." Itachi's expression was serious as he fixed his gaze upon Chiba. Chiba replied, and not Chiba, "I am aware of who you are. You are Uchiha Itachi." Itachi paused, scrutinizing Chiba closely, momentarily at a loss for words. Chiba continued, "Leave now. I have no intention of letting you take Naruto while I am here." Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. He indeed sensed a dangerously powerful aura emanating from this youth. At that moment, the defeated Kisame Hoshigaki leaped up from the shattered wall, wielding the sharkskin sword, his chest heavily scarred but quickly mending thanks to the sword's chakra. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Kisame coldly fixed his gaze on Chiba and said, "Itachi-san, you are absolutely correct. This little brat is indeed a tough adversary, such frightening power." Uchiha Itachi nodded. "I have only witnessed such power in one individual, another among the legendary Sannin." Chiba's expression shifted. Was Itachi referring to Tsunade? Did he consider himself a successor of Tsunade as well? However, Chiba paid it little mind. Naruto tugged at Chiba's arm and asked, "Chiba, who is Uchiha Itachi? Who are they, and why do they want to capture me?" Chiba replied, "Uchiha Itachi is the brother of Uchiha Sasuke. They seek you for the tailed beast within you." Naruto nodded, deep in thought as he gazed at the two opponents. Kisame inquired, "What shall we do next, Itachi-san? With such a commotion, Jiraiya will surely return soon." Uchiha Itachi nodded. "Use all your strength, Kisame. Quickly subdue the Nine Tails. If that one returns, we will have no chance of victory." "Understood," Kisame replied, a smirk revealing itself at the corner of his mouth. He swiftly moved his hands, beginning to weave seals. Water style, great exploding water wave. His chest expanded, and Kisame abruptly opened his mouth to unleash a torrent of water, surging forth like a tidal wave, immediately flooding the entire second-floor corridor. The water showed no signs of abating, quickly engulfing a vast area around them. Passers-by on the street were swept away by the rushing waters. A crack echoed through the air. The head of Kisame crashed through the roof of the inn, with a column of water erupting beneath him like a fountain, propelling him skyward. The entire establishment was inundated, unable to withstand such a violent onslaught, and it collapsed in an instant. Meanwhile, Chihaya leaped upwards, clutching Naruto, breaking through the roof without being affected by the torrent. The two stood atop the waves, rising and falling gracefully. Naruto appeared somewhat flustered, while Chihaya maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of excessive emotion. The strength of the two before him was undeniable. Yet, should Chihaya choose, he could swiftly whisk Naruto away using the Flying Thunder God technique. Kisame, on the other hand, Itachi found himself at a loss for words. He had declared his intent to fight with all his might. Yet he had forgotten that Kisame's full strength would unleash such chaos. Now, even if Jiraiya had initially been unaware of the situation, he would undoubtedly rush over immediately. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. The pressing concern was to secure Naruto and depart without delay. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Itachi swiftly traversed the surface of the water, approaching the duo as he completed a set of hand seals. A barrage of small fireballs erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Chihaya and Naruto. Each fireball concealed a rapidly spinning shuriken, making this technique a hidden deadly strike. Even if the enemy evaded the fireballs, he could manipulate the shurikens with the thread in his hand to execute a counterattack. Yet, Chihaya seemed to be fully aware of the intricacies of this jutsu. With a mere flick of his sleeve, a multitude of ice projectiles formed before him, shooting toward the fireballs. Each ice spike matched a fireball in its trajectory. When the icy projectiles collided with the fireballs, a hissing sound ensued, but the basketball-sized fireballs were evidently insufficient to instantly melt the ice. The ice spikes shattered the fireballs, sending the concealed shurikens flying in all directions. Hee hee, little Hyuga, here I come. Kisame cackled maniacally. In this vast expanse of water, he found himself in his element, his odds of defeating his foes multiplying exponentially. With renewed confidence, he wielded his sword, the Kubi Karabocho, as torrents of water surged beneath him, forming colossal waves that rolled toward Chihaya. This maneuver was exceedingly formidable. While he utilized the swirling waves to suppress Chihaya, he stood atop the crest, ready to strike at any moment. However, Chihaya remained unfazed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As the raging waves approached within a meter of him, he suddenly extended his palm outward. The ice release technique activated. Chakra surged from his feet, causing the undulating water to instantaneously coalesce into ice, while the oncoming tidal wave was swiftly transformed into a frozen sculpture. What? Kisame was left in disbelief. Could it truly be played this way? This was utterly absurd. He was supposed to have an absolute advantage in the water. How did everything suddenly turn to ice? Yet, this was not the end. The seawater, transformed into ice sculptures, began to sprout sharp ice spikes under the manipulation of Chiba's chakra. A few soft hissing sounds echoed. The bewildered Kakashi, his feet pierced in an instant, let out a cry of agony, just as the ice spikes continued their upward expansion, threatening to penetrate his body. He swiftly swung his sword, shattering a large portion of the ice beneath him, finally freeing himself and retreating rapidly. Damn it, Kakashi gnashed his teeth, glaring at Chiba with resentment. This boy was truly abnormal. He had already suffered significant losses at his hands twice today. Chiba chuckled lightly. Do not look at me like that. I possess absolute restraint against water-style ninjas, rendering your water advantage ineffective against me. You bastard. Kakashi's shoulders shook in rage. This brat was so arrogant. The most frustrating part was that he had no retort. His water techniques were indeed swiftly frozen, providing him no advantage. Guy, I will hold him off. You go capture the Ninetales. On the other side, Uchiha Itachi, still maneuvering, spoke in a low voice. From the very moment the battle commenced, his left eye had been tightly shut. Clearly, he was concentrating chakra in his left eye, preparing to unleash the powers of his Manjiki Sharingan. Chiba was well aware of both their strengths. Although he possessed Byakugan, he dared not confront Itachi's Tsukuyomi lightly. In theory, while Byakugan was indeed one of the three great ocular techniques, it should not be able to counter Tsukuyomi. Thus, Chiba remained vigilant, keeping his focus on Itachi's eyes. Upon seeing a blood tear trickle from Itachi's left eye, Chiba wasted no time. He stomped his right foot, activating his ice release technique. In an instant, a 2-meter thick square ice block enveloped both Chiba and Naruto. What? Itachi halted abruptly, momentarily stunned. Tsukuyomi was ready to unleash. But Chiba's action had obscured his line of sight, halting his next move. This guy. Itachi sensed that the situation was far from simple. This Hinata Chiba seemed to possess an extraordinary understanding of his techniques. However, he could not afford to concede. In the fleeting seconds before Tsukuyomi activated, he summoned another ability of his Manjiki Sharingan. Susanoo. A torrent of crimson energy surged around him, coalescing into a massive skeletal arm in front of Itachi. The skeletal fist clenched tightly and swung forward with tremendous force. With a thunderous roar, the thick ice cube shattered, fragments scattering in all directions. But in the next moment, Itachi was bewildered again. The ice block was empty. Chiba and Naruto had vanished without a trace. What happened? Where did they go? The face of Kakashi Kasame was etched with confusion as he halted his steps. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, stating, "I am uncertain. It appears he has escaped using some form of ninjutsu." As he spoke, a sudden thought struck him. Earlier, Chiba had silently appeared before Naruto in an instant. He realized it might be a unique space-time ninjutsu from Konoha. Could this Hinata Chiba possibly wield the Flying Thunder God technique? Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted to one of shock. If that were indeed the case, this Hinata Chiba would be extraordinarily formidable. Blood tears continued to flow from his left eye, with the enemy having vanished. Itachi reluctantly dispelled the ocular technique. However, this cancellation did not imply that his body remained unscathed. The price of such a technique was steep. He feared he would not be able to employ Tsukuyomi again for the time being. At that moment, a figure rushed towards them from the distance. Tall and clad in a flowing dark red robe, with a forehead protector emblazoned with a prominent symbol, it was Jiraiya. Over his shoulder, he bore a beautiful woman who had fallen unconscious, her attire disheveled. It was evident he had engaged in some unsavory actions with her during his prolonged absence. "Ah, Tsunade. My friends, you have endured quite the journey with us," Jiraiya remarked with a faint smile, gently placing the woman, adorned in a short skirt, atop the ice layer created by Chiba. Kisame furrowed his brow. "You discovered us long ago, didn't you?" "Of course," Jiraiya nodded. Just then, a figure suddenly materialized beside him. It was Chiba. "Where's Naruto?" Jiraiya inquired. "I have already ensured his safety. Worry not," Chiba replied, nodding in affirmation. Jiraiya then turned his gaze to Uchiha Itachi, remarking, "Ah, the prodigious Uchiha Itachi. Your eyes are truly remarkable. However, do not assume that such petty illusions cast upon women can easily deceive me. I am not one to be easily fooled." As Chiba glanced at the woman beside them, he noted her disheveled clothing and the marks upon her fair skin. It became abundantly clear to him that Jiraiya had indeed taken advantage of her. After having endured the initial wave of damage, Jiraiya seemed to have come here to flaunt his exploits. Chiba's expression darkened. Jiraiya's shamelessness was astounding. Both Uchiha Itachi and Kisame discerned the woman's condition as well. Itachi narrowed his eyes but chose to remain silent. Kisame, being more straightforward, could not refrain from taunting, "Mr. Jiraiya, you are well aware this is a trap, yet you still fell for it." Itachi is entirely correct. You cannot resist women. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, having been seen through. Yet, with his thick skin, he chose to disregard the mockery, addressing Chiba. "Chiba?" The two individuals in question, one an S-rank fugitive from Konoha and the other an S-rank fugitive from the Hidden Mist, prepared to engage in battle alongside me. Chiba remained silent, neither acquiescing nor rejecting the proposal. Yet, before he could respond, the other party took the initiative to strike. Uchiha Itachi's hands moved with remarkable speed, his hand seals forming so swiftly that they appeared as mere afterimages. Fire style, great fireball technique. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames that swiftly coalesced into a massive fireball, rolling towards Chiba and Jiraiya. "Kisame, retreat." Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi turned and fled. "Understood." The shark-like Kisame quickly followed suit. He was not foolish. The target, Naruto, had already been taken away by Chiba. Remaining here to battle these two formidable opponents would yield no advantages. In truth, Kisame harbored a certain pride in his formidable water-style abilities. However, with Chiba's prowess countering his techniques, he felt no hope of victory in a prolonged confrontation. "You shall not escape," Jiraiya called out sternly as he hastened in pursuit. Chiba followed closely behind. Not far into the chase, Uchiha Itachi abruptly turned his head while running forward, a single blood tear trailing from his tightly shut right eye. Amaterasu. In that instant, as he opened his eye, a vast expanse of black flames surged skyward before Chiba and Jiraiya. Chiba quickly halted. This fire was not to be trifled with. It was no jest. Jiraiya also came to a stop, his expression grave as he regarded the inky flames. As he attempted to circumvent the blazing inferno and continue his pursuit, he realized that Itachi and Kisame had already covered a significant distance, making further pursuit exceedingly difficult. Damn it, they've escaped. Jiraiya cursed under his breath. Isn't it because you were engaged in that frivolous endeavor? Chiba retorted. Cough, cough, I was merely gathering crucial intelligence. It was a necessary task, Jiraiya defended himself. Yes, gathering it on the belly of a woman, Chiba quipped without hesitation. Jiraiya's face flushed with embarrassment, and he chose to say no more. Instead, he retrieved a blank scroll from his belongings. With a pen, he inscribed numerous peculiar symbols upon the scroll. Then, placing it flat on the ground, he began to perform hand seals. Ninjutsu, evil sealing technique. He slapped his palm onto the scroll. The black symbols on the scroll seemed to sprout legs, swiftly extending outward to engulf the vast swath of black flames. In under 30 seconds, all the flames were completely consumed by the runes drawn into the scroll. Jiraiya, with a grave expression, remarked, "These flames are exceedingly strange. They can even burn through the earth. We must secure them for further study." Chiba glanced at the ground, and indeed, the earth lay scorched. A large blackened pit marking the spot. "Let us proceed to retrieve Naruto and find a place to rest," Jiraiya suggested. Agreed, Chiba nodded. He then grasped Jiraiya's arm and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh! The two individuals vanished from their original spot, only to reappear beneath a grand tree. This was a mark left by Chiba along the forest path before entering the town, not far from the direction of the settlement. Perverted sage, Chiba, you two come back. Naruto stepped forward and inquired, "What happened to those peculiar fellows?" Chiba replied, "They left, driven away." Naruto exclaimed, "Chiba, you are truly impressive. I wish I could be as strong as you." Nearby, Jiraiya, with a hint of discontent, teased, "Naruto, am I not formidable? After all, I've been training you for quite some time." Naruto retorted, "Perverted sage. How can you say that? It was because you were lured away by a woman that those two appeared. You're just a super lecherous old man." Jiraiya, instantly infuriated, struck Naruto on the head with a heavy thump. "Is this how you speak to your teacher? Is this how you address your elders? I was planning to teach you a powerful jutsu during this outing, but now it seems unnecessary." Upon hearing this, Naruto became animated and eagerly grasped Jiraiya's arm, pleading, "Perverted sage, what jutsu? Is it as powerful as Sasuke's Chidori?" Jiraiya remarked, "Chidori? It cannot possibly compare to my jutsu." The Rasengan is a technique devised by an exceptionally skilled ninja. That evening, the trio re-entered the town and found another inn to stay. Jiraiya, still benevolent, went to compensate the innkeeper for the damaged lodging and provided some medical expenses for the injured villagers. Initially, Jiraiya intended to assign this task to Chiba, as he had noticed that Chiba seemed quite affluent throughout their journey, often purchasing intriguing items without haggling, regardless of their price. It appeared that Chiba might even possess more wealth than Jiraiya himself. However, Chiba was not easily deceived by the old man. He thought it only reasonable to contribute some funds for the mischief caused during their brawl. After aligning with Naruto, Chiba insisted that Jiraiya handle the matter. Thus commenced a lengthy 7-day expedition in search of Tsunade. In every town they passed, Jiraiya and Chiba would split up, visiting taverns and casinos in pursuit of Tsunade's whereabouts. As for Naruto, he had already begun training a new technique. The first phase of the Rasengan was completed, and he had embarked on the second phase. In a bustling street, throngs of people moved about incessantly. The three of them ambled through the crowd, observing their surroundings, while Naruto excitedly tinkered with a rubber ball in his hands. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the ball exploded, sending Naruto flying and startling the passers-by. Rising from the ground, he joyfully raced towards Chiba and Jiraiya, exclaiming, "I did it. I succeeded. Chiba, perverted sage. This is the third stage of the spiraling sphere training its potency." Indeed, the journey to seek Tsunade has elapsed for several days. Jiraiya, with a smile, nodded and tousled Naruto's hair, saying, "Well done, Naruto. We are now approaching the final stage of this training, and soon, this jutsu will be complete." Naruto, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "What? How do we cultivate it, perverted sage? Hurry and teach me." Jiraiya shook his head. "No, not yet. It is not the right time. Just wait a moment." Naruto, somewhat displeased, could only nod in agreement. Throughout their training, he had endured numerous injuries, particularly to his right hand, which throbbed with sharp, needle-like pain. Chiba interjected, "Gentlemen, it is noon. Let us find a place to dine." "Yes, let's eat. I am quite hungry," Jiraiya replied, and the three of them made their way to a nearby tavern. Upon lifting the curtain, as they entered, Jiraiya stood frozen in place. He locked eyes with a woman seated at a desk ahead, both momentarily taken aback. Her golden hair was tied back, and her face was strikingly beautiful. The loose gray kimono she wore failed to conceal her ample bosom, drawing the gazes of passers-by who could not help but steal a few glances. It was indeed Tsunade, the legendary Sannin. Beside Tsunade sat a woman clad in a black net-like kimono, her short hair framing a lovely face, though her figure was more modest. This was Shizen. "Jiraiya!" Tsunade exclaimed, both of them astonished to encounter one another in this place. Shizen quickly rose, bowing slightly. "Lord Jiraiya." "Ah, Shizen, you've grown so much." "Ha ha ha," Jiraiya chuckled. He was acquainted with Shizen from the days of the Third Great Ninja War when she was about the same age as Chiba and Naruto now. Jiraiya gestured for Chiba and Naruto to sit across from Tsunade and Shizen. Tsunade, appearing somewhat inebriated, gazed dreamily at the trio, her eyes finally resting on Chiba's face. "This young lad is quite handsome. He certainly suits my taste," she laughed heartily. Her laughter caused her ample bosom to jiggle, mesmerizing those around her. Chiba chuckled softly, gazing at Tsunade but remaining silent, thinking to himself, "It's all right. You're endowed, and you call the shots. I have no qualms about you being an old cow grazing on tender grass." Jiraiya and Shizen exchanged glances, bewildered, while Naruto continued to devour his grilled fish. "Lady Tsunade, you may have had a bit too much to drink. Perhaps it would be wise to stop," Shizen advised. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively. "I am not drunk." "Do not worry." Jiraiya, with a serious expression, remarked, "Tsunade, there have been significant events in Konoha recently. Have you heard about them?" A fleeting shadow of somberness crossed Tsunade's eyes as she nodded slightly. "Ah, you mean the passing of the third Hokage? I am aware. Just the day before, Orochimaru visited me, asking for assistance in treating his hands. It is said that she could revive her brother and lover, given 3 days to ponder this proposition. Therefore, Tsunade was already aware of the events transpiring in Konoha." Jiraiya nodded and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? If possible, I would like to invite you to accompany me back to Konoha. The two advisors had specifically sought me out. To be frank, my purpose in coming here was to persuade you to return and assume the mantle of Hokage." Tsunade scoffed disdainfully. "Hokage? Only a fool would aspire to such a position. And I refuse." Her brother, Nawaki, and her beloved, Dan Cat, had both once dreamed of becoming Hokage, yet they met their demise in battle. This had long since become an insurmountable burden for Tsunade. Without anyone left to protect, what significance does becoming Hokage hold? "Tsunade, do not be so hasty in your refusal," Jiraiya said with an awkward smile. Nearby, Naruto was fuming. How dare anyone insult the Hokage? His belief lay firmly in the Hokage, and he would not accept such disparagement. However, he was but a child, his words lacking weight. Soon, under Tsunade's fierce glare, coupled with the pressure from Chiyo and Jiraiya, he settled down and obediently resumed eating his fish. Subsequently, Jiraiya, along with Chiyo and Naruto, took up residence in the inn where Tsunade was staying. Following the storyline as depicted in the original narrative, Tsunade invited Jiraiya out for drinks, but her intentions were far from innocent. She had spiked his drink. Initially, she intended to gift Jiraiya to Orochimaru as a parting gift. Yet, her heart softened, and instead, she allowed him to sleep soundly at the table throughout the night. Meanwhile, Tsunade ventured alone to the rendezvous point with Orochimaru, seeking to confront him once and for all. Reviving her brother and lover? It was a thought that had crossed her mind, and she had even felt a stir of desire. However, reason ultimately prevailed, reminding her that resurrecting the deceased was merely a fool's dream. Orochimaru was simply deceiving her. She aimed to eliminate him, a dangerously unpredictable entity. Perhaps Jiraiya's words had swayed her. The feeling she harbored for Konoha had been rekindled. After all, it was the legacy left by her grandfather. As anticipated, a figure clad in a white kimono was advancing slowly, several hundred meters behind Tsunade. This individual was Chiyo. Jiraiya had not mentioned Chiyo's prowess. Thus it was not within Tsunade's calculations. This inadvertently granted Chiyo the opportunity to stealthily follow and observe Tsunade's intentions. Ding! A temporary mission was triggered. Mission details. subdue Orochimaru, and compel him to submit to the host. Upon completion, the reward for today's replication would be quintupled. The system's notification echoed suddenly in Chiyo's mind, causing him to pause momentarily. Subdue Orochimaru? That seemed an arduous task. Defeating him would be relatively straightforward. But to tame such a rebellious and cunning individual was no small feat nevertheless, considering the system's offer of a fivefold reward today. Chiba ultimately decided to give it a try. What if he succeeded? Today, he could directly complete the replication of Naruto's Uzumaki clan bloodline. Soon, Chiba would possess an overwhelming amount of chakra, along with an astonishing recovery speed. However, he did not place much importance on the recovery speed, as typically, no one could harm him. The most crucial aspect was the quantity of chakra. Before long, Tsunade traversed several streets and arrived at the foot of a temple. The area was surrounded by winding walls, resembling a labyrinth. Chiba, following behind, felt somewhat perplexed. Who could have constructed such a nonsensical building? What purpose could it possibly serve? Was it merely to force everyone to take unnecessary detours? Tsunade halted, her gaze calm as she focused ahead. Not far away stood a tall, slender man with long black hair. A sinister smile graced his lips, and his eyes glinted with a venomous intensity. Orochimaru. Beside him stood a young man clad in a purple vest and standard light blue ninja trousers, adorned with round glasses. Kabuto Yakushi. Hee, Tsunade, you have indeed come. Orochimaru sneered coldly. Tsunade frowned slightly. You knew I would come? Of course, Orochimaru replied. You cannot refuse the terms of resurrecting those two. For your love for them is profound, Tsunade. I know you well. Tsunade lowered her gaze, shadows clouding her eyes. Orochimaru was correct. Her love for those two was undeniable. Yet, he was mistaken in underestimating her intelligence. Love did not equate to the loss of all reason. Her purpose here was to kill Orochimaru. Tsunade nodded. You are not mistaken, Orochimaru. Remember your promise. I will heal your hands. If I do not get to see them again, your demise will be most excruciating. Through gritted teeth, Tsunade resolved to put on a show. Otherwise, an old fox like Orochimaru would not be easily deceived. Rest assured, Tsunade. When have I ever lied to you? Now, show me your skills. I know you are the only one capable of achieving this in this world. With a cold laugh, Orochimaru stepped forward, raising his bandaged hands, inviting Tsunade to commence the healing. Tsunade slightly nodded, extending her palms as a large sphere of green chakra energy gathered, awaiting Orochimaru's approach. Suddenly, two shuriken flew towards Tsunade. Startled, she quickly dodged backward. Orochimaru, infuriated, turned to glare at Kabuto. Kabuto, are you attempting to betray me at this moment? Kabuto's glasses glinted with a flash. Lord Orochimaru, do not approach this woman. As a medical ninja, I can sense that her chakra is rife with killing intent. She has no intention of healing you. Both Tsunade and Orochimaru momentarily froze at his words. Tsunade was taken aback, astonished that Kabuto could possess such mastery in medical ninjutsu. Generally, ordinary medical ninjas could not discern such intricate matters. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, but had already begun to believe Kabuto's words. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he turned to Tsunade and inquired, Tsunade, what does this mean? Do you not wish for their revival? Tsunade let out a self-deprecating smile, gradually lowering her head. Two streams of tears cascaded down her fair cheeks, glistening as they fell to the ground. Revival, how utterly absurd. I must be a fool to believe in such nonsense. Her voice trembled with suppressed sobs. Deep down, she understood that Orochimaru was deceiving her. Yet, she had been attempting to convince herself, to delude herself, envisioning that impossibility as a possibility. Ultimately, however, she came to a painful realization. What could be said about reviving those who had already passed away? Orochimaru, with a sneer, silently regarded Tsunade without uttering a word. He spoke in a low voice, so you already know, Tsunade. To be frank, among all the inhabitants of Konoha, you are the last person I wish to kill. Just obediently heal my hands, and do not force me to take drastic measures. Tsunade clenched her jaw, wiping the tears from her face, and glared fiercely at Orochimaru. In that moment, all her sorrow transformed into anger. She loathed the man before her. She despised him for having slain the third Hokage, for having destroyed the Konoha left by her grandfather. She resented him for deceiving her, igniting a flicker of impossible hope within her heart. Enough with the nonsense. Orochimaru, you must die today. With that declaration, Tsunade leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch toward Orochimaru. With a thunderous crash, the ground erupted into a massive crater. Orochimaru dodged just in time, leaping onto the rear wall alongside Kabuto. sustaining no injuries. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and remarked with a cold smile, truly worthy of being one of the legendary three, Lady Tsunade. That strength is indeed formidable. A single blow from her would likely rival that of Hinata Chiba. A glimmer of menace flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Kabuto's words reminded him of the unpleasant memories from the Forest of Death, where the esteemed Orochimaru had been reduced to a pulp by Amir Jr. Even now, he still harbored resentment. My apologies, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto chuckled awkwardly, realizing his blunder. In this context, the name Hinata Chiba had become a taboo. Die, Orochimaru. Tsunade's attack followed closely behind. With a resounding crash, she shattered the wall with her fist, bricks scattering across the ground. Retreat, Lord Orochimaru. The terrain here is too constricted. It does not suit my fighting style. Kabuto urgently pulled Orochimaru back, hastily seeking an escape. You shall not escape. Tsunade pursued relentlessly. A few hundred meters away, Chiba, who had been observing with his Byakugan, quickly followed suit. In a vast expanse of green grassland, Kabuto and Orochimaru halted, quietly gazing at Tsunade across the way. Then, allow me to engage you in battle. With a chilling smile, Yakushi Kabuto began to weave hand signs, and soon, a razor-thin layer of chakra formed into a surgical knife upon his palms. Without hesitation, he charged towards Tsunade. This fellow. Tsunade was somewhat taken aback, pondering Kabuto's formidable abilities. As the clash commenced, Kabuto mashed her blow for blow, skillfully utilizing the chakra knife to sever her nerves. However, Tsunade was no pushover. With a single punch, she misaligned Kabuto's nervous system. The two were soon locked in a fierce struggle. Just as it seemed Kabuto was on the verge of defeat, he resorted to a despicable tactic. He slashed his palm, flinging his own blood onto Tsunade's face. Her assault halted as she stood frozen in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Flashing through her mind were haunting images of her brother and lover before their demise, each scene replaying relentlessly. Hee. Truly, you are formidable, Tsunade, one of the legendary three. Yet regrettably, in my eyes, you have become nothing but refuse. Kabuto cackled maniacally as he lunged forward, landing blow after blow upon Tsunade's visage. Finally, his foot pressed against her chest, deforming her ample bosom, all the while he continued to mock. You are woefully weak. A mere drop of blood can lead to your downfall. You are now nothing but a useless husk, ha 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 ha. Tsunade's face was marred with wounds, yet she remained quivering, offering no response. At that moment, a figure clad in a white kimono approached leisurely from the distance, her cold gaze fixed on Kabuto. The newcomer was Chiba. Hey, four-eyed brat, remove your filthy foot from her. If you wish to avoid death, then stand aside obediently. Both Orochimaru and Kabuto turned in unison. Upon recognizing Chiba, their pupils constricted in shock. Her impression upon them was indelibly etched in their minds, particularly for Orochimaru, who had already begun to harbor dread towards her. Despite his reluctance to admit it, Lord Orochimaru, this individual is not to be trifled with. Kabuto swiftly retreated to Orochimaru's side. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Chiba as he inquired, Hinata Chiba, what brings you here? Are you opposing me? Chiba nodded, halting beside Tsunade. Indeed. You may consider it so. With a pointed finger directed at Kabuto and Orochimaru, she declared in a grave tone, one of you must perish today. Upon hearing this, anger flickered across the faces of both Orochimaru and Kabuto. Kabuto urged, Lord Orochimaru, stop engaging him in idle chatter. Let us unleash that technique at once. Orochimaru remained silent, but tacitly acquiesced. His hands were currently incapacitated, rendering him unable to weave signs for ninjutsu. Thus, he relied on Kabuto to assist in forming the seals necessary to summon the Great Serpent. Without a moment's hesitation, Kabuto seized Orochimaru's right hand and began to weave the signs. Summoning technique. With a resounding bang, a massive plume of white smoke erupted. Immediately, a colossal purple serpent, measuring several dozen feet in length, emerged. Two horns adorned its head, hinting at a potential transformation into a dragon. The serpent, known as Wanshi, surveyed its surroundings with its enormous eyes and thunderously inquired, Hey, Orochimaru, why have you summoned me here? Why have I not been provided with a sacrificial offering? Each time Wanshi intervened, it required a human sacrifice, yet this time, Orochimaru had failed to prepare one, inciting Wanshi's ire. Orochimaru furrowed his brow but remained silent. Kabuto interjected, Lord Wanshi, Orochimaru is currently facing some difficulties, and we kindly ask for your assistance. Rest assured, we will provide the sacrificial offering afterward. Wanshi retorted, Who are you? I am conversing with Orochimaru, and you, little pest, have no right to interject. At that moment, Chiba, having lost his combat consciousness, retreated to a nearby tree to rest, only to return shortly after. Gazing up at the formidable Wanshi, he asked nonchalantly, "Is this the best you can send to confront me? Orochimaru, your tactics seem rather feeble." A sinister smile crept across Kabuto's lips. He knew Chiba's words would undoubtedly infuriate Wanshi, thus sparing them the trouble of further communication. Wanshi looked down at Chiba, seething with rage. Who is this little brat? How dare he insult and belittle me? Chiba replied coolly, "What is wrong with insulting you? You're nothing more than a pest, albeit a larger one. How dare you?" Wanshi roared, lunging at Chiba. With a thunderous crash, the ground was left with a massive crater from Wanshi's head. Yet, Chiba had already leaped back to evade the attack. Swiftly, he hurled a kunai at Wanshi. Kabuto shouted urgently, "Lord Wanshi, do not allow that kunai to approach. He possesses the Flying Thunder God technique and has formidable close combat abilities." What? The Flying Thunder God? Wanshi gasped. It then opened its mouth wide, unleashing a foul gust that sent the airborne kunai spiraling away, along with Chiba himself. This was merely a foul breath. Wanshi did not possess wind techniques. Hey, Orochimaru, why can this brat use the Flying Thunder God? Isn't that technique exclusive to that yellow-haired kid? The yellow-haired kid referred to Minato Namikaze, with whom Wanshi had previously crossed paths during the Ninja World War. Orochimaru remained silent, his expression darkening as he glared at Chiba, feeling deep down that Wanshi alone was unlikely to be a match for him. Kabuto elaborated, "Lord Wanshi, Hinata Chiba is a new generation ninja capable of wielding the Flying Thunder God, and his punches are extraordinarily fearsome. Do not allow him to strike you, or the consequences will be dire." Before he could finish, Wanshi had already coiled and launched itself forward. Fearsome punches? Can he break through my armor like serpent skin? Let him try. Wanshi was resolute in its skepticism. Its defensive prowess is among the finest within the entirety of the dragon's lair, ranking at the very top among all serpents. Common weapons such as knives, guns, or clubs leave not a mark upon its formidable form. The notion that a mere youth could penetrate its defenses with bare fists is utterly preposterous. As these words echoed in the air, the myriad serpents surged toward Chiyé, opening their cavernous mouths to strike. One cannot deny the astonishing swiftness of the multitude. Akin to a gust of wind, they closed the distance in an instant. Yet, Chiyé did not hastily retreat. Instead, he unleashed a powerful punch with fervor. The soft fist exploded. His fist, aglow with golden radiance, crashed violently against the enormous tooth of the serpent. The tooth, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, shattered with a resounding crack, piercing through the serpent's throat and leaving a gaping wound in its wake. With the Flying Thunder God technique activated, Chiyé vanished from sight just before the serpent's colossal maw could collide with him. A thunderous impact resounded as the ground was once again struck, forming a deep crater. In the aftermath, the anguished roar of the serpent filled the air. It hurt. It hurt so much. The serpent writhed frantically, rolling in agony. Losing just a single tooth would not typically evoke such pain, but the fact that it had been driven through its throat was the source of true suffering. Regret surged within the serpent as it recalled the advice of the apothecary. However, it now regarded Chiyé with newfound seriousness, no longer daring to underestimate him. While an insatiable fury welled up within, it bellowed at Chiyé, "You wretched child! You shall perish today." Disregarding the serpent's impotent rage, Chiyé advanced swiftly toward it. This time, the serpent had learned its lesson and refrained from confronting him head-on. With a swift motion, it retreated, creating a considerable distance between them. Then, it raised its head and forcefully thrust it into the ground, causing its massive body to burrow into the earth and vanish. Chiyé halted, his brow furrowing slightly, recognizing the folly of pursuing a serpent that had already burrowed underground. However, the serpent's attempt to escape with Orochimaru was futile. For Chiyé possessed the Byakugan. Activating the Byakugan, he expanded its range, penetrating deeper into the earth. He began to search for the serpent's whereabouts. The soil presented some limitations to the Byakugan, allowing him to observe only a depth of about 100 meters. Suddenly, from beneath him, the serpent surged upward at remarkable speed. With a piercing sound, it broke through the surface, its gaping maw aimed directly at Chiyé. "You damn brat! I shall devour you." Chiyé had already leapt high into the air. Faced with the cavernous mouth below, he remained unfazed. He first tossed several specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique. Just as the serpent's enormous jaws began to encircle him, he activated the technique once more. With a swift motion, Chiyé vanished from his original position, reappearing in a clear space several dozen meters away. The specially crafted kunai of the flying thunder god was thrust into the ground, triggering its activation once more. In an instant, Chiba vanished, reappearing beneath the colossal creature. The 10,000 serpents. A sense of foreboding gripped the serpent as it hurriedly sought to escape, but alas, it was too late. Chiba had already ensnared its massive tail in his grasp. Rise, he bellowed, lifting the tail and forcefully flipping it backward. The 10,000 serpents was sent crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater as dust billowed into the air. Orochimaru and Kabuto were flung aside by the force. Yet, this was far from the end. Chiba maintained his grip on the serpent's tail as it writhed in confusion. With a sudden arch of his back, he hurled the creature skyward, resulting in a thunderous impact as it struck the earth once more. Damn it, you little brat. The 10,000 serpents groaned, its head spinning and overwhelmed by pain. Despite its rugged exterior, the pain of its fall was trivial. However, the unique structure of its bones rendered it unable to maneuver properly after being tossed about by Chiba. Yet, the ordeal was not over. Rise again. Silently, he marked the tail with the seal of the flying thunder god. Chiba then began to spin in place, wildly whipping the serpent's tail. The immense body of the 10,000 serpents produced a sound like the tearing of the air as it was spun around. After a dizzying 10 rotations, Chiba released his hold, sending it careening through the air. With a resounding crash, the serpent collided with a nearby hill, several meters high. Rocks shattered as the 10,000 serpents was buried beneath the debris, its body marred with injuries, leaving only its head and tail exposed. Pain and weakness filled its eyes. Yet it still roared in fury at Chiba. You wretched little brat. You are the first to dare treat me this way. I will ensure your demise today. Before it could finish, Chiba activated the flying thunder god again, vanishing from sight and reappearing at the serpent's tail. Fist of Fury, he exclaimed, leaping and delivering a powerful strike to the tail. With a resounding crack, the tail shattered, dark crimson blood gushing forth. How painful! The 10,000 serpents shrieked, its body convulsing in agony. Chiba refrained from further attacks, retreating several meters to observe the creature's thrashing. His intent was not to kill. His mission was to subdue Orochimaru. Capturing the summoned beast alongside its master would be even more advantageous. Meanwhile, over 100 meters away, Orochimaru and Kabuto watched in astonishment, swallowing hard. Their hearts filled with dread. Hinata Chiba is truly terrifying. Even the mighty Manda finds no advantage in his presence. Kabuto, trembling, suggested, Lord Orochimaru, should we flee while we can? We are no match for this individual. Orochimaru shook his head, replying, no, he possesses the flying thunder god technique. Can you outrun him? Moreover, I sense he has no intention of killing Manda. Perhaps there is still a chance for negotiation. Orochimaru's perceptiveness was commendable. He had discerned that Chiba had multiple opportunities to eliminate Manda, but chose not to act on them. This implied that a discussion might still be possible. A few minutes later, Manda's bleeding tail had ceased. It stopped thrashing about, panting heavily as it gazed at Chiba from a distance, asking, Kid, what is it that you want? Why spare my life? Manda, not lacking in intelligence, recognized Chiba's restraint. Chiba, flexing his fist and narrowing his eyes, retorted, still calling me a kid? It seems you haven't had enough of a beating. With that, he began to stride towards Manda. Fear flickered in Manda's eyes as it raised its head and hastily protested, wait, I was wrong. What do you wish me to call you? Chiba paused, mockingly observing Manda until it felt a chill down its spine, before responding, very well, Manda. You show good sense. From now on, I shall call you little Manda, and you shall refer to me as Grandfather Chiba. What? Manda erupted in fury, ready to retaliate. However, upon catching Chiba's icy glare, it quickly suppressed its anger, nodding its massive head with a forced smile, hee. Grandfather Chiba, as you wish, I shall comply. Nearby, Orochimaru and Kabuto stood in disbelief. Was this truly the proud Manda? It was on the verge of transformation, yet had become so submissive. Little did they know the turmoil within Manda. It had realized that Chiba had left a flying thunder god mark on its tail. Should it attempt to escape, Chiba could easily pursue it. As for shedding its skin to remove the mark, that was a futile thought. For Chiba had anticipated this and deliberately stripped a layer of skin from its tail during their earlier confrontation. The mark was firmly embedded in its flesh. Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, little Manda. You are no longer needed here. Return to your lair swiftly. Of course. Manda nodded vigorously. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted, and Manda vanished without a trace. Behind them, Kabuto and Orochimaru remained frozen in place, neither retreating nor preparing to attack. They understood all too well that they were no match for Chiba at present. Had Orochimaru's hands still been functional, there might have been a chance for a fight. But now, the inability to utilize any ninjutsu rendered them powerless. Kabuto asked in a low voice, "Hinata Chiba, what do you truly desire?" Chiba raised a hand, gesturing towards the two of them, and replied nonchalantly, "Did I not already inform you? Only one of you can survive." Yaoshiro, filled with urgency, glared at Chiyé, his teeth clenched in frustration. Unfazed, Chiyé directed his gaze towards Orochimaru and inquired, "Orochimaru, you are the master here. The decision rests with you. Will it be your life or his?" This course of action was not taken lightly. It was merely an endeavor to eradicate the menace that Yaoshiro posed. The cunning of Yaoshiro was exceptional, and to subdue Orochimaru, he could not be allowed to continue existing. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, instead scrutinizing Chiyé with a gaze as cold and lethal as that of a serpent. Only after confirming that Chiyé bore no ulterior motives did he cast a fleeting glance at Yaoshiro, signaling that Chiyé could proceed. A creature as cold-blooded as Orochimaru would never regard those who accompanied him, regardless of the duration, as comrades. During the Second Shinobi World War, upon discovering Jiraiya gravely wounded, he contemplated eliminating Jiraiya as a liability. Had it not been for Tsunade's unwavering intervention, Jiraiya would have perished then. As for later, when he established the Sound Village, those children he lured back were mere tools for his exploitation, never once considered as allies. Yaoshiro's face reflected terror as he retreated step by step, clearly grasping Orochimaru's intent. Trembling, he stammered, "Lord Orochimaru, do not be deceived by him. He seeks to force you to kill me and then eliminate you." Orochimaru merely shook his head with indifference. "Go peacefully. I shall live on in your stead." His tone was chillingly detached, devoid of emotional turmoil. Panic enveloped Yaoshiro. He glanced at Chiyé, then back at Orochimaru, his fear morphing into rage. You two scoundrels. You wish for my demise. Never." With that, Yaoshiro pivoted and fled at great speed. In an instant, a specially crafted kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique was hurled towards Yaoshiro. As he stumbled, a surgical knife slipped from his sleeve, which he whipped backward with force. The clash of metal rang out as the surgical knife met the kunai, sending sparks flying and forcing the latter aside. With a swish, the Flying Thunder God technique activated. Chiyé seized the kunai still suspended in midair and hurled it once more at Yaoshiro. "Scoundrel!" Yaoshiro, now panicking, drew out another surgical knife. However, time was no longer on his side. He could only raise his hand to block the kunai. With another swish, the Flying Thunder God technique activated again, and Chiyé materialized before Yaoshiro. Soft fist, exploding palm, with a powerful strike. His fist crashed into Yaoshiro's chest. The impact echoed as Yaoshiro's body disintegrated into a gruesome mass of flesh and blood, pooling into a small pit on the ground. Throughout this entire ordeal, Orochimaru merely observed in silence, his expression unwavering, displaying no inclination to intervene. He understood that such resistance bore no fruit. Even if he joined forces with Yaoshiro, they would not prevail against the youth before them. Rather than this, it was perhaps wiser to take a gamble, for it might indeed be as he suspected, Chiyé harbored some ulterior motive towards him and would refrain from taking his life. At least for the time being. Chiba turned around and slowly approached Orochimaru, remarking, "How cold-blooded you are. I have slain your most capable assistant, and yet you display no hint of sorrow." Orochimaru smirked and shook his head. "An assistant like that can be easily replaced. The only distinction is that Kabuto possesses a sharper intellect. To me, any individual can serve in that capacity." Chiba nodded, choosing not to delve further into this topic. Orochimaru's lack of compassion required no additional affirmation. He shifted the conversation, stating, "Orochimaru, I can assist you in restoring your hands." Upon hearing these words, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with sudden intensity. Were anyone else to make such a claim, he might have dismissed it. However, this youth's formidable prowess and the multitude of miracles and secrets surrounding him commanded his belief. He sensed no deception in this assertion. The moment of excitement was fleeting, as Orochimaru quickly regained his composure. With a sardonic smile, he inquired, "You have no obligation to assist me. Now reveal your true intentions." Chiba replied, "Excellent. I relish engaging with someone as astute as you. My objective is straightforward. I will restore your hands, but in return, you must submit to me and serve as my subordinate." "What?" Orochimaru's brows furrowed deeply. As one of the legendary Sannin, he had always received a courteous reception. even when mingling with the likes of Akatsuki. Yet this youth dared to demand his submission? Anger surged within him. Chiba cautioned, "Do not allow your anger to consume you. And certainly do not provoke me, for you are aware of the consequences." Orochimaru remained silent, yet his fury intensified. Chiba continued with a faint smile. "What? Do you wish to challenge me to a duel? Are you no longer afraid of death? Do not act so rashly, Orochimaru. You are no longer that impetuous youth. Would you truly forsake the fruits of your years of research and the ninjutsu you have meticulously gathered? Do you not desire to restore your hands promptly?" Orochimaru remained silent. But this time, his anger began to wane, and he felt a flicker of temptation. Indeed, after years of dedication and toil, could he permit everything to culminate in this moment? Although cursed seals had been imbued in many, he still possessed a chance of resurrection. However, emerging from the confines of the curse would require years of waiting, hindered by numerous constraints. Observing that Orochimaru was wavering, Chiba pressed on. "Moreover, my request for your submission will not compel you to undertake any egregious tasks. I merely value your abilities and seek your assistance. You will retain your position as the leader of the Sound Village, and I shall not interfere in your research or personnel management." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's demeanor softened significantly. Sweet words are universally appreciated, and Chiba's assurances indeed eased his mind considerably. He apathetically nodded. "Very well, I can acquiesce to your proposal. But you must restore my hands within a month." "No problem," Chiba affirmed with a nod. He then added, "However, Orochimaru, I have one more request for you to agree to." "What is it?" Orochimaru inquired with curiosity. Chiba stated, "Reveal the true form of your white phosphorus snake. I wish to inscribe a mark upon it." Orochimaru furrowed his brows, a frown of discontent etching his features once more. By inscribing the Flying Thunder God mark upon the white phosphorus serpent's true form, it meant his life would be entirely at Chiba's mercy. Moreover, how had Chiba come to know about the white phosphorus serpent's essence? Initially, Orochimaru had clung to a sliver of hope. If Chiba intended to inscribe another mark on his own body, akin to what the myriad serpents had done, it would hold no significance for him. After all, he possessed the ability to inhabit another's body, allowing him to discard this vessel at will. Yet now, Chiba had severed all avenues of retreat. Chiba spoke. "What is the matter? Are you unwilling?" "Frankly, Orochimaru, I harbor no trust in you. You are an exceedingly cold-hearted individual. Dealing with someone of your ilk necessitates constant vigilance. Only by marking your true form and grasping your life thread can I consider collaboration with you safe. Of course, you may choose to refuse. The consequence would be an immediate rift between us, a scenario from which I would incur no loss, while you would meet your demise here." Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, scrutinizing Chiba intently. Ultimately, he nodded in agreement. "Chiba-kun, your youthful audacity, cunning, and this terrifying power are truly astonishing. I consent to your terms. Let us proceed." Chiba gazed at Orochimaru, who remained silent, raising his head as his body began to writhe. Soon, his chest expanded, and his mouth tore wide, revealing a horrifically majestic white phosphorus serpent emerging from within. "Come forth, Chiba-kun," he beckoned. Chiba frowned slightly, advancing cautiously, wary of any sudden movements from Orochimaru. However, it was evident that Orochimaru was quite compliant. Throughout the entire process of inscribing the Flying Thunder God mark, Orochimaru exhibited no erratic behavior, not until the conclusion of the ritual. Only then did he retract the white phosphorus serpent back into his being. In a low voice, he inquired, "What shall we do next? When do you intend to restore my hands?" Chiba replied, "There is no need for haste. You must first locate a suitable vessel, one appropriate for your impending occupation." Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly, surprised that Chiba was aware of this aspect as well. He nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and then Chiba continued, "Then, bring the vessel to Konoha village to meet me at the appointed time, noon 12 days from now, to restore Orochimaru's hands. We must venture to the shrine of the Uzumaki clan, as the Death God mask resides within. Only by acquiring the Death God mask and deceiving the Death God can we perform the corpse demon seal, splitting open the Death God's belly to release the spirit of your hands. We must act swiftly before the Death God consumes your soul, allowing the white phosphorus serpent to escape your body and enter the next vessel. In doing so, we can evade the Death God's grasp and simultaneously liberate the souls of Hashirama, Tobirama, Minato, and others." However, Chiba refrained from revealing these intricate details to Orochimaru at this moment, lest he become overly anxious and jeopardize the situation. "All right, I understand." Orochimaru nodded and turned to depart with palpable eagerness to attend to the matter. The absence of his hands was an unbearable torment for him. not merely in terms of physical pain, but also in the profound frustration of being rendered helpless. In a flash, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated, and Chiba vanished from his location. The next instant, he found himself beside Tsunade. Beneath the tree, she sat with her back against the trunk, her face still etched with fear. Her eyes were wide, and her body trembled incessantly. However, due to the previous incident where Kabuto had stepped on her chest, her clothing had become disheveled, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her form. Tsunade. Chiba felt his nose nearly bleed, crouching down to pat her shoulder, yet received no response. In that moment, he wondered if a touch would elicit any reaction from her. Unable to resist, he reached into her neckline and squeezed gently. It was remarkably soft. My goodness. This sensation was beyond words. Tsunade's trembling body stilled for a moment as she gazed at Chiba, silent. She simply stared at him, devoid of anger or resistance. However, he felt an unsettling chill as her gaze lingered on him. He realized he had let his baser instincts overpower his reason. Abruptly retracting his hands, Chiba repeatedly bowed his head in apology to Tsunade. I'm so sorry. I feel deeply ashamed of my actions. I truly should not have behaved in such a manner. It's just that your physique is simply too alluring. His voice trailed off as he noticed Tsunade was merely staring blankly at him, without a flicker of emotion. Say something, what's wrong? Chiba waved his hand in front of her face, yet still received no reaction. If you want to respond, then I might just continue, he teased, pretending to reach out once more, though he had no intention of following through. At that moment, distant shouts echoed towards them. Chiba. Lady Tsunade. It was Naruto, Shizen, and Jiraiya. Shizen cradled a small pink pig, presumably Tuntan. Chiba felt a pang of guilt and quickly adjusted Tsunade's clothing before rising and waving, over here. Soon, the trio, along with the pig, reached them. Jiraiya, looking utterly exhausted, accused Tsunade, you're utterly despicable for drugging the wine. Tsunade remained unresponsive. Shizen, alarmed, set down Tuntan and rushed to embrace Tsunade with concern. She looked up at Chiba, asking, Chiba-kun, what on earth happened? What is wrong with Lady Tsunade? Chiba explained. She suffered from hemophobia. She came to see Orochimaru, but I ended up driving him away. What? The group gasped in shock. Jiraiya pressed for details, inquiring about the situation. As Orochimaru was an exceedingly perilous individual, Chiyé suggested they discuss it while walking, urging the group to return to the inn. Thus, the party hastened back in the direction of their lodging. Along the way, Chiyé recounted the events to Jiraiya and the others, omitting any mention of his dealings with Orochimaru, for such matters were not for their ears. The following morning, Tsunade roused from her slumber, instinctively turning her head to survey her surroundings. The familiar room welcomed her, with Shizen perched at the bedside, holding one of her hands. I'm back. Tsunade pondered, slightly dazed, and instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand, inadvertently waking Shizen. Lady Tsunade, you are finally awake, Shizen exclaimed with evident joy. Tsunade nodded, propping herself against the bed's edge as she inquired, Shizen, how did I return? Didn't I engage in a battle with Orochimaru yesterday? Shizen explained, it was Chiyé who sensed something was amiss and discreetly followed you. He was the one who saved you. Lady Tsunade, you must never act so recklessly again. We should face challenges together. Orochimaru is far too dangerous. Tsunade furrowed her brow, her focus on Chiyé's mention, failing to absorb the latter part of Shizen's words. She meticulously recalled the previous day, only remembering that Chiyé had seemingly touched her chest. Moreover, he had ventured beneath her clothing with both hands. How outrageous! Fury surged within Tsunade, and she smashed her fist into the bed's edge, creating a significant dent. Shizen, startled, asked, Lady Tsunade, what is the matter? Tsunade snapped, Shizen, now. Immediately summon that little rascal Chiyé. Shizen, bewildered, questioned, Lady Tsunade, what is wrong? Why the sudden rage? Before she could finish, Tsunade bellowed again. Hurry. All right. I will go. Please do not be angry, Shizen conceded, rising to exit the room. A few minutes later, Shizen entered with Chiyé in tow, stepping cautiously into the room. Tsunade glared at Chiyé with an intensity that could pierce, beckoning him closer with a finger. You, little brat. Come here. Chiyé felt a surge of anxiety. He had surmised that Tsunade had recalled the previous day's incident. However, the act had already transpired. It was a confrontation he must face. Considering that Tsunade was unlikely to best him in combat, his fear began to dissipate. Come here, Tsunade shouted again. Reluctantly, Chiyé advanced. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly. Her eyes fixated on him with intensity. She gestured to Shizen. Shizen, step outside and close the door. Shizen hesitated, sensing the tension, and felt a chill for Chiyé. She recognized Tsunade was genuinely furious, and Chiyé was likely to suffer the consequences. Not daring to linger, she quickly exited and shut the door, anxious to avoid any fallout. Tsunade abruptly stood, gripping Chiyé's shoulder. Speak. Did you touch my chest yesterday? Chiba found himself momentarily bewildered, his face flushing crimson. Tsunade had indeed recalled the events of the previous day. However, her direct inquiry seemed rather audacious. Ultimately, Chiba nodded in acknowledgement. Yes. Tsunade tightened her grip on Chiba's shoulders, her other hand clenched into a fist, which she waved in front of him in indignation, exclaiming, Do you even know who I am? You dared to touch my chest. Chiba understood that Tsunade would not let this matter slide easily. He decided to embrace his fate with audacity. I did touch your chest, but it was only because you have a generous bosom, and it is quite appealing. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't have dared. You scoundrel. Before he could finish, Tsunade, in a fit of rage, swung her fist towards his face. Wait. Chiba shouted. Her fist halted a mere 10 centimeters from his visage. Tsunade demanded, What else do you have to say? Chiba shook his head. Lady Tsunade. I have no last words. Are you truly intent on striking me? Do you genuinely believe you can best me? Tsunade, infuriated once more, raised her fist to strike again. This time, however, Chiba did not remain passive. Just before her fist descended, he swiftly grasped forward with both hands, landing them upon her ample bosom and kneading it twice. Why not? Tsunade was already aware, and he had touched it once before. It would be better to seize the opportunity once more to gain a further advantage. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique, disappearing from his position just before her fist could make contact. Her punch fell short. Tsunade's fury escalated as she bellowed, Hinata Chiba. She leaped high, delivering a powerful punch downwards. With a resounding crash, the wooden floor was shattered by her strike. Yet, Chiba had already evaded and remained unharmed. A startled cry erupted from a diner below. Tsunade paid no heed. Springing back up to unleash another punch at the spot where Chiba had just landed, the floor splintered again, but still, her aim missed. Hinata Chiba. I will certainly make you pay today. Gazing at him from a distance, Tsunade's rage flared anew as she swung her fist once more. Before long, a chase ensued between Chiba and Tsunade. With each punch she threw, considerable damage was inflicted upon the inn. Patrons fled in terror, while the innkeeper lamented, pleading with Tsunade not to demolish his establishment. Alas, his pleas fell on deaf ears. Tsunade's wrath was uncontainable, and even the attempts of Shizen and Jiraiya to intervene were futile. Ultimately, the inn was nearly in ruins. Yet Tsunade had still failed to land a single blow on Chiba, leaving her breathless and exhausted. Hinata Chiba, you little scoundrel. Come here and face your demise. She leaned on her knees, panting heavily. Her attire, already minimal, left her generous bosom mostly exposed to Chiba's gaze. Meanwhile, Chiba remained composed. However, it was merely a fleeting evasion, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique a few times, which ultimately bore no consequence. He chuckled softly, saying, If you wish to strike me, it is not entirely impossible. There exists only one woman capable of doing so, and that is my wife. If you were to become my bride, I would allow you to strike me. Nanny. Beside them, Jiraiya was utterly bewildered, clutching his head in disbelief as he rebuked Chiba. How could he dare to pursue a woman who was his goddess? Tsunade had been the object of his affections for decades. Shizen, on the other hand, remained silent, merely assuming that Chiba was engaging in playful banter to irritate Tsunade. Yet, Tsunade perceived it differently. Her thoughts drifted back to the incident where Chiba had groped her, which only fueled her fury further. You little scoundrel. Do you even comprehend how much older I am than you? You dare to tease me. Chiba waved his hand dismissively. Age is merely a number. What truly matters is beauty. You are so stunning, I wouldn't mind at all. Tsunade's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and in her anger, she launched an attack. However, it proved futile. In the end, despite demolishing the inn in her fury, she was unable to lay a finger on Chiba, leaving her utterly exasperated. Tsunade then conceived another method to deal with Chiba, to agree with Jiraiya and return to inherit the title of Hokage. After all, Chiba was still a ninja of Konoha. If she couldn't defeat him physically, she could utilize her position to gradually torment the boy. Thus, the group continued to reside there for 2 more days, compensating for the damages incurred at the inn, before setting off together back to Konoha. On their return journey, Naruto remained steadfast in his training, successfully refining the Rasengan, still employing the shadow clone technique to master it. Chiba and I. Are you back? Outside the Hyuga clan's estate, Hinata, having just returned to the clan grounds, rushed over joyfully upon hearing of Chiba's return. Hinata. Chiba stepped out of the house, smiling warmly at her. Hinata immediately leaped into Chiba's embrace, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, her delicate head resting against his chest. Her face flushed, she whispered, "Chiba and I missed you so much." Feeling Hinata's soft body and the burgeoning curves against his chest, coupled with her bashful confession, an inexplicable fire ignited within Chiba. "I missed you too." He cradled Hinata's face in his hands, and in her wide-eyed astonishment, he slowly pressed his lips against her cherry-like mouth. Hinata's pupils dilated, caught off guard. Her heart raced wildly, instinctively wanting to resist, yet her body felt weak, lacking any responsive action. Their lips melded together, and as Hinata transitioned from tension to gradual relaxation. Ultimately, under Chiba's persistent advances, her mouth slowly opened. Their tongues entwined in a passionate dance. Gradually, Chiba's hands grew bolder, slipping beneath her clothing, ascending upwards to grasp the utmost softness. "Chiba and I." Hinata's eyes began to glaze over. She collapsed gently into Chiba's embrace, her eyes shimmering like water as they fixed upon him. "Chiba, shall we be together today?" he inquired, his face drawing closer to hers. Both feeling the warmth of each other's breath, Hinata trembled slightly as she replied, "Haven't we always been together?" Chiba smirked mischievously. "When I say together, I mean that I will devour you now, and from that moment on, we shall remain inseparable." Without waiting for a response, he lifted Hinata effortlessly and carried her inside. Laying her upon the bed, he removed her garments, revealing her delicate, snow-white form in its entirety. Chiba swallowed hard, then pounced upon her with fervor, initiating a whirlwind of passion. 2 hours later, as the fervor subsided, Chiba and Hinata lay entwined, their bare bodies intertwined beneath the sheets, which bore traces of their ardor. Hinata nestled her small head against Chiba's chest, savoring the warmth of his embrace. Following their earlier encounter, she found herself less shy in his presence. Chiba lowered his head to inhale the scent of her silky hair, his hand gliding over her smooth back. "Hinata, shall we do it once more?" he asked. Hinata quickly shook her head. "No, Chiba, it hurts." Chiba chuckled softly, drawing her closer. "If it hurts, then we shall wait until tomorrow to continue." They lingered in each other's warmth for a long while, rising only as evening approached to prepare for a meal together. However, as they reached the entrance of the Hyuga clan, a ninja clad in a green vest intercepted them. "Are you Hinata Chiba?" the ninja inquired, bowing slightly. Chiba nodded. "I am." "And you are?" The ninja replied, "I am one of Lady Tsunade's guards. An elderly man from the land of waves has come seeking you, claiming he has urgent matters to discuss." Chiba paused. "An old man? What does he look like?" The ninja described. He appears to be around 50. Wearing a straw hat, quite ordinary in appearance." "Tazuna?" With such attire and being from the land of waves, Chiba immediately thought of Tazuna. Could something have happened involving Zabuza and Haku? "Let us go. Take me to him," Chiba urged. The ninja nodded. "Of course. Please follow me." Soon, Chiba, accompanied by Hinata, arrived at the reception hall on the first floor of the Hokage's office building, designed specifically for receiving visitors. There were several individuals in line registering their information for tasks. Tazuna sat on a nearby bench, this time without alcohol, quietly waiting. Chiba. Upon spotting him, Tazuna's face lit up with joy as he waved. Chiba acknowledged him with a nod and approached, asking, "Tazuna, what brings you here?" Tazuna chuckled. "Chiba, what you said is amusing. Am I not allowed to come to Konoha to see you? Thanks to you all, the land of waves has finally freed itself from that rascal Kato's control. If things were dire, you wouldn't be able to joke around like this." Since it was not an urgent matter, Chiba decided to tease Tazuna. "Old man, your words are quite sweet, yet you've come to see me empty-handed? Have you arrived with nothing at all?" Tazuna smiled awkwardly. Hee. "Well, it's a long story. I do bring you good news." Chiba inquired, "What good news?" Tazuna rubbed his belly, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Chiba, you see, I traveled a long way and have yet to eat." So, Chiba understood. This old man not only came without a gift, but also expected to invite him to dinner. However, Chiba had money now, and since he had intended to dine out, he didn't mind the extra company. "Let us go eat," he said, waving his hand as he led Hinata out of the hall. "All right." Tazuna promptly followed with a cheerful demeanor. At the barbecue restaurant, in a private room, the meat sizzled as fat dripped away. The three of them sat at the table, savoring the grilled meat with various seasonings. Tazuna, fond of good wine, had Chiba order several bottles of beer for him. As they feasted, Chiba pressed on, "Old man, now that we're eating, can we discuss the matter at hand?" Enjoying Chiba's hospitality, Tazuna took a swig of beer and nodded, of course. I came this time at Bai's request. He asked me to inform you that Kato's company has nearly completed its consolidation. All the unscrupulous projects have been thoroughly shut down. The facilities and equipment have been liquidated for cash. As for the funds that Zabuza has managed to acquire, it amounts to approximately 2 billion ryo. They mentioned that half of this sum belongs to you, Chiba. I'm here to tell you to visit the Land of Waves when you have the chance and collect all that money. Chiba nodded, so that's what it is. I must say, Zabuza and Bai are indeed trustworthy. They promised to share half with me, and they truly delivered. If Tazuna hadn't brought this up, Chiba might have forgotten about it. After all, he currently had 200 million ryo in his pocket and was not in need of money. Nonetheless, receiving another 1 billion ryo would certainly not be unwelcome. After all, who would disdain having more wealth? After several bottles of beer, Tazuna's cheeks flushed, clearly intoxicated. And he began to boast. Chiba, let me tell you, Zabuza and Bai are genuinely righteous. After absorbing Kato's company, they did not exploit the villagers of the Land of Waves in the slightest. Moreover, to facilitate everyone, they established maritime shipping routes. Every household can now take a free boat trip out to sea once a month with their residence permit. Chiba listened, nodding along casually as Tazuna continued to extol their virtues. From his words, it was evident that Jean had indeed undergone a transformation. The cold-blooded assassin had begun to grasp the nuances of human emotions, contemplating the welfare of the villagers. Hinata lifted a glass of juice and said, Brother Chiba, congratulations on acquiring a windfall. Chiba raised his glass to clink with hers, replying, Cheers to us both. What is mine is also yours. Hinata's cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her heart warmed by the sentiment. After their meal, Chiba assisted the inebriated Tazuna in leaving the barbecue restaurant and found him a lodging for the night. Only then did he return to the Hyuga clan's territory with Hinata. That evening, Hinata chose not to return to the rear courtyard of the clan, but instead stayed at Chiba's home in the front yard. The pair, having tasted the sweetness of forbidden fruit, remained entranced by the unique thrill it brought. They continued their revelry until the stroke of midnight, before finally embracing and succumbing to a deep slumber. In the blink of an eye, over a week had passed. During this time, Tsunade had officially assumed her role as the 5th Hokage. There was no grand ceremony or public celebration. She immediately embarked on her duties. The death of the 3rd Hokage had left a void, and with the recent assault on Konoha by Tsunade in alliance with Orochimaru, a multitude of matters awaited her attention. Tsunade felt compelled to commence her responsibilities without delay. As for the dissenting voices, only Konohamaru had made a scene. The rest remained silent. After all, Tsunade was the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, and who would dare to challenge her position? In terms of strength, her status as one of the legendary Sannin was more than sufficient to silence any objections. Another week passed, and on this day, an unexpected visitor infiltrated Konoha. It was none other than Orochimaru, the very one who had recently wrought destruction upon the village. His return was motivated by the desire to meet with Chiba and restore his hands. At this moment, Orochimaru had transformed himself into a mature woman using a transformation technique. Standing silently at the edge of the forest, despite his efforts to conceal it, the urgency in his eyes was unmistakable. Beside him lay a bound, unconscious white-haired youth, adorned with the forehead protector of Takigakure, seemingly no older than 14 or 15. Restoring his hands was imperative, and he hoped that the insufferable Hyuga Chiba had not deceived him. After parting ways with Konoha, Orochimaru felt a twinge of anxiety. He feared that Chiba might be lying and had set a trap for him. Should he fail to revive his hands and end up branded with the Flying Thunder God technique, it would spell disaster. Suddenly, a figure materialized, landing beside Orochimaru. It was Chiba. Ah, right on time, Orochimaru. Which lovely lady's body have you commandeered this time? Orochimaru shook his head slightly. No more jokes, Chiba-kun. This is merely a transformation technique. With a resounding pop, a plume of white smoke erupted, and Orochimaru reverted to his true form. Let us proceed. Without further ado, Chiba headed straight towards the Uzumaki clan shrine. Following the annihilation of the Uzumaki clan, Uzumaki Mido had previously sent individuals to Konoha to reconstruct the clan's shrine. Within the ancestral hall, not only were the spirit tablets of the Uzumaki clan's ancestors displayed, but also the dreaded death masks. This hall was situated in what was once the stronghold of the Senju clan. However, with the decline of the Senju, their residence had fallen into utter disrepair, now devoid of any inhabitants. Yet, the ancestral hall of the Uzumaki clan remained, albeit in a somewhat dilapidated state. Before long, The two arrived at their destination. Orochimaru furrowed his brow and inquired, Chiba-kun, what brings you to this place? At the entrance hung a dusty black curtain, which Chiba parted with one hand as he stepped inside. You will understand once you enter, he replied. Subsequently, Chiba recounted the entire plan to deceive the Shinigami to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pupils widened in astonishment as he gazed at Chiba. You are truly a genius. I would never have envisioned such a method. He recognized that this scheme was indeed feasible. Chiba shook his head slightly. Do not say that. I owe it to you. To be precise, this method had been conceived by Orochimaru later on. Chiba had merely taken inspiration from it. Thank me? Orochimaru pondered, somewhat baffled, though he did not dwell on it for long. Approaching the row of masks, he needed to sift through countless false masks to find the authentic one. For someone as experienced as Orochimaru, this task posed little difficulty. He effortlessly selected the death mask on his first attempt. Donning the mask, he began to sway and dance the great deity's dance. Shiki F. Jin. Despite the pain, he slowly began to form the necessary hand seals. The moment the seals were completed, a grotesque, colossal specter of the Shinigami materialized behind Orochimaru. He drew a dagger and, without hesitation, slashed open his abdomen. The Shinigami followed suit, extracting a dagger from its mouth and cutting into its own belly. Orochimaru proceeded with the ritual, and several souls began to emerge from the Shinigami's torso, including the souls of his own hands. All right, haha, he exclaimed, feeling the newfound freedom of his hands. Though he remained cautious. Hastily, he allowed his true form, the white-scaled serpent, to slither out from within him. With a swift motion, Orochimaru entered the mouth of the white-haired youth, while the Shinigami swung its blade, severing the soul of Orochimaru's body and dragging it into its mouth to begin its grisly feast. With the ceremony concluded, the Shinigami departed, and Orochimaru was reborn. He was elated, turning once more to Chiba to express his gratitude. Chiba-kun, thank you. Chiba shook his head. No need for thanks. Assisting you serves my own interests. We can only consider this mutual utilization. Orochimaru nodded with a smile, extending his hand towards Chiba. They shook hands, solidifying their partnership. The notion of mutual utilization resonated with him, dispelling his previous concerns regarding Chiba. Now, with his hands restored and the added support of Chiba, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, for no other reason than the promise of their collaborative future. Chiba once stated that he would not hinder him from undertaking any endeavors. He is free to pursue his desires. As for the mark left by Chiba on his true form, he no longer concerns himself with it, having witnessed Chiba's adherence to his promises. The initial doubts and wariness have dissipated. Chiba remarked, Orochimaru, it is best for you to return swiftly. Do not linger in Konoha, nor wreak havoc here again. You may continue your research on jutsu and the path to immortality. In a flash, the Flying Thunder God technique was activated. As he spoke, Chiba had already whisked Orochimaru away from the shrine. In the next moment, they found themselves within a grove outside Konoha. Orochimaru chuckled softly, farewell, Chiba-kun. With a graceful motion, he formed hand seals. With a resounding boom, white smoke erupted, and Orochimaru vanished without a trace. As the spring festival approached, Chiba and his companions aged another year. Following Tsunade's ascent to the position of Hokage, Konoha officially returned to its normal trajectory. The influx of ninja missions continued unabated, with scarcely any respite. However, Chiba opted for a brief reprieve. Upon confirming that the tasks available were primarily of C rank, devoid of peril, he requested a leave of absence from Hinata Yuhi, utilizing a shadow clone to fulfill the missions. Meanwhile, his true self ventured to the Land of Waves to attend to a matter of significance. He did not disclose the details to Hinata. After all, it was an important affair. The sum of 1 billion Ryo was to be deposited into the system's space. Could it be deemed insignificant? When Zabuza approached Tazuna regarding this matter, it was precisely due to the considerable amount of money that transporting it from the Land of Waves to Konoha posed a dilemma. Not only was there the risk of attracting unwanted attention, but it was also imperative to prevent outsiders from discovering the transaction. Thus, it was prudent for Chiba to handle this personally. In the Land of Waves, within a lavish estate, Zabuza wielded his executioner's blade, practicing his swordsmanship alone in the courtyard. The massive blade danced in his hands with a fierce grace. Behind him stood a group of individuals, among them was Haku, accompanied by a diverse assembly of people varying in height and age. The sole commonality among them was the ninja headbands they bore, originating from various villages. Some even bore deep gashes on their headbands, signifying their status as rogue ninjas. Perhaps there were 100 or 200 individuals, arranged in several lengthy lines, all silent, intently watching Zabuza hone his skills. As he concluded his practice, Zabuza sheathed his sword and turned to Haku, inquiring, "Haku, how are preparations progressing?" Haku nodded affirmatively. "Zabuza-sensei, all 206 ninjas are assembled and ready to depart at any moment." With a slight nod, Zabuza's piercing gaze swept over the gathered group. These ninjas hailed from various villages, recruited from the outside after Zabuza entrusted Kato's company to trustworthy individuals. Money facilitates action. After expending considerable resources for recruitment, a diverse group of individuals has gathered. However, their skills vary significantly. Among them, only 6 are elite ninjas, while the majority are intermediate and lower ranked. Following 6 months of rigorous training, the number of elite ninjas has increased to 12. Now, Zabuza plans to return to the Hidden Mist village with this contingent, seeking to vindicate his past actions. He believes that assassinating the 4th Mizuki was not a mistake, faced with the formidable strength of the Hidden Mist village. This group is undoubtedly insufficient for the task at hand. They cannot hold their ground. Yet, Zabuza is undeterred. He simply wishes to unveil the misdeeds committed by the 4th Mizuki. He aims to reveal to the Land of Water that his past actions were not true betrayal, but rather an endeavor to secure a visible future for the Hidden Mist. Haku furrowed his brow and asked, "Zabuza-san, are you truly prepared? Our numbers are far too few. Returning like this may not affect any change." Zabuza shook his head. "Haku, I have waited far too long for this day. I do not wish to wait any longer. Do you think that by continuing to recruit more personnel, we could possibly surpass the Hidden Mist? What I seek to prove is merely my stance, and I require the Hidden Mist to provide me with an explanation and acknowledgement." Haku nodded slightly, refraining from further comments. He understood that Zabuza was correct. A mere band of wandering ninjas could not hope to contend with the Hidden Mist village. No matter how many they recruited, they would merely be fodder. Thus, Zabuza was fully aware that this journey might lead to his demise, yet he chose to return nonetheless. As for the wandering ninjas before him, he had prepared them for what lay ahead. The actual recruits numbered around 500 or 600, but only about 200 were courageous enough to accompany him back to the Hidden Mist, primarily due to their difficult home situations. Zabuza had already arranged substantial financial assistance for their families. Should he fail to return from the Hidden Mist, a significant sum would be allocated as compensation, distributed to each family. Suddenly, a booming laugh resonated through the air. "Hey, Zabuza, Haku, what are you two up to? This atmosphere seems rather somber." "Haha." A figure clad in a white kimono appeared atop a nearby wall. It was Chiyé, unaware of Zabuza's whereabouts. Chiyé had first visited Tizuna's home upon arriving in the Land of Waves. From Tizuna, he learned of Zabuza's intention to return to the Hidden Mist and had come to collect the promised sum of 1 billion ryo. Money, after all, is never in excess. "Chiyé-kun, Chiyé?" Haku and Zabuza exclaimed, turning in surprise. Upon recognizing Chiyé, their hearts filled with joy, and they hurried towards him. "It has been a while. Did you miss me?" Chiyé embraced both of them. Haku smiled and nodded. "Chiyé-kun, your timing is impeccable. You've come for that 1 billion ryo, haven't you?" Chiba scratched his head awkwardly, exclaiming, "Wow, you guessed it quite accurately, haha." But replied, "Chiba-kun, there's no need to feel embarrassed. It was meant for you all along." Zabuza added, "Indeed, Chiba. What by means is that had you arrived a little later, we might have already departed and missed our chance to meet. However, the money entrusted to you will be delivered by Tizuna. What are you planning to do?" Chiba inquired, nodding, despite knowing the intentions of Zabuza and the others. He yearned to hear them articulated. Tizuna offered a brief explanation. Yet he too was puzzled as to why Zabuza intended to return to the village hidden in mist to face his demise. Zabuza laid bare his thoughts to Chiba, revealing that there was no other reason but the absence of hope. Once hunted by the Umbu of the Mist Village, he had lived in constant flight, seeking survival. His ultimate aspiration was to one day return with sufficient strength and a formidable following to vindicate himself before the Mist Village. However, after acquiring wealth, Zabuza realized the simplicity of his earlier thoughts. The vast Mist Village, even in its fragmented state after the turmoil caused by the 4th Mizuki, remained one of the 5 great shinobi villages. In the past, the Mist Village was teeming with clans possessing bloodline limits and powerful ninjas. Even after the 4th Mizuki's oppressive regime, which led to a brutal system of mutual slaughter among ninjas, it still held considerable power, not least due to the efforts of the 5th Mizuki to restore and support it. In summary, Zabuza could no longer afford to wait. He felt devoid of hope. Suddenly, A notification echoed in Chiba's mind, indicating that a temporary mission had been triggered. The task was to accompany Zabuza back to the Mist Village to clear his name and absolve him of the label of a traitor. Upon completion, the reward would be a 30-fold increase in today's replication rewards. Chiba was momentarily dazed. Currently, he was replicating the Uchiha clan's Sharingan bloodline, which had already reached the initial stage of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Sharingan, 3-tomo 680. With just over 70 more replications, he could attain the kaleidoscope Sharingan state. A 30-fold increase in today's replication would enable him to directly ascend to the kaleidoscope Sharingan. This mission was essential to undertake. Zabuza stated, "Chiba, let's go. Bai and I will take you to the warehouse so you can retrieve the 100,000 Ryo. We've already set the departure date for today, and I fear we cannot accompany you for long. I sincerely apologize." All right, Chiba nodded. Subsequently, the three departed the backyard and made their way to a warehouse. After Bai entered a password, the heavy metallic door rumbled and slowly parted. As the chandelier above illuminated the interior, Chiba beheld the scene laid out before him. The space was not particularly large, yet it was filled with an array of precious items. There exists a diverse collection of antique artifacts, exquisite calligraphy, and artistic masterpieces. Alongside ceramics, jade ornaments, and precious gold and silver jewelry, all meticulously arranged upon various shelves, presenting a magnificent spectacle. Zabuza elaborated. This estate was once the residence of Kato and has now become our stronghold. Naturally, everything within this warehouse was scavenged by Kato in days gone by. Chiyé, aside from the 10 billion taels of silver allocated to you, you may take anything else you desire. Chiyé rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat reluctant. Zabuza exchanged a glance with Bai. Both recognized that Chiyé's show of modesty was merely a polite refusal. However, they bore no resentment, perceiving Chiyé as their savior who had bestowed upon them a new lease on life. Even Zabuza, despite his age, harbored a sense of reverence for the young Chiyé. Zabuza insisted, "Chiyé, do not be so modest. If you wish, you may take all the wealth and items here, for they rightfully belong to you. Just leave me a couple of billion taels to distribute among the recruited ninjas." Chiyé shook his head. "No, let us adhere to our previous agreement. We shall divide it equally." He would not stoop to appropriating the hard-earned wealth that Zabuza and Bai had painstakingly gathered. While he cherished wealth, he believed it should be obtained with integrity. Unbeknownst to him, Zabuza and Bai genuinely wished to bestow all their riches upon Chiyé. Zabuza glanced at Bai. He excelled in combat but faltered in persuasive discourse. Bai promptly understood and said, "Chiyé-kun, to be candid, we are about to embark on a journey to the hidden Mist Village. You are surely aware of our purpose, and there is no telling whether we will return. Therefore, retaining this wealth serves no purpose for us. As Mr. Zabuza suggested, just leave us 1 to 2 billion taels. The rest, Chiyé-kun, you may take." A somber resolve flickered in Bai and Zabuza's eyes, hinting at a sense of impending sacrifice. Chiyé perceived this and shook his head, asserting, "We shall do as I propose. The wealth will be divided equally, and I will accompany you both on this journey to the hidden mist. Do not wear such expressions. With me by your side, no one can harm you." "Truly?" Zabuza gasped, while delight sparkled in Bai's eyes. "With me here, no one can harm you?" Such words might sound audacious coming from another, provoking derision from Zabuza and Bai. Yet, when uttered by Chiyé, they believed unreservedly. For, if nothing else, Chiyé's elusive flying thunder god technique assured their absolute safety. Chiyé nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have no reason to deceive you." Zabuza was profoundly moved. Recognizing that he and Chiyé had scarcely known each other, even their encounters being few and far between. Yet Chiba has consistently supported him, warming his heart with an indescribable sensation. Bai, feeling increasingly emotional, found tears welling in his eyes. "Chiba-kun, what are you doing? I don't recall either of you being so sentimental." Chiba playfully punched Bai softly in the chest, a gentle blow that still held some bounce. "Zabuza, it's truly a blessing to know you. Perhaps it is the most fortunate event of my life." Chiba quickly waved his hand, exclaiming, "Oh, stop it. Hearing such sentimental words from a big man like you gives me goosebumps." Zabuza smiled knowingly, recognizing his own moment of vulnerability. Sensing Chiba's genuine desire to assist, Zabuza refrained from further banter and led the group aboard, embarking on their maritime journey towards the hidden Mist Village. The distance from the land of waves to the land of water was indeed vast. They sailed for 6 days upon the boundless azure sea, with no land in sight. On the afternoon of the 7th day, islands finally emerged on the horizon. However, they were not yet in the land of water, merely approaching its borders. surrounded by a cluster of small islands. Though not part of the Land of Water, the Hidden Mist Village had stationed ninja on these islands to expand their territorial reach. The number of ninjas was scant, with only about 10 to 20 stationed on each island. As their unidentified vessel drew near, the stationed ninjas instinctively approached to intercept and inquire about them. At the bow of the ship, Chiba, Zabuza, and Bai stood side by side, the ocean breeze rustling their garments. They narrowed their brows at the approaching boats. Chiba asked, "What do you intend to do about them?" Zabuza replied, "We need not concern ourselves. We can simply incapacitate them and leave them aboard." As he spoke, Zabuza glanced at Bai, who understood the plan and nodded. He then turned and entered the rear cabin, leading 10 elite genin as they leapt from the deck. They skimmed across the water's surface, charging toward the small boats and disregarding the opponent's warnings as they commenced their assault. The guarding mist ninjas were merely of nin rank and stood no chance against Bai's group. Within 10 minutes, they had subdued all of them. Chiba inquired, "Zabuza, how much longer until we reach the Land of Water?" Zabuza responded, "We will arrive in 2 hours, well before dusk." Chiba nodded, asking, "So, what is your specific plan?" Zabuza explained, "I intend to avoid conflict as much as possible. I am here to prove my innocence, not to engage in battle." Chiba slightly shook his head. "Conflict is inevitable, Zabuza. Your perspective is overly naive." Zabuza, puzzled, questioned, "Why do you say that? If I return and cause chaos, it will only complicate matters further." Chiba replied, "But have you considered that you can recognize the mistakes of the fourth Mizuki, while this solitary hero seeks to assassinate him? Could the elder advisors of the Mist Village and other high-ranking officials truly be oblivious? Why, after the demise of the fourth Hokage and the ascension of the fifth, do they persist in sending their covert operatives to hunt you down?" Zabuza brandished the executioner's blade, stating that the 7 ninja swords, originating from the mist, are treasures of immeasurable value to them. Chiba inquired, "Indeed, but why do they not simply recruit you back, allowing you to return to the mist with this executioner's blade?" Zabuza fell silent, as if he anticipated Chiba's forthcoming words. Chiba continued, "Have you realized? To them, your existence is expendable. The executioner's blade holds paramount importance. Even if the advisors of the mist are aware of your innocence, knowing you eliminated the fourth for the sake of the village, they will not show gratitude. They consented to label you a rogue ninja and dispatched assassins to pursue you. Now, they will not regard you any differently. Why? Because to reinstate you would necessitate admitting to the world that their past actions were erroneous. I am quite familiar with advisors. They are no different from those in Konoha. They take pride in their age and the little power they wield, elevating their own status. Although you were once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, many could easily take your place. What they truly desire is merely the swords. As for the crimes you bore, and the hardships you endured while wandering, they remain indifferent." Zabuza lowered his head, his expression bleak. The truths Chiba spoke were not unfamiliar to him. He had pondered them before. However, the complexities of the situation made him reluctant to confront them. Now, having been laid bare by Chiba's words, he realized he had underestimated the situation. Zabuza asked, "Chiba, what do you think we should do?" Chiba responded, "It is simple. We must engage in battle until they submit. Of course, as you mentioned, we should strive to avoid killing. Thus, we find ourselves in a difficult position, for our enemies will undoubtedly strike with lethal intent. Meanwhile, we are burdened by many concerns, needing to ensure their survival." As he spoke, Chiba glanced back at the cabin. Inside, numerous ninjas sat. Some were boasting and chatting, while others meditated in silence. They were all ninjas that Zabuza had recruited from various places. Following Chiba's gaze, Zabuza began to comprehend the implications. He sighed softly and murmured, "You mean to say, these individuals are destined to perish?" Chiba nodded. "If fortune smiles upon us, perhaps a dozen or so may survive, but the majority will not. With such a small force facing an entire village, the outcome is predictable." A look of confusion crossed Zabuza's face. He felt a profound sorrow, yet found himself powerless to change the course of events. Chiba gently patted his shoulder, offering words of comfort. "Certainly, this is the worst-case scenario to consider. If we exhibit sufficient strength, we may breach the Mist Village headquarters ahead of schedule, or perhaps lure the 5th Mizuki and those advisors from the Mist. This way, we can initiate negotiations." Zabuza nodded, though his expression remained grim. He understood that Chiba was merely trying to console him. The notion of a small group infiltrating the Mist Village was far from simple. Chiba refrained from saying more and settled down cross-legged. Having arrived in the Land of Water, it was imperative to leave a flying thunder god mark. Traveling by boat was simply too slow. Vessels at sea, please halt and await inspection. Do not approach any closer. At the coastal mouth of the land of water, a bearded man wielding a megaphone shouted towards the sea, his voice carrying far and wide. The ship carrying Chiba and his companions was now less than 5,000 meters from the coastline. Zabuza furrowed his brow and called out to the helmsman behind him. Ignore them, continue forward. Understood, the helmsman replied with a nod. Vessels at sea, please halt and await inspection. Do not approach any closer. This is the final warning. Otherwise, we will be forced to retaliate. The bearded man shouted once more. Yet, the ships did not stop. They continued to draw nearer to the coast, albeit at a reduced speed. Chiba rose to his feet, gazing towards the coastline, where a considerable crowd had gathered. Merchants and passengers were being swiftly evacuated. Approximately 100 mist ninjas had formed several long lines at the coast, brandishing kunai, waiting for the order to attack. More ninjas from the mist were arriving in waves. On board the large ship, the ninjas from the land of waves had assembled on the deck, awaiting Zabuza's command. Raising his executioner's blade, Zabuza declared, Everyone, prepare to disembark and launch an assault. Remember to adhere to my previous instructions. Do not kill them. You may injure them, but absolutely do not take their lives. With that, Zabuza and Haku leaped from the bow of the ship, closely followed by Chiba. 206 ninjas shouted in unison as they jumped overboard, sprinting across the water's surface. A mere handful attacking the mist? They would undoubtedly be fearful, yet many were resigned to their fate, hoping that their deaths might secure their families a pension that would provide a better life for their wives and children. Attack! Roared the bearded leader from the watchtower. The lined-up mist ninjas responded by hurling their kunai and shuriken. Many kunai were affixed with explosive tags, unleashing a cacophony of detonations. Flames erupted across the sea, and smoke billowed ominously. Ice release. Chiba and Haku simultaneously invoked their ice release abilities, conjuring a formidable ice shield to protect their comrades from the initial wave of onslaught. However, Chiba's shield is larger and thicker, measuring 5 meters in width and 1.5 meters in thickness. In contrast, Bai's shield is not even half the size or thickness of Chiba's. Chiba, even you. Bai expressed mild surprise. Chiba replied, Indeed. I can also compete in ice techniques. Let us set aside the chatter and charge forward. As they spoke, Zabuza had already led his men to launch a side assault, having evaded the initial wave of exploding tags. The 200 warriors suffered minimal injuries and successfully made landfall, engaging in fierce combat with the mist ninjas. Charge! Zabuza bellowed, resembling a beast plunging into a pack of wolves. With his beheading sword, he swung with precision, targeting the enemy's flanks and thighs rather than their vital points. Multiple shadow clone technique. Chiba deftly formed hand seals. He had already mastered the bloodline of Naruto Uzumaki clan. Even Naruto's signature technique of multiple shadow clones had been replicated by Chiba using his 3-tomo Sharingan. Thus, the ocean warfare strategy that Naruto excelled in was now at Chiba's disposal. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, Chiba's clones materialized. In no time, 1,000 Chibas stood in unison at the coastline. Charge! Chiba's main body roared. Understood. The clones responded in unison, each flinging their specially crafted kunai. In an instant, Chiba and his clones began to weave through the masses. The mist ninjas stationed at the coastline, along with reinforcements from the first wave, totaled around 300. In less than 5 minutes, they were all subdued, writhing in agony on the ground. The sight of the multitude of Chibas sent chills down their spines. What manner of monster is this? Observing his attire and those eyes, they seemed reminiscent of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. You're mistaken. Lord Ao also possesses the Byakugan. What I have seen, the Byakugan does not resemble this at all. Indeed, the Byakugan is characterized by pure white pupils, yet the youth's gaze was crimson, strikingly similar to the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. Everyone was bewildered. Among them were several astute individuals who quickly retrieved their radios to report the situation to the reinforcements approaching from behind. Chiba, you. Zabuza, filled with excitement, recalled the words Chiba had spoken before landing, which had prepared him for death. Now, witnessing Chiba's formidable presence, it seemed that he could lead them directly to the Mist's headquarters. By securing this coastline, their casualties were nearly negligible, with only 2 individuals sustaining minor injuries. No time to waste. Everyone, follow me. Charge. Chiba waved his hand and led his shadow clone army into the fray. Understood. Charge. Zabuza swiftly followed Chiba's lead, with Bai and the others close behind. Thus, 1,000 shadow clones of Chiba surged forth, followed by several hundred wandering ninjas from various hidden villages, all charging towards the Land of Water. Despite being the smallest territory among the 5 great nations, reaching the hidden village of Mist was by no means an easy task. Chiba's group swiftly traversed the surrounding residential areas, effortlessly dispatching the 100 or so Mist ninjas attempting to impede their advance, and plunged into the forest. Intruders detected at the coastline, requesting additional personnel for support from the guard department. The first line of defense was breached. A Mist ninja, clutching a walkie-talkie, sought assistance from the guard department. "We have received your report. Please specify the enemy's numbers and any other pertinent information." Reporting to the guard department, the enemy consists of the rogue Mist ninja, Momochi Zabuza, along with a boy possessing formidable ocular techniques capable of creating numerous shadow clones. Swiftly, the communications officer relayed the information to the minister, who, realizing the gravity of the situation, promptly dispatched a considerable force for reinforcement. Simultaneously, he sent someone to the Mizuki's office to report the circumstances. In the Mizuki's office, a woman adorned in a flowing blue dress sat at her desk, deeply engrossed in reviewing documents. Her long, chestnut hair veiled one eye, and her green pupils sparkled with intensity. Her lips, soft and alluring, complemented her voluptuous figure, accentuated by a generous decolletage that left little to the imagination. This mature yet slightly alluring woman was none other than the 5th Mizuki, Terumi Mei. Beside her desk stood a youth with short blue hair, donning a pair of black-framed glasses, a large sword wrapped in white cloth slung across his back. This was CHJR, Terumi Mei's most devoted bodyguard. Stealing a glance at her bosom, his cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. He mused inwardly. The 5th Mizuki appears even more enchanting today. Her figure and visage are simply flawless. I must ensure her safety at all costs. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was suddenly rapped upon. Terumi Mei continued her work, not lifting her gaze as she inquired, "Who is it?" 5th Mizuki. "It's Yamada from the guard department downstairs. He claims to have urgent news to report to you." "Understood. Let him come up." Before long, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. A middle-aged ninja with a shaved head entered briskly, kneeling before her desk with one knee on the ground. "Mizuki-sama, there is troubling news. Enemies have invaded the Land of Water and are advancing towards the hidden village of Mist." Terumi Mei set down her pen, her surprise evident as she looked up. "Who are they? Is it the Land of Lightning or the Land of Fire invading us?" The bald ninja shook his head. "No. Mizuki-sama, you misunderstand. It is Momochi Zabuza, accompanied by several hundred ninjas, along with a boy possessing special ocular techniques." He recounted the information relayed from the walkie-talkie in its entirety. Upon finishing, Terumi Mei's anxiety eased somewhat. If it were indeed an attack from other great nations, the situation indeed presents quite a challenge. However, if we simply refrain from confronting that traitorous ninja, matters would become considerably more manageable. Terumi Mei inquired, "The boy with the unique ocular abilities? Do we possess any specific information about him?" The bald man shook his head, replying, "No. I have never heard of such a person." "That is acceptable," Terumi Mei said with a slight smile gracing her lips. Having grown weary from reviewing documents, she instructed, "CHJR, gather AO and let us proceed to ascertain what that scoundrel Zabuza is up to." As she spoke, Terumi Mei stretched her arms wide, indulging in a languorous yawn. The movement accentuated her figure, nearly causing CHJR and the bald man to lose their composure. Indeed. CHJR quickly averted his gaze, bolting out the door in search of AO. "Let us depart," Terumi Mei said, leisurely making her way out of the office. Her thoughts wandered back to her childhood, recalling her early days at the Ninja Academy. Back then, she and Zabuza were classmates, both entering the academy during the same term. They endured years of grueling training together, facing the brutal conditions required for graduation. The requirement to graduate from the academy years later was to eliminate all fellow students, with only the last survivor permitted to graduate and join the Umbu. A complex smile played upon Terumi Mei's lips as she murmured, "Had I not been promoted early due to my special abilities, I might very well have met my end at his hands." As night fell, the woods, shrouded in mist and moisture, were alive with figures sprinting across the branches. These individuals were Chiyé and Zabuza, among others. After crossing the coastal defense line, they had been traversing the woods for half a day. They encountered 2 or 3 waves of enemy ambushes, each consisting of only 300 to 500 opponents. Predictably, each wave was swiftly dispatched by Chiyé and his shadow clones, resulting in minimal casualties among the rogue ninjas, only around 50 or so. Following these encounters, no further ambushes materialized. Zabuza spoke solemnly. Chiyé, something feels amiss. It has been several hours since the last enemy squad appeared. Chiyé nodded, asserting, indeed, the situation is more complex than it appears. Greater dangers surely await us ahead. White inquired, Chiyé-kun, what do you mean? Chiyé explained. The enemy's withdrawal of those hundreds of troops likely indicates they are consolidating their forces to set a trap for us ahead, aiming to ensnare us all at once. Zabuza frowned, acknowledging, that is a plausible scenario. Such a vast land of water cannot possibly have only this meager number of ninjas. Even before the restoration of their national strength, Chiyé reassured him, do not worry, as long as I am here, we shall prevail. And I will ensure that neither of you perishes here. Zabuza smiled faintly, neither refuting nor expressing overt joy. He had returned with a heart prepared for death. Whether he lived or died had become inconsequential. Suddenly, Bai exclaimed, Chiyé-kun, it seems we are nearing the exit. Look over there. It appears there are many heads gathered. Following Bai's gaze, I peered ahead. A little over 100 meters away, the lights of the town's residences were already visible. We should be emerging from the forest. Shadows darted among the tall trees at the forest's edge, indicating an ambush. No time to hesitate. Charge forward. With a wave of his hand, Chiyé commanded his shadow clones to rush out. Soon, the clanging of weapons and the sounds of screams filled the air. The ambushing mist ninjas at the forest's edge were swiftly defeated by the shadow clones. However, as Chiyé and his companions burst forth from the woods and landed on the ground, they were momentarily stunned. On the expansive lawn, a dense mass of black figures engaged in battle, all of them mist ninjas. As the floodlights from a nearby playground illuminated the scene, the entirety of the situation became starkly clear. The number of ninjas visible ahead ranged from 3,000 to 5,000. Moreover, ninjas had already flanked them from the woods on both sides, effectively cutting off their escape routes. The ninjas they had just defeated were merely bait. Bai felt a chill run down his spine and tugged at Chiyé's sleeve, trembling as he said, what do we do, Chiyé-kun? We're doomed. Chiyé shook his head. Doomed? Not at all. Being surrounded was inconsequential, for Chiyé had spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd, the fifth Mizuki, Terumi. As long as he could capture her, the situation would surely resolve itself. He could even force the Mist advisors to negotiate. Seemingly aware of Chiyé's gaze, Terumi stepped forward with a smile, saying, it has been many years. Zabuza. Zabuza nodded slightly. I never expected you to become the Mizuki. His expression was somewhat complex. To become Mizuki? He had once harbored that dream himself. After all, how else could he have dared to attempt the assassination of the fourth Mizuki, Hyuga, to overthrow that tyranny? Yet, fate had a way of twisting things, leading to this outcome. Terumi's gaze first fell upon Chiyé, scrutinizing him closely. What a handsome young man. Those peculiar eyes are unlike any I've seen before. What is your name? She asked, covering her mouth with a light laugh, her bosom undulating gently. Chiyé smiled back. Hello. Mizuki Terumi. I am Hyuga Chiyé. Terumi nodded. A lovely name. However, are you a rogue ninja from Konoha? Or do you intend to represent Konoha in declaring war against my land of water? Chiyé shook his head slightly. No, I do not represent Konoha. I come solely on my own behalf, to assist my friend Zabuza and seek justice. Terumi frowned and inquired, Justice? What do you mean by that? Zabuza stepped forward. Speaking in a grave tone, Mizuki, you must be well aware of how the fourth Mizuki abused his power and enforced tyranny. My assassination of the fourth Hokage was not merely for amusement or personal gain. I trust you comprehend this. The message has been conveyed quite clearly. How could Terumi possibly be oblivious to it? During the tyrannical reign of the fourth Mizuki, the land of water indeed teetered on the brink of irreparable ruin. The bloodline limit ninja clans faced relentless persecution and assassination. The brutal graduation assessments of the ninja academies were a testament to this cruelty. The villagers were burdened with exorbitant taxes. Numerous acts served only to dismantle this nation. Zabuza's actions were undoubtedly justified. Yet, those matters are merely familial disgrace. And given the passage of so many years, it is rather surprising that Zabuza still harbors such grievances. Terumi let out a soft sigh, realizing that he wished to. Zabuza stated, I seek to return and obtain justice, to prove that my actions back then were not in error. Can you assist me? Invite the advisors to convene, so I may converse with them about past events. This posed a dilemma for Terumi. Since learning of Zabuza's invasion, she had been incensed, eager to confront these intruders. However, upon discovering that Zabuza's party had not taken any lives, she was taken aback. As she learned of Zabuza's aspirations, her heart began to soften with sympathy. Yet, such a request from Zabuza was indeed a considerable challenge for her. The position of Mizuki does not equate to unbridled authority. In the land of water, Hyuga operates differently from other nations. In other countries, the ninja village oversees only village affairs, while significant political matters are managed by the daimyo and various officials. However, in the land of water, all matters, great and small, fall under the jurisdiction of Hyuga. Yet, under Terumi Mei's tenure as Mizuki, that power was somewhat diminished. Many crucial decisions were made by the advisors. Even her position as Mizuki was secured through the support of the advisors. Thus, her word alone carried little weight in such matters. No, just as Terumi Mei hesitated, a deep and resonant voice broke through the air. The crowd parted, revealing three elderly figures. The foremost among them appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. With hair as white as snow, yet he stood tall and proud, his square face exuding vitality. The two behind him, a man and a woman, were of similar age. The man donned a black kimono, slightly hunched, leaning on a cane. The woman wore a white kimono, wielding a black staff, bearing a resemblance to the elderly man, suggesting they were siblings or relatives. Lord Kyurigane, Lord Tenkuro, Lady Tanahara, what brings you here? Terumi Mei exclaimed in mild surprise. These three were esteemed senior advisors of the Land of Water, wielding the most significant power. Her own position as Mizuki had been secured through the backing of Tenkuro and Tanahara. Tanahara looked towards Terumi Mei and remarked, "Little Mei, how can you afford to be lenient in negotiations with a rogue ninja like Zabuza in the face of these external invaders?" In the midst of the turmoil, Terumi Mei remarked, "Although they have harmed others, they did not take lives, which is why I—" "Foolish," Tendo Kuro shouted in anger. "You cannot possibly be unaware that regardless of whether they have killed, invading my land of water is a capital offense. Moreover, Zabuza is a traitor. He stole the beheading sword and assassinated the fourth Mizuki. This is an undeniable fact. Such a person cannot be spared." Suddenly, the usually silent CHJR raised his hand with authority. "Enough with the idle chatter. Everyone, unleash your full strength. Subdue these individuals before us." Terumi Mei's expression soured. The ninjas under her direct command remained inactive, waiting for orders. However, the ninjas brought by the three advisors surged forward. Left with no choice, Terumi Mei reluctantly commanded, "Everyone, engage. Try to capture them alive." "Understood." Aoi and CHJR replied in unison. They then led the surrounding ninjas into the fray. Meanwhile, Chiba furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice, "Stop dawdling. Ensure your own safety, and I will go apprehend those old geezers." As he spoke, Chiba, along with his shadow clones, produced a multitude of specially made kunai and flung them outward. "Understood," Zabuza and Haku replied in tandem. The sounds of battle, clashing weapons, explosions, and cries filled the air as both sides engaged fiercely. Chiba adeptly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, weaving through the chaos as he sought opportunities to approach the three elder advisors. However, the situation for Zabuza, Haku, and the accompanying ninjas grew dire. The enemy forces were overwhelming in number. With only a little over 100 wandering ninjas remaining, they could not withstand such an onslaught. After just 2 rounds of combat, nearly 20 or 30 were left to resist. Damn it! Chiba glanced back, a surge of anger igniting within him. With a swift motion, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Dozens of his shadow clones returned to Zabuza and Haku's side, seizing the shoulders of the survivors and triggering the technique once more. In an instant, Zabuza, Haku, and the surviving 30 or so vanished from their location. They found themselves in a wooded area of the Land of Water, where Chiba had previously left a mark of the Flying Thunder God during their journey. They had retreated approximately 20 to 30 kilometers. Haku, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Chiba-kun, what is this?" Chiba's shadow clone reassured him. "Do not worry, Haku. My main body will handle this situation. He wishes to prevent further casualties among you." Hearing this, both Zabuza and Haku sighed. They understood Chiba's words held truth. The number of ninjas from the mist was staggering, so numerous that they were beyond counting. In less than a few exchanges, so many lives had been lost. If Chiba could indeed resolve this with his strength alone, it would be ideal. Yet, Zabuza felt a pang of guilt in his heart. "Is everything truly all right, Chiba? Please, return safely." On the other side, within the square, faced with the onslaught of the mist ninjas, Chiba remained utterly unperturbed. With over 900 shadow clones remaining, they first formed a large circle to defend against the initial barrage. Each clone conjured ice shields to evade the explosive tags that rained down. As the ice dissipated, the clones simultaneously unleashed their shadow techniques. Shadow stitching technique. Hundreds of shadow clones activated the technique in unison, showcasing an awe-inspiring power. Countless shadows slithered forth like serpents, piercing the shoulders, arms, thighs, and other parts of the mist ninjas. Cries of agony echoed throughout the square. This wave of shadow techniques felled several hundred foes. Yet Chiba refrained from taking their lives. Despite his simmering anger, he bore it for the sake of Zabuza. Terumi May frowned slightly, observing Chiba's shadow clones. Silently pondering. This young man is quite formidable. He can wield the Nara clan shadow techniques, and with such proficiency in multiple shadow clones as well. As the fifth Mizuki, Terumi May possessed a comprehensive knowledge of various jutsu, and the abilities of the bloodline limit clans from Konoha were not secrets to her. Thus, she could glean such information from the historical records of the mist. Nearby, the three advisors from the mist were equally astonished. They had not anticipated the white-robed youth in the distance to possess such terrifying strength. Kahaku remarked, multiple shadow clones? And what was that jutsu he utilized to escape with Zabuza and the others, only to vanish suddenly? Tengakaru approached Terumi May, frowning and scolding. Little May, why are you still dawdling? Command your men to act swiftly. Do you not see how brazen the enemy is? Caught in a precarious situation, Terumi May recognized that the conflict had escalated, leaving no room for leniency. Following the advisor's directives would be the wisest course of action. She commanded, Ao, Chujiro, lead the charge. Understood, Mizuki. Ao and Chujiro replied in unison, and with a grand gesture, they surged toward Chiba's position. Hiramakari, release. Chujiro leaped high into the air, brandishing his twin swords. The bandages unfurling rapidly. The blades expanded swiftly as they descended toward Chiba's throng of shadow clones with tremendous force. Gentle fist explosion. One of Chiba's shadow clones smiled, leveraging a comrade's shoulder to leap into the air, meeting Chujiro with a fierce punch. With a resounding clash, Hiramakari collided with the clone's fist. Chujiro found himself at a disadvantage. The descending sword was repelled, crashing heavily against his chest. With a sickening sound, he spat blood and was sent hurtling backward. Chujiro! Ao exclaimed in shock, hesitating to approach further. He swiftly leaped to a nearby tree, hands moving rapidly to form seals. Wind release, gale slash. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling dramatically, and as he opened his mouth, a fierce gale erupted forth. Within the tempest swirled several sharp crescent-shaped wind blades, hurtling toward the crowd of shadow clones below. Two of the clones were struck down, yet that was the extent of the damage. Most of the wind blades were deflected by the ice block shields wielded by the clones. Kagami May furrowed her brows, astonished that the shadow clones possessed such formidable capabilities. Just how powerful was this boy's true form? With that thought, she advanced slowly, preparing to take matters into her own hands, confident in her own strength. However, all attention was drawn to the battle nearby, and no one noticed the line of footprints that had stealthily crept up behind Kagami May. 3 more sets of footprints had approached the 3 elder advisors. What is this? Kagami May's expression shifted to one of alarm as she suddenly turned and threw a punch behind her. She sensed an anomaly lurking in the shadows. Yet, in the instant she turned, there was no one there. In a shocking twist, her arm was suddenly seized by someone. In the next moment, Chiba, who had activated his invisibility technique, materialized, gazing at Kagami May with a smile. Miss Kagami, I've caught you. You. Kagami May gasped in shock, quickly attempting to unleash her acidic mist. Some of her bloodline elimination techniques required no hand seals and could be executed in an instant. However, Chiba denied her the opportunity. A swift kick sent her crashing to the ground, interrupting her attack and causing her to stumble. Immediately, Chiba pressed his knee and elbow against her back, pinning her hands behind her. No matter how she struggled, escape was impossible. Her strength paled in comparison to his. Not good. Quickly apprehend him. The trio of Tanaka and his companions noticed the unusual situation with Kagami May and shouted for their guards to assist her. Yet, in the next instant, a chilling point pierced the throats of the 3 of them. 3 of Chiba's shadow clones emerged beside them, slowly revealing themselves. The shadow clones were not limited to conventional jutsu. As long as sufficient chakra was allocated, they could also wield bloodline limits and eliminations. The only significant drawback was that they would burst upon receiving a blow, causing the chakra distributed to dissipate entirely. What? How could this be? Tanaka stood frozen, unable to move in shock. Kohong yelled furiously, You fool! Do you realize what you are doing? Are you seeking war with our hidden mist? Taniya Keiko added, You brat! Release us at once, or you will face the wrath of everyone in hidden mist. Slap, slap, slap. Without a word, Chiba's shadow clones unleashed a barrage of slaps across the faces of the three elders, instantly reddening their wrinkled visages. Dazed, they stared blankly at Chiba, unable to comprehend the unfolding chaos. They have always been accustomed to their lofty positions. No one has ever treated them this way, leaving them utterly bewildered. Zanghong was the first to regain composure, exclaiming, "You, how dare you strike us? You are a ninja from Konoha, are you not? Do you intend for Konoha to wage war against us in the land of water?" Slap, slap. Before he could finish speaking, two resounding slaps landed heavily on Zanghong's face. Chiba, utilizing his shadow clone technique, declared, "I have tolerated you for far too long. What harm could it possibly be to strike you? You have caused the deaths of so many of our people. A few slaps are merely a light punishment. Furthermore, do not cast the blame upon Konoha. I speak solely for myself. Of course, if you insist on provoking Konoha, feel free to try. I alone can handle you." A peace agreement with Terumi-me was within reach, but the emergence of these three old coots had swiftly derailed any hopes. They had even led to the demise of those being recruited by Zabuza. Chiba was seething with anger. You. Tanahara Keiko's face flushed with rage as she was about to retort. Slap. Another two slaps struck her face, silencing her instantly. Chiba barked, "Do not utter a word. If any of you dare to speak again, I will make you bleed. Do you believe me?" The three advisors promptly fell silent. They realized that this young man was not to be trifled with. He was indeed serious, and their faces were swelling like pig heads. Should they dare to speak again, this youth might truly resort to violence. The surrounding mist ninjas were in shock. Hadn't it been said that the three advisors possessed considerable strength? At least at the level of a Kage, how could they be subdued so easily? For a moment, the mist ninjas guarding the area stood frozen, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Chiba's original body had bound Terumi-me's hands behind her back, forcing her to her feet. Terumi-me's face was filled with fury, her ample chest heaving with indignation. She scolded, "Brat, what do you intend to do? Do not harm the three advisors?" Chiba chuckled, "Sister, worry not. I shall not strike you. You are far too beautiful to mar. As for those three old geezers, they clearly have been accustomed to wielding power. It would do them good to learn a lesson." Terumi-me paused, surprised by the compliment. Chiba's words brought her an inexplicable sense of joy. Despite his youth, he was indeed quite handsome. If he were to mature a few more years, he might make for an excellent future husband. Terumi-me shook her head vigorously, dispelling such thoughts. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she asked Chiba, "May I inquire, what is your name?" "Hyuga Chiba," he replied. Terumi-me nodded. "Then what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Is it merely to compel Zabuza to vindicate himself for what transpired years ago?" "That would be an accurate assessment." Chiba nodded and pointed to the nearby crowd still engaged in battle, saying, "Sister, perhaps it would be wise to have them cease their fighting first. Otherwise, your hidden mist hospital may soon be overwhelmed with injured patients." Terumi-me paused, quickly glancing towards the battlefield. Indeed, Chiba's shadow clones were exceptionally formidable. Despite enduring relentless assaults from numerous hidden mist ninjas, they showed no signs of faltering. With over 900 shadow clones, it seemed there were still 600 or 700 remaining. In contrast, although no casualties had occurred on the hidden mist side, nearly 1,000 were already bleeding and injured. This extraordinary boy. Terumi-me silently mused, raising her hand to shout, "Everyone, halt. Cease the attack." Her voice resonated throughout the square. The hidden mist ninjas hurriedly retreated, assisting their wounded comrades, casting terrified glances at Chiba's clones. Goodness, their power was astonishing. The strength of these shadow clones was simply outrageous. Look, both Lord Mizuki and the advisors have been captured. During their retreat, some turned to witness the situation of Terumi-me and her companions. This revelation left them utterly bewildered. After fighting so fiercely, they discovered their own Mizuki had been taken. Terumi-me inquired, "Little one, now that everyone has stopped, will you release me?" Chiba shook his head, lifting her chin with his finger. "That won't do, sister. You are simply too remarkable. I cannot release you so easily after going through such effort to capture you." Teased in such a manner, Terumi-me's cheeks flushed. Having grown up, no man had ever dared to treat her this way. She shot Chiba a glare and playfully retorted, "You rascal, what do you intend to do?" Chiba replied, "It's quite simple. From this moment on, I want all ninjas to disperse immediately. I will take you and the three advisors of the hidden mist to a safe place to rest for the night. We shall deliberate on our next steps tomorrow. It is already quite late." According to Chiba's plan, he intended to negotiate with Zabuza and these so-called advisors regarding how to clear Zabuza's name as a rogue ninja. Of course, it was merely a discussion in name, In reality, it was a notification. Chiba held all the leverage over the three advisors. They could refuse, but doing so would place them at risk of being eliminated by Chiba, given their fear of death. These three old-timers would not dare to confront Chiba over such a trivial matter concerning Zabuza. Though advanced in years, they had not yet savored enough of life as pleasures. As they spoke, one of Chiba's shadow clones suddenly detonated into a burst of white smoke. Chiba's intentions instantly returned to the minds of the other clones. In the blink of an eye, the shadow clone escorting Zabuza and the others activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, bringing Zabuza and Hakuro back to safety. Chiba, at this moment, found himself utterly bewildered by the surroundings. Although still ensnared within the encirclement, the prevailing circumstances clearly indicated that Chiba had assumed the upper hand. As the three advisors had been captured, Bai and Zabuza exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. Bai exclaimed, "Chiba, you are truly remarkable." Chiba waved his hand modestly and replied, "It's nothing. Bai, Zabuza, I have made a decision. Let us spend the night here in the hidden mist, and we can deliberate on other matters first thing tomorrow morning." "We have no objections," Bai and Zabuza concurred in unison. What could they possibly disagree about? Trusting Chiba was undoubtedly the right choice. Any issues had certainly been contemplated by him in advance. Chiba turned to Kimi and inquired, "Sister, what do you think? Can you accept this proposal?" Kimi rolled her eyes and replied, "I have already been coerced by you, so what choice do I have? Let us proceed." After saying this, Kimi directed her gaze towards several Mist Village captains nearby and commanded, "Kawano, Ao, and Kitai, evacuate all ninjas immediately and allow them free passage." A look of hesitation crossed Ao's face. Kimi scolded sharply, "Enough with the nonsense. Hurry up and comply, or you will incur my wrath." Ao and his companions recoiled several steps, for Kimi's anger was indeed terrifying. There had been a time when Ao, in his foolishness, had provoked her, nearly losing all his hair in the process. "Yes, Lady Mizuki." Ao nodded in agreement. He exchanged glances with the other two captains and swiftly began to organize the evacuation. Zabuza and Haku, Chiba gestured towards the three mist advisors. The two understood immediately. They responded in unison and approached, binding the advisors together alongside another J-nin for custody. Subsequently, under Kimi's leadership, Chiba and his group made their way toward the hidden mist village. Hours later, they arrived at Kimi's residence. Under Chiba's coercive insistence, Kimi ordered food to be prepared as they had not yet dined. After such a lengthy confrontation, Chiba was quite famished. Following Haku's meticulous inspection of the food for poison, the group finally began to eat. By the time they finished dinner, it was already 2 a.m. At this hour, Zabuza, Haku, and the others gathered in a grand hall to rest, while the three advisors remained bound together under vigilant watch. Suddenly, Kimi nudged Chiba's shoulder and said, "Little one, take me to my room to rest. I cannot bear to sleep among them. It's far too unpleasant." Chiba responded warily, "What are you up to? Trying to escape?" Kimi rolled her eyes. "Do you really think I could escape from you?" Chiba replied, "That's uncertain. I see you have many thoughts. Who knows what schemes you might be plotting? Perhaps you have taken a liking to me and wish to take advantage of the situation?" The latter part was a jest. Chiba was well aware that Kimi lacked the ability to escape from him. A cunning glint flickered in Kimi's eyes as she teased, "What? Are you afraid? I haven't yet experienced the taste of a young lad like you, and I am rather curious to try." As she spoke, Kimi extended her red tongue to lick her enticing lips, laden with provocative undertones. Chiba felt a surge of heat rise within him. He pulled her closer by the shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Do not provoke me like that. Be cautious, or I might actually do something to you." Unfazed, Kimi maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Really? Do you dare? I fear you may lack the courage." "Lack courage?" Chiba, without uttering a word, swiftly extended his hand and grasped the softness of Kagayame's chest. "You." Kagayame's face instantly flushed crimson. She never expected this audacious young man to be so bold as to make such a direct advance. Fortunately, they were turned away from the others, and no one noticed their exchange. "You little rascal, release me at once." With her hands bound behind her, she lacked the strength to overpower Chiba. Attempting to retreat a few steps to break free was futile. All she could do was glare at him in indignation. "It seems you were merely posturing. You aren't quite as reckless as you claimed." Chiba chuckled and pinched a couple of times before finally letting go, having expertly gauged the pressure. Kagayame felt a slight sting in her chest and let out a soft hum. "You." At that moment, her fury intensified. Chiba remarked, Fine. I promise to take you back to your room to rest, but you must remain within my sight." With that, He tugged Kagayame and led her toward the exit of the hall. He had his shadow clone watching over things, along with 3 advisors as hostages. So little could go awry. Humph. Kagayame's cheeks burned as she huffed, but said nothing more, following Chiba outside. Before long, they arrived in a room adorned with a whimsical pink theme. Pink curtains, a pink comforter, and even a pink doll perched on the bed. Such a girlish room. I never expected you, sister, to have a heart so youthful, Chiba exclaimed in surprise. Kagayame's face flushed deeper, shooting him a glare. Mind your own business. All right. I want tea, Pry, Chiba replied helplessly, leading her toward the bed. Let us rest. Tonight, we shall share a bed. Kagayame abruptly halted, wary. What? What do you intend to do? Chiba grinned mischievously. What else could I do? Did you not say you wished to indulge in the company of a young lad? Though I am not a naive boy, I wouldn't mind at all. You? Absolutely not. Kagayame shouted, startled, and fell onto the floor. In that moment, the aura of authority she possessed as the water shadow vanished entirely. She resembled a frightened fawn, her eyes wide with terror. All right, I was merely teasing you. Chiba chuckled, pulling her up from the ground and giving her a gentle push toward the bed. Suddenly, propelled by his force, Kagayame tumbled onto the bed. Her already disheveled purple gown became even more disordered, exposing a considerable amount of her figure. Chiba was momentarily taken aback. Kagayame let out a soft sigh. She realized that having fallen into the hands of this young man, she had resigned herself to her fate. Judging by the glimmer in his eyes, he was undoubtedly captivated by her form, despite nearing 30 and never having experienced love. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to indulge in a bit of reckless abandon with this youth. With that thought, Kagayame ceased her resistance. Lying there in serene stillness, she allowed Chinya's gaze to scrutinize her chest. Moments later, sensing the atmosphere had turned somewhat awkward, Chinya turned to meet Terumi-Mei's eyes. Instantly feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Clearing his throat, he said, you should sleep. I will sit beside you and keep watch. Did he find Terumi-Mei's figure enticing? Perhaps a little. Yet, Chinya was not so shameless as to take advantage of her beauty. He was not a man who acted solely on base desires. With that, he seated himself on the sofa, legs crossed, and closed his eyes in meditation. Terumi-Mei, slightly surprised, had not expected this young lad to possess such composure. Her voice, laced with a sultry languor, inquired, "What is this? Aren't you coming up to sleep with me?" Chinya swallowed hard. Was this woman serious? After all, it was her suggestion. Thus, he climbed onto the bed, lying beside Terumi-Mei. Since she had made the proposition, there was no need for further hesitation. After all, her hands were bound, leaving her unable to create any mischief. Nevertheless, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Chinya employed his shadow clone technique once more. With a resounding pop, a perfect doppelganger of Chinya emerged, standing silently by the bed. Terumi-Mei rolled her eyes, remarking on his cautious nature. Chinya chuckled softly. It was wise to tread carefully, as a vigilant approach never harmed anyone. With her hands tied, Terumi-Mei was already lying on her side. Now that Chinya lay down next to her, their gazes locked, and the warmth of their breaths mingled in the charged atmosphere. Terumi-Mei's cheeks flushed. "What are you staring at, little rascal?" Chinya smirked. "Of course, I'm admiring your perfect figure and exquisite beauty." Her face reddened further. Yet an inexplicable thrill coursed through her. She playfully scolded, "You little imp, you are quite different from others, managing to stir a girl's heart at such a tender age." Chinya shook his head. "It's not just that. I can also." As he spoke, he leaned in closer, his face magnifying in Terumi-Mei's gaze. In the next instant, his lips pressed against her soft, red ones. Terumi-Mei's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily frozen. It was her first kiss from a man, and despite the age difference, she found herself unprepared, her heart racing. Gradually, she began to awkwardly reciprocate Chinya's kiss. He pried her lips apart, engaging in a dance of tongues. Their breaths grew increasingly frantic. Chinya's hands ventured up to caress the softness of Terumi-Mei's chest. A jolt of electricity coursed through her, eliciting an involuntary soft moan. This tantalizing sensation was too intoxicating for Chinya to resist. He increased the pressure of his hands, parting the last vestiges of restraint. In an instant, a vast expanse of fair skin was unveiled before his eyes. At this moment, Chiba felt a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. He swiftly flipped over, pinning Terumi-Mei beneath him. The following morning, Chiba sensed a peculiar tingling at the tip of his nose, prompting an uncontrollable sneeze. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Terumi-Mei playfully toying with his nose using her hair. He gently pinched her plump cheek and chuckled. "What are you doing? Teasing me so early? Did we not indulge enough last night? Terumi May rolled her eyes, feigning annoyance. You little rascal, I never expected you, being so young, to be so adept at such lewd and scandalous acts. Last night, she initially felt a twinge of pain, which gradually transformed into pleasure, rendering her unable to resist. Even now, traces of crimson adorned the pristine sheets. Chiba smiled mischievously. That is simply because you are here, sister. With a woman as captivating as you, I've become quite the quick learner. Don't you dare lie, Terumi May retorted, shooting him a playful glare. Hurry, untie my hands. They're painfully bound. All right. Chiba nodded, realizing he had completely forgotten in the heat of the moment. Now that she was his, he harbored no fear of her potential betrayal. Even if she did, there were still 3 mist advisors bound and at their mercy. With that, Chiba released the silk bindings around Terumi May's wrists. She rubbed her sore hands and remarked, You are the first to dare treat me this way and to claim my body. If you ever betray me, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Chiba immediately clasped his hands together in a gesture of submission. I would never dare. Rest assured, that day will never come. As he spoke, Chiba pulled Terumi May into his embrace, his hands wandering to caress her soft, ample bosom. It was an entirely different sensation from Hinata's. The contrast between a mature woman and a young girl was unmistakable. You're insufferable, Terumi May chided playfully, swatting his hand away. Yet her resistance was feigned. As she instead rested her hand atop his, her eyes growing dreamy as she leaned against his shoulder. After all, she had just tasted that sweetness the night before and was still riding the wave of exhilaration. Chiba could not ignore the longing glimmer in her eyes. Without further ado, he lowered his lips to hers, and they became entwined once more, embarking on another fervent and prolonged encounter. When the door finally swung open again, it was well past 10 in the morning. Terumi May's cheeks were flushed, her hand resting against the doorframe, her legs slightly unsteady. With Chiba's support, they made their way towards the hall. Chiba-kun, you've arrived, a voice called out as she spotted him at the entrance of the hall. Yes, Chiba replied with a nod, promptly dispersing all of his shadow clones within the room. Chiba inquired, have the 3 old codgers caused any trouble? Zabuza shook his head, replying, No, Chiba, it is truly thanks to you that this matter has been resolved. Both Zabuza and Bai wore smiles. Suddenly, Bai exclaimed, Chiba-kun, splendid news. Last night, all 3 advisors agreed to revoke the bounty on Mr. Zabuza. Oh? Chiba was taken aback, impressed by the old fellow's perceptiveness. The advisors, having overheard the conversation, were nodding and smiling at Chiba. It seemed they had indeed been intimidated yesterday. They were accustomed to exerting their authority over the weak while fearing the strong. Chiba shook his head slightly, stating, however, this alone may not suffice. The 3 advisors were momentarily taken aback. Sanhong hastily asked, Young man, isn't this the very purpose of your visit to the land of water? Why are you still unsatisfied? Chiba glared at him, responding angrily, Of course I am dissatisfied. This is hardly enough. Revoking the bounty merely alleviates the pursuit from the hidden mist village against Zabuza. Yet, Zabuza will still be regarded as a rogue ninja in the eyes of the entire ninja world. Wherever he goes, he will still be treated as a rogue. Do you think this is sufficient? Zabuza and Bai were both taken aback. They too had been momentarily blinded by the situation, forgetting the broader implications. Upon hearing Chiba's words, they realized he was indeed correct. First and foremost, their escapade in the hidden mist meant they could no longer remain there in their roles. Naturally, they had no intention of doing so. If they returned to the land of waves, the status quo would remain unchanged. Zabuza, regardless of where he ventured, would still be the wanted criminal in the eyes of all ninjas. Zabuza and Bai exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with gratitude towards Chiba, especially Zabuza, who felt a mistiness in his eyes. Chiba had truly impressed him. He had begun to regard Chiba as a brother in his heart. Sanhong stammered, looking at Chiba with trepidation, Young man, what do you wish for then? We shall heed your wishes, as long as you spare our lives. Chiba looked at him with disdain. It was rather embarrassing for someone of his stature as a senior advisor of the hidden mist to utter such words. Even Terumi May could hardly bear to watch. Sanhong Yu. T&I Keiko interjected, Little May, I understand what you wish to say. Let us refrain from making sarcastic remarks at this moment. I believe Sanhong is correct. This hidden mist village still requires governance from us old fellows. We cannot simply perish here. Surely, you can comprehend that. Chiba shot her a glare, mercilessly exposing her hypocrisy. If you fear death, then admit it. Do not elevate yourself to such noble heights. I refuse to believe that without you rigid old codgers, the hidden mist would falter. The world will continue to exist. regardless of who was absent. His words stripped the three advisors of all dignity in an instant. However, they dared not refute Chiba, as their very lives were now in his hands. In comparison to their pride, their lives held far greater significance. Soon, under Terumi Mei's arrangements, the entire village of Mist convened an all-hands mobilization meeting. Attendees included not only the villagers of Mist, but also the majority of the residents from the Land of Water. Ultimately, the true power here lay with the three advisors, rendering the daimyo little more than a mere figurehead. The agenda was straightforward: to lay bare the tyrannical actions of the fourth Mizuki, Hyuga, and to bring this matter to light. Although much of the upper echelons of the Land of Water and its ninjas were aware of that dismal chapter in their history, the nation had been in a state of isolation during that period, leaving many villagers in the dark about these unsavory truths. With the full disclosure of this information, the previously regarded assassin, Zabuza Momochi, was vindicated, and the narrative of his betrayal was entirely overturned. On the platform, after Terumi Mei concluded her account, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd below. Zabuza, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears of joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude to Chihaya beside him. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, Chihaya. Whatever the matter, I, Zabuza, will see it through for you. Chihaya placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, replying, there is nothing you need to do for me, simply live well. At that moment, a system notification resonated in Chihaya's mind. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the temporary special task, assisting Zabuza in returning to Mist to seek justice. Task reward: Uchiha Clan's Sharingan Bloodline Limit Replication Opportunity X5. Congratulations. Your Sharingan has been upgraded to Manjiki Sharingan. Manjiki Sharingan, 6200. You require 194 more replications to obtain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. This was indeed a considerable number. Yet Chihaya felt no apprehension, for completing system tasks would double the replication count. As the meeting concluded, in Terumi Mei's private courtyard, Chihaya, Terumi Mei, Haku, and Zabuza sat together beneath a pavilion in the garden, engaged in conversation. Terumi Mei turned to Zabuza and inquired, Zabuza, are you willing to stay and work alongside me to contribute anew to Mist? Zabuza's expression faltered. While he would naturally relish the opportunity to return to his homeland, the situation was far from simple. After years of being pursued by numerous Umbu ninjas from Mist, his hands were stained with blood from countless battles. Moreover, the three advisors held a rather unfavorable impression of him. Remaining here would likely not yield much in terms of progress. Contemplating this, Zabuza shook his head slightly. No? Fifth Mizuki, I appreciate your offer, but I wish to return to the Land of Waves. A fresh wave of talent is gathering there, awaiting my guidance. Haku interjected, indeed. Mr. Zabuza's return is not merely about reclaiming his homeland. It is about seeking justice for the past. Zhao Mei nodded with a hint of regret. I see. Then I won't insist on your stay. You are always welcome to return whenever you wish. Of course, this does not mean I wish to hasten your departure. You may reside here for as long as you desire. Initially, Zhao Mei harbored less favorable impressions of Zabuza and Bai, and she certainly would not have been so courteous. However, as her relationship with Chiyé deepened, her demeanor towards Chiyé's friends naturally became more gracious. Chiyé remained silent. Activating her replication ability for the day, she proceeded to copy Zhao Mei's bloodline limit. Ding. Successful replication. Congratulations. You have acquired Zhao Mei's bloodline limit ability, the sample of dissolution release. Ding. Successful replication. Congratulations, you have acquired Zhao Mei's bloodline limit ability, the sample of boiling release. Upon hearing Zhao Mei's invitation, Zabuza and Bai instinctively turned their gazes toward Chiyé. They had unconsciously begun to regard Chiyé as their anchor. For their journey to the hidden mist had proven exceedingly arduous. It was Chiyé who had taken the lead throughout this endeavor. Without her guidance, the two would likely have been akin to headstrong fools, barely capable of even reaching the coast of the hidden mist village, let alone convening an assembly of the entire water country to vindicate Zabuza's grievances from years past. Bai inquired, what do you say, Chiyé? Huh. Chiyé snapped back to reality, glancing at the others. Well, naturally, we should stay here for a while longer. Zabuza, Bai, this place is, after all, your homeland. It is only fitting to return and revisit your roots. Both Zabuza and Bai nodded in agreement. Zabuza remarked, Chiyé, you are indeed thoughtful. Although my family is no longer here and our ancestral home may have vanished, it would still be nice to return and reminisce about the places of my childhood. A sense of nostalgia is something everyone experiences. Bai nodded vigorously, echoing the sentiment. Chiyé chuckled awkwardly. She had not been so considerate. Her sole desire was to linger a few more days and fully enjoy her time with Zhao Mein. After all, it had been a hard-won opportunity to visit the water country. Spending just one night with Zhao Mein felt rather insufficient. Such a mature, yet slightly innocent woman was undeniably captivating. With this thought, Chiyé's gaze shifted to Zhao Mein, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes met, igniting a spark of understanding between them, as if they both grasped each other's feelings. Zhao Mein's cheeks flushed, while Chiyé displayed no such shyness. He took her delicate hand and led her towards her chamber, turning back to Zabuza and by without a glance, "You two should head back to the ancestral home. I have matters to discuss with Sister Mizuki." Left behind, Zabuza and Bai exchanged bewildered looks, each comprehending something unspoken. Bai stammered, "Zabuza. Why do I feel that there is something going on between those two?" Zabuza nodded. "I can see it too. That kid Chiba is truly remarkable. How long has it been since they met? And he's already won over the fiery-tempered Mei. Though, come to think of it, the age gap between them is rather significant. Isn't it? Not quite appropriate." Inside Mei's chamber, no sooner had the door closed than Chiba swept Mei off her feet, lifting her by the waist. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully struck his chest with a delicate fist. "You wretched thing, always so impatient," she chided, though her voice dripped with affection. Chiba smirked. "Unrepentant. And what if I am? It's only because your allure is irresistible. Don't deny it. I can see the desire burning in your eyes." Without another word, he tossed her onto the bed, leaping atop her in an instant, pinning her beneath him. His lips captured hers in a searing kiss, silencing any protest. His hands roamed boldly beneath her garments, exploring and teasing until her breath hitched, her body arching against his. Mei clung to him, surrendering to the passion, her own fervor matching his. Half a month slipped by in this manner. By day, Mei attended to her duties as Mizuki, but by night, she was at the mercy of Chiba's relentless energy. At first, it was exhilarating, but soon, exhaustion took its toll. "Little one, tonight, let us sleep separately." She pleaded at her chamber door, her gaze imploring. "I simply can't keep up." Chiba chuckled softly, understanding her plight. "Very well, I'll behave tonight. Besides, tomorrow, I'll be leaving with Zabuza and the others." At the mention of his departure, Mei's eyes clouded with sorrow. She pulled him close, whispering, "Must you go? You won't forget me, will you?" His hand cupped the curve of her hip, kneading possessively. "How could I? You're mine now. Wait for me. I'll return to make you my bride." He paused, then added, "And find a successor for the Mizuki title. Look at you, you're worn thin." Mei rolled her eyes, swatting his shoulder. "This exhaustion isn't from my duties. It's from you wearing me out." Chiba's smirk deepened as his fingers slipped beneath her robes, teasing the softness beneath. "Then, would you mind if I wore you out just once more tonight?" "You're insufferable," Mei huffed, though her half-hearted resistance only stoked his hunger. Unlike the innocent Hinata, Mei knew exactly how to play this game. Her coy defiance only inflamed him further. Without ceremony, he stripped her bare, revealing the flawless ivory of her body. Pinning her to the floor, he growled, "Tonight, we try something new." The following morning, under the reluctant gaze of Terumi Mei, Chiba departed with Zabuza and Haku. Although Terumi Mei's eyes brimmed with sorrow, she refrained from excessive sentimentality. All the emotional farewells had been quietly exchanged the previous night. On board the vessel, Chiba surveyed the crew, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Zabuza and Haku. "Do you two wish to return with me sooner?" he inquired. Zabuza, puzzled, responded, "Chiba, are you suggesting that you will use the Flying Thunder God technique to take us back?" Chiba nodded affirmatively. Haku then asked, "Chiba, how long do you plan to stay in the Land of Waves this time?" "I have conferred with Zabuza, and we intend to continue recruiting ninjas in the Land of Waves, establishing a ninja village. The leader of this village will always be you, Chiba. Zabuza and I will assist you with various matters." Chiba was taken aback. "That is unnecessary," he replied, not out of insincerity, but because he deemed it superfluous. Given his current prowess, he could stand alone as a nation. In the grand scheme of the ninja world, few could challenge him. The existence of a ninja village held little significance. Yet, Zabuza and Haku appeared somewhat displeased. Zabuza interjected, "Chiba, don't be too hasty in your refusal. We merely wish for you to hold a nominal title. You need not engage in any duties, just return occasionally to visit." Chiba nodded, "Very well. Since you are so insistent, I shall acquiesce. Let us return. Your companions may travel by ship." With that, Chiba grasped Zabuza and Haku by the arms, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, the three of them traversed hundreds of kilometers. However, the Flying Thunder God technique has its limitations. It cannot transport one to any location instantaneously, especially over the vast expanse of the sea. After several uses of the technique, Chiba successfully brought Zabuza and Haku back to the shores of the Land of Waves. Yet, Chiba did not intend to linger. After bidding farewell to the two, he set off directly toward his next destination, the Hidden Sound Village, the lair of Orochimaru. Chiba intended to spend some time there, replicating the bloodline limits and eliminating the bloodline anomalies of Orochimaru's subordinates. Half an hour later, Chiba suddenly materialized in a dim underground chamber. The walls were comprised of stone, and within this secret room lay a large bed, upon which a person was being dissected. Orochimaru, donned in a white robe and with bloodied hands, was the one conducting the autopsy. Suddenly, the chamber was intruded upon. Orochimaru initially furrowed his brow with caution, prepared to strike, but upon recognizing Chiba, his wariness diminished significantly. He understood that Chiba represented a master to him. If Chiba wished to end his life, he could do so at any moment. Chiba, what brings you here so suddenly? It has been quite some time since we last met. Chiba's gaze was fixed upon the dissected body on the operating table, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. It was nothing in particular, just a sudden impulse to visit you here. However, speaking of which, Orochimaru, what experiment are you conducting this time? Orochimaru shook his head with a smile, replying, it's nothing significant, merely an attempt to transplant the hearts and organs of animals into these specimens. I have discovered a particularly intriguing experiment. The special transplantation of animal and human organs can endow a person with certain enhanced abilities of the animal. However, the success rate is exceedingly low, hence I must ascertain the necessary conditions for success. After a lengthy explanation, Chiba found himself struggling to comprehend. He raised his hand and said, all right, enough of that. I don't wish to know. Orochimaru, unfazed, simply removed his blood-stained gloves, shed his white coat, and turned to Chiba, asking, what brings you here? Taken aback, Chiba replied, as I mentioned, I just wanted to take a look around and familiarize myself with your environment. Matters concerning the replication of bloodlines, of course, could not be casually discussed, so we settled for a mere exploration. I see. Let us proceed then, Chiba-kun, Orochimaru nodded, leading Chiba out of the laboratory. By this time, it was nearly lunchtime. The destination Orochimaru took Chiba to was the cafeteria of the underground base. After traversing a dimly lit corridor for a considerable distance, they arrived at their destination. The cafeteria was not large, yet at that moment, many of Orochimaru's most trusted ninjas were dining there. Kurenai, Zoken, Waimaru, and Jirbi were all present. Kimimaro and Jago sat together, likely due to Kimimaro's lingering illness, which spared Jago from being confined in a cell. Isn't that Hyuga Chiba? Waimaru turned to look at the entrance, his face a mask of surprise. Zoken remarked, how peculiar. That lad who could defeat Shikaku with a single punch is being brought here by Lord Orochimaru? Naturally, Orochimaru would not divulge the events that transpired during his search for Tsunade to his subordinates. Being threatened into relinquishing the Flying Thunder God mark was, after all, an embarrassing affair. Orochimaru, who valued his dignity, would not casually mention it. Humph, that scoundrel dares to walk alongside Lord Orochimaru, Jirbi frowned. They all perceived that Chiba had placed himself on equal footing with Orochimaru. For loyal followers like them, walking alongside Orochimaru was always done with utmost reverence. Orochimaru held immense significance in their hearts, and witnessing Chiba adopt such an imposing demeanor was unsettling for them. Chiba scanned the room and smiled faintly. Orochimaru, it seems your subordinates harbor some discontent towards me. Orochimaru replied, Chiba-kun, that depends on you. Being young, you may possess a fiery temperament. Perhaps it would be prudent to keep them in check. Chiba nodded, remaining silent as he took a seat at the same table as Orochimaru. He understood that Orochimaru was deliberately presenting a challenge. If he wished for me to acknowledge him as my superior, he must first gain the approval of my subordinates. Lord Orochimaru, your lunch. A plump individual clad in a chef's uniform approached shortly thereafter, bearing 2 trays. He set the dishes before Orochimaru and Chiba. Oh. Orochimaru gestured towards Chiba, please, enjoy your meal. Very well, Chiba replied, glancing at the assortment of food on his tray. It included fish, meat, and a platter of vegetables, a commendable spread of 3 dishes and a soup. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. During the meal, Jumaro and his companions kept a watchful eye on Chiba, their hostile gazes unmistakable. Orochimaru consumed his food with remarkable speed, finishing within 5 minutes. seemingly intent on creating an opportunity for Chiba to assert himself. After acknowledging Chiba, he rose and departed. Hinata Chiba, is it? Care for a friendly contest? As soon as Orochimaru left, Jumaro was the first to stand, striding toward Chiba. He crossed his arms, his disdain and discontent glaringly evident. Chiba nodded, of course. But allow me to finish my meal first. Bang! Hyuga slammed his hand on the table, causing a thunderous noise that made Chiba's tray bounce precariously. Had Chiba not been quick to steady it, the meal would have been lost. You brat, what are you pretending for? Is someone like you even worthy to associate with Lord Orochimaru? Have you consulted us for our approval? Meiyu and Guren, along with several others, had also approached. Their eyes equally hostile, yet they refrained from speaking, as if waiting for Hyuga to first gauge Chiba's resolve. Chiba's smile faltered as he activated his Sharingan. His pure white irises transformed into a blood-red hue, with two shuriken-shaped tomo swirling rapidly within his pupils. Did your mother not teach you the basic principles of courtesy and respect? Chiba turned and glared fiercely at Hyuga. In that fleeting moment of their gaze locking, Chiba activated his left eye's ocular technique. Tsukuyami. Instantly, Hyuga's body stiffened as he felt his soul being subjected to a profound assault. He was drawn into a world drenched in crimson. Red clouds rushed across the sky, and the ground was adorned with crosses, each standing tall. Hyuga found himself bound to one of these crosses. What is happening? Hyuga was bewildered, exerting every ounce of strength to summon the power of his cursed seal. Yet, he realized he was utterly incapable, unable to free himself from the feeble wooden cross that belied his robust physique. What is going on? What is happening? Panic surged through Hyuga as he turned his bloodshot eyes, frantically scanning his surroundings. It must be an illusion. Yes, undoubtedly an illusion. Chiba suddenly appeared before Nagumo, wearing a cold smile as he gazed at him. Have you finally realized? You are not as foolish as I had thought. Nagumo struggled desperately, causing the iron chains of the cross to rattle loudly. Let me go. If you cast such an illusion upon me, Kimimaro and the others will undoubtedly act against your true form. Chiba threw his head back in laughter. I complimented you for not being too dim-witted, but it seems I was mistaken. Do you think I would miss something as obvious as that, even with your feeble mind? This is my realm of illusion, where the flow of time differs from the outside world. You have been tormented by me here for a full 7 days, while merely a moment has passed outside. What? Nagumo's expression turned to one of shock. Chiba ceased his banter, and what awaited him was a long, sharp blade, thrusting directly into his body. Nagumo let out a blood-curdling scream. Yet, this was not the end. More Chibas emerged around him, densely packed, from all directions, each wielding a long knife, relentlessly stabbing at Nagumo. The air was filled with increasingly anguished cries. Nagumo endured 7 days of torment within the realm of Tsukuyami. The illusion receded. In the outside world, to the eyes of Kimimaro, Kurenai, and the others, Chiba merely shot a glare at Nagumo, after which Nagumo emitted a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, rolling his eyes back in agony, twitching uncontrollably. Mori was rendered speechless, hastily stepping back. Kurenai and Jintoki stared at Chiba with expressions akin to that of monsters. Kimimaro, having a closer bond with Nagumo, quickly crouched down to assess his condition. Nagumo, what has happened to you? Unfortunately, there was no response. Nagumo had long succumbed to a mental collapse, falling into a complete unconsciousness. Without lying in a sickbed for 10 days to half a month, he would likely never recover. Kimimaro glared up at Chiba, his voice brimming with fury. You bastard. What have you done to Nagumo? Chiba looked down, continuing to eat his lunch nonchalantly. It's nothing, just a little lesson for him. He won't lose his life, rest assured. By the way, you all wish to fight me, correct? I can grant you that opportunity, but you'll have to wait until I finish this meal. After I finish eating, all of you can come at me together. If there are any other allies, I wouldn't mind that either. What? You? The group was taken aback, especially Kimimaro and Kurenai, who had always held themselves in high regard, seldom respecting anyone aside from Orochimaru. Now, upon hearing Chiba's words, their anger was barely containable. Chiba coldly remarked, if you wish to strike now, that is not impossible, but you would disturb my meal, which would sour my mood. I cannot guarantee that I won't end up killing a few of you. Do you understand, Orochimaru? With that last statement, Chiba turned his gaze toward the entrance of the dining hall. As he spoke, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows, wearing a faint smile as he regarded Chiba. Chiba-kun. I knew that my modest skills in concealment would not escape your ocular prowess. Chiba nodded, acknowledging, At least you possess some self-awareness. However, you old fox are truly cunning. Deliberately allowing your subordinates to disturb my meal? Orochimaru smiled faintly, choosing silence this time. His intent was merely to gather these individuals and probe Chiba's true capabilities. He was eager to ascertain the extent of Chiba's recent power surge. To Orochimaru's surprise, the ocular technique Chiba had just employed resonated with a familiar essence, one reminiscent of the Jinjutsu wielded against him by Itachi Uchiha, which had once led to his downfall. He never anticipated encountering it again. Orochimaru was astounded by Chiba's methods. Realizing he had managed to acquire the coveted bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan that he had long desired. On the sidelines, Kimimaro and Honglin were already seething with anger. Witnessing Chiba's demeanor towards Orochimaru only heightened their displeasure. Honglin exclaimed, "Lord Orochimaru, this brat shows you an utter lack of respect. Please allow me to challenge him to battle." Orochimaru merely smiled, neither agreeing nor declining, and turned his gaze to Chiba. "Chiba-kun, what say you?" Chiba continued to savor his meal, stating, "Did I not mention? Once I finish eating, they are welcome to challenge me, all at once if they wish." Such arrogance. Kimimaro's calm facade cracked with rage. Honglin, equally furious, retorted, "You truly are insufferably arrogant." In a fit of temper, she attempted to charge at him, only to be restrained by Orochimaru. "Wait, Honglin, let us proceed as Chiba-kun suggests." Orochimaru instructed. Honglin, wanting to protest further, realized that once Orochimaru had made a decision, it was immutable, and thus reluctantly acquiesced. Consequently, under the watchful eyes of the group, Chiba continued to relish his meal at a leisurely pace. During this time, he utilized his 2 replication opportunities to copy the bloodline samples of both SH-Go and Kimimaro. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully replicated SH-Go's bloodline limit sample. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully replicated Kimimaro's bloodline limit sample. Now, only Honlin's bloodline sample remained to be replicated. However, with both opportunities exhausted for the day, he would have to wait until tomorrow to proceed further. 20 minutes elapsed, and Chiba finally finished his lunch. Rising, he wiped his mouth and declared, "Let us go. You may select the arena." "Chiba-kun, please." Orochimaru gestured for him to proceed ahead. Chiba accepted without hesitation, walking alongside Orochimaru. He could feel the unfriendly gazes directed at him from behind, yet he remained unfazed. Soon enough, after subduing these haughty individuals, they would surely temper their arrogance. Before long, Orochimaru led the group out of the underground base. He was well aware that Chiba's extraordinary strength was quite formidable, with just a few punches. He could potentially demolish his underground base. Thus, it would be far more prudent to have this confrontation outside. The heavy stone door groaned open, and as darkness receded, warm sunlight bathed him, enveloping Chiba in a comforting embrace. He stretched his arms wide and yawned, exclaiming, "Ah, the outside feels so much better." "Orochimaru, I've made my decision. I shall not reside in your underground base for the next few days. I prefer to stay outside. It's far too eerie within, and it truly makes one uneasy." Orochimaru chuckled softly. "Of course, Chiba-kun, you may dwell wherever you wish. There are houses outside as well." Chiba nodded in agreement as he glanced around. At the foot of the mountain, there were indeed a few low wooden cabins, uninhabited, which Orochimaru had constructed to divert attention. Honglin, Kimimaro, Daio, Jirubu, Sakan, Gaitomaru. "You 6 should join forces and demonstrate your abilities to Chiba-kun," Orochimaru commanded his subordinates. Kimimaro and the others did not dissent. Though they remained proud and believed that Chiba did not require their collective effort, they would not oppose Orochimaru's directive. Orochimaru turned to Chiba, saying, "Chiba-kun, this is merely a friendly competition. I kindly ask that you show restraint and do not endanger their lives." Chiba nodded. "Rest assured, I shall not harm them. These peculiar beings might prove useful." "How dare you say that?" Honglin fumed once more. She considered herself quite beautiful and found it insulting to be referred to as a peculiar being. Chiba offered an awkward smile and replied, "Ah, I apologize. Your name is Honglin, correct? You are indeed beautiful and do not belong in the category of peculiar beings. Kimimaro is handsome as well, and the others, aside from Daio, are." His words trailed off, but the underlying hostility in his tone ignited fury in Gaitomaru, Sakan, and Jirubu. Meanwhile, Honglin and Daio, having received Chiba's affirmation, felt slightly appeased. Honglin smiled. "Thank you for the compliment. You are quite handsome yourself." "You insolent brat," Gaitomaru roared, turning to Orochimaru and asking, "Orochimaru-sama, may we begin? I am determined to defeat this arrogant brat." Orochimaru nodded, certainly, but do exercise caution. Chiba-kun is not to be underestimated. Before he could finish, Gatomura charged forward. In an instant, he activated his cursed seal, unleashing a torrent of thick yellow webbing towards Chiba. Ice release. Chiba raised his right palm slightly, and in an instant, a block of ice formed before him. The webbing collided with the ice, splattering to the ground without causing Chiba any harm. Kiyotaka had already grasped a strand of spider silk, suspending himself from a towering tree. In his hands, he held a golden longbow, his limbs synchronously exerting force to draw the bowstring, knocking a golden arrow. Simultaneously, his companions Doyu, Jirobo, and Sakan had also commenced their attacks. The trio collectively summoned the power of their sealing techniques. Summoning technique. Doyu produced a flute, conjuring 3 towering giants, each standing 6 meters tall, charging towards Chiba. Earth release. Earth sphere. Jirobo molded the soil beneath into a massive sphere, 5 meters in diameter, hurling it towards Chiba. Sakan, it's your turn. Sakan had awakened his twin brother, Yukon, preparing for a flanking assault, intending to merge with Chiba's body. Susanoo. Chiba maintained a smirk, remaining stationary. Dark red energy surged around him. A colossal skeletal giant, nearly 10 meters tall, erupted from the ground. This was the Susanoo form belonging to Uchiha Itachi. For reasons unknown, after awakening his Manjiki Sharingan, Chiba had acquired the same ocular abilities as Itachi, Tsukuyomi in his left eye and Amaterasu in his right. The form of his Susanoo mirrored Itachi's, resembling the Crow Tengu, with the sole difference being that Chiba lacked the Totsuka blade. Whoosh! The golden arrow whistled through the air, striking the abdomen of the red giant. With a clang, the arrow failed to inflict any damage, instead shattering upon impact and ricocheting away. What? Kiyotaka's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Concurrently, the 3 giants summoned by Doyu and Jirobo's earthen sphere rolled closer to Susanoo. Shatter! Chiba uttered with a commanding tone. As his gaze intensified, Susanoo drew forth a dark red blade, swinging it outward with force. Boom! In an instant, the 3 summoned giant spiked clubs were severed, their bodies cleaved in twain, erupting into plumes of white smoke. Jirobo's enormous earth sphere was equally bisected, spinning erratically on the ground like a top, yet failing to advance further. At this moment, everyone was left in a state of shock. Kimimaro and Honglien refrained from intervening. They considered themselves above the fray, although they had consented to Orochimaru's request. They were reluctant to engage alongside others, remaining motionless. Their mouths agape, one could fit an egg within. Honglien trembled, exclaiming, What? What kind of terrifying power is this? What exactly is that giant? Kimimaro swallowed hard, shaking his head. I do not know. The chilling aura emanating from that being sends shivers down my spine,